it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit deep to right center field. Adolis going way back at the wall. It's out of here. What a day for Wilyer Abreu. That's a 3-run homer, his second home run of the day, and the Red Sox lead 5-2.
Abreu, the Ranger killer, strikes again on opening day. Goodness gracious. Well, good morning. On the heels of the opening day festivities, Rangers take the L to the Red Sox, but we're kicking off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour live in the 6 a.m. club here in the fantastic Keller, Texas. How about this place, ladies and gentlemen?
Dude.
Fire station number 1, absolutely on fire, courtesy of Firehouse Roofing, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers as well.
Got to drive by. So this is a route from my house here that I used to go visit my dad before, you know.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it, yep.
But I got to drive by
Before what?
Before he died.
Oh.
Because he had his nursing home was over here. But I got to drive by my favorite cemetery.
You have a favorite?
Yeah, there's a somebody, a plot and it says She Gone. That's the last name.
Power
She
rank
Gone.
the cemeteries,
That's my
877-881-1053.
favorite. Yeah, it just says She Gone, and I was like, hell yeah, that's the best death name you're ever going to find. She Gone.
I love Keller. It's my home away from home, clearly, as we have the Keller Indians, who you and I went and actually saw.
I hope this is Keller Central territory. And they come get you.
I think it technically is, although we're like 2
No.
miles from Keller.
No,
High
this
School.
is Indian territory.
Is it? Okay.
Charger territory is on the on the.
See,
gonna be the other
you know,
side.
because this is kind of your region over here. But
Yes.
we got the Keller Indians that you and I went and saw play South Lake last year. That was the very first time we went out there.
Yep.
Was when we went and took in the game. So always love Keller. It is rainy though. It is kind of gross this morning. So be careful when you're driving around, because I was driving in this morning and just getting the kickback from the tires off of the trucks and everything else. And it was a total fog driving in here.
It's not raining right now, though. That's good.
No, now it's starting to calm down. Now it's starting to clear up. And you should definitely come out to 455 Keller Smithfield Road South to Keller Fire Station number 1. Get some free Whataburger breakfast. They got plenty of it over here. We've also got the Tolo aprons, the Sean and RJ Firehouse grilling aprons.
These
that
are
we're giving
sick,
away.
by the
Yeah,
way.
They're
They look
fantastic.
great.
I've already gotten like 6 requests to steal one and hide it for them, and I can't do that. That's
Man.
not the way it works.
Radio people, they want anything free.
These aren't even
People love free.
These aren't
People
even
love-
radio people.
Oh,
These
they're
are
just friends.
It's just friends who go like, "Will you save me one?" Or like, "Hey, grab me one." Or, "I'm not going to be there. Grab me one, will you?" And so the people are just trying to hit it up.
It's amazing. I wear more stuff that's free than what I pay for.
That's all I wear.
Yeah.
Like, just if somebody gives me like a free shirt or a free hat, that's like all I wear.
I'm wearing a free hat right now. Shout out Greystone Roofing and Construction, and I'm wearing my my free ballpark giveaway.
Look at
Rangers 2023
Okay,
World Champions.
So I'm not kidding. I think the only thing on my body right now that I've paid for was my shorts. Because I've got
And
the
your BBL.
the Keller hat. I've got the Keller hat here, okay, which is given to me by Mike Eggleton. I got the Meat Church hoodie, which Matt Pittman gave us. And then I'm wearing these shoes, which Cody, marketing director Cody, gave me for my birthday.
Marketing director, he has leveled
speaking of.
up.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude. Those are some nice kicks.
I gave him a management title, even if no one else will. That's what I did for him.
Well, we got RJ Choppy in the building. Of course, Bobby Belt, a wild animal. We're here until 10 a.m. on a Friday. We got Peyton producing the program. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation.
Peyton Bordop in the program. Be clear about that.
Okay, yeah, I know we have some tension.
He's
from
in
yesterday.
charge of the drops. I would calm down if I were you.
Bordop. He was good. I'm gonna play.
Bobby, we can have a truce right now. You just say the magic word, dude. I'll
You
stop.
tell me. You can tell me
Because you don't know how to stop. You don't know how to
Listen, there
stop.
are no truces here, Peyton. You
Oh.
keep playing that drop.
Should I do want to play it.
Wait, can everybody just be quiet really quick? It sounds so good. I was hearing it in my car yesterday, but it just to hear it in my headphones.
Yeah.
Douche. You're gonna get
It's
included in it too.
so
Garrett.
special, Pepe. Do it again.
Okay.
Now that little drop right there, plus Peyton's ditty of "Do you believe in Jacob DeGrom?" I've been singing that for the last 24
Very
hours.
catchy. It's very catchy.
When we got done playing, when we were after the show, Peyton kept playing that and he kept tinkering with things. I went in the bathroom and I was just listening and thinking it in my head, and I'm just busting out laughing. There's somebody in the stall, and I can only imagine like, what is this guy doing? Just laughing in the bathroom. I couldn't stop. I was uncontrollably laughing.
Yeah, it's the best. It is really, really special stuff
Peyton's
that
is
you guys
very
are doing.
good. Peyton's song was very good. His drop choice, not as good. And if Peyton wants to keep picking fights, then I am going to play the song I sent you yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't want to play the song because I feel like I will get in trouble.
You feel like you may have crossed several lines.
Yeah, I feel like I might get in trouble with my diss track to Peyton and some side swipes at Choppy for egging him on. You were egging him on yesterday, and so I took it out in the booth, and I was like, you know what, I felt like I was Kendrick walking in there, and then I walked out of there feeling like J. Cole, and I was like, why don't we pull my diss track back? I don't think this should see the light of day.
So Peyton hasn't heard it yet. He hasn't
No,
previewed it or anything.
Peyton and Choppy have no idea I even did it.
This is a very heavy-handed Bobby Belt when he feels like he's now been kind of wronged or slighted in any way. He is now going to overcompensate with something that is so heavy-handed that it's gonna tug at you.
The most dangerous,
emotionally.
The most dangerous part of Bobby is when he gets time on his hands.
Yes.
And when Sean's not here, Bobby thinks it's like, playtime, so he has time on his hands. And
today I got time, cuz.
Yeah, so he's got time. And when he has time, that brain of his starts moving, and then he starts coming up with, diss tracks.
I'll tell you what, I do believe, speaking of those songs, I do believe in Jacob deGrom. I do not believe in Luke Jackson anymore. That's what I.
Wow, you're one and done on our guy Luke Jackson.
Wow, one and done.
Like here's what I think. I feel like we entered the season saying I don't believe in the back end of the bullpen. Like that was just something that we were concerned about. Who's going to close these games? How reliable is this going to be? And yesterday it was not very reliable. That turned bad in a hurry. And those were some hard hit baseballs off of Luke Jackson. That was just
they were.
This was the kind of scenario that you're facing in 2023. Before you kind of cobble things together, went on your run or whatever, was just that issue with the ninth inning. You could not. Now this was a tie game; it wasn't a blown save, but this was a game where 2-2, and just in a blink, you look up and it's up 5-2. All right, game over. I guess that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I mean that was. It's funny that in the first game you get the exact thing developing within the game that we were questioning all off season about.
Yeah.
Were you a Kirby Yates away yesterday from being able to win that game?
I mean, look, that's the thing. If you're not going to compete, you don't need a closer. If you are going to compete, you need one. Like that's kind of the reality of the situation in the sport. And if that's the position they're going to be in, and it's going to be kind of a roller coaster all year, then buckle up. There are plenty of examples of teams that win and lose divisions based off of blown saves. Like plenty of examples, and not even blown saves, but just like bullpen blow-ups late in games. You saw last night. Oakland. Our guy Jose Leclerc giving up three runs.
You're kidding.
Jose.
He had a 2-1 lead going into the eighth inning. Give up 2 bombs. Like.
It can get away from you.
It can get away from you. It really can. And the thing about closers, relievers in general, they have a very short memory. They're like a kicker. They just forget about it. They have to.
Well,
they should.
No, that's the problem.
Ideally, that's your closer makeup is that you forget about it.
I feel like that's where we've talked about this before. One of the most inconsistent things year to year is how good is your bullpen or how good is a reliever. Like you generally don't see relievers who have like 10 sterling years of just perfection.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, this guy's awesome. That's why somebody like Kenley Jansen's so amazing.
They go up and down, right?
So that's the thing is that they're supposed to have that short memory, but then they will get, sometimes you'll get a Darren O'Day. All of a sudden, Darren O'Day can't get out of his head for 3 months. He gets let go and he goes to Baltimore and he pitches well. You've got, Neftali Feliz can't get out of his head. Jose Leclerc can't get out of his head. So I mean that can definitely happen. You just hope Luke Jackson will then shake this off. Or the Rangers may just start looking at things quickly and going, all right, we got to find some sort of combo here that works at the end of the game.
And look, I mean, when you when the other team's ace only goes 5, you got to find a way to win the game. It's just the reality of it. Like your offense has to come to play more, and it just didn't. The offense left a little bit on the table, and that's look. It's early in the year. Offenses are generally behind to start the year. Abreu wasn't.
No, he was not. The Rangers on the schedule was like,
he was in mid-season form.
He was going to be coming out on with a hot start. But you have 2 different texts here. The 817, both coming from the 817. The Luke Jackson walk-up song said it all, or the walk-out song, I guess. 817 again was at the game yesterday. When Luke Jackson came into the game to a Madonna song, we knew it was not going to end well. I did not realize he was doing a Madonna ditty.
I didn't realize. Well, no ditty. I didn't realize that. What was the Madonna song? That's what I need to know, because I mean that tells me something about his mindset. Like if he's coming out there to Like a Prayer, that's concerning to me. That tells me that he's going out there like praying that he doesn't blow this.
According to the Rangers website, it says
I thought she was the Like a Virgin singer.
She is the Like a Virgin singer.
Yeah.
He could be walking out there like that. So
Like a Prayer. He could do Like a Prayer. That's her too.
Yeah, Like a Prayer, Like a Virgin. Get into the groove. Could be that. Maybe that's it. Like, hey, he's psyching himself up. Get into the groove.
MLB.com says it's Party Like a Rock Star.
Well,
I don't believe that is true.
Man, hey, can we just respect how awesome that song was when that thing came out?
Yeah.
I think I was in middle school, as a matter of fact. And we were just bouncing around, loving that song.
It is Like a Prayer. It is Like a Prayer.
Okay, that's bad. Why are you Why is Luke Jackson walking out there going, I'm just praying this goes well? What is do they have the other relievers on there? Let's see here. What's a closer's walkout song that you see there? Like, I'm looking at that.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Kamar Rocker's got...
No, Sean Armstrong needs to close. Sean Armstrong's got to close.
Gangsta's
Paradise. Coolio.
What's Chris Martin's?
Doesn't
They don't
say.
have his.
He doesn't lean into the Coldplay thing, does he?
No, he should. He absolutely should. It should be like The Scientist or whatever the hell it is, Yellow, whatever the name of their songs are.
Oh, Yellow. Yeah, you could do that. But I do have a problem. I agree with the fan text now. Depending on what the Madonna song was, I was going to be like, well, that makes sense. Okay? Like, I mean, you can do it. What, like 4 minutes to save the world? That's like, hey, 4 minutes, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to douse these flames, y'all are going to be good to go. I trust that. I don't trust Like a Prayer. That, as much as I'm a praying man, I know you're a praying man.
Pretty sure that song's not about praying.
Chop grew up one a praying man.
Just throwing that one out there.
As much as there's that, I don't want him walking out there I don't want him walking out there thinking about what that song's about either.
I want him walking out singing, "Do you believe in Jacob DeGrom?"
Great song.
Hey, Chuck Morgan, I think he was trolling Peyton, but Chuck Morgan did say he was going to throw that up for Jacob DeGrom
It needs
week.
to.
Oh, I hope he does.
It needs to be Jake's walk up or walk out, I guess, for
And
him.
Peyton had to just fake like he didn't love that. He was like, no, please don't, Chuck. I just emailed it to you.
Could you imagine?
Dude, but opening day was still, it was still a ton of
still
fun, though.
It's always fun.
I had a blast. The game was so great right up until the ninth inning. I guess you wanted maybe more scoring would have been cool, more fireworks, but you got a lot of what you wanted to see.
Yeah, if you want positives, Higashioka hit the ball really hard yesterday.
He's a really good, solid, role player.
And
he adds depth to your lineup. No
but
matter what lineup he's been with, whether he was with San Diego, with New York, I think he may have been with Minnesota, but wherever he's been, he has added depth to the lineup. He's a solid pickup.
And his nickname's Higgy, right?
It is Higgy.
Yeah, okay. I just thought that Dawson had given him another nickname.
Dawson was thinking about he actually tweeted about it yesterday during the game. You can read some of the replies.
Good. Hey, you know that phrase?
He was going with Gash.
Yeah, I'm going to look this one up.
He was going to be calling him Gash. He
for the middle of his name.
Even though it is Gosh. He wanted to go Gash, but then it turns out Gash has an alternative meaning on the on the urban dictionaries, which is more common than I thought. I didn't know about this, but the text was inundated with it. If you go to his Twitter account, he was tweeting about it yesterday, and people were responding with the exact same thing.
I have to really know. Were you not aware of it?
I was not aware. No.
You and Peyton, man, neither one of you had ever heard of this.
Of Gash?
Yeah, well, yeah. I would you'd have to keep repeating it.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
What was the word, Eric? What was the word?
Neither one of them, neither two of you were aware of that. That's stunning to me.
It's a UNT
Peyton,
thing.
It's a
UNT thing.
Peyton, what kind of sound does Gash make?
Is that you swinging a bat? Please be you swinging a bat. Dear God, Peyton.
I was hoping you would play Bobby's sound drop there. But...
Throat to we gotta get out of here. By the way, Nathan Eovaldi was fantastic yesterday. The positivity.
Eovaldi he was nasty for when he was out there.
The curveball was dialed yesterday, dude.
Yeah, offense is not yet in sync, but you were also facing their ace. But again, when their ace only goes 5 innings, your guy goes longer, scores basically tied. You got to find a way to win that game.
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully the offense gets going. I believe we get Jack Leiter action coming up very, very soon, which is exciting. But we got some more.
Berger was good at first picking him. He was pretty good at first too.
The flexibility on Berger. There were some really great defensive plays yesterday, which were little reminders of just how special 2023 was. That defense was fantastic.
161-1, here we come.
Yeah, we're on the way. All right, we'll have more Ranger opening day takeaways coming up throughout the program. But my goodness, March Madness last night, Texas Tech, Duke, Cooper Flag getting it done. And what's the status of the bracket challenge between the morning show? Sean, RJ, Bobby, Peyton. We'll give you the update next right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are those singing sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
888-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
3 seconds left. Wagner driving right. Behind his back. Launches a 20-footer for the tie. No! It's over! Texas Tech has won! Texas Tech is going to the Elite Eight! The Red Raiders back from the dead! They rally from 16 down, and in overtime, Texas Tech knocks off Arkansas 85-83.
He threw it away! One, produce! Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow! Confetti!
Congratulations to the Red Raiders of Texas Tech after Arkansas blew the 16-point lead, and now the Red Raiders are going to the Elite Eight. Last night was fantastic. Gaylord Choppy.
Yeah, it was. Peyton Russell's Texas Tech Red Raiders.
They are his. Hey, that's the Calipari that Will Chambers used to complain about all the time.
Knocking out Peyton Russell's Arkansas Razorbacks 85-83, a 16-point lead. They blew a 16-point lead. They blew a 10-point lead with, what'd you say? 3 minutes?
10-point lead with 3:30 to go.
Ooh, brutal loss for Arkansas, but a gutsy tournament-saving win for Texas Tech and Grant McCaslin, who, I picked that one.
I did too.
You did too. I know Peyton picked St. John's.
I picked Texas Tech over Arkansas at this stage, actually. I nailed that one. That's about all I nailed, but yeah.
They had nothing going. They had nothing going on the entire game. Arkansas was nailing everything. They were literally just completely dominating this basketball game. There's no reason that Tech should have won, but you need to have these games. If you're gonna, teams that win the title have these games. Florida had it already with UConn, in the second round, where they were down the entire game. At least maybe about 30 minutes of the game, and they come back and they wind up winning. But in overtime, and this thing, I had to do my BetMGM podcast as soon as this game was over. Number 2 ranked podcast.
I've heard.
And we don't want to be number 1. It's overachieving.
Yeah.
We're number 2. Number 3, yeah.
Number two, you worked for number 2. Number 1, generally, you just kind of handed it. You're resting on your laurels.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had to wait for this game, and it was like, it goes to overtime, and we're like, no, we went to overtime. We went in regulation. Come on now. But 85-83, Tech wins this one.
What time did you close your eyes last night?
12:45.
And what time was the wake up this morning?
I woke at the same time.
Oh, okay.
5.
But you were grateful for the quicker drive this morning, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit less. It was like 15 minutes less, 20 minutes less.
That's significant to me.
Yeah, it was.
That's huge. Yeah,
but I didn't change my wake up. I was just moving slower.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's something nice about being able to just take your time in the morning.
Make the coffee, drink some coffee at home before you get on the road. It was just a nice little thing. I don't know if you saw the first game last night, and that was Alabama-BYU.
Alabama just raining threes at 25 threes?
It was an insane, absurd pace I have never seen. Alabama was 25 of 51. 25 of 51 from 3.
51 shots from behind the arc.
In a 40-minute game, they took 51 three-pointers.
I mean, you score 113 points in 40 minutes of basketball.
40 minutes. You never see that. And what we're going to have here next, because Duke also won, and Duke really, they pulled away. Arizona hung around. They hung around. So Duke didn't have a chance to pull away. They were trying to, but they didn't have a chance to because Caleb Love had one of the great games you're going to see at 35 points and no turnovers.
By the way, on the Alabama game, really quickly, they made more threes in the first 5 minutes and 42 seconds of that game than St. John's and Arkansas made combined in their whole game.
Oh, gosh.
Well, St. John's won a game this year where they went like one of 21 from the three-point line.
You'll get some bad shooting in college basketball, but Duke, Alabama, they've already set the over/under at 173.5, and that's lower than what the Bama BYU game was. That Bama BYU game hit that over/under at like the 8-minute mark, but I'm already all over the over in that game. Like, this is going to be a trip. We might see both teams at 100.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want, dude. This is so exciting right now. You want to see the offense. Cooper Flagg last night was out of this world. Watching him play and knowing that he was coming off the ankle and everything like that, and then in the big moments, this dude is they have so much talent, and they've proven that they could win without him. But they obviously can't win the championship without him. And the way that he controls everything, dude, the no-look passes last night, I felt like every play was a no-look alley-oop to somebody else when he wasn't hitting a buzzer-beater pull-up style from behind the arc going into halftime.
That looks like a guy Nico Harrison would trade for a second-round pick.
No, because he's thin.
Yeah, no.
At least at this point.
That's true.
He's not Cooper Flagg. He is future Dallas Maverick Cooper Flagg.
Is that what we're doing? We're just speaking it. We're just willing it into existence.
Yep, we're going to gag for Flagg.
He is going to be a Dallas Maverick.
Yeah.
This June.
Well, after what I saw last night,
June draft,
everything we'll be at a clean slate if we get Flagg.
Yes. If you tank, if you do the right thing.
But they're not, because they're still playing Anthony Davis.
Hey, they do the right thing down the stretch, and they tank. All right, because they've already moved down, right, Bobby? They're down to 13.
No, Phoenix is in better position in the lottery now, so they are 13 after the win by the Mavericks last night.
So if they tank for Flagg, all will be forgotten. Well, not all.
Nope,
not all. It'll be it'll be like, you're in trouble with the lady, and then you do the laundry, or you do something for her. Not something nice. Bobby would never do that.
No, I've never. Heard
of that. You do something nice for her, like you're just trying to kiss her butt. And that's what this would be.
Trying to do that.
That's what this would be. So it's going to be Florida and Texas Tech, and then Alabama and Duke in the Elite Eight. That's going to be tomorrow. And then today, the 4 games starting at 6:09. It'll be Ole Miss and Michigan State. 6:39, Kentucky and Tennessee. 8:39, Michigan Auburn. And then 9:09, Purdue and Houston.
You and me, baby. We all,
yes, sir.
You and me, the only two to correctly predict Florida, Tech, Duke, Alabama to the Elite Eight. We nailed that one.
And it's amazing. Peyton had his 1s and 2s. All he had was ones that he would Chalk City.
Yeah, exactly. Peyton
Elite Eighten. Elite
Eighten. All of his chalk. Peyton out here looking like a DJ. How much he was on the 1s and 2s. It was just. It was. I'm going to kill.
Keep talking, Bobby. Keep talking. I told you.
I'm
look at him. Look at him.
I'm gonna play the song. Chia, I'm going to play it.
I want you to play it. I'm here for it.
But last night, what did we see last night, right? We didn't see any upsets, did we? No upsets?
No.
And that's what we said in a little cheat sheet, right?
Yeah.
In the Sweet 16, it averages 0.25 upsets per year in the Sweet 16. So don't bet on it.
Sweet 16 and Elite 8, those were the two where you said the favorites are going to pull there.
Favorites are the favorites.
And that's what it's going to be. So we ended up getting Florida Tech, Duke, Bama. Right, all of us. You and me hit that. Yesterday, Peyton got Florida, Duke, and Alabama because he had picked St. John's like an idiot. And then Sean got Florida, Texas Tech, and Duke because he had Wisconsin over Alabama.
That's right. So we have all kind of separated ourselves.
Well, yeah, a little bit. So here's where the bracket stands right now. Peyton is winning with 62 points at the moment. That's because you're a little coward bracket.
You're just an idiot, Bobby.
I have 61. No,
I love the pettiness of these two.
I'm just gonna wreck his life. 61 for me. Chop, you have 60. When you thought you were down and out. You thought after the opening weekend, you were preparing your Paul Harvey monologues. Just like, all right, I'm going to have to talk for a half hour when I lose this thing. And, no, you ended up, you've rallied a little bit. Sean has 56. He's backed off of our group here. And the futures, Chop, say that the most Sean can max out at is 101, which is currently the lowest total. The most we can max out at, you and I, is 102. Peyton can max out at 107. So this might set up for Sean hosting solo for that half hour, which I feel like is the least funny result.
It's the least funny result because I think ultimately that's what he wants to do anyway. He doesn't want to host with us anyway.
Yeah, he just wants to do his own thing. The only thing funny about that will be he has to get up earlier, and he has to come in earlier, and he'll be cranky about that. But then I don't know that we want that. Do we want him cranky for the rest of the show?
Doesn't matter.
What would be much different about?
Yeah, he'll be cranky anyway.
I can't imagine anybody wanting to just talk into a microphone by themselves, though.
Oh, it's awful. It sounds such a. That's why I would never do like these people who do like their own podcast, a solo podcast. You're looking right at the screen.
Yeah,
I need something else.
It's just not fun.
So
it's not fun at all.
Make sarcastic remarks to myself.
Further updates tonight. We all have Auburn alive tonight. We're picking them. Peyton and I have Michigan State alive and active tonight. It's Sean and Peyton have Houston, and then Sean, all of us have Tennessee. So those who have something to play for tonight have picked the same winners. So really the biggest outliers left in our tournament are Houston is going to the Final Four, according to Sean. He's the only one who has them there.
I got him winning it all. Let's go
Houston
Cougs.
winning it all.
Yeah, let's go Cougs.
Peyton has Auburn going to the final. We all have them losing in the Final Four. And then Peyton and RJ have Tennessee going to the Final Four. Sean has them out in the Elite Eight. So those are like the main things we have left to decide, other than the title game, which is me and Peyton picking Duke and Sean and RJ picking Florida.
Okay.
So we're in a little bit of a lull right now where there's not going to be a whole lot of separation, I don't feel like.
No, I mean, not unless, like you said, there's an upset. If Houston loses or Tennessee loses tonight, if one of those two happens, then it'll really change the dynamic.
Oh, Houston would end it for Sean.
Yeah, if Houston loses tonight, if you want Sean to lose, then you want to root for Purdue.
Yeah, that's good. That'll be, and I think Peyton, didn't you say that if you could redo your bracket, you would pick Purdue?
I think Purdue's a really good team. I know they've beaten a bunch of nobodies the first two rounds, but I think Purdue's good.
I
would pick Purdue tonight.
I think I might hate Purdue more than anybody else in the country. That's the school I can't stand the most. They beat us like every year in the tournament. They beat us all the time in the tournament. I'm actually I want to if we get by Kentucky, I want Purdue. I want that smoke.
We have gotten a second apology from the University of Connecticut over the Dan Hurley outburst that led to whatever the guy's name. What was the guy's SID?
Bobby Mullen.
Bobby Mullen, just ruining Bobbies everywhere. Bobby Mullen threatening to put a horse head in the bed of a reporter from North Carolina that Jake Riepma's friends with. Now we have actually Dan Hurley apologizing. He was speaking to the Hartford Courant and a couple other Connecticut papers, said he wished he didn't do that, made the comments about officiating that he did. Quote, those are three great officials on that game, so although I said something in the heat of the moment in an area of the arena that in pretty much every game I've ever coached in college has been media-free, so this is still a side swipe from Dan Hurley. Past the tunnel, by the locker rooms, in the hallway where the coaches go, that's for the combatants, that's for the competitors, that's not for camera phones, just relative to that. Those were three great refs, and Florida earned it. If I don't go off the rails at the end there, after that 3-year run ended in excruciating fashion, if I don't have that emotional outburst there, probably all people are talking about is the run we've had, the amazing players. And you actually agree with him on this, don't you?
Yep.
That the idea of that's the war zone. Let him
let him be his lunatic self on the floor. I don't need to see I can see it, but I don't need to react to what anybody does on the floor. I don't want to hear what they're saying. If they mic'd up, they should never mic up the trenches in a football game, the O-line, D-line. Like, mic them up fine, but don't let everything out. I don't need to hear some of that.
Yeah, I mean,
because a lot of people are going to get offended by what's said in there.
I remember seeing clips. Remember Dirks kicking stuff in the back tunnel or whatever when he after losing in the finals or whatever.
That's just sports, man.
Exactly. I don't think it's they crossed the line after the fact with the AD lashing out like this was some big thing. This was a nothing burger.
Right. Nothing.
We laugh at what Dan Hurley said. Some people criticize it for 5 seconds, and you move on.
You can't get sensitive about this stuff.
Really,
man.
not that big of a deal. Hurley's just hilarious, man.
Yeah,
you like him.
Yes, I do.
I can't stand him. Like, I mean, that not for that. I get he's upset, but I can't stand. He's Nick Sirianni in basketball.
Oh, I couldn't disagree more. I don't like Sirianni
because they both win.
He loves both of them.
Oh yeah. Oh, Choppy's a fan of both.
Choppy's toxic.
My guy, Chop.
Sirianni's Italian. That's why. I like
That's true. The Italian bias. Shout out to the Italian Nathan Evaldi yesterday, getting it done on the bump. Unfortunately, the Rangers lose 5-2 on opening day. But we're here at Keller Fire Station, number 1. 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons, free breakfast from Whataburger while supplies last. Big shout out to Firehouse Roofing, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers for partnering up with us and making it possible for us to get on the road and hang with the firefighters and the Tolos. We're just getting started here in the 6 a.m. club. Mavs get an ugly victory over the Magic. Jalen Brunson has some things to say. And Jim Nantz, this is a man that's thinking into the future. This is a man with big-time plans right here.
Plans.
We'll get to that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, break it down a little bit.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
He finds top scorer tonight, Jaden Hardy. Hardy gave it up to Anthony Davis. Under 2 minutes to go. Hardy, and it falls in there! It's Jaden Hardy's world tonight, and we are just living in it.
That's right, Mavs TV with the call. It was a Hardy party last night, 22 points in 20 minutes, and he nailed all 5 of his three-point attempts. Just unwavering confidence for a guy who has sucked so bad since the All-Star break.
Dude.
No, I'm just saying, I'm
admiring
the confidence. I really am. Anthony Davis was a shell of himself. Why are we putting him out there? 4-14 from the field, and or from
Because
2-point range
he's
at least.
Skinny, man.
He just didn't quite look like himself. That's for sure.
Look, they and Anthony Davis, Nico Harrison got everything he wanted. He knew Kobe Bryant, and he was built like Ally McBeal. That's all he cares about.
Checks all the boxes.
Checks all the boxes. But the thing is, you don't want to encourage them to win games.
No, not right now.
No, not at all.
We don't want that. We don't want this. We don't want this.
You
This
want
is very,
the draft
very
pick.
bad. You want the draft pick. You want Cooper Flag. You want Cooper Flag.
Yes, I was just so impressed with him last night. Too.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to get Cooper.
Flag and Love last night were just fantastic.
They
Going
were.
back and forth. It
So
was epic
Wyatt,
stuff.
So was Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah.
You little Wyatt.
There you go. Stars dub.
Yep. 5-2 over Calgary, as they say, north of the border.
Yeah, taking
Soon
care of
to be within our borders. You know what I mean?
Now that's a team we want to keep winning.
Yes.
And just like we want the Rangers to keep winning. But yeah, we
Or
do
start winning.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, start winning. Yeah.
I mean, keep up the winning tradition they started a couple years ago. By the way, we're out here at Keller Fire Station number 1, 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. Couple of quick notes. Park off of Bear Creek if you're coming out here this morning. So park off of Bear Creek. They have a coned-off lane that you can kind of park in and stop in. See, we already got one guy who he's figured out. And we also had some Tolo stop by during the break. We have Sam in Fort Worth came by, Mark in Flower Mound, Steve in Keller, who was on his way to work this morning as a orthodontist. 87,000 minutes on the Odyssey app last year. He was very proud of. He wanted to make sure he told us that. He said he's got them popped in, listening during the workday all the time. We also talked to Sean from North Fort Worth, who is also I heard the accent. I was like, that's not quite Texas Southern accent. What is that one? It was Georgia. So he's from Georgia initially, came over here. We're talking about some of the neighborhood watch stuff from yesterday.
Yeah,
so
that's that accent where they call it the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
that's that accent is.
Yeah. And so, and then you had a special guest.
Oh, I got a bunch of special guests here. I mean, we got Brian Sykes, legendary Tolo, 817 gentleman in the building.
The former Browns quarterback.
Soaking in some Whataburger action right now. We have Steve Blunt, the head man from local craft barbecue.
No way.
Yeah. Steve Blunt is a creative barbecue genius in Newark.
You ever hit a spot?
Yes, absolutely.
It's amazing.
I'm on the menu, dude. They got a burger in my honor.
What? Really?
The Big Chief. It's a double patty burger with a pork belly, third layer on top. It's just absolutely to die for.
Is that the first
Highly
time
recommend it.
Is that the first time you've hit blunts?
Yeah.
A couple times?
Now we go to the other guy who's special here, which is my coach Comfer, Coach Chuck Comfer from Northwest High School. And he is still a member of the basketball staff there. He's heading to practice right now, but he pulled up and said hello. Big Tolo, and he knew me whenever I was 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade.
Was he there when you shredded your knee?
Yeah, I believe so.
I need to ask him if that was just poor form tackling from you.
He's one of the rare individuals who has survived not one, but 2 lightning strikes.
What?
Does he have like a white spot in his hair?
He is a one-of-one human being. Like that is as rarefied a human being as you'll ever find. Not only not a single lightning strike, but on 2 separate occasions.
If you could,
he's a special human being.
If you could have something happen to you that escapes death, like what would it be?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a real good question.
Like, would it be like you come face to face with a polar bear, or
because that is certain death?
That's certain death.
Yeah, because you're playing on his turf. If you're with a polar bear, you're on ice somewhere.
He doesn't come across food.
Yeah, he
doesn't ever come across food, so he just eats.
Do you think that's what David Carradine was trying to do? He's just trying to cheat death.
Yeah, maybe.
He didn't win.
Jeez,
he did not win.
I'm gonna have to think on that brain buster question there, Choppy. Bobby's a wild animal. Hey, what is Mark Cuban talking about, Bob?
Okay, so Mark Cuban he's crashing out. All right, when you've got this is how you know although he used to do something this when he was the owner of the Mavericks. You know things are not going your way when you're just replying on random people's Facebook posts and leaving long comments explaining the situation of what's happened. This is the way that WFAA recounts this. It's been nearly 2 months since Luka Doncic was traded from the Dallas Mavericks to the LA Lakers. The fallout from that deal has put the loyalty of MFFLs to the test. Despite stating he had nothing to do with the trade, former Mavs owner Mark Cuban has received flack from fans. I feel like he's avoided most of it, though.
Oh, yeah, he has avoided
I feel like everybody realized
99.9% of it. There are a couple of idiots who are like, why'd you sell the team?
Yeah, I feel like
they paid me like $2.5 billion. That's why.
Most people understand, I think, like, he would have never been down with trading Luka.
Right.
One such fan is Gavin Malloy, the former event and venue manager of the Dallas Mavericks. On Friday, Malloy posted to his personal Facebook saying, Cuban should be run out of Dallas. Malloy's criticism of Cuban is just a drop in the ocean of ire pointed at those tied to the Mavs organization, but it certainly caught the eye of the former owner. Cuban replied to the post and comments under the post several times. Gavin Malloy told WFAA, I found it extremely interesting that someone would jump into my Facebook post on my personal page who I'm not even friends with. I never in a million years thought Mark Cuban was going to jump in a Facebook thread and start answering questions. And boy, when he went in there, he started going off a little bit. When Cuban bought the team in 2000, he paid $285 million. When he officially sold in 2024, he pocketed $3.5 billion. In the comments, Cuban said the Mavs weren't a moneymaker during his tenure. Quote, I made money 2 out of the 23 years I was the majority owner, lost hundreds of millions of dollars. He said, when this changeover happened, when he sold his stake, he said, I fully expected to run basketball. The NBA wouldn't let me put that in the contract. They took it out. So he put that in the contract language initially.
Okay,
the sale.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that'd be really easy to debunk.
Hey, look, you didn't have to convince me very hard. So
I mean, I think Cuban's a lot of things. I don't think Cuban's a liar. Like I think Cuban generally is going to be pretty direct with stuff.
I mean, I didn't call him a liar.
I know you didn't. I'm just saying I don't think he would have made that up is all. He said, I thought the Adelsons would stick to their word because they didn't know the first thing about running the team.
He's calling them a liar. Yeah, buddy.
Someone obviously changed their mind. So Cuban is being pretty defiant. This started bubbling early on. He was very quiet early on. You remember his first reply was just MFFL. That's all he said in reply. Then he told Chandler Parsons something. Well, then he made a joke at a conference. Then he talked to Tom Segura like we played the other day. And now he's just crashing out on social media a la Bernstein and saying...
that's right, Bernstein. That's right.
Just going I thought I could trust him, but I couldn't.
So, either Nico back-channeled, the gaslighter-in-chief, Patty. All right, either he back-channeled him.
That's my guess.
And shoe salesmaned him and it's like, hey, I can run the whole thing. You don't need to, you don't need to keep Mark around. Muscle Mark out. Or, Patty's just a snake rat and just didn't keep his word. Like one of the two.
Yeah.
Kind of, right?
I mean, yeah. Now, Cuban seems to be of the opinion, it sounds like, he doesn't say it directly. That sounds to me like he thinks Nico Harrison stabbed him in the back. Because he talks about, I thought the Adelsons would stick to their word because they didn't know the first thing about running a team. Someone obviously changed their mind. So he's not talking about this as if just, they lied to me or, they came to this conclusion. No, he sounds to me like he's saying, I would assume the only person who he could be implying, maybe he means somebody else in their circle, but I would assume that sounds like he's talking about Nico Harrison.
100%. Nico had this big picture plan ready to go, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to execute it if he wasn't the guy that was able to really kind of steer the ship. If Mark was still going to be running the basketball ops, then Nico would never be able to do 100% what he wanted to do, and part of that included punting on Luka. So I think this is
which
pretty
I still
obvious.
don't understand why. I still don't get why. I still nothing makes sense about the whole thing. I still don't know why he wants to punt on him. Like stop with the whole he's out of shape. He's 25 years old.
The delivery is very different. The bravado is different. The way they talk is different. But at the end of the day, Nico is very clearly similar thought process in a lot of ways to Jerry Jones, which is I want to win, but I only want to win my way. And Luka's not my way. Luka doesn't check my boxes, so he's going. I don't get everything else. Be damned, we're winning my way. And that clearly became a big focus for him.
I can't wait for the book. I can't wait for the movie, the 30 for 30. I want to find out really what, like 10 years from now. 10 years from now, the movie.
Name the 30 for 30. What would you call it? What do you got? Didn't you say you would just go with hacked ?
No, well, that or they traded who? Like that was everybody's reaction that night. Or like, wait, what?
Luka Doncic.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's pretty lame.
No, it's good.
No, it was a half-assed effort. I mean, Bobby puts me on the spot to name the 30 for 30.
And I didn't provide
I had given 0 seconds of thought prior. Okay, now let's transition quickly to Jim Nance. What is Jim Nance putting plans together?
Yeah. You put 0 seconds of thought into this. Jim Nance put 11 years of thought into this.
Jim Nance has announced his retirement.
Oh,
Tony.
When's he leaving? Next month?
2036.
Oh, do you think Sean's paternity will run out by then?
I don't know. Sean might have another child, just have more paternity leave.
It's the cheat code.
Look up Jim Nance's age.
Okay.
The guts on this guy. The guts on this guy to even – I mean, he's not 30, okay? He's not 30 years old. He's 65. The guts on him to be like, you know what? I'm going to be alive at 76. You know what I mean? It's 2036. You're in your 60s.
It's optimistic.
That's all right. I don't think once you get past like 45, you can count on tomorrow.
But what an attention!
And I'm 45. I don't like to say that.
What an attention whore here.
Yeah, I'm gonna retire in 2036. Jim, so am I.
Guys, I'm retiring in 11 bleeping
11 years.
11 years. Why are you even telling?
I'm gonna try to make it to 2040. But
you are specifically.
Well, I'm pulling a Jim Nance.
Oh, yeah,
I'm pulling a Jim Nance here.
I got you.
I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing?
It's quite a flex about your job security and how you know that you get to call the shots.
Yeah.
They're not gonna push you out 5-6 years from now when you become a touch more senile.
Well,
he knows he's got this gig until he decides he doesn't want it.
He does because the Masters controls who does their announcing. They control everything.
And also who controls a member and who gets in.
He's got
y'all Google
basically
that.
Carte blanche of what he wants to do there. But also, that will be the 100th Masters.
The 100th. So
There
that's
you
his
go.
whole thing. He wants to reach there. He is such a company man, too. He knows he's not getting booted out of here for 11 years.
Yeah,
Totally.
Totally. And he would have, at 100, when it gets to the 100th Masters, he would have called more than half of them. He would be his 51st. The dude is a machine.
Yeah, he's been on a heck of a run.
Yeah, he's on a heater, man.
He's got 10 more years left. Congratulations, Jim Nance.
The guts on him. To just think, 2036. Like I'll be here still.
He's
the guts.
tempting fate a little bit there.
I don't even have guts to make plans in June.
But he knows it's more likely that God takes him away from the world than CBS kicks him out of the chair.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the truth about it.
Right?
All right, we're live here at the Keller Fire Station, number 1 Keller Smithfield Road South. Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons and free breakfast from Whataburger all morning long here until 10 a.m. Let's take a look at these Rangers from yesterday. MLB Opening Day takeaways, especially with the Rangers after they fall 5-2 to the Sox. That's an extra.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
side.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Quite an atmosphere on opening day. 1-2 pitch, that's hit deep to right. Oh, that's crushed, and that is out of here. Wilyer Abreu has tied the game. No doubter for Abreu at 15 last year. And we are tied at 2-2. So each time the Rangers have taken the lead, the Red Sox have answered in the very next inning.
Rangers lose on opening day 5-2 to the Red Sox, looking to bounce back at Globe Life Field for day number 2 of the MLB season. Great to have you in, Sean and RJ, live from Keller Firehouse number 1. We cannot wait to see you out here. We're here all morning. We have the Whataburger breakfast for you. We got the Sean and RJ aprons, and we're ready to fellowship until 10 a.m.
Not just that, yeah, we do have the Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons, which you can see right here on the fan cam, right there. Yeah, look at that.
That feels good.
And then we've also got some remaining. You remember these, Chi-Chi? We got the Flagtober glasses here.
This is the glass that I do my cold water before bed chug every night.
Yeah.
This is my ideal. There's something about drinking cold water out of a glass, especially when it's a G-Bag Nation Flagtober Bonanza. The water just tastes better coming out of here, man.
You know, it's amazing. You guys go on remote like 3 times a week. You can't get rid of your own gear. You got to bring them to our show to get rid of your gear.
We actually set records from a volume standpoint.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
And so we've overcompensated in a way, and we like to spread the wealth. So we give a little to the midday show, give a little to the morning show.
They're a volume. They're the Howie Roseman. They're a volume show.
And I will say,
Absolutely
not only that, we've got a couple bobbleheads out here. Jaime, our guy over here giving stuff away. No, I just can't remember the title. What is it? Promotions.
Our guy over here.
I didn't remember promotions. I didn't want to just say promotions because he's bigger than that. He's the good time curator. That's what I like to call him.
I like that better.
Really?
Yeah, I just came up with it right now to save my ass. All right, so this right here, this is for Peyton on the fan cam. It's a Nathaniel Lowe bobblehead doll.
Yeah, buddy.
Nate.
Look at that. He's going to break it. He's going to use it as a voodoo doll because he just can't stand Nate Lowe.
The only Nate we acknowledge is nasty Nate Evaldi, who shows up on opening day ready to be an absolute horse. He had the curveball working. He was getting the swing. The punch out, was it 9 punch outs? Opening day Ranger.
17 swings and misses.
Opening day Ranger record there, at least tying it up with the 9 punch outs.
Yeah, he's solid. Look, he's solid. When they got him, when they first acquired him a couple years ago, I was like, hell yeah, this dude is a gamer. He was a gamer for the Red Sox. He was a gamer in the World Series. Every time he's been put in a big spot, the dude comes through. And opening day is the biggest regular season game that you can plan for on the calendar. Right now, as you get closer to September and October, and you get a big late season series to get your division rival that's for the division, then you might get bigger games. But as it stands, opening day is the biggest day on its calendar. And he came to play. I mean, he's fantastic. And if they're going to do what they did in 2023, he has to stay healthy and pitch the way he did that year. That's the reality of it. They're not going to go anywhere without him.
That's a big part of the equation for sure. He's going to be. I mean, we all talk about is DeGrom healthy? Is he available?
Yeah.
What bounce back are you going to get from Adolis? Like, those are all the things that we talk about. Yeah, but I mean, you just kind of assume Evaldi, which is a nice thing.
You take it for granted.
Yeah, you do take it for granted a little bit, but it's still he was fantastic yesterday. Really dominant. Like I said, 17 swings and misses while he was out there. Gave up the 1 home run, but man, he was really good yesterday. The problem was what we had been talking about all offseason and leading into the year. Like, who's going to close games for you? Who's going to be there in the 9th inning? This wasn't a close situation, but tie game. Luke Jackson comes in there and walks somebody, gives up a screamer, and then gives up the home run. And it got out of hand in a real hurry there in the 9th.
Yeah, you're going to need more out of your offense for sure. I mean, when you talk about only putting up 2 runs, to me, that's the bigger story. The offense is going to have to carry the load here up until the trade deadline, and hopefully you put together
I hope not.
A hodgepodge of,
that's a long way away.
I mean,
4 months away, man.
No, I hear you, but that's how they were able to get it done a couple years ago, right? I mean, you have a hodgepodge of guys in the closer role, and you hope that you're just putting up 5-6 runs a game,
so
that you don't have to worry about it too much.
If you remember that year, they went early and got Chapman. They got Chapman
Absolutely.
A month and a half before the deadline. They got him early June. I think it was June 12th, 13th, something like that.
CY will be aggressive.
Well, if they're in the position, now if they start off the year, don't forget, they were 40-20 that year. If they start off this year, 25-30, I don't know how aggressive he's going to be.
Well, even last year, though, when they were struggling, they were still buyers at the deadline.
I know.
So, I mean, he seems like a guy that wants to, unless it is just an absolute disaster with the way they've played themselves out of it by July. CY seems like the type of guy that is constantly feeling like, hey, we can still find a way to get to the postseason.
He's such a competitor. He's such a bulldog. You love that aspect of CY. I didn't love it last year at the end of July, obviously, because I wanted to try and salvage some sort of return for guys that you knew weren't going to be here next year. But overall, I'll take that trade-off of just he will do anything he can to keep this team competitive. I'm not worried about whenever we go, are they going to make a move? Are they going to go for it? With other teams, I'm glad that I don't have to worry about that with CY. That's a big part of it.
Amen. Okay, I have some opening day observations for the Rangers. You guys tell me if you agree or disagree on some of these. All right. I think it's already been spoken for. Best beard on the team. Welcome in your new number one, Kevin Pillar.
Yeah.
Best beard on the team, Kevin Pillar.
I'm trying to think. I haven't seen everybody in the pen.
Yeah, but it's going to be really hard to touch the Kevin Pillar beard, dude.
It's a good beard. It's a really good. It's a full, thick beard.
Exactly. Also well groomed. He doesn't let it get
groomed. Yeah.
But that thing could get nasty on him if he decides to not mess with it for a couple of weeks.
Is that a barber beard? Do you think?
Yeah, that's definitely a barber beard.
That's not anything he's keeping up on his own.
You don't think he went to Amazon and bought that beard lineup thing?
Where you put it on.
Put it on.
I mean, maybe he's dialed that way. If he wants to save a penny and maybe he trusts his skill set. But either way, the beard is working. And how about Elvis granting him permission on the jersey number 1?
Yeah, look, I got my takes about the people who wear the number 1. I'm just not a fan in general.
Why? Across the board, you're
across
not?
the board. I think it's a look at me number.
Yeah, it's a look at me, now you put the pressure on yourself to go be that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the smallest guy on the team wears number 1, right? In high school, they gave you the jerseys based on size. The smallest jersey, number 1. You never want to be the smallest ever.
No,
you never do. I never cared for it.
What are other look at me numbers?
Number 1.
Just number 1. So you don't think LeBron picking 23 when he's coming out was look at me number?
No, that's an homage. Ooh. It's an homage. It's an honor number. Yeah.
I think this is an honor number, honoring Elvis Andrus.
Yeah, could be.
Is that who he's honoring? I thought it was Kyler Murray.
I don't know about that.
Kyler Murray guy, Kevin Pillar.
But best beard on the team is going to be Pillar. Shout out to the mustache on Berger and the flexibility at first. I mean, he had some extendos.
Yeah, he did. A couple plays in a row.
Absolutely.
Well, 7th or 8th inning. It was. He put on a little bit of a show. I like the pickup. I like the pickup of Berger.
Bearded Berger.
The Whataburger play of the game, though.
How does he not get that every game?
Whataburger?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good call. Well, I think when Josh Smith makes the type of play that he made.
Oh, it's center field, right behind second base. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Oh, my gosh. I mean,
play.
Snag, spin, rip to first base. It's your Whataburger play of the game.
I was looking for more out of Bassick on that. I was looking for more. He needed to go, whoa! Oh! I was looking for more from him.
He's not I don't think he's a wall guy. Unless it's Little League games. But other than that, I don't think.
He does go crazy in those, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I love you,
Mike. Josh Young looks a little bit leaner.
Peyton, what kind of sound would Bobby make on the broadcast?
Okay, we're playing it.
That's a great question.
We're going to play it. We're going to play it. We are going to play it.
I don't know why you don't have that ready. You just need to have that ready at all times. It needs to be up.
That was definitely the sound I made when I saw Josh Smith make that play.
Yeah.
I need to actually, we can't play this again. I got to revise it and include more choppy in it because he's in need of it now.
Is that sound Bobby singing his Rangers opening day song, or is that Bobby at the height of pleasure? We will never know.
What beat do you have it to?
Not Like Us.
Oh.
It's good.
Are you scoffing at Not Like Us?
No, it's a fine song.
That's a diss track beat for the year.
Oh, it's a Mount Rushmore
No
diss
question.
track beat. It's not No Vaseline.
Oh gosh, you're just gonna go all like old early '90s West Coast.
Well,
that's
no,
the
no.
whole thing.
That's just the best one. That's the without question.
It's great. It's
Without
great.
question,
No, I'm not.
And
I'm not,
I did a song. I did a parody song.
I'm not gonna crush No Vaseline. I just think there's room for us to just appreciate all of them without taking down the other.
Absolutely.
That's what I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I felt like Josh Young looked a little bit leaner yesterday. I don't know, maybe it was just not seeing him for a while, but it felt like this is a guy that's been recommitted. I know he does his Hurtado barbecue thing. Seems like he's pivoted more to the turkey, which salute to him for that.
Dude, and that ball he hit out to right field that bounced, that hit the wall.
Yeah.
That was a really solid play, a good deke by the right field. I think it was Abreu out right. Because I think Berger was at first. He should have gotten a third on that one. Easy.
Abreu was killing you yesterday in all sorts of ways.
He really was.
Yeah, he's a Ranger killer across the board.
After one game, he's a Ranger killer. That's his new. That's it. He's the guy for the year.
He is Tim Salmon. He is Chris Davis.
Last year he was nasty too versus the Rangers. Now I also felt like we might have been a Jock Peterson away yesterday. That guy woke up. He did the alpha male influencer pregame morning routine thing. He had the face in the ice water, just like you had Reetma doing in studio the other day. He's wiping the banana peel on his face. This was a dude that was locked in, ready to go, hit bomb skis. And unfortunately, I guess that thanks to the Corey Seager calf issue, they had to move some things around. But I would have loved to see Big Jock out there.
It'd have been great.
Taking hacks.
By the way, are you with me that guy, that he doesn't do that in the morning?
Oh, 100% no.
He doesn't take 2.5 hours to get out of the house.
No, that was such.
I don't know because here's the only thing I would say is that like it very well may be a bit, and maybe he's exaggerating some of it. That definitely does seem like a guy to me who has some sort of routine that takes 2 hours though. Just when you look at his commitment.
No, I will say proof's in the pudding with the dude's an absolute muscular monster, so you can't fake that. And his skin looked great. I mean that guy's exfoliating.
Yeah, but he's not doing. His gym time was 40 minutes. Like he's not getting that body in 40 minutes, with taking 2 hours to get out of the house. And it was clearly an Airbnb. There was nothing on the shelves, nothing anywhere.
I think the most egregious oversight during his morning routine was not showing the poke in the butt that he gets every day with the roids.
The HGH.
I mean, at what point do you show the people behind the curtain what you're up to? A little Balco situation, okay?
Yeah, that's the real part of the prep that we missed.
If you want to be just as authentic as possible, just show everything.
Show it all.
Real quick shout out before we throw to break here. We have 455 Keller Smithfield Road South for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. Shout out to some of the folks who come out here. Chris and Rusty Wells, the Wells brothers, are here. I got a chance to talk to Bobby Tatum. He's the fire chief here in Keller.
Yeah.
He gave me one of their medallions here.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. He says he listens every morning. That's what I said. He is listening every morning. Says he loves listening. And then we also had Matt and Mac from Fort Worth, which I was so glad that I only had to remember 2 letters on the back end of each of their name.
I know.
I was going to forget.
I thought they both said Matt when I met them.
Yeah.
But we have a Matt and a Mac live here at Keller Fire Station, number 1 in the greatness of Keller, Texas. This is a home game for me and Choppy. That's for dang sure. Basically a home game for you two, I feel like.
Yeah, I've got the Keller gear on.
You are. You're repping it. All right, let's go into the Expressway. Commercial free to the top of the hour here on a Friday live in Keller. We'll hit the junk drawer. But first, we have a 7-round mock draft from ESPN. CeeDee Lamb not allowed to do the finger sniff anymore? What are we doing? No Fun League. Back at it again. And we have Shador scenarios next year on The Fan.
You got us? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Thank you, Peyton Russell. Welcome in to the morning show. Sean Sharif out back on Monday. I'm Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. We're commercial free to the top of the hour, live from Keller. Keller Fire Station number 1 amidst the rain, but the Tolos are showing up in full force, man. Whataburger's giving out breakfast. We got the aprons and a lot of good times.
The attendance, even when it's pouring rain right now, is very impressive. And Keller's showing out, and thank you, Ruben, as Ruben brings me a glass of water. The attendance is fantastic. I know Keller always shows up. We had Kyle and Keller showed up here on his way to work. Wes from North Richland Hills came by on his way to work. And then we had Clay, Madden, his son, and his son Blake, and they're all from Keller. Madden made sure to tell Choppy that he's his favorite. Blake said that I was his favorite, and then I only assume that their mom's favorite is Sean because she's also not here. And so, I figured
simpatico.
Yeah, I figure it's very, very
But
similar.
yeah, the younger one says that I'm the favorite, and the younger one is always the smarter of the children.
But the older is generally the more successful, I think is how I look at it. So you've got a bright future, Blake.
I don't know about that. Are you the oldest?
What's that? No, I mean essentially because we disowned my older sister. But
okay, fair.
We can get into that sometime if you want.
All right, commercial free to the top of the hour, expressway style here on a Friday. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll empty the junk drawer, but right now we got a little football conversation. Bobby, we have a full 7-rounder mock draft
from old Matt Miller over at ESPN, and I don't know how to feel about some of this. So we'll talk about what leads up to the Cowboys here. This is Matt Miller over at ESPN with his first 7-round mock draft of the year. Cam Ward, number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. Abdul Carter, 2nd to the Cleveland Browns. By the way, did you see Abdul Carter yesterday? Says he's also not going to work out now. This is like a record number, I feel like, of players who say they're not working out for teams ahead of the draft. You're going to see more and more guys just saying they're not going to do this. Carter's one, too, who, like we've talked about a little bit, he's already considered kind of a pain in the neck for some people. I don't know that this helps him, especially if he's so insistent that I'm the number 1 pick. I'll be the number 1 pick.
This is the new way, and it's going to continue. And it's their right to do it. Now, look, if the teams, the teams can put a stop to this by just saying, all right, fine, we're just not going to draft any of you in the first round. And, they would have to all collude together, which that would be a big problem on its own.
But if you start seeing guys slide just naturally, that might start encouraging, all right, well, I'm missing out on a few million. I maybe should work out a little bit.
Yeah.
Number 3, Shedeur Sanders to the Giants. Travis Hunter to the Patriots from Colorado. Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tetairoa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. This has been a popular Ashton Genty spot.
Yes, it has.
Armand Membu, the tackle from Missouri, considered a little bit shorter tackle, goes to the Jets at 7. Jalen Walker, the linebacker, edge rusher, depending on how you see him, Georgia player, goes to the Panthers. Jahdae Barron, the cornerback from Texas, goes 9 to the Saints. 10, the Chicago Bears take Ashton Genty, which, you get you've already got Roma Dunze, Caleb Williams, and then Ashton Genty.
And a revamped O-line.
That would be
you got 3 starters.
Would be a dangerous offense in the future.
That team, if they get Ashton, that is a juicy underdog NFC title pick.
In that division, you think Caleb Williams is going to go from what he did last year to leading his team to the promised land or anywhere close?
I mean, Detroit's got 1 year left of their run.
I think we're more likely to see Caleb Williams at Soldier Field crying into his mother's bosom the same way he did at USC than we are seeing him sniffing an NFC championship game next season.
Look, that may be true. Maybe, I'm not even going to go there. I was going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
Coward.
I'm not going to go
Coward.
there. Minnesota's due for a fall. And, Green Bay is, they're solid too. It's a tough division. There's no doubt about it. It's a brutal division. It's a gauntlet. But nobody has improved themselves in the NFC if they get Genty along with the 3 starters in the O-line they got.
I'm with you. When you consider
and then you add in the coach.
Right, yeah, which we all have respect for Ben Johnson.
But I'm just saying, you could probably get them at 25-1 to win the NFC. That's a hell of a value bet.
It is. No, I'm
stay in your lane.
I'm with you. You're right. You're the gambling expert.
Number 11, the San Francisco 49ers select Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan, and Broadus breathes a huge sigh of relief there. He personally hates this individual.
Because he's from Michigan?
No, he actually doesn't hate him. He's just not a big fan of him as a player. And so everybody's been blowing up his Twitter lately, telling him you just hate him. And then the Dallas Cowboys select. Man, I wouldn't love this. It's a good player. I wouldn't love this.
Right, hang on. Give me the position.
It'll give it away. It's tight end.
Oh.
Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. He says the Cowboys need playmakers everywhere, and that should be their focus early. Warren would give them an upper-caliber starting tight end who would instantly be Dallas's number 2 receiving option behind CeeDee Lamb. Brock Bowers showed how impactful a rookie tight end could be last season, and Warren has many similar qualities, including being able to get open underneath and a knack for creating yards after the catch. I like Tyler Warren. I think Tyler Warren's a good player.
How do you compare him to Brock?
I think Brock's better, significantly.
Significantly?
Yeah, I do. But, I mean, I still think Tyler Warren's one of the better tight ends we've had recently.
Is he better coming out than Laporta?
Yes. As the evaluation. I mean, clearly Laporta showed as a rookie how good he was. But, I mean, as the player he looked like in college, yes, he was better.
Okay.
That was
so it's just a position for you.
Yeah, it's mainly about tight end. Just with everything else they need, I feel like tight end is the lowest priority.
Yeah, I don't think they need tight end. This is obviously, though, like one of those replacement. It's two things. I mean, it could be a replacement, so you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay Ferg necessarily, but also this would fall into their best player available, would it not? This is what their philosophy is.
Potentially. Let's see who else is on the board.
Unless you manipulate your board.
Will Campbell's on the board, offensive lineman. I think some people would argue that he's there as a good prospect. Yeah, but otherwise, I mean, that's kind of the top. There, I would have a hard time saying anybody's better than Tyler Warren, other than maybe Will Campbell. And so, I mean, that's an offensive lineman. I'd rather have the offensive lineman.
I think offensive line's a bigger need, yeah, for sure. And if all things are equal, go with the need.
Yeah, and so, by the way, shout out John Ramsey. He's here too right now. Tolo John just walked through. All right, second-round pick. The Cowboys address running back. They get Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa. Matt Miller writes that Cowboys wait to add their running back and we get a powerful runner with great outside zone ability. The 6'1", 224-pound Johnson rushed for 23 touchdowns in 2024 while adding 1,700 all-purpose yards. He is a slasher who loves to run downhill and will make defenders pay if they're in his path when he clears the line of scrimmage. This is a guy Wolchuk loves. Wolchuk really likes Caleb Johnson.
Man,
so does Broadus.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. There is zero chance if I was a scout I would be able to evaluate him. There's no way I would put any Iowa offensive player on film. That would be the most miserable existence, the most miserable hour of your life.
That's that'd be pretty high up there. Number 3, the Cowboys get a receiver in the 3rd round, pick 76. Jack Besh, wide receiver, TCU. He's a incredible story.
Yes.
So
I was brought to tears on Super Bowl Sunday.
It's
with the story about his brother and his family and everything.
Incredibly emotional. So do you remember, Chop, do you remember Brett Besh? Brett Besh was the strength coordinator or one of the strength coaches for the Cowboys in the 2000s.
Nope.
Yeah, you guys weren't allowed to talk to the strength coaches back then. When
Parcells was here, you weren't allowed to talk to anybody.
If you saw him, you'd be like, oh, I saw that guy walking around the building. This is Brett's son, Jack. And so Jack Besh, or maybe it's his nephew. It's nephew or son. Can't remember, but they're related. But Jack Besh.
I remember him. Oh, yeah.
So Jack, his brother, Tiger, was the one. He was one of the people that was killed in the New Year's Eve drive attack in New Orleans with the car.
With the Princeton.
Yeah, and 2 weeks later, Jack was training here in Frisco at Exos. And I talked to people over that facility. They could not speak highly enough about this dude. Came in and was like, I took my time. I'm here to focus. This will help me keep my mind off things. But just a really admirable, mature kind of guy, and somebody that I would think this fits the mold of what Brian Schottenheimer's talked about with culture. All right, next pick for the Cowboys is pick number 149 in the 5th round. It's David Walker, an edge from Central Arkansas. Cowboys have typically strayed, obviously, from some of the smaller school players. They've gone against that some recently the last couple years, but typically Will McClay is one of bigger school players, even in some of the later rounds.
Yeah, they need to get the guy 4 down, Brew McCoy. That's what they need to take instead.
Brew McCoy. Oh, you mean the Texas Trader, Brew McCoy? No.
Texas.
He was
at USC, wasn't he?
He was at USC in Texas. He went back and forth with his commitment. All right, pick 171. Carson Vincent, offensive tackle, Alabama A&M for the Cowboys. Again, that's a smaller school player. I'd be surprised if the Cowboys went there.
They never do that, ever. Like that was something that Bill really instilled in Jerry.
Well,
Bill wanted big school guys.
And I get it, too, because you're talking about when you're talking about Dallas and what comes with Dallas, like, I understand you probably want to see the closest replication of what they'd be asked to deal with here.
And that was one of the concerns, like, I think that a lot of people would have. My assumption is if you were to take a quarterback from a small school, you're not used to the noise of a road stadium. If you're at a small school, if Dak Prescott, you knew that there was not an NFL stadium that was going to face him the day he came into the league. Because he played at LSU, he played at Alabama, he played at Tennessee, he played at Georgia, he played at all those schools. There's not a single NFL stadium that is 75% of the noise of those places. Not a single one.
Yeah, and I mean, as we all know, like SEC football, it's like we deify it. It just means so great. It's awesome. I still am so bitter that Texas is in the SEC now.
Well,
yeah, because now you're a part of that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not part of it. I'm on the outside. I'm the family member. I'm the family member calling and saying, "Please come home from Marshall Applewhite's house." And Haley's Comet is not going to come get you. You need to come home, and that's what I'm doing. All right, next pick in the 5th round. Pick 174, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, defensive tackle, Georgia. So solidify things a little bit there. That is a bigger school player, obviously. Pick 204, how about this name, Chop? Robert Longerbeam, cornerback, Auburn, or from Rutgers. That right there to me that's a round 1 graded name. I love it.
It is.
That's
a great name, man. That's a great name.
Longer beam.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That's strong.
Oh, and if he ever got an interception, we could say light the beam, just like they do in Sacramento.
That would be great.
I'm all for this. Pick 211, Jackson Slater, guard, Sacramento State. I actually really like Jackson Slater. That is somebody that I've already studied a little bit. Slater, again, that's Sacramento State, which is a smaller school. Now, fun fact, anybody know who started their college career at Sacramento State?
Wait a second. Yes, I do.
You don't.
No, it's gonna kill me. I know exactly where he's going.
Current Cowboy?
Yep.
Yeah, I know exactly where he's going with it.
Guy waiting for a payday. Well, you're stumped.
Deron Bland.
Deron Bland, ring him up, Peyton.
It's not who I was thinking of. That's not who I was thinking.
Yeah, so you didn't know it.
Football guy of the day. That's me.
You know who I was thinking of? Scatterboo.
Oh, Scatterbomb. What a loser.
I'm a Scatterboo guy as well.
Yeah.
I like Dan Hurley. I like Scatterboo.
Yeah,
Drunk-ass frat boy. 239, Dallas Cowboys select another great name, Yaya Black, defensive tackle, Iowa. But that's an Iowa defensive player.
Yeah, Iowa defense is fine. I'm fine with that.
That's what Iowa knows. Iowa knows corn and defensive tackles. That's what they know. All right, pick 247, Ty Felton, wide receiver from Maryland, is the final pick for the Cowboys. So I would be surprised on this front. I mean, they cover a lot of their bases here with this sort of draft. But, man, I'd be surprised if they would lean as heavily into some of those smaller school players. And I'd be really surprised if Tyler Warren would be the pick for them at 12. Even if he's good, it's the same thing. You remember when you guys were doing the night show and doing nosebleeds, all leading up to that draft, told you guys, I don't care how good Kyle Pitts is. He's awesome. I don't want him. Like, it's a waste of resources given what they need and what's in the area. Same sort of thing with Brock Bowers, although I was a little more willing to take Bowers because of where you were picking. There was not going to be anybody close to as good as him. But if I was up near the top of the draft, I would probably say I'll go somewhere else. I don't necessarily want Bowers. So same sort of thing. Jake Ferguson needs to show he's better this year. He's got to have a rebound year. He's got to show he can grow from where he's been. But it's not enough for me to say, well, okay, yeah, let's throw that at 2. Well, you also love John Stevens and Princeton fan and threw a second rounder recently at Luke Schoonmaker. that just doesn't sound like a good use of resources.
Yeah, and tight end's a tough position to come into the league and make a huge impact. We've seen guys now like Bowers and Laporta that have had some early success, but generally speaking, tight end is one of those that takes a couple of years. And this is a pretty deep tight end class. If you want to get a guy, you could probably get a solid dude later on in the draft, but they have way too many needs.
Also, Dak has shown that he can really, tight ends do well with him. Yep. Tight ends do very well with him.
Ferguson should get better this year just with having a healthy Dak, assuming Dak's going to be healthy all year.
Witten's career extended under Dak, the latter part.
Dalton Schultz grew under Dak.
Schultz got paid, with Dak, and then obviously Ferg.
If Blake Jarwin didn't get hurt, Blake Jarwin was the guy who was coming up on that side. All right, it is Sean and RJ here live from Keller Fire Station number 1, 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. An impressive turnout for how much rain we have right now. My gosh, it's coming down sideways. I'm starting to feel the little mist.
Big old fat rain.
Yeah, I'm feeling the mist. That's like the third Forrest Gump reference we've had this morning.
It is.
I'm feeling the mist coming off a little bit. The CD nose wipe celebration. Are we saying RIP to that one? That one's going bye-bye?
The league is they are cracking down. They are cracking down on the CD Lamb nose wipe. What did you call it, Eric? The finger sniff?
Finger sniff, nose wipe, whatever it is.
They are banning the use, quote, this is the press release they had, any violent gesture, which will include but not be limited to a throat slash, simulating firing or brandishing a gun, or using the nose wipe gesture, or an act that is sexually suggestive or offensive. And the nose wipe obviously is CDs, and it's got a connotation.
We still have
I'm wiping my nose with you.
We still have
you done? Like, get ready to meet your maker kind of thing.
Well, and we still have a disagreement about this because the fan text fought with me over this. Some of them did. Others agreed with me correctly because some of them were right. But the fan text fought with me over this. Eric fights with me over this, that they don't think it's I believe it's the wipe your nose boozy celebration. That's what he's doing. You guys think it's the finger sniff. That's what you guys think he's doing.
Well,
I don't necessarily think it's. I just think that's what I'm going to go with.
Oh, no, I'm saying he does think that's what it is, though.
Well, I've been educated on there's some alternative meanings or whatever. I don't believe CD Lamb is just doing something that is just, hey, watch me sniff my finger. I think there are some more things that he's trying to like different points he's trying to get across when he's doing that, which I guess is a bit violent in nature, which is not something when you look at it you think of. When you see these guys that are doing like full-on AK-47 celebrations, how many of those did we see this past year, especially in college football?
Those are gone. Those are gone.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That's obvious. The nose thing, I guess, I had no idea
it's
until...
Stupid. It's also just a stupid celebration.
You don't like that?
No, it's just stupid. First of all, you got a first down. Cool. Let's get 9 more. You need 9 more, right? like cool. Wow. You picked up a first down.
We moved the sticks, man.
A lot of guys move the sticks. You move the stick, big deal. Like, wow, you got a first down. Do it up. Celebrate with a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, 214. It's a young thug slime gang thing. I don't know.
Yeah, any first down celebration, I'm like, if they were saying if he did after a touchdown, I would have a problem with them banning it. Let the players play. Let them have fun. First down, like, I'm not impressed.
That's a touchdown. Touchdown celebration.
That's a touchdown celebration. You do that for the touchdown, I'm totally backing him, man. Like, keep your banning to yourself. But the whole first down thing, like, I don't know. It's like you're pimping a single.
It's kind of
you know how
a
many
call.
times Wade Boggs did that?
Yeah, I know, right?
He led the league.
Your nose first.
Like, you imagine like Wade Boggs out there bat flipping on a single to left. Like, put your bat down.
It's the only
bro.
thing you could bat flip
for.
Put
your bat down. Just run to first, do your little goofy banana turn, and get back to first base. You get a first down, just get in the huddle.
Yeah.
Just get in the huddle.
I like that, Choppy.
Cool, you hit a single.
Hey, by the way, Dak Prescott was throwing, looking good while doing it as well. Seeing some videos of him dropping back, looking like he's pretty healthy.
The people of Cleveland are pumped.
Yeah, dude, shout out to the Browns, man. They're going to get their guy. All right, before we open the junk drawer, let's throw it back to Peyton because we have a Rangers ticket giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Rangers tickets when they take on the Tampa Bay Rays on April 4th. And there will also be a Peagle bobblehead giveaway for the first 15,000 fans in the stadium. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Yeah, the Franklin injury attorney's fan text. Did you see this season? First downs were touchdowns last year. They get the first down, then they go 3 and out. That's the next one.
Yeah. That's it. Look, I mean, he did stop the celebration. I noticed when Dak went out. I was like, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not really doing. We're not doing stuff right now.
None of this really matters anymore.
Yeah, he's just sniffling rather than wiping his nose.
All right, Peyton, let's open up the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, we got great news yesterday. I'm sure, Chop, you saw this. Eric, I don't know if you did. Yolanda Saldivar. She's been denied parole. So we were concerned about it. We thought there was going to be a problem. She was denied parole. She will not be coming out.
All right, look, I have
this is Selena's killer, by the way.
I have a theory on this. Like, they may have done this to protect her, too.
I mean,
if she had gotten paroled, like she would have to have nonstop security on her.
I'm not kidding when I say I know of probably 3 people who, if this woman was in front of them, they would attack. I know so many people who still love Selena.
So we watch a lot of Forensic Files at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dinner time, we like to throw on, dinner time and true crime, baby, right? That's what
you like a good cadaver with
every time, and I would do women get less punishment than the men when it comes to prison terms? Because everyone we see, murder, life in prison without the possibility of parole for the guy, and then the girl does the same thing. She got 15 years of life, and she's out in 7. I'm like, what is going on here?
I mean, look, 70 cents on the dollar with the wages. It makes sense then that it'd be 70 cents on the punishment. It's only fair.
Yeah, they win some, they lose some.
We're evening that out. But they did deny her parole. She will not be paroled. She will not be coming out. This is the 30-year anniversary coming up. Actually, on is it Monday? Yeah, Monday is the 30-year anniversary of the death of Selena Quintanilla. She was 23 years old when she was shot in I think it was like a Days Inn or something. She was in a hotel meeting up because this was her former fan club president, and she had been embezzling funds and things like that. But she's being locked down. Never fear. Nobody has to go hunt her down. She will remain behind bars. Chop, you got something?
Yeah, I do. Did you all see the video, and I posted this on my social, of the girl keying the Tesla in Seattle yesterday?
Which one?
Yes. Yeah, what is going on?
You know what's going on.
Well, I know, but you see this. Have you ever had your car keyed?
No.
My dad had his car keyed. I don't know, my dad was a little hothead, right? He would always yell at people in the car, "Put your phone down!" He would roll the window down, and this lady, I don't remember where we were. It was at a mall or something like that. And he got kind of into a shouting match with her through the window. The windows were closed.
Yeah.
And we come back, and there's just that key mark right along the side. I was like, you got Dad. You got.
And he learned from it, and he never yelled at anyone.
Absolutely not. It made him even more enraged. Okay. I thought he was gonna just find her car, just ram into it, just slash her tires,
just take it out on a random
that.
vehicle. Yeah. Just go. That was probably the one.
But dude, if you see that, if you saw somebody key in a car, do you stop it, or do you just walk by and ooh, that sucks?
I feel like the car key is such a subtle down by your I don't know that I'd notice it unless I was standing right there looking.
Well, she was like a teacher at a chalkboard.
Oh, so she was just
she was going she was going nuts.
She was writing her name.
All
on the
these
board.
people are so funny though because they just don't realize or they don't care that the vehicle itself is filming them. They are.
That's the wild thing.
They're under surveillance the whole time they're vandalizing this car, and they're do they not realize this?
I think people are just learning this. I think that's the problem. I think that this information starting and they're understanding now that's what it is. So I think you're probably going to see a lot more, people masking up to do this. And,
maybe.
And that's what you'll see will follow out from that, is what I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I saw a guy with a beat up 4-wheeler, and he was just teeing off on parked Teslas. And he's caught on camera very, very easily.
Did you see the one video of the guy reaching behind himself and getting some self-residue, and then he was wiping it on the door handle.
He put the booty grease right there on the car.
Yeah, over and over again. Several times did it. Yeah, it was disgusting.
That's what I would do.
I'm going to throw up.
It was
Eric,
awful.
Eric, give us something else. I'm going to throw up.
Plenty of people are doing that, by the way. He's not the only one that's going with like bodily stuff onto the car.
So you got to, like, if you're a Tesla owner, you got to go around, like, smell your door handle before you get in.
No, you don't. I would just like use a napkin at that point or something. I don't need to smell.
That's fair.
What is the proper punishment for this United Airlines pilot who turned the plane around 2 hours into a flight because he forgot his passport?
Smelling a Tesla door handle.
I mean, there you go. That'd be a nice punishment there. United Airlines flight, they had to turn around 2 hours into the journey from L.A. to Shanghai because the pilot realized while he was in the air that he didn't have his passport.
We talked about this story.
That's ridiculous.
It's insane.
How does United allow a pilot to get all the way to an airplane without having to prove that you have the passport?
How do you get through security? Like if you're like you should have that.
How do you get on the plane? This is leaving Shanghai?
No, this is leaving
LA. I thought I read something the other day that said it was actually he was leaving Shanghai and he left it in his hotel.
No. It was in LA, wherever it was in LA. If it was in a hotel or his own house. But yeah, he was leaving LAX. They flew back to San Fran. This happened again though in Paris the next day. Not with a passport. They get in the air about an hour in, and a passenger's like, I can't find my phone.
Not good enough to turn around, sorry.
And they turn the plane around.
Oh, my gosh.
Because it was a security issue in case the phone was lost on the plane, that it could have been like an explosive device.
What?
Yeah.
A lost phone is now considered a potential
Somebody
explosive
comes up
device?
and says, I lost my phone. And your first thought is,
it was a precautionary
they're hiding this bomb
measure
on this plane.
That's miserable.
When they got to the gate, maintenance got on the plane and found it. They found the phone, but because they contain lithium batteries that could pose a fire hazard if they're overheated or confined. So, like, if they're saying, like, if this was in your checked luggage.
Oh, so this is an explosive risk. It's not that it's a bomb; it could explode because of the batteries.
It's the battery that could explode. If you put your phone in your luggage, right, and it's underneath, like, it could theoretically explode on you. That's pretty wild, man. Like that's
I guess if they're worried about it, not so much like, oh, this could be a bomb. They're more worried it could explode because of the batteries. Then I understand it a little bit more.
Bobby, question from the 214. Did you play the diss track? I want to hear it, and I missed a segment on the work toilet.
I did not. I don't think I can play it while kids are in the car going to school right now. We'll see.
It is pretty aggressive and heavy-handed.
Well, if kids are in the car going to school right now, don't talk about the story of monsters hiding under their bed.
No, this is a good thing.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I saw this headline, and I was too frightened.
I don't know if this is a good thing or not.
This is a wild story. Okay, so this is from CBS News. A babysitter was in Kansas. Kids came up to her, were like, there are monsters under the bed. She's like, don't be silly. There are no monsters under the bed. Monsters are not real. And so she went over to the bed and she said, I'm going to show you there are no monsters under this bed. And she lifted up the blanket and there was no monster under the bed. Instead, there was a fugitive, a man lying under the bed, hiding out from police. The babysitter found a man hiding under the child's bed after they attempted to show the children there was nothing under there.
Sure. That's not going to give anybody
Barton
nightmares.
County Sheriff's
That's
Office.
going to give me nightmares, Bobby.
She came face-to-face with a male suspect who was hiding there, the sheriff's office said. Sheriff deputies arrived at the home just outside the city of Great Bend at 10:30 p.m. on Monday after they were called for the disturbance. Deputies arrived. The babysitter told the deputies that when the man was discovered, there was an altercation. The babysitter and the child were knocked over during the scuffle, and the suspect fled. So he was just trying to get the hell out of there, I guess is what was happening. But the following day, deputies spotted the man while they were in the area looking for the suspect. He ran, and after a short pursuit, they caught him. He is now being held on $500,000 bond. But this is why you need to check those things. Specifically you, Chop. I think specifically under your bed. You need to check for the fugitives.
I think it'll be okay. Our dog can no longer even fit under our bed, so I don't think an actual grown adult can.
I guess it depends on how big the adult is.
What always freaks me
Cody
out.
can fit under your bed.
Yeah, he can fit.
Yeah, Cody could.
Yeah,
for sure.
The stories that freak me out and that keep me awake sometimes is the idea of people up in the
attic.
Yeah,
yes,
and they're peeking through the vents or whatever. And there's been stories about people living, unbeknownst to the homeowners, in the attic or whatever for extended periods of time. That freaks me out so much.
I wonder if I have somebody living in our attic or we sleepwalk, because every now and then I'll come out in the middle of the night and a light's on. that I didn't turn on. And I'm wondering, all right, did Sarah wake up and turn it on in the middle of the night? Did I sleepwap? Or do we have somebody living upstairs?
Do you sleepwalk? Do either of you?
I don't know.
I used to. I'm a very deep sleeper. I haven't actually wet the bed in a while, which is good. But there was a time.
I've done that before.
Sleep talking, sleep walking. I haven't done the sleepwalking thing in quite some time. I think I'd still do the sleep talking thing.
Yeah.
But that was always a huge topic of conversation in my house with my buddies. You have a sleepover. Next thing you know, they're like, "Oh my gosh, dude, you're talking about weird stuff," and my eyes will be open, and I'll never remember what happened. I just go right back to sleep.
I will sleep fight. I literally once grabbed my brother's head because I shot up. I don't remember it. I shot up in our bunk beds, and I was like, "Who are you?" And he grabbed my shoulders and he like shook me. He was trying to mess with me, and I took his head, apparently put it between the ladder on the bunk bed, and I was just slamming him up and down between each railing. And I don't even remember it.
Violent in your sleep.
Oh, wow.
So people know not to like. They just try to wake me up from afar.
You need to go to sleep in a straitjacket is what you need
really
to do.
Sounds like you do.
Yeah, psychopath convention, right?
All right, next, yes, it is. Next one here, and this is a little PSA for the fellas out there. Women and guys are doing the same thing but they are hiring loyalty testers. They are hiring people to flirt with you to see if you stray.
Interesting.
The entrapment that this is.
That is entrapment. That would not stick.
Entrapment. But I mean, whose significant other would do this?
This
Kristen,
one right there. She would.
Yeah,
she would do it.
Kristen would pull this move.
Yeah, as Kristen just pulled up. What would be the like if Sarah was trying to go like, oh, I'm gonna get RJ. I'm gonna test his loyalty.
Yeah.
Describe the woman she would hire.
Man, I don't know, man. I like a girl who looks like a mover.
Okay, so like a mover, like moves
a Persian accent.
She moves herself. Like you mean she's into
She's
cardio
she's
or
like a mover?
Oh,
like she would be the one that would be doing the heavy lifting with furniture.
I don't want doing that.
Yeah.
All right. So Sarah would hire Carly. Who would?
Oh God!
Who would Marion hire? What would this woman look like?
That's a good question.
Paige Spiranak?
Well.
Yeah, Paige will work.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that, Bob.
Paige is not the. My favorite golfer is Cass. Cass is the favorite golfer of mine. Paige is number 2.
I don't think I'm familiar with
Cass Marie. Oh, she's
Cass's work.
Oh, you should be.
No clue who that is.
You need to look up.
Kristen, I know
Cass
she's an
Marie.
influencer golf girl.
just like her, just like Paige.
Just copy and paste.
Yeah, she's different. She's like a long drive champ.
Kristen is convinced I don't like blondes, which I've never said, and I've told her I do like blondes, but she's convinced that anybody that I think is attractive is a brunette, and so she would just probably look for a brunette to try and get me, is how it would work, I would guess.
Yeah, that would be actually similar for me as well. I lean the brunette way. All right, there it is, the junk drawer on a Friday, live here from Keller Firehouse number 1. We would love to see you here until 10 a.m. We got the Whataburger breakfast for free. We also got the Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons as well. So come on out, say hello. We cannot wait to see it. Looks like the rain's starting to lighten up a little bit, so that's good news. We barrel into the 8 o'clock hour with more opening day conversations and MLB predictions for the season, as well as the craziest baseball food item I've seen to date.
Yeah?
That's next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Great to have you in the morning show on a Friday, live from Keller Fire Station number 1 here in Keller until 10 a.m. The Rangers lose on opening day, but it was a fun one. It was a lot of fun. The festivities were fantastic, and they're back at Globe Life Field versus the Red Sox tonight, but they drop it 5-2. The closer role, that was a huge topic of conversation going into spring training, became the story of opening day for the Texas Rangers as Luke Jackson goes in there, 2 hits, 3 earned, and the Rangers fall to the Red Sox. We have RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and myself, Eric Chiafalo, here live at the Keller Fire Station until 10 a.m., boys.
And we got Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring going to make a special appearance here at 9 a.m. this morning.
Oh, dude,
yeah,
this is a surprise.
I know.
Rob is amazing.
So Rob is going to make an appearance this morning. And then we also have another surprise guest right now here at Keller Fire Station number 1, 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. Coming out, we still got Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons, breakfast. It's a good time. The rain is letting up, so now you can come on out here and have a good time. Real quick, before we get to our special guest, shout out to Garrett in Benbrook. His brother was Sam in Fort Worth, but Garrett in Benbrook is out here with his son Cade and his daughter Addie. And so it's a great time. Everybody come on out here to Keller Fire Station number 1. And now we're joined by the queen of Keller, Keller High School softball coach, Jessica Pauls. And then Chop, is her mic popped on? I'm not sure if they're right. There we go. Yep. Cool. Jessica, how you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are you guys?
Thank you for coming out.
Coach.
Morning.
This is how I got so aligned with Keller softball. Was Jessica had reached out and she's just like, we got a big game against South. It could be cool if you guys came out. Mm-hmm. And so we came out. Eric, you came out, I think, after a remote at the ballpark. You swung by, and
he did. He made a large guest appearance.
He did. He was very impactful. I think I was largely responsible for the run you guys went on.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and for their stuff getting stolen, but whatever.
Yeah, just the good luck. Well, look, I mean, I bring a lot of attention from the cartel because I'm not afraid. I will speak up where it needs to be spoken up. And yeah, I may have said a little bit too much about Midland, and that puts us in a little bit of a precarious situation. But they made it far anyway, and then I got them in trouble, I think, with that guy. But other than that, it was fantastic. How's the season going so far?
Man, season's going so well. We are 15-6-1 overall. We're 8-2 in district, so we're battling with first and second with Eaton right now. We lost to them head-to-head early on in the district, so we're kind of fighting for first and second with them.
But you beat them in the playoffs.
Kids.
I know.
Oh, man.
But they've got a really talented team this year. You know, they're strong across the board, along with a lot of the other teams that we have in our district. And so we've got a really talented district. We've got a lot of really talented kids throughout. So there's those top 5 teams are battling for those top 4 positions that are going to go play in the playoffs.
So I told you guys last year, Sadie Beck, you saw her. She hit the home run while we were out there. She was a pitching superstar. She's at
I can't with Bobby. Anytime Bobby tries to talk about somebody hit it, he acts like he's Ty Cobb with a bat with his hands like so far away, and he has to
it's natural.
Swings the bat, and it's like his hands.
Peyton, you are going to die. Peyton. That's what's going to happen there.
Yes, Peyton.
So,
hey, when it's natural, you can't turn it off.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Sadie, she was fantastic last year. But we also talked about along the run how they were missing a couple players. They were missing Sedona. They were missing Brooke.
Yes.
You got those 2 back this year.
We've got
so
those
you
2
lost
back.
Sadie, but you got those 2 back.
Yes, we've got those 2 back. Sedona is back at first base, and she is doing such a phenomenal job. She's a Texas Tech commit, so she will be attending Texas Tech in the next 2 years. She's a junior.
Peyton's Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
And then Brooke is going to Oklahoma Christian next year. She went up there last year and just absolutely fell in love with it. She's doing a great job for us too. And we were very excited to have both of them back.
Well, we're excited for Keller. I'm going to get out to a game here soon. Real quick before we jump over to our MLB stuff, I got to know, how mad exactly do you think Denton Geyer was at me last year, or some of the people associated with Geyer?
I think it's fine.
Some of them were mad.
I think it's fine.
Parents
It's
probably
fine.
hated you.
I think here's the thing: we play. Not only do we play Denton Geyer, we played Denton Geyer the last 2 years in the playoffs.
Yep.
But we have also played them early in the year with like scrimmages and stuff like that. And we have such a good relationship with that staff, and a lot of those girls play travel ball together and stuff like that. So it's such this competitive, like respectful relationship. And so, I mean, those games are super intense for a reason, but they spend all summer playing with each other, and they, hang out in the summer. All the parents know everybody. And so, yeah, did it get a little heated? I'm sure, but, no love lost there.
Well, good news. I think we're getting the band back together, the Softballs. That is our softball team name.
Yes.
We're the Softballs.
Yeah.
And we play against her husband.
Yeah.
We used to, at least.
Yes.
And then we disbanded the team. Because
he just beat y'all down that bad.
They had ringers. Okay, it was amazing. Every time we would get in the playoffs, like everybody would have like 6 new players, and here we are with the same right fielder who can't catch.
Aaron was definitely one of the ringers.
He was
sure.
a ringer. 100%. 100%.
I did hear, by the way, somebody on the fan text, I don't know if they were serious. Somebody on the fan text did tell me that when Keller and Geyer played each other in baseball, that the coaches at Geyer showed them my tweets from the softball to motivate them.
Bulletin board material.
Oh, baby.
So that's what somebody on the fan text at least claimed. But anyway, so Keller softball,
Bulletin
fantastic.
Bob.
They
Bulletin
are
Bob.
Yeah, that's me. They are the official softball show of the morning show. Jessica Pauls, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you, and thank you guys for just supporting us. We appreciate everything you guys do for all of us.
Absolutely.
You're incredible.
We are local as all get out. Chop.
Yeah.
MLB valuations. You had a little bit of a rant from what Forbes had to say.
So this is the problem that I think the MLB PA, all the PAs have, is that they don't trust the owners. They don't trust the owners, right? Because the owners are fudging the numbers. So they did the valuations of each team, and the Rangers come in at $2.45 billion as the value of the team. All right, that's number 12 in baseball.
Not bad.
Not bad. It's 2% from last year, up 2% from the year before. They claim an operating loss of $38 million. Okay, so some teams claimed a profit, right? Like the Angels said they made $40 million. The Cardinals, the St. Louis Cardinals, who sell it every game, claim they made $7 million. That's it, the whole year. That's your operating income. That's your profit the whole year.
How did the Angels make more?
The Mets claim they lost $268 million. Just by existing, they claim they lost $268 million. The New York Yankees, who I went and looked, they made $650 million in revenue last year. Their payroll was under $300 million. And they claim an operating loss of $57 million. No, you didn't lose $57 million. You didn't have $350 million of expenses beyond your payroll. It didn't happen.
So how are they coming up
you had to pay for the Juan Soto family suite.
Right. Yeah, I know, right? Your payroll was like $280 million. You made $650 in just revenue.
You had to pay for counseling for Cody Bellinger and Giancarlo Stanton so
right.
that they could.
Well,
there are a lot.
But
of
that was
costs
last
that
year.
come
Those two, Bellinger wasn't on the team. It's just a bunch of crap.
I
it's
guess
just a bunch of crap. Open your books. These teams, they're cooking the books, man. They're cooking the books.
That's what they do, man. It's. But I feel like
I get it. If you like, the Rangers can look at it and say the Diamond Sports thing that was an issue. I get it for them. The Yankees own. They have their own network.
Yeah,
They didn't lose $50 million.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
The Mets have their own network, SNY. They didn't lose $270 million. Like, what are we doing here?
We got to stop letting them get away with it, Chop.
Yeah,
hold them
someone
accountable.
smarter than me has to figure this one out.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, get on that, Doge.
Hey, we do got to shout out the guy though who is now 6 straight opening day games.
Tyler O'Neill, 6 straight opening days he has homered.
That's Paul's son, right?
I don't know. It might be. I don't know. But
now
he's with the Orioles. He's with the Orioles now.
Yeah, he is with the Orioles.
And 6 straight opening day home runs. That's pretty awesome. It's
impressive.
And then
it's a new record.
It is, and then Mike Trout. By the way, the record was 4. He's set. He's broke his own record.
What are you about to tell me about Trout? If it's what I think you're going to tell me, I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Who did he hack off? Who did he anger?
God.
He got hit in the hand yesterday. First at bat of the year.
They thought he was going to come.
They thought he was going to come out of the game with his first at bat.
I'm not laughing at that. It's
like what is going on?
The worst luck.
The poor guy. Just get him out of Anaheim.
He
could get himself out of Anaheim. He clearly doesn't want to. That's my thing with Mike Trout.
They need to force him out.
You're totally fine with just being with a franchise that you're not going to be able to do any type of legacy winning. And if you're fine with that, then for a while you're feeling bad for Mike Trout. At some point you're like, dude, you have the opportunity to just say, get me out of here, send me somewhere else, and he hasn't wanted to do that. So he's comfortable in the losing environment, and that's on him.
Did you feel that way about Dame Lillard for a while in Portland?
Yes.
Like as a guy who I don't feel bad for Dame like everybody else does because the guy can figure out something.
Yeah. And then unfortunately for him, he went to Milwaukee, and now doesn't he have a blood clot situation going on as well?
He does.
He's going to be missing.
This is a couple issues in NBA recently where we've had there's Wembanyama, there's Dame. There's
Chris Bosh ended his career some years ago,
and I thought there was another one recently that had popped up, but. Yeah, this is that Dame is now down for the foreseeable future because that's 2 blood clot issues this year that have taken away 2 really big stars. All right, really quickly over to MLB.com. Rangers lose yesterday 5-2 right here on 105.3 The Fan. But over at MLB.com yesterday, they had 59 writers vote on the predictions for every division winner, wild card club, the pennant winner, all of that stuff. Do you know who the MLB writers projected to win the AL West?
I would say it's the Rangers.
It is the Texas Rangers. The Mariners, Astros, and Athletics all received votes, but they say the Rangers have the talent.
The A's got votes.
A lot of people are buying the A's, I think.
They're not bad. They spent some money. It was weird. They never spend any money. And they went out and got Severino. They paid him like $70 million. They never spend money.
I think
everybody loves Brent Rooker. He's like you can get him at like 25-30 to 1 to win the MVP.
That damn closer of theirs, who
Mason
is
Miller,
the most impossible pitcher in the world to hit. But yeah, they say that they everybody got votes on this except the Angels. It says the Rangers have the talent to win their division, something they haven't accomplished since 2016. The key is just staying healthy. We all have repeated that ad nauseum.
Yep.
Texas's defense of its 2023 World Series title didn't go as planned as the club was dogged by injuries up and down its roster, but its lineup remains star-laden, highlighted by team leaders Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. Young bats Wyatt Langford and Josh Young haven't realized their full potential yet, and offseason additions Jock Peterson and Jake Berger should make this offense even scarier for opposing pitchers when it's at its full strength. We had all picked this yesterday. We all picked Texas to win the AL West, 90-plus wins. Did you guys do predictions on G-Bag?
Yes, yeah, and I believe Dawson was the lone wolf picking against the Rangers to not win. I don't know who he had winning. I guess he maybe went with Seattle just to try to not to give them the kiss of death with our show, everybody predicting the Rangers doing it. But ultimately, I think a lot of this comes down, and Peyton will agree, do you believe in Jacob deGrom?
I do. Yep.
That's exactly what it comes down to. Now, the projected AL champion, according to the experts, is the Boston Red Sox.
That's the
Choppy.
overall AL
that is the winner. Bunch of other teams. This is how split the AL is. You mentioned how wide open the AL is. These are the other people who got votes for the AL champ. Orioles, Rangers, Tigers, Royals, Mariners, Yankees, Astros, A's, Guardians, Twins. And that's with the Red Sox winning. So 11 of the 15 AL teams received votes that they would win the American League this year.
11 teams?
11
it's wide
of
open,
the
baby.
15
Yeah.
received
It's
votes.
there for the taking.
I have never seen.
Three teams received votes. Or no, that was just for the NL East. If you look at the NL, who's going to win the NL? It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams received
Man,
votes.
I've been following this sport closely since 1982, I guess. Not quite. Like, I wasn't 3 years old. Closely following it.
Sure.
But you get the point. I've never seen the American League this bad. Ever. And if you can't, like, if you're a team that just can't get over the hump, like if you're Minnesota, who could never get over the hump, right? Seattle, Cleveland, they can never get over the hump. If you're that team at Baltimore, you'll never do it. If you can't do it this year, you'll never do it. It's ripe. It is there for the Rangers to get into the World Series. It is so ripe.
The projected World Series champ is the Dodgers, but there are
going
some,
out on a limb there at SI.
Again, others receiving votes on this one, though, are the Rangers. They're including that. In fact, the Rangers are one of only 3 AL teams that got votes. It was the Red Sox, Rangers, and Orioles for World Series champ that got AL votes.
Man, I don't get the Orioles. They lost Burns. They lost Santander in the offseason.
I think everybody just looks at it and says there's so much young talent that they've just been running up
There
their
is.
system.
There is. I don't see Baltimore. I don't see Baltimore.
I see Texas. That's what I see, ladies and gentlemen. We're kicking off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour in Keller today. Keller Fire Station #1. We would love to see you out here until 10 a.m. Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons, free breakfast from Whataburger, and a lot of great fellowship. Thanks to Firehouse Roofing, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here on The Fan.
Getting you updated on sports.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are dogs.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens. You said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Through 33. With Franklin Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
All right, about to hit you with a little biggest L, biggest dub right here in the morning show, live from Keller Firehouse #1 until 10 a.m. as we kick off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. Before we do that, though, Bob, we got some shout-outs.
Yeah, and if you're coming out here today, park off Bear Creek. They've got a coned-off lane for you to come on through. Some shout-outs from the last break. We have Parker and Natalie from Keller, and they had their kids Boston and Adeline here. We also had Tyler and Keller supporting Peyton Russell's Texas Tech Red Raiders. We also had Byron from Fort Worth coming in here supporting Peyton Russell's crossing guard. So that's what we got there.
I'm not going to say who, but a very special guest is coming here as well.
Can I guess?
Yeah, sure.
What's the name of the person who lit me up in the survey?
No. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Release their
Somebody
name.
you will know. You will know when he gets here.
Ooh, I can't wait.
That's a great
know.
tease.
You will know.
And it's not our guy Rob at the top of the hour.
Not from Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. No.
All right.
No.
That's a great tease. Below the belt coming up here in a few minutes.
Maybe the top Cowboy fan in the world.
Wow, that is a massive tease.
Maybe. I don't know.
All right. Well,
I thought Sean was in San Antonio.
We're on watch now for the biggest Cowboys fan in the world, about to plant his flag right here at Keller Fire Station number 1, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here on a Friday, live from Keller, it's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
3 seconds left. Wagner driving right. Behind his back. Launches the 20-footer for the tie. No! It's over! Texas Tech has won! Texas Tech is going to the Elite Eight! The Red Raiders back from the dead! They rally from 16 down, and in overtime, Texas Tech knocks off Arkansas 85-83.
Unbelievable. Texas Tech and the Red Raiders from down 16 now to the Elite Eight. Texas Tech survives versus John Calipari and the Arkansas Razorbacks. Texas Tech went on a 16-3 run to close down regulation, tie the ball game up, go to overtime, get the victory. Darian Williams, have a night, sir.
Yeah, it was a fantastic finish. A great comeback from Tech. An epic collapse from Arkansas. There's no business blowing a 16-point second half lead and a 10-point lead with 3.5 to go. But the Cinderella run, if you want to call it that, they were as Cinderella as it gets.
It's the modern Cinderella.
If they're the modern Cinderella, they were a 10 seed from a Power 5. But that's what happens in the current landscape of college athletics. That is as Cinderella as you wind up getting.
You know how you ever seen the movie She's All That?
I have seen She's All That.
Yeah, you remember how they tried to, or A Walk to Remember?
Oh,
how they tried to make Mandy Moore and Rachel Lee Cook look homely or whatever.
Yes,
that's Cinderella.
Yeah, that's
the modern Cinderella.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is.
That's a great call, man. I used to love that movie. I'm a rom-com guy. Now, that's not really a comedy. That's romantic sadness,
romantic
I think.
depression.
Yeah, but still a good movie.
But still, look, we got a couple of good games last night. The Tech game was a great game. The Duke-Arizona game, Caleb Love was awesome. 35 points, no turnovers. Florida pulled away from Maryland, win by 16, and then Alabama put on an absolute show. They made 25 three-pointers. Dude, move the line back for them.
Yeah.
Just for them. It's not fair.
I think they broke the tournament record with 7 minutes remaining in the game.
They played at a pace I couldn't believe the pace they played at. Either team, both teams combined. I knew Bama played like that. I didn't think BYU had the horsepower to do that.
214, biggest L is Bobby because Peyton caught Bobby lacking with the moan. That was not a moan, by the way. That was an error in the production process of my song.
That's a moan. That's a moan.
430. My biggest dub this week is find out I'm going to be a dad. Look at that!
Oh,
congratulations 430.
I got a pretty big L. Big L that I took. I took 2 L's yesterday.
Wow, a double L Thursday.
A double L Thursday.
How did he get up this morning?
Because good question. So I was at the gym yesterday. It was Thursday. Was arm day. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a real athlete would. 90 minutes isolating biceps. That's what we want to do.
Sure. That's we call that every day.
I call it every day. I've officially I've realized I'm old because I strained my calf doing arms.
You strained your calf doing arms?
Yeah, I was
too much rocking?
No, I was in the cables and I was doing reverse, so I walked backwards to put the cable back down.
Yeah.
And then I strained the calf. It still hurts. I was foam rolling. I was on the cross ball. I had that gun thing out. Sarah was gunning me.
Oh, the Theragun.
Oh, it was great. I was screaming. I bit the dog's bone. I put the dog's bone in my mouth. That's how much pain I was in when she was doing that. I had to bite down on it.
You should have gone live on Instagram. Choppy here.
Well, I might have to do that today. But after the gym, I went to the pharmacy because I had my colonoscopy. I had my colonoscopy a couple of weeks back.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
They wrote me a prescription, and the prescription never got there, so I called them up. They said, oh, sorry, I guess something happened. I go to the pharmacy, and they said, your insurance doesn't cover this. It's going to be $1,100.
$1,100?
Yeah, for hemi medicine.
So then you said,
for
isn't
some
there
hemorrhoids.
something we can do?
And I said, I'm just going to deal with these things. So 45 years old, got a strained calf from doing arms, and I got $1,100 hemorrhoid medicine that I'm not getting.
How are they not going to cover that?
I don't know,
dude?
but I'm going to be walking around the rest of my life with what do they call those inner tubes? I'm just gonna put an inner tube in my pants.
This is
so I can sit on it.
I've overheard the likes of my father, my grandfather talking about and raving about a particular hemi cream that they get over the counter. I might have to tee this up for you.
Yeah,
I'll get the facts on it and send it your way because they speak very, very highly.
Man, my dad, after he would go to the bathroom, he would go into the recovery room, which was the bedroom. He would lay down for like an hour
on his stomach.
He was out of commission. If he had to go to the bathroom, the day was over. We weren't doing nothing the rest of the day.
817 strained calf. Nico just traded Choppy for Richie Witt.
God.
Choppy, it's because
it's a similar return.
It's a similar return.
You got too much muscle in that calf.
That's right.
Diamond calves.
Man.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your L taking. A calf injury on arm day is a sign of old age for sure.
Yeah.
It's coming for all of us. Father time.
I had I'll tell you what my biggest L was this week. We went to the old driving range, the Top Golf.
We did?
Over the weekend.
Yeah, that was just your biggest L in general was you swinging a golf club.
I shot 60.
You did shoot 60.
Thank you. Just no other context. Did I shoot a 60?
In Top Golf?
Did I shoot a 60?
I think you did.
I did shoot a 60. He's not lying. I
You're
did.
a man of your word.
It was Top Golf.
Okay, so I said no other context. You can shut up now. So no, we were walking out of the studio on Monday, and I was like, why does the side of my hamstring hurt? Like both of them. And then Chop was like, because you were swinging a golf club yesterday. I was like, what does that have to do with anything? He's like, you're swinging it, like activating all sorts of muscles you're not going to use normally when you're swinging a golf club. And this S hurt for like 3 days on this, not even like the back of it. It was the side of the hamstring hurt.
Both of them?
On the sides of them, right out here on the outside. Like on the side, but not the actual hamstrings themselves, but like kind of on the side there.
It just speaks to how
Bobby's
little you
IT
move.
bands.
Yeah, the IT bands.
Jacked up from golf.
Get this man a foam roller.
Now I worked my forearm out enough that wasn't a problem. You know what I mean? But that was the hamstrings.
God.
I guess I don't get a lot of activation there. You know?
You're unbelievable. 214 Big Dub started new job on Monday that should enable him to retire in 9 years. So he's got the Jim Nantz thing going for him here. But he says Big L, due to the new job, 16 years of being a Tolo from 6A to 6P end today. I guess you can't sneak an AirPod in the office.
Yeah, you got to be able to get an AirPod.
Find a way, dude. Find a way. Oh,
our world's biggest Cowboys.
I told you.
Oh my gosh. So we deserve to stand up for this man.
He got the
applause. He's got the Rangers boob hat. Mike Adams, former Ranger, live here in Keller at the Keller Fire Station #1. Look at that. Wearing a smile and a Rangers T-word hat.
That T-word hat, baby.
I wonder how many of those T-word hats
I wear a smile when I have T-test too, so that makes sense.
I wonder
did he pay retail or eBay price? That's what I want to know.
Oh, that's a good question. He ain't paying no eBay price for that.
That's one of my larger regrets is not buying that hat when I first saw it.
I know.
I was
I thought it was I literally thought it was a ball sack sports thing. I did not think it was actually going.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was real.
I didn't either. It's a great hat though.
Getting them flipped for like $1,000 on eBay. I wonder how many of those hats. I saw some T-shirts and stuff as well from photos at the ballpark yesterday. But I wonder how many of those were just running around Globe Life Field yesterday.
Yeah, the Angels one is good. The Astros one is good.
Yeah, I love it.
And then the Rangers one is good.
I feel like Mike needs to get on headset right here. We need to start chatting with our guy. Mike Adams live here in Keller. Big dub for us. How about that? Good morning, Mike.
What's going on, fellas?
How are you, dude?
I'm good, man. I was supposed to have a tea time this morning, but the weather kind of screwed that up. So
okay, so
you still playing this?
Yeah.
Come get some free Whataburger.
You know it.
That's the way to do it. Were you at the game yesterday?
I was.
How was it?
It was good to the ninth inning.
Yeah, right up to the ninth.
I mean, it was flying by, good, exciting, good baseball, and then ninth inning came around, and I think what we were all kind of worried about kind of played into existence. So we will see if that bullpen can come together and get the job done.
It's so great how fast these games move now.
Oh, dude, we were talking about it last night or yesterday during the game. I'm like, man, this thing's going by quick. And then one of the people I was sitting with, like, how long were the games when you played? And I was like, 3.5, 4 hours on a good day, so.
Especially if you're playing Boston, they took forever.
Oh, man. Boston games, at least four minimum, 4.5 on the good side. And that Boston Yankees games, I don't know I guess it's all the TV stuff.
Probably.
But, man, those games took forever.
Would you have, we talk about the pitch clock and the speed, but would you have been okay with that during your time? Did you move fast enough that wouldn't have bugged you?
No, I would have struggled with it. I mean, I would have adapted to it, but I would have struggled. I was a guy that had my little routine. I'd come in and kind of clean off the mound and have my little stuff, and I was a slow pitcher. But I know I would have complained about it for a little bit, but like everybody else, you adapt to it. And now that it's happened, I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of it.
And then the auto strike zone. Would you like that? It's going to happen, right? At some point,
it's going to happen.
You'd be tapping your hat left and right.
Oh, dude. But I mean, with some of the calls, I mean, like y'all were talking about yesterday. I mean, they're a 16th of an inch off, and you're going to start getting that. I mean, it kind of does. Well, it does take the human element out of it, but I mean, it just like everything else, it's going to go electronic at some point.
How impressed were you with Nasty Nate Eovaldi yesterday, watching him live in person?
I'll tell you what, man, I was really impressed with his curveball.
Yeah, I was working.
That was really nice to see.
It was a punch-out pitch yesterday.
Dude, you add that to his arsenal, and I mean, he might be, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be a top pitcher in the league.
How many comments did you get on that? I'm assuming you wore that hat yesterday in the game.
I did. Yeah.
How many people stopped you being like, "Oh my gosh, great hat! Oh my gosh, it's Mike Adams."
No. I got a lot of responses on the hat, and the big question: Dan, did you pay $500 for it? Like, no.
So you saw the hat, it popped up, and you were like, "I'm clicking on this right now. I know it's real, and I'm going for it."
No, so I have a buddy that does like golf apparel. And, he makes hats and stuff also. So when it came out, we were like, dude, can you make these hats? He was like, of course I can.
Copyright, baby. I love it.
Incredible.
I love it.
Mike Adams getting it done live here in Keller at Keller Fire Station #1, kicking off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We're here until 10 a.m. with Whataburger. We got the Sean and RJ aprons as well, and some fantastic fellowship. Rob Bradford talking baseball at the top of the hour. Looking forward to that. But coming up next, below the belt.
How close was Deion Sanders to being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. Have you ever seen it? Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Peyton Russell, MVP.
Peyton Russell's dead. We're playing it.
MVP.
We're playing
You
it
can
either
try.
Monday
You can try.
or during the 9 o'clock hour. We're playing it.
We're playing it today and probably Monday too.
Yeah, we're going to play it today.
And then it'll be G-Bag of the Day winner, and we'll play it all next
All right,
week.
all right, we're playing it during the 9:20 segment.
Yes, we are. Nice,
okay.
Nice work, Peyton.
What's that? What was that, Peyton?
You heard me.
He already went and hid. All right, how close was Deion Sanders to becoming the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? As we got Eric Giafalo here sitting in for Sean Sharif on Sean and RJ at the Keller Fire Station #1. We still got breakfast out here. I think we only have like one apron left. It's the one that I'm holding up here. But that's it. Otherwise, we're out. RJ Chop here, and we are joined by former Rangers pitcher Mike Adams, Cowboys super fan. In fact, the biggest Cowboys fan in the world, as Choppy described him.
I mean, I just look at the amount of season tickets I hear he has. So
the idea of Deion Sanders as head coach, were you down with that potential?
Not at all.
No,
Not
just
at all.
doesn't bring. Are you? I know that like pitchers specifically, a lot of them are very big into like the mental side of the game and some of the intangibles and different things like that. So when you hear Schottenheimer come up and talk about culture and the intangibles and the little things that like, are those the type of things that you do think make a big difference in professional sports?
I think they make a huge difference. I mean, because you're around those guys for, well, at least baseball-wise, for 7-8 months a year. I mean, if you don't have a rapport with all those guys, it's hard to go out there and battle with them every single day and pull for them. And that's what you need. You need to have a good team chemistry, just because that alone goes a long ways.
Over on the Skip Bayless show, I know everybody's a big fan of him here. Loves Skip. In fact, I'm just going to read from him because I didn't want to actually play any audio off of Skip Bayless's show. But on the Skip Bayless show on Wednesday, Deion had sat down with him and talked with him a little bit about some of the things this offseason with Colorado, Shador, Travis Hunter, and specifically
he gets a one-on-one with Deion?
the Cowboys. He does. And so he was asked about, hey, were you ever offered the job, the Cowboys job? And Deion said, no, I'm not going to say it was offered to me. I'm going to say it was an opportunity that could have presented itself, and we didn't go to that next level. But Jerry was always honest and straight up from day one. So there was at least conversations and discussions that occurred, and it was more probably something like, hey, if you want to go down this path, we can. And ultimately, I think, to be completely honest, both sides used it for their end game, which is Deion got a probably a bigger payday out of this, got more from Colorado, and Dallas got some chatter about their job.
I mean, look, obviously there was going to be intrigue with it. It's a fit that was there because of who he is and who the Cowboys are and the relationship they had. I'm still torn. Like, I don't really know how to evaluate him. Like, he's done a really good job at Colorado, but he also had the two best players of the draft, maybe the top two picks of the draft. This year is going to tell a lot.
Yeah.
A lot about him.
You can't. There was so much doubt for him at Jackson State when he started.
He did great things.
And there was so much of just like, this is him. Just this is gimmicky. He doesn't care. And then it was like, no, this is real. And he showed you that this was something where he wasn't just coming to play and get attention. He was actually going to establish something. Well, then when he moved to Colorado, it's like, all right, well, why are you jumping to Colorado? This is just again, you're looking for some headlines. You're not going to be able to hang there. And then they come out and they beat TCU in that opener, and then they win a couple games, and they show, all right, some struggles that first year in the back half, but they showed, all right, we can compete in the transfer portal. We can bring in good coaches. They've got, a Pat Shurmur who's been the offensive coordinator there before.
Not a good coach.
Byron, but an NFL coach, nonetheless. Byron Leftwich, who was at one point a highly touted, highly regarded coordinator and head coaching candidate, was just brought onto their staff. And so he's shown an ability to kind of build it out a little bit. I don't know at the end of the day if the flash fits Colorado. And so I still think at some point he's going to leave, whether that's for the NFL or if it's for Florida State or something like that at some point.
I think Florida State's the obvious one. I think he's built for college. I think he's great for the college game. He can go into any living room and convince parents, hey, look, let me take care of your young man.
I agree, but I also think that his desire to want to coach his son, wherever Shedeur ends up, the head coach of that team is going to be looking over his shoulder, especially if it's the Giants, who they might be one and done, with Daboll this next season. And who knows? I mean, maybe it's the Raiders or something like that. Pete Carroll got like a 3-year deal. He could be out of there in no time. I think wherever Shedeur ends up, you're going to be on Deion watch to be that team's next head coach.
It's funny you mentioned Shedeur. So over at Sports Illustrated, Connor Orr has a new column up. Russell Wilson's signing leaves Shedeur Sanders with 4 intriguing scenarios. So he runs through the various options potentially now that exist. Number 1, the Giants signed Wilson after becoming certain the Browns were going to take Shedeur Sanders. So that this could be a move that they make because they know they don't have a shot. Browns aren't going to trade with them. They're not going up to the Titans. So if that happens, the likelihood out of that is a 2 out of 10, according to Connor Orr, he thinks.
Yeah, because Adam Schefter already had the report of the Browns are zeroing in on Abdul Carter, the Penn State edge rusher at 2. Now, maybe that's smoke, but when Schefter's reporting it, it feels pretty legit.
Be pretty nasty defensive line.
Yeah.
With him and Miles.
Be very, very good. And then you got Dak at quarterback, of course, because that trade's going to happen.
That trade's going to happen, yeah.
So we got that, too. Are you a Dak guy? Are you a Dak fan? You want to be?
I want to be. Yeah. I was big on Dak. I was a big puller for him, and then it's kind of faded. He hasn't been everything that I wanted him to be, and I want him to be good so bad.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that when we talk about the intangibles, that we were just talking about intangibles and those sort of little details and things like that, I still think that's where he checks the highest marks. And this is what I'll say. This is what I've always said about Dak is I think people, Sean's always said, oh, it's like saying, oh, that girl has a nice personality. Whenever you're talking about what are you not saying? And to me, it's like, I think that it's the reverse. You got to think, how important is it to that football team that you know how to handle this job? Because there's a lot of people, I'll be honest, a lot of people felt like Romo couldn't handle that job. But like everything that needed to come into it. They know that Dak's going to have all of that handled and on the level, and he's going to be prepared for whatever comes their way, and he's going to lead that locker room. And so that's why I think they believe we're rolling the dice even more by getting somebody who we don't know if they're ready for what this job means and what this attention means and how it can distract you.
I mean, it is is it not the most famous job in all of sports?
Yeah, probably Cowboys starting quarterback. What else would be even close?
I mean, you're looking
pitcher.
Lakers. Anybody in the Lakers.
I mean, yeah, I would think Yankees, Lakers. Those are the two that really stand out. The only problem there is just maybe Yankees center fielder, or just whoever the Yankees star is. Whoever the star of the Yankees is, that's probably equal. Or whoever the star of the Lakers is. It's just different because with the Cowboys, that's a position. It's not whoever's the star. It's the quarterback. And it's a little different with baseball and basketball in terms of being able to say that position is always going to get the attention of. You need to be the leader, and you need to respond to this. And so I would say, probably Jeter probably felt as much pressure and intensity as a Cowboys quarterback would.
Yeah.
Or Kobe probably felt that. But yeah, that's more just kind of a rotating. Who are you and how do you fit into the structure of the organization is what I would guess. All right, next scenario here that they bring up: the Giants still plan on drafting Shedeur Sanders. They rate this a 4 out of 10 on the likelihood scale. That'd be interesting if they were to go get Jameis, sign Russell Wilson, and then still draft Shedeur. That just seems like a waste of resources.
I mean, you have to if you have Jameis. I mean, he can teach you how to eat a W.
Yeah,
and then there you go.
There's nothing better than that.
Russ is on a 1-year deal, though, right? It's a 1-year deal with Russ.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the position's still open. Jameis, at this point, I think he knows he's not a starting quarterback, or at least, the league has told him he's not a starting quarterback.
Yeah, his deal was like 2 years, $8 million.
Yeah, that's a great deal. That's a great
for
deal.
the Giants.
For the Giants, absolutely. I mean, look, for him it is too. You want to pay me $8 million over the next 2 years? Sit there, hold the clipboard, maybe play a little bit.
Third scenario, Giants were never going to take Sanders and planning on drafting either Carter or Hunter at 3 and a high-end developmental player in the middle rounds. That is a 6 out of 10. That's a fairly likely scenario, I think, is that the Giants were never going to take him. No matter how much Shedeur tried to make it happen with his Giants shoes and playing catch with Malik Neighbors in the street in December and everything else they did. And then the most likely scenario for them, this conversation seems a little silly in retrospect, as Sanders is poised to fall a little bit further than we initially expected. And that's the common thing that we're hearing, is that Shedeur very well could slip out of the top 5 at some point.
Man, I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised.
So would he. I mean,
so
he's dripping with confidence, as he should. He's a Sanders, but he will be shell-shocked if he's not picked in the top 5.
Teams need quarterbacks, man. You can't let them go. If you don't have a quarterback, take your chance. Take your chance with Shedeur. Otherwise, you're going to wait till next year, and then who knows where you're going to pick. You might not get to a position. You might be in the top 5 again next year, and there's not a quarterback on the board that you would even be considering getting.
Yeah, I mean, that's I understand the idea of go get the quarterback, but also, again, we're talking about quarterback is such a natural position of where you're going to default as the leader. And if it's the old, Parcells line about do you check these boxes, these 10 commandments or whatever they are, that say you've got what it takes to lead a locker room? Because we've seen that was a big question with Kyler Murray. That's been a question with Baker Mayfield in the past. Those things have come up before. So there are some of the scenarios there. We got former Rangers pitcher Mike Adams joining us here, and he is the biggest Dallas Cowboys fan in the world, according to Choppy.
Yes.
That's what his commitment level is. Overall thoughts and feelings about the Cowboys, where they stand right now, how they've been with this offseason with their selective aggressiveness?
It's the same as last year. I mean, the all-in stuff. I mean, I'm the biggest Cowboys fan. I'm on the Mike Bassick train right now.
No.
After last year, after Jerry's comments of the all-in, that just soured me when they did nothing. And the way it's gone. And I mean, I've been a season ticket holder for 15 years now, and I've just thrown my money away. And until they really do something to prove that they are the Dallas Cowboys and they're not a symbol. You got to prove it to me. So even last year, I went to one single game, and that was because I couldn't get rid of the tickets the last game. So me and my son went and just kind of, it was a good game. I'll give it that. But yeah, I'm so upset with the Cowboys.
Did you get tickets this year?
Yes, but see, so here, look, here's always the talk. Oh, Jerry saying the season ticket, renewal. You can't just get rid of your season tickets. You pay your license fee.
Yeah,
and it's not cheap for your license fee. So it's not like other sports where it'd be like, oh, I'm just going to quit my season tickets. No, if you quit your season tickets, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. So that's why people don't just get rid of their season tickets.
You're committed.
I'm committed. Yes, I'm committed.
You're in this. You took those vows.
It's
for better or for worse.
Better or worse.
It's like a 30-year
better or worse.
It's like a 30-year commitment then.
It's a 30-year commitment. It's a 30-year
wow.
commitment.
Jeez.
Look at that.
It's a mortgage.
It is.
Yes, it is. It is a mortgage.
It is. Got to refinance.
So when Jerry says, "Oh, the season ticket renewals are still the same," it's because you can't just give them up. You can't just give up your season tickets. So there's a little asterisk to that whole
insider
comment.
info. Thank you.
That
Mike
is
Adams.
insider info, baby.
That's good.
B-Belts right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nice work, Bobby. Better work, Peyton Russell. We barrel into the 9 o'clock hour, the final hour of this Friday edition, live here in Keller at Keller Fire Station number 1. We'd love to see you out here until 10 o'clock. From one legend in Mike Adams to the next, Rob Bradford, Odyssey Sports Podcast. Baseball isn't boring. Talking Rangers, Red Sox next right here on the...
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Yeah, a little bit.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fist pumping on the fan cam here, the final hour of the Friday edition, final hour of the week here on Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif back on Monday. We got RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton producing. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation live in Keller at Keller Fire Station number 1 as we kick off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. And we just had Mike Adams, former Ranger, in the building. And now we go to another baseball legend, Rob Bradford of the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast.
Legend, you like that?
Wow, man. What a way to start the day. And by the way,
you're a force of nature, Rob. Let's be honest about it.
I don't know about this, but I do know this. I was so happy. I'm happy to see you guys, and thanks for having me. This is such a cool setup. And so Mike Adams, I had never met in person, but I was in a fantasy football league with him. I didn't even realize it. I mean, I didn't realize he was going to be here. So Mike Adams, Jonathan Papelbon, Johnny Gomes, all these guys, that was the first time I had talked trash to Mike Adams on the fantasy football
That is
thread,
great.
but never met him in person, so that was awesome.
I've had a Baseball Isn't Boring shirt since before I knew it was a
Really?
podcast.
Wow.
It was like when I think y'all like first started this thing, and I found it. I don't remember where I found it. I saw it. I was like, that's awesome. That's an awesome shirt. And then I found out, oh, my God, it's a podcast. Oh, my God, our boss knows who you are. And I was like, this is too perfect.
Yeah,
it's a great name. It's a great name
Spittle
for a
was
podcast.
helped give birth to it back when we were both like 8 years old playing wiffle ball in Essex, Massachusetts. But the baseball isn't boring thing. It really is. Yes, it is a podcast. Thank you. Yeah. But it is something. We started it a couple years ago with Joe Kelly, the pitcher, and it was just we were making T-shirts and we were making social media. And people like talking about it. People continue to like talking about it, and it's sort of like I stop. I explain, it's a podcast, but more. I think that people just it's a conversation, right? Every single thing about baseball isn't boring is a conversation. And I just showed you guys, I just got a tattoo, baseball isn't boring.
Looks good.
Yeah, and which is if approved by the wife, so you know that it's a good conversation.
I can't believe you put it on your ass cheek the way you did.
I know. That's amazing, right?
Well,
and he's showing it off.
That's anything for the brand, right? Anything for the brand. Yeah.
Dude, I am like really fascinated by this fantasy league that you're in. This group message with the trash talking must be through the freaking roof, bro.
For legal reasons, we will not release the text messages.
Really?
Yeah.
See, this idiot over here on the air the other day is reading our group chat, and I'm like, you can't. You cannot do that. That's sacred.
I get the content thing, and believe me, I love content. But this one, especially with Papelbon being involved, it's not happening.
No.
It's not happening. But that was a pretty cool thing to do because that's what we want. We want these unique fantasy football leagues.
Yeah,
and I thought that one was pretty unique.
If Papelbon gets out of line, do you just talk about Bryce Harper?
No, he loves talking about Bryce Harper. He takes credit for Bryce Harper. Yeah.
Okay, who's the biggest trash talker in this league? And is Mike Adams near the top of the list?
Papelbon was the one. Papelbon was the one. Yeah, and like I said, Nick Punto was in it. Johnny Gomes. Just some other people, but yeah, Papelbon not even close. And then you get to what's the punishment for the loser?
Yes,
right. And Papelbon's was he wanted someone to be chained to a cart, like a shopping mart cart thing in the middle of the parking lot for 24 hours. And I'm like, no.
24?
Yeah. But if Mike Adams was here, he was like, no, I'm not doing it. He's not doing it. So I think we landed at you had to put the license plate cover. The winner get to choose the license plate cover for the loser. For the entire year. So in other words, if you're a Red Sox fan, you have to have a Yankees fan, whatever. That's a very mild way of putting it. What was your guys? Did you have one or?
I had to do a sexy calendar shoot one year.
So you lost. You ended up losing.
Yeah,
okay.
I wound up losing.
That seems like a reward more than.
I know, right? We've done one where you had to do a 10-minute set at a comedy club. I saw one. My favorite one I saw this year was. So the Waffle House challenge thing, right?
Yeah.
This is the bowling one where you have to sit there for the whole day, like those 24-hour bowling lane places. Yeah, the only way you can leave is you got to bowl a 300, or every beer you slam, you get 10 pins off.
Oh, okay.
And you got to work your way down. So for me, I would have to have at least 20 beers
easily.
Because I could barely roll 100.
No,
I'm
I can't
terrible.
Either. I'm not the bowler.
Yeah. Moral of the story: be good at fantasy football.
Yeah, don't
right?
lose.
Yeah,
don't lose.
We have Rob Bradford, Baseball Beast, with us here live in Keller Fire Station #1, and you were at Globe Life Field yesterday, taking in Rangers and Sox.
Yeah, I've last 2 times I've been there. It was the All-Star game, which was great. I really enjoyed the All-Star game, but also obviously the World Series and how loud that place was then. And it was loud last night. And I came away from it, and I'm like, the Rangers are a good team. The Red Sox are a good team. The great game of baseball was a real winner last night. For all Rangers fans who are feeling down right now, don't feel too down. It's okay. It's okay. You'll be okay. But, I think that opening day is just awesome. I did our podcast today with Lucas Giolito, and we said, listen, the playoffs, he said, the playoffs are bleeping awesome. That's what he said. And that's undeniable. But the next best thing is opening day. Mm-hmm. You have that feeling of, all right, let's go. Let's go. Yay, baseball, right?
Yes.
And then day 2 is a little different, but yay, baseball for day 1.
Absolutely. Now, a lot of people I saw preseason predictions, ALCS, Red Sox, Rangers. I got a little taste of that.
That's exactly. You know what? I was thinking this is that you want to start off the season with a crappy team. And both teams are like, oh, really? We got to play a good team?
Yeah, you like a tune-up series,
You
right?
like a tune-up series, right? Yeah, although I don't know if the Angels or the White Sox got the tune-up yesterday. I guess it was the White Sox. Congratulations to the White Sox.
That's who you want to play. You never want to play, like, for the Rangers, you don't want the Red Sox, you don't want the Dodgers, Cardinals, Cubs, Yankees. You don't want any team that's a draw on opening day. Opening day is a sellout no matter who you're playing. You want to have some scrub in there who you would get 15 to 20,000 on a June night. That's who you want.
You know what it is?
Day.
In high school, it's the homecoming game. You want the homecoming game.
Yeah.
When you do the homecoming game, it's always the school that has like 10 kids in it, right? Yeah. But yeah, like look at the Cubs. The Cubs had to go to Japan to play the Dodgers. That's not how you want to begin things. And I think that looking at that game yesterday, I was honestly thinking this when the game started. I'm like, these are two really good teams, and one of these teams is going to feel bad about themselves when they shouldn't feel bad about themselves, honestly. And I look at Eovaldi, like I'm a huge Eovaldi fan. Eovaldi, as I found out the other day, it came down to the Red Sox and Rangers. A lot of people, the Red Sox, thought he was going to go to the Red Sox. He didn't. And I'm just a huge Eovaldi guy because you can give spin rate, you can give all this other stuff. Well, tell me the guy who, when the playoffs roll around and you put him on the mound, he's going to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a guy that always meets the moment. That's why we love Nasty Nate.
And I'm really glad that now. Listen, I understand like some of the teams that are in cold climates, outdoor stadiums. They took today off. They had the off day.
Yeah,
I'm so glad the sport didn't do that again across the board.
Oh yeah,
where they have they should be starting these early games in the South or in domes.
Oh,
in general.
It's crazy. We do it every year, and it's like New York or whatever in Boston. It's to not prioritize finding warm weather. And yesterday, the roof opened for a minute at Globe Life, which was yay, thank you. I mean, to show us outside.
Yes,
but when it was open, it was like, this is awesome. And we just came. I was a month and a half in spring training, and I'm thinking we're not going to see this weather for 4 months. Find this weather wherever it is in the country. And I think that overall in baseball yesterday, it was a pretty good day. I mean, it was honestly a pretty good day. I mean, I'm not just saying this, baseball isn't boring, but was a pretty good example of a ton of good stuff happening.
So baseball isn't boring, thus it does not need the golden at-bat to be entertaining. Right?
You know what's boring is debating like stupid rules like that. But I always hesitate. I don't know how you guys feel. Every time one of these rules comes up, I don't want to be old man yelling at clouds and saying, oh, that's ridiculous. Because usually they end up being decent. Pitch clock or whatever it is. Now, they've had some dumb ones. When they first started the whole we're going to cut down the time of game, they had your walk-up music had to be limited to 15 seconds. Like, what? Like, who cares? That's stupid. But, I think that for the most part, the rules have been pretty good. That one, that is undeniably dumb. It's just dumb.
Tell us something we don't know about Gavin Spittle, the baseball player, or the wiffle ball player.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, listen.
Was he a hothead? Would he argue balls and strikes?
No.
Good forehand.
No. He was
forehand.
He was like yes. He would treat everything like he would play baseball like he tennis, right? No, he could tell he was silently getting mad when I struck him out on 5 straight one-finger crab kickers, and then boom, then he would enact his revenge. He was a pretty good wiffle ball player. He's an excellent tennis player, pretty good wiffle ball player, and also I think could imitate the entire 1980 Red Sox batting order. I don't know. We all do that, right?
Yeah, as a kid.
We all do that.
So hold on. What you're telling me is that if we call Gavin into the studio on Monday and
We
have
gave
him
him the
do
one
every single,
we should.
he will show us every single stance on the
let
fan
it be
cam?
said, let it be done.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this what we always do? This is why batting stance guy went on Letterman for 9 minutes, right?
Yeah, and he didn't even get the Rangers right like half the time. I didn't.
Oh,
feel
really?
Like. I didn't.
No.
I felt like
Really?
he was. I felt like he was. He didn't have it. A lot of it was exaggerated. Sometimes he was too upright. I don't know. I don't think he always got it.
I think you should try the one-finger crab kick on him.
Yeah.
You think me?
Yeah.
You think I should do that?
before on
Yeah,
Twitter.
and usually, for radio, I'm cleaning that up a little
Yeah.
bit. But, that was the wiffle ball go-to. Yeah.
Rob Bradford, Baseball Isn't Boring podcast with us here live in Keller Firehouse #1 here until 10 a.m. The Tokyo stuff from last week, I was curious, did you see the way they were doing the beer refills?
Oh no!
With the backpack. Did you guys not see this?
Oh, they're shooting it like with a
It's
squirt gun?
like the water hydration
Right.
pack that you just sip on.
Like they go to run a marathon.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're the people that are
Camelbacks.
Yeah, the Camelbacks. Yes, but now it's with beer, and you just basically you have your cup, and when you get more beer, they just refill it for you right there. They're revolutionizing the sport of beer drinking at baseball games. It's incredible, Rob.
Yeah, well, listen, this is the next step. It's like, this is the next step of baseball. We appreciate it. It's like opening day, right? You have one of the great things about opening day is seeing all the ridiculous food items. Like this shoved 12 hot dogs in a batting helmet. Can you eat it? Or what kind of milkshake has or Fruit Loops on a hot dog, whatever it is. But I love that they did that. I will say this. When I went to Japan with the Red Sox in 2008, it's a wild scene. Like they're taking batting practice 2 cages at the same time. They're doing sit-ups in the outfield. The Tokyo Dome is terrible. It's awful. It's like the worst dome that I ever saw. Oh yeah, it's awful. With all due respect, it was terrible.
How does 2 cages at the same time work?
Very dangerously.
Yeah.
But it's 2 cages literally next to each other. And I remember some of the baseball Red Sox people saying, yeah, maybe we'll try this. And no, you're not trying it. You're not doing it. So there's a lot going on. But the beer thing, I think we're always looking for the evolution, whether it's a golden bat rule, whether it's a pitch clock, whatever it is. We have to think along those lines too. And I'll tell you what, speaking of the podcast, one of the most listened to episodes we had to do with beer. And it was Matt Strom coming on and railing about how they wanted to shift beer sales to stopping in the 8th inning, in the 9th inning, instead of the 7th inning. Because, he's like, well, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? But owners wanted to because they saw it was going the other way. It was bad for business. And so that caught a lot of attention. Everybody picked it up. And I do think that it stopped some teams actually from selling beer later in the game.
Yeah, that's a no-no. Don't like that. I do have a concession item. This is the craziest one that I've seen, Rob. Grade this if you haven't seen it before. Hartford Yard Goats.
Okay.
Float Your Goat is what it's called.
Sounds good to me.
Quarter-pound all-beef hot dog. Chopped peppers, onions, bacon, and brown mustard submerged in a glass of 100% whole goat milk.
No. What is the purpose of that?
Look at this thing, dude. I mean, I can't imagine.
No,
I don't know why
why
are we wedging foods into drinks? I've seen it in college baseball. I think the Miami Hurricanes are doing like some type of milkshake with food wedged into it. It's doing too much.
Listen, when you're adding Fruit Loops to a hot dog, you're trying to enhance it in some way, right? Mm-hmm. Putting food in milk is not trying to enhance it. It's just like saying this is our name of our team, and so we are doing the milk equivalent of it.
Yep.
But I think the Rangers, a couple of years ago, we were going around some of the parks, I think they had a margarita and a helmet. I think, I applaud. Good for you, Rangers. I mean, that was a pretty good one.
I love a take-home souvenir bit. Anything that I can take home adds the value. That's a fun deal. Well, hopefully, do we know for sure? Did Mookie Betts eat that? Float Your Goat? Is
that may be what happened?
Is that maybe what tore him up?
Yeah,
I guess he's back and he's okay now.
I mean, that's not. He did not look well.
No,
he lost so much weight.
He lost 20 pounds.
Yeah.
It is amazing the amount of players in Major League Baseball that get sick this spring training. I mean, we always talk about coming in the best shape of their life. They didn't even need to. Like the guy who came in and hit 2 home runs for the Red Sox, Willie Abreu, lost 10 pounds because he was sick. No, all these guys are losing weight. I've never seen a spring training with more illness across the board, and then they look like a different person. Yeah. So, and Mookie certainly did, but I think he'll be okay. I think the Dodgers will be okay.
Rob Bradford, Baseball Isn't Boring podcast, always in the best shape of his life, live here in Keller with us. We appreciate you, Rob.
There is a podcast, but the other part of that was not true. So, yeah. But you guys, I really appreciate all that you do. You guys have an awesome show, and just listen. I mean, you guys are the best. This is a great setup here, too. This is
cool,
awesome.
Isn't it? Yeah, we love the firehouse.
That's Josh Hamilton's house over there.
Oh, really?
I want to swing by and say
there
hello.
You go.
Yeah.
I'll press my face against the glass.
Hand him a T-shirt. Hand him the Baseball Isn't Boring T-shirt.
No, there's only – who has turned this down? Oh, Joey Votto turned it down. He's the only person that turned down the Baseball Isn't Boring T-shirt because, why do I need a T-shirt to say that? I'm like, fair. Okay. All right.
Yeah, bleep you, Joey Votto. Yeah. Rob, we love you. Thanks for the time, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes, Rob Bradford, Odyssey Podcast. Baseball Isn't Boring, live here in Keller at the Keller Firehouse #1, kicking off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. And before we get to Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, we have a RJ Choppy College Kegger Madness style featuring the Degenerate. That's next right here.
skills? Doesn't it sound like, what was it, Saffron's quote?
truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I try to paint the picture. These people are oohing and awing at the display.
Sears nails a three. There's a new NCAA record for three-pointers made by a team in the tournament. 22 of them for Alabama. He threw it away. Hey, Bananas! Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! Oh, baby. What a finish to Texas Tech. Arkansas, a tremendous finish, a tremendous collapse by the Razorbacks and Coach Cal.
They were just trying to take the air out of the ball for the last
It seemed that way.
7 or 8 minutes.
It seemed that way. We've got some movement here, Bobby
Yeah,
Bell.
it seems like
we were at fire station number 1 in Keller, and we have some movement.
I feel like it's always I feel like the 9 o'clock hour has brought us a couple different calls before. Like, so there's something about the 9 a.m. hour and, this North Texas area and fire.
It's at the No Shirt 9.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like.
Should we do that?
I don't think so.
I don't think
it's
so.
cold.
Oh, okay. Actually feels fantastic now.
If Peyton was here, we wouldn't be allowed to with those glass cutters.
Man, he's got some big nips, man. He really does.
Leads the league.
It's not even big. It's just the, sharp. Dude.
Yeah, very sharp, very sharp. But Texas Tech comes from 16 down in the second half, 10 down with 3:30 to go. They advance to the Elite Eight, and they will take on the Florida Gators, who get by Maryland 87-71. Duke and Alabama will meet in the East region, and Alabama put on an absolute show, 25 of 51 from beyond the arc. They put up 113 against BYU. Duke put up 100 against Arizona, 193, and that will set up a 173.5 over-under for that Duke-Alabama game, and I have already hammered the over on this one. I'm moving lines, baby. I'm going to move some lines on this one. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, careful moving them too much. That Auburn, you talk about just the way that Alabama shoots. It's absurd the pace that they play at.
They played at a pace last night. I didn't think BYU could keep up, and they couldn't long term, but they were trying the first half. That first half was 50-40 at halftime. There are college basketball games that finish 50-40.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you do not see teams putting up 113 points in college basketball.
Who was our snail's pace team in this year's start? Was it Drake? Were they the ones that would play
Drake played they were the slowest tempo of any of the teams. So that's what we had last night. Today, it gets back to it later on this evening. You're going to have Michigan State and Ole Miss at 6:09. Kentucky and Tennessee at 6:39. Will Chambers and I have a little bet. The loser has to give the winner a pedicure.
On the air.
On the air pedicure.
Yes, with no gloves. No gloves allowed.
Does that involve any type of? Weren't you doing the fingernail paint for a little while, Choppy? I guess to keep you from biting your
the
nails?
bitter bite. Yeah,
the bitter bite.
He just wanted to play for the Bears.
So
yeah, I did that. Sarah stopped doing that though.
Okay, so what is a pedicure going to be looking like here? You guys are going to be on the air. I can't even imagine what your feet look like, Choppy. Goodness gracious.
You know what? You could stick a nail through the bottom of my foot, and I wouldn't even feel it.
Yeah,
they're just so calloused.
Yeah.
And I cut them a lot.
Yeah,
I cut my calluses.
So it's a pedicure, no gloves, on the air, little bit of kissing, just some little ones like that.
No kissing at all, as a matter of fact.
Will said that's what he was going to do.
He could try. Yeah, my feet are. I think Sean might have more disgusting feet than mine. I think so. He's got like the same kind of thing, only he wears flip flops more than I do. Mm-hmm. I'm just barefoot, so he might have more crusty bottoms than I do.
Yeah,
but
Sean will be wearing jeans and thong sandals.
Yeah.
Out to dinner in Oxnard.
Oh, yeah.
I've got the Fred Flintstone feet. That's what I got.
I imagine you have they're just paddles on a paddle boat.
Yeah.
I imagine you having a wide set foot.
Look like a bear's
sausage toes.
So speaking of Duke, Duke is in the news. Duke is very upset with the TV show White Lotus. Are you familiar with the TV show White Lotus?
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I hear pretty good things.
It's fantastic. I absolutely love it.
But the only thing I've really heard about it, other than everybody seems to watch it and enjoy it, they show a lot of male appendage.
There's some.
I like that you've heard it's a lot, and Choppy would just classify what others say a lot as just some.
It's just some.
There's some.
It's a normal amount.
But Duke is throwing a fit, and I'm just here to tell Duke, y'all just don't get it. Okay? So there's a scene in season 3. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but there is a scene about, contemplating removing yourself from this world.
Okay.
Okay?
Little suicide.
Okay.
Well,
he literally was just trying to avoid
literally trying to avoid saying that.
Is that an S word we can't say?
I think we have a tendency to get kicked off the video streams when we use the word.
We're just we're trying to stay on the YouTubes.
Okay, my
Stay on
bad.
there.
My bad. I was suicides. There's other memes.
What are you doing?
Like basketball, you run suicides and stuff.
Yeah,
you said it again.
Can't say the word.
One more time, Eric. One more time. Say it again.
God, Peyton, help me out here, man. My God.
Play the Bobby drop and cleanse
Come
our
on,
palate.
Gianpaolo.
Sheets just committing, professional suicide up here.
Yeah. And so there's a scene contemplating this, and the guy is wearing a Duke shirt.
Oh.
And Duke is all upset, like, we don't want to be, we don't want anything to do with this. And this is where Duke and anyone else who sides with Duke is just flat out wrong. This is free advertising for Duke University. The entire time that I watched this scene, you know what never crossed my mind? Oh, Duke must condone this act.
Look at that headline from yesterday, right there. They're worried about a TV show. Look at that headline. They should be more worried about not being associated with their football players being, accused of.
You know what I thought of?
Out.
I thought of Christian Laettner. I thought of Mike Krzyzewski. I thought of Daniel Jones. I thought of David Cutcliffe. That's what I thought of. I didn't think of, Duke condones taking your own life. Oh, I never thought of that. It never once crossed my mind.
It is weird, though, just the idea that they have a guy wearing a Duke shirt in the...
I think he went... In the show, they're from
backstory?
Raleigh. They live in Raleigh.
Okay.
In the show. So, it's natural. Maybe he went to Duke. A lot of people go to Duke. Kevin Hagelin got into Duke, and he didn't go. But he still roots for him.
Did he get in?
That's what I'm told.
I didn't know he got in.
I think he did get in. But, I don't know. That's the one thing that is in the news.
Yeah, I did.
We have a little... So, like I said, tonight, we are going to have the 4 games. Ole Miss, Michigan State.
Hey, I got into Duke. I can hear you.
There he is. I told you. I told you.
Hey, Hagee, stick around for my song
I
here.
made the mistake of not putting my headphones on, though, so I can't hear if you're talking.
All right. I
back to
told
me.
you got into
Goodbye.
Duke.
See you soon.
Bye, Hagee.
Auburn, Michigan at 8:39, and then Purdue and Houston at 9:09 tonight. Update us on the bracket challenge before we do a little degenerate.
Yeah, as it stands right now, Peyton leads 62. I have 61. You have 60. And then Sean's pulling up the rear at 56. Now, there's not a lot of margins we can make up with the Sweet 16 because we all picked similar teams. We're really watching the rest of the way. We've got some splits with Duke, Florida as champions. We've also got Peyton putting Auburn in the final. You and Peyton both have Tennessee in the Final Four, Houston in the Final Four for Sean. So those will be some of the areas where we got some margins. But as it stands right now, pretty close. But Sean losing at the moment.
I'm finding this tournament to be very difficult to bet on. It has not gone the way from a point spread perspective. So last night I took 3 totals. I took 2 unders and an over. And I went 1 and 2 in those. I would have gone 2 and 1, but Tech had to make the comeback and force overtime. The overtime killed me. But I found that if you're the money line parlays are the way to go. So last night I had the 3-way money line parlay. I had Florida. I had
Duke.
No, I did not have Duke. I had Alabama, Texas Tech, and Florida.
Okay.
Duke was too much of a favor. It was minus 540. It wasn't worth it.
Gotcha.
So that hit. And that actually, it kind of saved the night for me. So what I have tonight and tomorrow, I got Ole Miss plus the 3. I'm going to take money line Ole Miss. Ole Miss money line over Michigan State. Bama, Duke on Saturday over 173.5. Get that in before it goes up. Tonight, Michigan, Auburn over 154. And then I've got a 5-way parlay. A 5-way parlay for the weekend. Ole Miss money line, Auburn money line, Houston money line, Duke money line over Bama, and then Florida money line over Texas Tech. It's a 5-way money line. $50 will pay you $300.
Ooh, I like the sound of that, Chop.
Yeah, there we go, baby.
All right, I'm taking notes over here.
Let's do it.
All right, there it is, your degenerate and your college kegger. Live here from Keller, the Keller Firehouse, number 1.
Yep.
And we'd love to see you out here. We're here until 10 a.m. Bobby, before we get to crosstalk, is there something you need to get off your chest?
Yeah, look, Peyton's been taking a lot of shots this morning. Go ahead, hit it again, Peyton. What did you have? Don't you have one of your favorite drops you want to play?
Yeah, I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Just right at the ready. He doesn't have it ready. Oh! Yeah, there it is. That's what he loves.
There you go, Peyton.
And Choppy has egged this on.
I have.
And so I was fed up. And while we were here at the firehouse, I just went in the back there and I recorded a little something for them. And if you want to see the lyrics to it, you can look on the fan cam. But I was inspired by Kendrick Lamar, and I wanted to get into that same headspace. And so I decided to tell Chop and Peyton how I feel.
Hating on the cheap, yo. Free those spending cash figures, we need zero. Hands down, I'll take Tommy's Ledger, even Rigo. Failing all the way through cross, hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this whole phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, then go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay clocking. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay clocking. Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Certified board up man, take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro, fight, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like fish, Richie Gergo in them. Say bait, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman come. To any chick that talks to him when they in love, just know that you'll only finish in the tub. Tim tells me Choppy just can't handle when Sean's not around, and that's why Chi-Chi hanging with us at the firehouse. And Choppy never showers, what's that all about? Toxic masculinity, toxic from the waist down. Toxic from the waist down. They just kinda sus. Why y'all looking so sad? Can't you fight, man? Trying to clap back, but you only use your right hand. These boys is sus. 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 These boys is sus.
There you go. These boys is sus.
Well done, Bobby. You are. That's genius. You are going to get fired.
Oh no, I'm not. That's all bleed.
You are gonna get. You just unalived your career.
Yeah, you did.
That's all bleed.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Nice work, Robert.
Wow.
That is fantastic. Just when I thought Peyton was going to be the MVP of the program today, Bobby swoops in and pulls something like that. That was unbelievable. That was unhinged. It was a bit violent, super aggressive, and it hit all the right notes. High five, Bob. That was fantastic,
wow, that was
sir.
fantastic.
Mom will see you soon.
Knuckles.
That is how you close it down.
Very good.
The first leg of the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour here in Keller.
It
and
was
coming up
fast.
next,
It was hard.
It was.
all of the above. Great analysis, Spitzy. We crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan. But first,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Than anyone else, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit deep to right center field. Adolis going way back at the wall. It's out of here. What a day for Wilyer Abreu. That's a 3-run homer, his second home run of the day, and the Red Sox lead 5-2.
One last time from the Keller Fire Station #1. Great to see all the Tolos today. The turnout's been awesome. The hospitality from the Keller Firehouse has been just spectacular. I'm about to give the full tour after the program. Go check everything out inside. It looks like these guys got quite the setup here, and it's been a special Friday kicking off the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour in Keller, and now we go back in studios. We crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on the heels of Bobby putting belt to ass on Peyton with what might be Song of the Year. Did you fellas get to hear that? Good morning, Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland.
Yes, that was wonderful. I appreciate the fact that Bobby can stay on beat, and that was something that we did struggle with yesterday with Peyton's song just a little bit. But but it was that was good work, Bobby. I'm proud of you. Like we said yesterday, wonderful singer. I mean, just amazing, angelic voice.
Better human.
Fergie and Jesus. And
that wasn't good work. That was great work.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
That was amazing.
Yeah,
hey,
that doesn't hurt me anymore.
That's even better, though. That is so cool. That's my favorite drop.
I fear for his employment. There was one line in there that I fear for his employment. It was bleeped. You're right.
If he hasn't been fired by now, it feels like his job security is pretty good, right?
I would say.
I mean, I don't know. Let's never say never. I mean, I'm sure there are margins I could cross if in a moment. Don't dare me. I'd like to stay here.
Yeah, let's not get Bobby too confident here. Corey Majors, what do you have coming up on the program today,
guys,
sir?
we got so much rocking today. Actually, Wolchuk will join us an hour early today.
What the hell for?
We're kicking you out of here, man. So, yeah, we're sending Kevin off to the Big Apple in the sky. We're sending him off to New York. He's going to go watch Duke play.
Wolchuk's always said, the only thing doing, better than doing 5 hours of radio is 6. So,
yeah.
He's a man of his word.
Hey, he only had to do 1 hour radio yesterday.
Yeah,
it's fine.
and hold on. Don't the Rangers play tonight? Won't they get off about like 30 minutes early or something?
Sure.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah. Good clarification there.
Yeah, we got this rocking.
What is Hagee more excited to talk about today, Corey? Rangers opening day or Duke and Cooper Flag 30 burger?
Well, yesterday, Kevin, we were texting back and forth, and after you destroyed the Rangers season by not saying they couldn't go 162-0, and then they can't now. Now they're just trying to get back to 500 at this point.
Okay, they just have to win one game to get back to 500.
We were texting back and forth, and after the loss, I said, maybe we'll get lucky and the Stars will win a game, and we can talk a little bit about them. Otherwise, we just have to talk Cowboys all day. So
and DeSmith was awesome.
Yeah, no, we got plenty to dive in on. But Kevin, how excited are you about this Cooper Flag guy?
I'm super excited, guys, because we are leaving today to go to New York. And if Duke would have lost last night, this would have been the New York trip because my wife has never been to New York. But now that they won, we can rightfully call it the Duke trip. And we've already got our tickets to tomorrow night in the East Regional Final.
Yeah, baby. Look at that. That's awesome. You're going to beautiful Newark, the other city by the bay.
That's true. Are there any fantabulous spots that used to be in business and are bankrupt now you think I should go check out there, RJ?
You got to see if Pizza Land is there.
Pizza Land, okay.
Yeah, that's a good spot. I will. There's a gentleman's club you can go to that.
I'm going with my wife, so I don't know.
Yeah,
look, she's allowed. She's allowed to go in there. I threw up on a girl there back at a bachelor party in 2004.
Like one of the dancers or somebody
as a drop,
you knew?
please?
Smelled so bad.
I was so hammered. It was like $50, all you could eat and drink. It was like a special, and I took advantage of the all you can drink part, and not so much the all you can eat part. And I was at the back, and I just was trying to hold it. I just threw up all over.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Is Pizza Land in North Arlington? Is that where it is?
No, I don't know. It was in the beginning of The Sopranos. Like it was.
Okay.
No.
Well, it's on there.
Yeah,
it
there.
has a robust 3.3 out of 5 stars.
Mine has 4 stars.
Okay.
Yeah, on the Google reviews. So let's go.
All right, what, Corey, is your headliner from yesterday's game? Is it Nasty Nate Eovaldi and how he started that game, or is it Luke Jackson and how he ended it?
I mean, it is the bullpen, obviously. They didn't do their part effectively. And I think as a whole, Robert Garcia let me down a little bit yesterday. I love the way Nate Eovaldi goes out and pitches. Like, every time he steps on the mound, I feel confident that we have a chance as long as the bullpen doesn't give up the booty. And as long as the bats can show up. The bats weren't there again. They looked a lot like last year. A lot like last year where they were missing and they just kind of looked like what happened as they're walking back
Corey
to the dugout.
Seager looked a little off yesterday?
A little bit, just a little bit. He'll find his form at some point.
He's got a calf injury,
yeah,
right?
He has a calf injury. Come on, give him a break, dude. What are you doing here?
I was told not to worry about
I thought
it.
we did our job, though, yesterday. We did. I thought we set the show up. We did a really good job setting everything up. Then they let us down from there. So now it's on them to bounce back today.
Big show.
So we're going to try something different today.
Yes.
We're really going to half-ass it throughout the show and then see if that leads the Rangers to victory.
Call it Half-Ass Friday. Yeah.
Half-Ass Friday at the KNC Masterpiece.
I think, look,
that's every Friday in the G-Bag Nation.
I know. I know.
It's every day. When you're trying to snap a losing streak, you got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, exactly.
Is one game a losing streak?
Did they
well,
lose?
It's not a winning streak. Yeah. That's for damn sure.
We were under 500 last year.
I think the only other thing it could be, if it's not a winning streak, is a losing streak.
Like last night during the Duke Arizona game when they called a double foul, and I was like, "What? How is that? And they're like, no, it's a foul on both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do we do now? I don't know.
Just give the ball to somebody.
Yeah,
and
give the ball. Give the ball to
It's
somebody.
a do-over, baby.
Yes.
Man, it was a lot of fun watching Love and Flag just go back and forth.
Future Dallas Maverick Cooper Flag.
That's right. That's right.
God,
Dude,
yes.
where's Caleb Love stand on this thing? Because that dude's been a baller.
Yeah, and
Yeah, he's a good player.
He loves playing against Duke. He was phenomenal. I'm actually not sure what people think about his draft prospects.
Okay, all right. I'm interested to see how that goes in the future because
I'm just worried about Cooper Flag right now because LeBron talked about the NBA maybe has like made it so he could get to Cleveland.
He did suggest such a thing.
He suggested that, and I think that if you believe the conspiracy theory, if you believe it, that the Mavericks were forced to trade Luka to the Lakers by the NBA.
Yeah.
The payback would be you get the number one pick that year. And
RJ,
it's Cooper Flag.
let me tell you this. If we get the number one pick, considering the Mavericks have never moved up in the draft lottery, I will 100% believe in that conspiracy.
Even if they didn't orchestrate the move, they still, I think it's going to happen because Adam Silver knows they have lost this fan base. And you cannot afford to lose the fourth market. You can't.
Yeah.
This is the way to get it back.
Yeah, you don't send him to the Washington Wizards.
No,
and try.
this is the way to get the fan base back. You have to. He knows he has to get this fan base back. This is how you do it.
Hagee, how are you going to be fanning at your Elite Eight Duke game tomorrow in New York? Because I have you with your face painted. Obviously, I have you actually with a double foam finger. And maybe in the final 10 minutes of regulation to help lead your team to victory, the shirt's going to go flying off, and you'll be truffle shuffling for the final remainder of the game.
So
did I nail that 10 out of 10, or was just one of those things?
You're pretty close in option 1. In option 2, we're going to a Broadway show earlier in the day, and I thought, what if I went totally against what people were expecting and dressed super fancy to go to the basketball game? And I was like, oh, that was a lovely play, and clapped like a fancy person.
I like that. And then when the opposing team does something good, you pull out your newspaper and you start reading it because you're bored by
Balderdash on this. Corey doesn't look like he likes that.
Are you going to paint your face? You're not a face paint. You going to paint your chest?
No, I don't think so. I do have some really awesome Duke shoes, though. I'll break out for
you
that.
don't rock an ICP look or anything like that?
No.
Juggalo homies.
Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome.
What is a juggalo?
Corey got mad at me once because we were doing a giveaway for ICP tickets, and I was like, who is this for? And he was like, hey, shut up and get excited about
what happened?
it.
What happened?
A ton of people called in.
Dude, those juggalos will not take your slander.
I learned a valuable lesson that day.
Yeah, those phones will light up no matter what is being given away, dude. And if it's
That might be
ICP,
true, too.
they'll light up even more, baby.
Well, it's time for us to give away to a half-ass Friday in the KNC.
Yeah, baby.
Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, 10-2. That is coming up next. Thanks, gentlemen. And big thank you to the Keller Fire Station #1 here in Keller.
Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I want you to know the level of excellence we're going to get from Corey Majors today.
Dude, I want you to know the run sheet last year on this day said your complete overreactions to the Rangers season opening loss or win.
It's a good segment that will always work. But Corey goes, man, that break didn't feel too long. But here we are. And Alec and I just looked at each other like, the hell are we supposed to do with that?
What does that mean?
It was just an observation more than it was a conversation piece.
Okay. It is also a shout-out Friday. Oof. Man, this is going to be a long day. It is.
I haven't had anything to drink yet.
Okay, it is. That feels doubtful. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or hit us up on the Twitch, or hit us up on the YouTube. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, and we could pretend like everything yesterday was positive.
The 0-1 is hit sharply up the middle and into center, a base hit. Berger hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. Rafaela's throw goes to third. Berger scores the first run of the season, and Texas leads 1-0.
All right. I want your complete, just like I did in 2024. Guess what? Spoiler alert. Day after opening day in 2026, same thing is going to be on the run sheet. All right. Positive, negative, your complete overreactions to the season opener from the 214. Signed David Robertson to a deferred contract. Look,
yeah,
I'm not against that whatsoever. I feel like I got tricked, Alec. And we talked about it yesterday. I was like, hey, I know it's spring training and I should just relax. But holy crap, the bullpen looked kind of awesome, especially the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And they're like, hey, don't worry. First chance we get, not so good.
And that was the question I had. Like, we had that, I don't know if it was on air or off air conversation of, hey, I know it is, but what is real high leverage in spring training? You know, like when do you really have that moment that you can make like real?
It's a fair question.
And you're putting them in 6th, 7th innings and stuff like that. And maybe there's one run, but man, he's going up against a minor leaguer, you know, or he's going up against a B guy.
Fair.
And so whenever you finally saw it, you know, they get on that mound, the stadium's bigger, everything's a little bit different. It's going to take some getting used to for that group. But Kevin, the positive, they can still go 161-1. So like that's still in play. And then you win the World Series and then you try harder next year. Like that's still a positive. But if
I still want to be there for that conversation where you're like, all right, you guys did pretty good.
No, we're pretty good last year, guys. But you know, the serious part of that is it is a series now. Try to win the series. Like that's the approach now. Like the whole mindset of opening day is really like, all right, we're putting our best team against your best team, and like that we built everything we can. And day one, let's see what we got, and then now you make adjustments, or you say, okay, it's all right, we're rolling the next one out the next day. The thing I love about Bochy is he's not going to panic, and he's not going to be like and Chris Young's going to be like, all right, guys, we had questions about our bullpen. We still have questions. Bochy and Maddox are probably going to say, those questions still exist, but let's float out a couple more times and see how it goes, and then we'll kind of recover from that. So there is, again, still win the series, and you still have plenty of opportunities to win the season. I just need those bats to come back alive, man, because I was expecting a lot more runs than this.
We did ask for overreactions from the 903. I guess there's always next year for the Texas Rangers. Now, I mean, look, I'm not going to say that is incorrect because I did ask for overreactions. That is very reacty. And I think that they're going to get back to 500 today.
From the 8-1, did you see the 817? Shout out to my whole section.
Oh no!
At the game, we were good and rowdy and booed the hell out of Bregman. It was great.
I hope that person who said they were thinking about going by themselves yesterday follows up with us, and they ended up going and they made some new friends and everything like that.
And I hope that Tolo, that I did not ignore you. He said hello to me, and I was trying to get back for an interview, and I had to pee.
Oh,
so like there was a lot of chaos there, and it was a stressful day for me. But I appreciate you, and I love you, and you have an amazing beard. I just want to put it out that way.
Okay.
Yeah, that beard was amazing.
All right. I like it. Shout out to PJ Washington for supporting the Rangers, wearing that Rangers jersey yesterday from the 817. I like it. From the 903. Obviously, my overreaction is we need to cut Luke Jackson.
Call up Teodo?
Yeah.
Is that the...
You know what's funny?
Move?
903 was Luke Jackson. 425 is call up Emiliano Teodo immediately.
All right, so Luke Jackson, we had a Braves fan warn us, and multiple fans texted in and were like, hey, guys, Luke Jackson in high leverage, don't trust him. And we were like, all right, we're going to give the benefit of the doubt to what Boch and Maddox have decided off of spring training. And then it was kind of a surprise yesterday when I'm driving home, and Eric Nadel is talking to Bochy, and Bochy's like, here's the order. We're going to go with Robert Garcia, Martin, then Luke Jackson as your closer. My eyebrows raised real big whenever I heard that yesterday. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And that's on the pregame show. By the way, wonderful work yesterday. I loved the way it sounded yesterday. I was driving home listening. It had great energy. The pregame, Jared did a wonderful job. They incorporated Mike. Elvis Andrus was involved. I really enjoyed the pregame show right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I really enjoyed the Rangers Sports Network broadcast. I thought their presentation was wonderful yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's not an overreaction. That's just a lineup right there. But, man, these bats, I'm afraid. I'm definitely afraid that they're not going to be able to put you in position so that you don't have to use Luke Jackson too often. That's where I'm afraid of right now.
From the 903, get back to 500. Kevin, are you kidding me? It's over. Nobody knows.
That's the great thing about opening day is the overreaction definitely is there. It's going to be tough. From the 214 Braves fan, Jackson's just a one-trick pony. If he locates the slider, he's untouchable. When he's off, he walks and leaves hangers. And Josh Young didn't help him yesterday whenever he had the error while he was running on that ball and it skipped out into left field. That didn't help because that set up a couple more runs there. But you got to get those done. You got to get out of that inning and give the bats an opportunity.
From the 817, wanted to know if we had an update on Seager, and this is a fair thing. I think he's fine, but you'll find that out for sure when the lineup comes out, because yesterday, as we were just talking about, they wanted Seager and Peterson in the lineup today, with Seager at shortstop and Peterson also in the lineup. So if for any reason that's not the case, well, you're going to know that something is off with Seager.
There was a moment yesterday late in the game where Seager grounded into a double play, and I was like, don't run hard. That's weird for me to feel that way about it. I'm like, don't try to leg this one out. And you could see he tried to push it at 1 second, and then he was just like, it might be smarter for me just to try to get to first, but not push it too hard. The other thing I really like, Kevin, Jake Berger over at first base. I like me some Jake Berger at the one bag, dude.
All right. What? Anything in particular? Do you just
first play when it got hit down the line and he snagged it and was like, "Hey, Evaldi, I got you." Because it wasn't there. I believe 2 years ago, Nate Lowe mentioned that Evaldi told him $100 for every time he doesn't take the ball to the bag. He says, every time you throw the ball to me and let me get the out at first, $100 to you.
Okay.
Because he takes such great pride in his defense.
Right.
So that was really cool yesterday. You could even see that moment where Jake Berger and him had it, and he gave him and they were laughing together.
I want to make this clear, and then I want to bounce over to you, Alec. I see all of these people texting in about whether it's Luke Jackson or the bullpen or whatever. I want to make sure you know, even though we don't read every single one of them at this moment, you're right. We've been talking about the bullpen all off season, and then they really lit it up in spring training, and so it's kind of tough because you're like, okay, that's really awesome, but at the same time, like, spring training is spring training, and we talked about how, Rugi would have been a Hall of Famer if it was for spring training. Yeah. And so the first opportunity you see in literally a game that was in the balance, and the bullpen blows it, and you can't help but, kind of have worst case scenario going on in your head.
I was kind of singing Hello Darkness, my old friend, to myself once we got into the bullpen. because I was starting to get some of those flashbacks from those moments late in the 2023 season where things really started to fall apart. You didn't really know who was doing what, who was good at what. At one point for half a season, you thought Will Smith was an elite closer, and then he was unpitchable in the playoffs.
Right.
You know, like I was starting to get those flashbacks. That was my overreaction was, oh, crap, here we go again. Just with anybody not named your starting pitcher, you're going to have problems. But I will say, all things considered, I did like what I saw from Chris Martin. And not just pitching-wise, I thought his walkout song was awesome, too. He came out to Big X the Plug, and as an older guy with gray hairs, I thought that was cool. But, I thought that he made it through adversity pretty smoothly, and I thought that he presented himself, reintroduced himself really to the Ranger fans in a good way because he got in some hot water for a second. He escaped unscathed. Ultimately, the fist pump, the little bit of excitement afterwards after he got out of that jam. I think he's going to end up being the veteran guy in that bullpen that you rely on the most and that you trust the most. Does he give you the results every single time? Probably not. But I think he ends up being the guy that you can say, all right, I don't feel as bad seeing his name get called going into a commercial break.
I wanted to go back to another positive because I have seen a couple of people. Here we go from the 817. Kevin Pillar had a great game, 2 for 3 and great defense. He was responsible for both of those Rangers runs coming in, and it was great to see such an immediate impact from Kevin Pillar, who I think a lot of people fell in love with during spring training because, his story is just neat. His breakdown of that series against Toronto was bananas, and he's an easy guy to root for. So I thought that was a pretty neat way to start.
Oh, yeah. Let him get the first RBI of for the Rangers. That was for the season. I really did appreciate that one for sure.
And I'm going to throw this out there because my 3 initial thoughts that I wrote down, complete overreactions, although I think the second one might be right. The bullpen's going to stink. Evo is going to be badass. And Corey Seager is going to miss a good chunk of time again.
I don't think that's too bold, honestly. Did you get the feeling yesterday?
Wanted you to tell me I was wrong.
Did you get? Well, I'm sorry. When you're right, Kevin. Like that break. Did you get the feeling yesterday that Chris Young was satisfied with the bullpen, or that he's kind of still like, no, we're always looking for? Because I did feel that yesterday when he was like, it's my job to prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
And I think that, Teodo had options and was able to go back down and come back up. They're able to do some things with them, and they wanted to give the veterans the opportunity, because that's one thing I've always felt is that Bochy's like, I'll give veterans every opportunity to prove that they got it still. And then if they have gassed out, then it's time for me to go find something else.
And it's tough yesterday because outside of Luke Jackson, Garcia, Martin, and Armstrong were solid as a collective, and you could break them each down person by person, 2 2/3, 3 strikeouts, but also 2 walks, a hit, and a balk. And so it was fine. It was solid enough. And if not for the Jackson thing, then maybe you're like, hey, you know what? Nathan Eovaldi pitched 6 innings and we won in 9 or we won in 10 because the bullpen didn't give up any runs. And that's a whole different dynamic. But unfortunately, that's not the place we're at. So I can't necessarily take the appreciation for oh man, look what Martin did yesterday or look what Armstrong did yesterday. Because I'm like, Garcia was a little bit shaky with the control as well. And then obviously Jackson gave up the home run. So I don't know. Mixed bag. Well, not even a mixed bag. I'd be trending towards maybe not my favorite, but it was just game 1.
Hey, for opening day, opening day really is about the build-up more than anything else, and you're hoping that you come away with one. But then as we said, the next day, what did Michael Young tell us? I almost like day 2 more than day 1 because
it's about baseball.
Only about baseball. And so today they'll get back out there later this evening right here on 105.3 The Fan. Get their opportunity to finally get back to 500 for the first time this season.
Okay.
And we're looking forward to that.
Game.
And again, there are adjustments that Bochy will make from last night that he learned about his team, that maybe he'll look at the bullpen a little differently today. Because he did say yesterday, dude, he was on with Nadell and said, I'm about to go tell the guys. I'm about to bring my bullpen in and tell them in my office what's about to happen. They didn't know until before the game that that's how the line was going to go for those guys.
All right, I'm going to give you one fear-mongering And then something that will maybe make you laugh. We're only one game into the season, Corey, for the Rangers, but the Dodgers already have 3 more wins than us.
I know, man. It's wild. But they're in a different league.
That's
so
right.
We don't have to worry about them until the World Series.
From the 817, and maybe not even then, because let's trade Nico to the Dodgers, because then he will shock the world and trade us Ohtani and Sasaki for Luke Jackson.
I think the idea the idea right now would be to trade Seager for Betts, right? Because he's lost the 25 pounds and he's in street clothes.
Yeah.
Like that would be the idea there.
Okay.
Or Wyatt Langford for Betts.
Oh,
right?
no.
Your future rising star.
We need to benefit from the trade this time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about that incredible Texas Tech comeback, the Mavs win, and NFL overreaction or reality. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Some you can see and some you cannot. PermaPure is an expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapure.com to schedule a free evaluation. PermaPier.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3 seconds left. Wagner driving right. Behind his back. Launches the 20-footer for the tie. No! It's over! Texas Tech has won! Texas Tech is going to the Elite Eight!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
One other question I had for you from yesterday before I know we have lots of other things to get to today, but did you know that they weren't going to have the banner hanging all the time, that our World Series championship banner was going to become a placard out in left field?
I did not.
Do you feel like it should be hanging forever, or are you okay with?
If they can hang it right, sure. Is that's still too soon? I'm sorry, that's still too soon. So I have to admit, I went back and watched the overtime, but I didn't watch realistically much of any of the Texas Tech Arkansas game because it was running essentially at the same time as the Duke Arizona game. But it was just kind of funny because I was watching it and, man, Texas Tech was getting freaking crushed, dude. And so I was watching it, and it almost, again, to talk about the parallels, it almost went parallel with the Arizona comeback up against Duke, because there was a time when I know Texas Tech was losing by at least 16 points. I don't know if it got higher than that, but all of a sudden, and that's with like 10 minutes to go, Texas Tech chips away at that. And once they got to overtime, I think that was about the exact same time as the Duke game was ending. And so I was able to flip it over or hit back to the DVR and watch overtime. I thought it was an incredible comeback by Texas Tech, and clearly they got to be feeling great going into the Elite Eight.
Yeah, dude, to see where they are. And I know there was a lot of, from the G-Bag Nation, they had talked a lot about Texas Tech's going to rock this thing. Remember?
Yeah.
They were in on that conversation, and here they are putting themselves in a fantastic position.
So you get Texas Tech against Florida.
Did the blowout from Alabama, were you expecting that? Because that was an eye-opener.
So here's the thing. If not to that extent.
They're a weird team to me.
I certainly wasn't. Well, if Mark Sears shoots like that against any team,
valid.
Look, Duke's going to lose on Saturday night. I'm going to go to that game. If he's shooting like that, we're going to lose. Unless Cooper Flagg has like 50 points and 4 blocks and 8 steals or something like that. And that's the thing about these two teams. Duke and Alabama are two of the most up-tempo, or can be up-tempo. But Alabama likes to go up-tempo, and they have a really good offense, and their defense is fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Whereas Duke's offense is very good, and their defense is very good. So if Alabama can get them to run, they might be able to outrun Duke. If Duke can slow it down, that might really frustrate Arizona. I am really excited about that Texas Tech-Florida game, too, though.
On Flag, I'm starting to see more people going, oh, it's not just hype around this guy. We've known this for quite some time now. Obviously, we checked in, was it last year whenever he was in the with the Olympic team, or was it? Yeah, that was last year, last summer. And he was with the Olympic team, and we were like, oh, man, this dude's balling all over him.
Yeah.
And everybody's eyes opened then. And then whenever I heard the Scalabrine story, I was like, Kevin, is this guy? And you were like, I'm looking forward to this season. And then he's shown up, and he's been a baller for this team. That Florida-Texas Tech game is going to be two interesting styles colliding, and I'm excited about it.
And I have Florida winning it all in my bracket.
Same.
This was the Elite Eight matchup I had, though.
Oh, really?
And so I'm really excited to see how this game plays out. And you mentioned it. G-Bag's been talking about Texas Tech. Zach Wolchuk's been talking about Texas Tech, and it's great to see such an epic comeback for them to be able to make it to the Elite Eight. Are you invested at all? I know Friday nights can be tough because you're like, hey, we're going to go out and socialize or whatever. Are you in on any of the games this evening?
Oh, for sure. Michigan State Ole Miss is I mean, can Michigan State do what I need them to do and get one more round, and then I can eliminate them just like I always do.
Okay.
Tennessee has I didn't know what to think of Tennessee this whole time.
Sure.
I really was like, are they a real good 2 seed, or are they, like, where are they in this? And so watching them against Kentucky is going to be fun. But honestly, Houston-Purdue is the one that I'll probably be most interested in. It's just so damn late. It's 9 o'clock, Kevin.
It's a Friday night.
Yeah, I still go to bed at 10 because I have to get up at early in the morning because my daughter wakes up so early.
Also, can I tell you real quick?
And I don't believe in Auburn that much.
That's the
I'm weird about them. They've been weird to me.
In your face, #1 overall seed.
Yeah.
That's the earliest that game is going to start. Because if you remember last night, both the Tech game and the Duke game started later because the games before them took longer. And so I think it's 30 minutes after that first game. And so, look, I want you to be able to watch it, but there's a tiny part of me now that hopes that, like, Kentucky and Tennessee ends at 9:20, and so then that Houston game doesn't start till 9:50, and then it goes down to the wire, and Corey's like, oh my God, it's midnight. I need to go to bed. My daughter's going to get up so early, but this game is too good to stop watching.
Kevin, I think Bomani Jones said it too now. He's now stepped to the forefront as one of the people that says we shouldn't be playing multiple games at a time. You shouldn't be on multiple channels. I want it on one channel and one channel alone. What? And I want to go back to the olden days whenever we had it that way.
Can we do that after the first round? All right.
Okay.
I can't go back. All right. The first round, that Thursday and Friday, where you're like, hey, you better start watching the Practical Jokers because that's the only other show we have on True TV, all right? That and TBS and TNT were good for AEW, getting lots of shine on that, and CBS. I need all 4 of the options. I can't go back on the first day to them being like, hey, I know there's only 3 minutes left in this game, and this team is winning by 15 points, while in the other game, there's 4 minutes left and it's tied, but we're going to stick with this 15-point game. And you're like, no, give me the other game. If you want to change it later, that's okay. I can't go back in the first 2 days. Don't do that to me.
Gotcha. I got you there. Yeah. No, this has been I kind of was interested in the feeling yesterday of, was baseball going to be beat up by the NCAA tournament, or was baseball going to overtake the NCAA tournament? And I'm not exactly sure where that landed yesterday. I don't know what's going to be telling of that, because in my world, it was more baseball and hockey. And then I was like, oh, yeah, the NCAA tournament.
But if you think about it, it's really, and we're going to get to hockey, absolutely. It's going to be tough to compare, at least to today. Let's try that again. Yesterday, it's going to be tough to compare because there were so many afternoon games. I know you had a couple at 6 and a couple at 9 when the NCAA tournament was going on, but the bulk of the games were at like 2, 3 o'clock for opening day. So I'm curious about that crossover as well. All right. You want to throw it to the Mavs real quick? Because we do need to mention Jaden Hardy. If we're doing shout-outs, let's give me cut number 10, and let's shout out some Jaden Hardy.
He finds top scorer tonight, Jaden Hardy. Hardy gave it up to Anthony Davis. Under 2 minutes to go. Hardy, and it falls in there! It's Jaden Hardy's world tonight, and we are just living in it.
Now, Jaden Hardy is one of the players that if they are excelling, then I am excited. I would have liked a scenario in which he excelled a lot last night, and we still found a way to lose.
Kevin, I just looked at my bracket. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I went from 44th to 13th last night somehow.
Oh.
So congratulations to me on moving up in the bracket. I just was really excited about that. Back to Jaden Hardy. I forgot a Mavericks game was on. There was so much sports going on yesterday.
I mean, look.
I forgot about it.
That was, what, 4th best scenario behind 2 NCAA tournament games and the Stars?
That being said.
Although the Stars were a little bit later.
I'm in. Look, dude.
You want to make a run at this?
The only option, the only way to tank is to tell Anthony Davis not to play, right? Like that, if he's on the court, they have a chance to win the game.
That's true.
And he has decided he wants to play basketball. His goal probably for the rest of the season is to get all these guys on his side.
And to not shoot as poorly as he did last night.
Maybe so. But his goal is to probably get the rest of these guys, like find a form so that next season they can start off hot. That's probably what he wants to accomplish at some point. And I think it would be smart to gain some leadership trust from these guys. So that's where they are. They can't tank to the point where it's going to be really good for us anyway, Kevin. So they might as well try and make it into this this thing at the end of it and see what happens from there, and then try to make it entertaining for any of the fans that are left for the rest of the run here. That's it. So you can either say we want to try and tank and we're not really going to and be frustrated by it, or you can say I'm just going to enjoy the good moments here.
From the 682, we're going to be drawn back into NCAA tournament talk. I have Texas Tech ticket to pay $1,000 if they win the championship, or Houston to pay $500 if they win. Now, here's my question for you gentlemen right here and right now. A little bit of a mini moral compass, if you will.
Ooh.
Let's pretend you're both Houston alums, but you have betting slips for both of those two teams. What is the monetary difference that would switch your allegiance? Because like 500 versus 1,000, I don't know. I feel like most people would still stick with Houston because they're like, hey, I still get $500, blah, blah, blah. But like, what's the difference? Is it 500 to 4,000? 500 to what? Where you would like, no, I'm going to go ahead and root for the money.
Ooh, I think that 500 to 1,000 will do it for me. $500 is $500.
That's true.
Yeah, in my tax bracket, I need all the help I can get, so I'm taking that, absolutely.
Okay.
I guess first off is I would never root for Houston because I'm not Reggie. All right, so that would never happen.
Even if you had a ticket for $50,000?
Now maybe we're onto something here. But you're trying to get me to root for Houston for free.
But it's Houston College basketball. You don't have to hate them.
Against my money. So
but you don't have to hate Houston College basketball, do you?
$2. I'm rooting for anything from Houston. I told MJF yesterday I'd drop kick him all the way to Houston, treating us the way that he did yesterday.
You did?
Yeah. So, Kevin, I need big money. Like, I'm rooting for big money in these. If I'm rooting for big money, then I'll kind of be like, all right, I'm going for the money instead.
Okay.
If I am a fan of something and I have to root against, let's say Rangers. You want me to root against the Rangers? 50 grand is probably a good number for me. 10 grand is probably a good number for me to start with right there for one game. One game alone.
All right. You're looking for big money. If you can find a way to go to the past, I can help navigate you to some big money. Okay? Let's talk about Michael Jordan. Very first preseason game he ever played for the Chicago Bulls. First time he's wearing a Chicago Bulls jersey in a game. Back in the day, nobody really gave a damn. And so it was just laundry. And so eventually, the Chicago Bulls sent that jersey to the then Washington Bullets for a charity auction. It sold back then for $1,000. Except the top bidder did not pay the $1,000. So it went to the next highest bidder, who paid $800. I swear this is a true story. The person who got it for $1,000 like, ooh, it's too rich for my blood. And the guy won it for $800. He turns around and sells it in 2009 for $66,000. So that's a lot of profit, right? But clearly a mistake. Because between 2009 and 2025, the world of collectibles has clearly changed. And on Wednesday at Sotheby's, it went for the low, low price of $4.2 million.
Oh. And the one that was sold for $1,000?
And that person didn't even pay and eventually sold for $800. But then just think, 15 years ago, it only sold for $66,000. And Sotheby's got away from themselves because they're like, $10 million. And people are like, hey, it's a preseason game. Calm down.
Speaking of the Bulls, though, did you see that game last night, dude?
Yeah.
They scored 44 points in the fourth quarter, and that was amazing.
And they had a game winner. It was very...
Dude, that last 9 seconds was the craziest 9 seconds I've ever seen.
It was pretty impressive. Not as impressive as the person that flipped a $66,000 jersey to $4.2 million.
Probably so, yeah.
This is the second highest, I believe, or it's in the top 3 of Jordan jersey sales. Number 1 is still Game 1 of the 1998 Finals, The Last Dance. That one sold for $10.1 million.
Million?
But just think.
That's it? Not a B?
No. Well, no. Somebody could have had it for $1,000. But they're like,
When do you think something's going to sell for $1 billion? Now, I'm not saying just like anything. I'm talking about sports memorabilia.
If they ever find that golf ball that got shot off the moon.
$1 billion?
I could see that.
Is it just floating around in space?
I do not believe we have anywhere near the technology to get close to that thing. So, yeah.
You could track it somewhere like a star, like a shooting star or something like that.
Look, if we can get to all these other galaxies
Maybe it's
and
collected
stuff.
some space dust along the way and it's starting to grow. It's turning softball size now or something.
How is that how space works?
Oh, no.
Why
I've
not?
never been in space. Thank
The
you,
vacuum.
Alec. Yeah, we don't know.
Okay. Maybe I went through a black hole or something.
We'll have to ask the people that created the golf club.
Okay. Never mind. I have nothing to say about that. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Are these the likely major award winners this season? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got all the Rangers talk for you.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Adopted. We would love to feature you and your best friend on social media. We can make a difference, Tolos. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Swing and a high fly ball. Deep right center. Their center fielder's back. He's looking up, and that ball's out of here. At opposite field, 3-run homer for Bobby Witt Jr.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, hopefully helping you guys reach out and touch faith this morning. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to The Fan for the last 16 years, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tolo. I have a new opportunity on Monday. I'm on the phones almost all day, so I won't be able to listen.
Yeah, you will.
Okay.
You just turn it on and leave it on in the background. And then you can leave it low if you want to, and then when you're not on the phones, turn it up. So that's my unless you're like, oh, I'm using the app and everything, get 2 phones. All right. This is how we do this. Use the app on one phone, use the phone as a phone. All right.
Hey, if you find out somebody that you know that isn't a former athlete has 2 phones, do you bring that up, or are you just like?
Are you talking about Derek?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He has one. I mean, one's business and one's other business. Like he's a very busy man, and he needs 2. One of them, I think, though, a lot of influencers use multiple phones because of the cameras and stuff.
He said the other one. He's like, the other one's a Google phone, and I'm not far enough into that world, and I was like. Okay.
Explain to Kevin what a Google phone is, everybody. 877-881-1053.
In the meantime, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC and repair. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
You have tickets still available this weekend?
TexasRangers.com. I know opening day is over, but the baseball is not. So selfishly, I'm going to tell you can listen to all the games right here on 105.3 The Fan. But TexasRangers.com, good seats available, especially for these next few games. It's still opening weekend, so just give it a shot. Now, do you want to know one more note about the Rangers, or do you want to go to award winner predictions?
Let's go with Rangers first, Kevin.
Okay.
Did I make a bad choice?
You did, because this is not the most positive news in the world. Because since the Rangers lost yesterday, do you know that they're not going to be able to sell bottled beer again all season?
No, because they lost their game yesterday?
Because they lost the opener.
Really? So now, if they would have gone 162-0, they would be able to serve bottled beer.
Yeah, because they'd still have the opener.
And you're the one. No, here's the crappy problem. Earlier, somebody texted that in. They texted that in. It stinks that they won't be able to.
Look at that!
Even
Gavin
our
Spittle loves it!
No. You know what? Maybe you're not going to New York, because I might just walk out. If you can pull another one of those today, I might just walk out of here.
No,
I'm not even drive
I'm on
home.
probation,
I'm going to walk home just so that I can think this all out and reassess my entire life.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, Alec. We can walk together, dude. We'll go to a bar and hang out.
Let's go. Solidarity.
Jeez.
Yeah. 2 o'clock.
From the
he had to say the punchline almost 3 times.
Alec got the punchline the first time.
I got it immediately.
So
I wanted
busy.
to leave about 45 seconds ago.
Our boss is dancing so hard. Was that what happened?
Yes. That is correct.
I don't like y'all.
Now, predictions for who is going to win all of the awards. Who do you think the experts at ESPN like to win the American League MVP?
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge finished second.
Interesting. Soto. Juan Soto. Oh, you know what? Shohei Ohtani. I don't even know what I'm doing here. American League. Shut up, Corey. See? That's what that stupid joke. That stupid joke's got me all frazzled here.
This is my favorite day. Okay.
I'm gonna need a moment.
Hey, I'm gonna help you out. Bobby Witt Jr. got the bulk of the votes.
All right.
So he got 14 votes. Aaron Judge and Gunnar Henderson both got 3 votes for American League MVP. Now, Corey, I feel like you're all over this one. National League MVP.
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto is tied for third with Elly De La Cruz.
Shohei.
Behind Fernando Tatis and Shohei Ohtani.
Hold on, what?
Fernando Tatis Jr. is second on the MVP list.
That is weird to me. I feel like he's become irrelevant almost.
Wow.
Am I wrong about that? He kind of just disappeared to me.
I mean, I think obviously his reputation and everything took a hit. He had a down season last year because of it, but I think the anticipation is he'll be back, and he had a huge opening day. So I don't think it's based on yesterday. I just think it's based on the fact that like he's in better position to play all the games.
Yeah, after 42 home runs in 21, he had the PED suspension, and then it was 25 and 21. And it just wasn't like we were expecting 35 a year.
Yeah.
And, huge, 280 batting average or, something 290, somewhere in that range. And I just felt like, all right, he's all right still. But I guess that's interesting to see that he is back.
From the 903, that was great, Kevin. From the 817, Kevin, you got Corey. And from the 214, I can't tell.
I like where they're going.
They said end the show early. I can't tell if it's like Mike would say that it's not getting any better than that, or they're like, just close it down. Just, you're done. From the 817, lost the opener. That was awesome. From the 903, I was really confused. Okay, that's fair. Hey, opinions are all over the place.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You know the old saying.
I don't want
Opinions are like that stupid joke.
I didn't want to ask you to finish that because I was afraid that you would, and it would not go well. All right, I'm going to transfer you over to MLB.com for American League Rookie of the Year. It's not at the top of the mix, but here, Kumar Rocker did get votes, where in the ESPN poll, Rocker did not get any votes for Rookie of the Year. However, more good news. We go back to ESPN. Who will win the AL West? Corey, there are 28 experts. I know that's a lot, but I think you're going to like how this turns out.
Boston? After yesterday.
Who will win the American League West?
Son of a gun. The Rangers.
They got 18 of the 28 votes. 7 went to the Mariners, and only 3 went to the Astros.
Really? How many went to the A's?
None.
I have a feeling they're going to finish high in this division this year.
By the way, and to that point, only one person picked them to even make the wild card.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, that's interesting to me because I have them finishing at least second in this, maybe even being able to swing the top seed in this.
Wow.
Because I just don't believe in the Angels. The Mariners, you've said it many times.
I believe it when I see it.
And the A's, they spent money. They have young talent. They look like they could be good. Maybe I'm all wrong about this because maybe Jose Leclerc gives up 2 home runs in every single game they play in.
Yeah, so maybe you don't miss him. American League champion, it is the Boston Red Sox, as predicted by ESPN, with 10 of the 28 votes. The Rangers got 7 of those votes. So the Rangers are tied with the Orioles for second. But you think about it. Out of the 28 experts, 24 of the 28 of them said it will be the Red Sox, the Orioles, or the Rangers. So that is their distinctive hierarchy in the American League, which I know that doesn't change anything about yesterday's game or the season or anything like that, but it feeds into that we were talking about momentum that the Rangers have.
Does the fact that yesterday's game, that Garrett Crochet was the pitcher and that Boston is actually a good team, does that give you any solace?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
I mean, look,
I'm there too.
I think you can make a really strong argument that Boston is the best team in the American League. Like, obviously, I hope it is the Rangers, but Boston is in the mix, and Garrett Crochet is clearly a top-notch pitcher. Let's go to Tyler O'Neill. Tyler O'Neill with the Baltimore Orioles. He hit a home run yesterday. You might be like, why would I possibly care about that? Fair.
Fact.
This is the 6th consecutive opening day he's hit a home run.
Really?
Needless to say, that is an MLB record. He started the streak with the St. Louis Cardinals in 2020. In 2021, 22, 23, still with the Cardinals. 2024, hit a home run with the Red Sox. Now, in 2025, with the Orioles, 6 straight opening days with a home run. How incredible is that?
That is special, and that kind of makes me want to know what the next longest streak is on that. Actually, I found it out, Kevin.
Like 2 or 3?
It is 4.
Oh, good.
Held by 3 different people.
Okay.
Would you like to know who they are?
Yes, I would.
Todd Hundley from 1994 to 1997. Gary Carter from 77 to 80.
Is that when he was with the Expos?
Mm-hmm. And Yogi Berra from 55 to 58.
Okay.
Yeah, opening day home runs. The most opening day home runs total number? Adam Dunn, Ken Griffey Jr., Frank Robinson with 8.
All right. So
I think I heard Jared drop that one into the conversation yesterday.
That's pretty impressive. This fella's like, hey, I might be able
6
to
in a
put
row.
together a streak as long as all of
Impressive.
that. By the way, quick note for Paul Skeens yesterday. Paul Skeens became the fastest number 1 pick in MLB history to start opening day. Previously, Mike Moore and Steven Strasburg both started the opening day 2.5 years after their draft. Paul Skeens did it a year and a half after his draft. He went from number 1 pick to starting pitcher on opening day.
And it's kind of weird because he was striking out so many people last year already. You know, like he was already in the middle of
If you could have retroactively made him your opening day starter, they absolutely would have done that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Rangers. And this is something I really wanted to dive into yesterday. We didn't have the opportunity. Let's talk some more about the opener, but also, what is the Texas Rangers' great unknown for the season? And did you see it in Game 1? Next on The Fan.
Stars fans, we have the top hockey podcast in DFW.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Also on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, it's a shout-out Friday from the 321. Shout-out Friday. Shout-out to Kevin for breaking MJF with that sandwich joke.
Dude, that sandwich joke was great yesterday.
That was a problem.
That was the one moment, Alec, where you saw him break character completely, and he just wanted to give credit.
Yeah.
He really did.
I've never heard MJF break character until that moment. I'm so serious. I've never heard him laugh at somebody else's joke like that or anything. That was so good.
From Cowboy Guy on YouTube, Kevin landed one. Congrats. From John, that was great, Kevin. And from Kid Cowboy, I think he's talking about me. He needs a beer.
From the 817, Corey, you'll like this.
You know what? I'm about to go get a beer. There's one in the fridge. I'm going to go get a beer right now.
From the 817, Corey, I got the joke at the exact same time that Corey did. Now I'm rolling on the floor.
He's so proud of himself, too. Look
because
at him.
I always lose. We talked about it. The scoreboard now might be 16 million to 3.
It's been a fun day.
All right, so let me have this one. All right, I want to go back to the Rangers in just 1 second and talk about the greatest unknown for the Rangers of this season, because I think you can make a really strong argument. You saw it play out yesterday. But also wanted to throw this out there. Did you see that MLB released their automatic balls and strikes system report?
Yes,
okay.
I did. It looked like they felt like it was pretty good.
And I think they're right because 288 games with ABS in spring training, 4.1 challenges per game. The overturn percentage was 52.2%. And so, like, if you just even want to round it down, the calls were wrong about half of the time.
That seems bad.
It does, doesn't it? Because you were hoping it would be like, I don't know, like 15%.
Yeah, but it's spring training too, so those guys are in their spring training form.
Okay. All right. You know what? I will give them leeway for that. But then I think this was the biggest deal. Seconds added per challenge, 13.8.
Yeah.
So if there's, and we'll just round up and round, if there's 4 challenges per game on average at an average of 14 seconds per, that's 56 seconds. All right. So not even a minute that you're adding to the game. And I know this is part of a process, but it kind of feels like a pretty big step towards this being part of Major League Baseball, does it not?
Yeah, it does. If they scaled back the amount of time things take already and even shaved off more time, right, after they said, hey, we're going to do it a little bit more. And if you were listening this morning, Mike Adams, our friend, hopped on with the morning show. I need to apologize to Mike Adams, by the way.
Yeah, we're supposed to have him on.
Yeah, that's on me, dude. I got way too busy yesterday. But I love that guy. But he hopped on and he was saying, they're watching the game, and one of the guys he was sitting with said, hey, man, this is going by pretty fast. And he said, yeah. And they said, how long did games take when you were playing? It was like 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah.
And so they've already shaved that back, and now they're like, we can add less than a minute to the game by getting calls correct.
Yeah.
And now we don't have to have one of those. Now, I don't know if this is good or bad, those moments where batters are flustered and they're arguing with you, and now they're taken out of the game mentally, or where coaches, managers get ejected because balls and strikes aren't being called correctly. So I'm hoping that that's the case, but that is an entertaining thing, is managers arguing with umpires.
Sure.
And it is entertaining to see, when your pitcher's getting the calls. And he's throwing a Greg Maddux pitch where you're like, that was right there on the black. He was painting corners, and now maybe that won't be the case.
Now, over to the Rangers. And this is, look, we had to move a lot of stuff yesterday because guests were rolling in. We were having a blast.
Awesome.
Hopefully you guys were enjoying all the content that we were bringing to you yesterday. But the great unknown for the Rangers ahead of opening day. I get it why people would say the bullpen. Like, I absolutely understand that 100%. And it took one game to find out that might well be the case, or it could be an anomaly. Like, you could be looking back at this in a month and a half and be like, man, this bullpen is badass. I can't believe what happened on opening day. But here's what I decided to go with instead. And I want to see if y'all have like a specific great unknown. I'm going to go with a group of Josh Young, Corey Seager, Jacob deGrom, and Nathan Eovaldi. My great unknown is, can 3 of these 4 players stay healthy?
Oh, wow.
Because you have seen injury problems, obviously, for all of them, and for probably at least 2 of them, major injury problems. And so my great unknown is, can you keep 3 of these 4 specifically? That's not to say they're the best 4 players, because obviously, Langford's going to be in the mix, Simeon's going to be in the mix, but these are the guys that kind of have like that injury history with them. And so can 3 of these 4 stay healthy?
I got 3, deGrom, Young, Seager. Who was the other one?
Eovaldi.
I think Eovaldi can, but I think Eovaldi's going to have, I say this all the time, a spot in late July where they maybe skip him a couple times just because he pitches so much through the season. He wants to pitch 9 innings. Like, that's his goal, is to go out there and just eat it all up the entire day. He loves that part of it.
Yeah.
And hell, yesterday he's like, hey, by the way, watch my curveball be an out pitch on this. That was awesome. And seeing that he threw that into the mix, I think he's going to be mostly healthy. So that's one. I think Josh Young, it's very weird that most of his injuries have been just like the season-long injuries.
I get it.
The calf last year was a bit of a concern because we understand you have to trade them if they have a calf injury. That's just the way it is, Nico.
You don't have to do that.
So like that with Young, though, doesn't Josh Young look as lean as we've ever seen him yesterday, Alec?
Yeah, he looks good, man. He looks comfortable too. Like, not just physically, he does look great physically, but it looks like he's kind of back in his rhythm. He's back in his flow. It looks like he's used to playing baseball on a consistent basis again, which makes me really happy.
So I think you can keep those two. Kevin, I have zero clue about Seager and DeGrom, though. Like DeGrom,
it's fair. How can you?
Sunday could be it.
Yeah.
Sunday could also be the start of 3 straight no hitters. Like that's what he is.
Right.
Is the ability to be. Derek said it yesterday. We've been saying it all along. Anytime he steps onto the mound, you have a chance to see something special happen. And maybe it's 4 innings, maybe it's 9.
Right.
We don't know, but I feel comfortable with 2 of them as long as Josh Young doesn't get the accidental chaos thing happen. But Seager and DeGrom, I have zero clue.
And that's the thing. Like, you can say, and Corey, if you defiantly said, I know what's going to happen, I would be like, that's great. I'm glad that you think that. But you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Seager doesn't know. DeGrom doesn't know. You don't. Alec might know. But none of the rest of us, they know. Alec, what's your great unknown for this Rangers team?
We touched on it a little bit, so I had 2. The first one was about Nate Eovaldi. Was it just going to be his dominant year? Is he going to be this good all season? But I think in that same kind of conversation, is Jake Berger going to be like the feature of this offense now? And really of the position players? Because like Corey talked about, he flashed the glove a little bit yesterday at first base. But like, I was thinking of, okay, he's going to swing at a lot of fastballs and he's going to do damage to them more times than not, and it's probably going to result in home runs or outs. Then he draws, like a bazillion pitch walk against one of the best pitchers on the face of planet Earth. And I'm like, is Jake Berger going to be the spark plug that this offense was missing last year? I surely thought it when they made the move for him, but even after just one game, I'm like, he's a lot better than people realize. It's just he was in a bad market on a bad team last year, so we didn't really talk about him. He's really exciting to me. So that's my unknown is he going to be offensively and maybe even defensively that piece that you never knew that you were missing?
I hope so, right? Because we're already counting on...
We were hoping he would just compliment this thing, right?
Yes.
The compliment Seager. That was the hope.
And I think it's a hybrid, but you can be both, right? Like you can compliment Seager, which hopefully means he's having an amazing season,
right? Or
Marcus Simeon's having a bounce back, or Wyatt Langford is stretching September out into all of our hopes and dreams, where you're just like, we would all love a world where Jake Berger is the 4th complimentary piece on this team, but man, does he get a lot of attention.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, but that's the problem, is if you chunk this lineup out, I'm looking at concerning parts across the way, whether you think Adolis is going to be a problem leading into eventually getting to Jake Berger, whether it's the top of the lineup. But I think you could be right about that, and still, like, he could be complimentary great. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but you get what I'm saying.
I'll take it, yeah.
One of the things, Alec, I would love for them to do is, like, because there are so many interesting personalities in this clubhouse, Simeon not being one. Listen, I love Marcus Simeon, but he knows what he's doing. Like, he's like, I got to go in and focus every day, and I want to set a good example. Off the field, when you kind of get a chance to talk to him, he's actually pretty funny and witty. But he's focused. He's PC.
Hey, Marcus, you won't believe what Kevin just asked of this soccer player.
Look at how funny Michael Young is now. Like, Michael Young was very serious whenever he was, but yesterday he was hilarious. And so, like, these guys, they do have it, but I hope that Berger's personality, that the team takes part of it on. That World Series year, they were a bunch of even keel guys, but whenever it was time to be part Adolis, they were. Whenever it was time to be part Austin Hedges, they were. Like, all those guys had that personality. And then you see Josh Young talking about, I truly believe that if you're going to develop and create an unselfish culture, you have to be unselfish, which is why he gave all his teammates that stuff yesterday.
Which I did think was really cool.
It's an unselfish thing, and those guys... Boch has said this many times. He's told us many times, give me a group of guys that all work together, that are all fighting together on something. All those personalities will pop up. So I see what Alec's saying, and if for a portion of the season he needs to be the one carrying it, I think he can. And I think that's going to be a good thing for this group as they go along.
Now, this is not exactly a shout out, but as long as we're talking about the Rangers from the 6A2, I'll tell you who looked damn good and comfortable anywhere on the field is Josh Smith. And we talked about this obviously a lot last year. Josh Smith feels like a treasure, and he feels like the piece that you don't know you need until you see every winning team has their Josh Smith. You know what I'm saying? Where you're like, well, we couldn't have done it without him.
Yesterday, I believe it was Mike that was talking about, was it Rafaela? He was like, he's never going to be an all-star, but every team needs a guy like this.
Yes.
And I think that's the Josh Smith part of it. And dude, I know we're kind of looking to the future with Wilcott. Yes. Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking Walcott.
It is Walcott.
Walcott. Solomon Wilcott's. Is that
Sebastian Walcott?
We're looking forward to the future with him. That's not here yet. And Seager has not decided to be the first baseman or the DH of his life. So for the time being, Josh Smith's a perfect fill-in part of it. Well, what would the decision be later down the road if it's between those two guys? And they're looking at it going, man, this one has all the size. He's got all the flash. Josh Smith, though, just keeps doing these things that make you go, I got to get him on the field.
And I actually think that's your answer right there, is that Walcott will be the guy. But Bruce Bochy has told us this before. Josh Smith will find a way to force you to keep his bat in the lineup. And I don't know where that's going to be. But then again, maybe they don't either. And they're like, well, today it's going to be here. Today it's going to be here.
Who's pitching today, Kevin?
For the Texas Rangers?
For the Texas Rangers.
Are we going Jack Leiter?
It is a Jack Leiter. It is a Jack Leiter day, Kevin. Are we going to get a no-hitter today? Or are we just going to get, you hoping for 6 innings like yesterday from Nate? If you got that, would you be like, this is the most special thing ever?
If Jack Leiter, look, I hope this makes sense. If Jack Leiter gets the exact same outing that Nathan Eovaldi is, I will be so much more excited than I was yesterday. Because I've seen
I'm going to be so amped for Rocker Star.
Yes. And then DeGrom. But, like, you've seen Evo do this.
Yep,
and you're like, oh, hey, big shock.
It's expected.
In the biggest possible situation you can imagine, he is freaking nails. And I wanted to go back to that because yesterday, 22 curveballs out of his 87 pitches. So almost exactly 25%. But think about this. Of those 22 curveballs he threw, he got 10 swings and misses.
Yeah, most of them were Devers. He was so happy that Eovaldi was out of that game yesterday.
That is a very fair point. But if you can get 10 swings and misses, or almost like even 45% swings and misses on a specific pitch, that is incredible. And then he ended his day with 9 strikeouts and no walks. It's only the 12th time in the last 50 years that any pitcher has struck out at least 9 without giving up a walk on opening day. And for the Rangers specifically, it ties him with Lance Lynn in 2020, Matt Harrison in 2013, Colby Lewis in 2012, and Nolan Ryan in 1991 for the most strikeouts on Rangers opening day.
I accept, Nate. I appreciate it, man.
I agree. I'm with you on all of that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jackson Churrio Sportsbooks and the crocodile-infested Olympic waters. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial free.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And some you cannot. Permapeer is an expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation. PERMAPIER.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Base hit could tie it. 3-2 pitch from Devin Williams on its way. And he struck him out. 2 out. And 5 strikeouts in the ballgame for Jackson Churio.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Or are you Jackson Churio, who had the platinum sombrero? Obviously, you're probably more familiar with the shameful golden sombrero that you get after 4 strikeouts. But Jackson Churio had 5 strikeouts on opening day which leads him to the platinum sombrero. Couple things about that. He had never struck out more than 3 times in a game. And also, there is disputed research about this, so maybe one of them happened like in the 1890s or something. Jackson Chourio is either the second or the third player in the history of baseball to strike out 5 times on opening day.
So either the second or the third.
Yes.
And who are the other ones?
Lefty Magoo back in the 1890s, maybe. And then the other one just happened a few years ago.
Wow.
Sorry, I can't remember offhand who that was.
So, but he just got paid, right?
Yeah, I still think he's going to be really
He
good.
got paid a lot to strike out on opening day a lot. It's impressive, dude.
Did you know it was the platinum sombrero?
I never heard of it. Dude, when I heard of the golden sombrero, I was a little, I kind of got, I didn't know that was a thing at first until I heard about it.
Did you think it was something different?
Kind of.
Oh my
It's
God.
protecting you from something.
So yeah, I was thinking in my head, I was like, what is that? And it's the platinum
Just
sombrero.
a little bit better, a little bit more, you know?
Congratulations.
That's a tough day, dude.
It is.
Going and you're thinking is just like, holy crap, how bad at baseball am I? That's
Sure.
And then you get a chance again to get back out the next day and do it again and get your opportunity to hit a home run and change the way everybody thinks about you.
Now, I'm going to stick with baseball because this is complicated. Not exactly sure who deserves the blame and needs to ask for forgiveness on here. Here's part 1. And this is the less offensive to the White Sox part. The Chicago White Sox they were set to start the season with an over-under win total of 53.5.
Okay.
That is the lowest win total set by sports books in more than 35 years, according to ESPN research. So that's pretty bad, right?
From what I know, yeah.
However, is this more embarrassing? This is wild. So if you follow Polymarket, we've talked about Polymarket, and there's another really good one that will give you like a great idea of kind of like the next level gambling and everything like that. The championship odds this season for the Chicago White Sox, less than 1%. The odds of Jesus Christ coming back to the earth, 3% per Polymarket. So,
what?
Polymarket.
You can bet on that?
Yes, you can. Now, how you're going to collect after that? Look, that's a whole different thing. I don't know. And I'd be like, I can't pay off your bet. I got raptured. But like, you probably wouldn't be able to say that to the anyways. My point is, so Polymarket thinks it's 3, if not 4 to 5 times more likely that Jesus will be back this year than the Chicago White Sox win the World Series. Do they need forgiveness for that? For putting that stat out into the world? Do the White Sox need forgiveness for being so terrible that this would actually come up? Where are we going with this, fellas?
I mean, they did win yesterday, though.
Which means, what are they, like 39 wins away from
8-1.
last
So
year?
is it that the White Sox are that good? Or the Angels are that bad?
And I actually think the Angels might be that bad.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't score their 1 run until the 9th inning. It was the top of the 9th inning, and they were like, time for a comeback.
To be fair, we scored 2 runs yesterday.
Well, hey, we scored our first run earlier than the 9th inning, though. We just couldn't score in the 9th. That was the problem.
In your face, Angels.
I actually
Hold on.
I love the stat. Actually.
Hold on. Who did you say they lost to?
Angels of Anna. Oh my God.
The Chicago White Sox defeated the Angels. But in Polymarket, Jesus Christ is the favorite to defeat the White Sox.
I think Alec just said Jesus Christ.
Said something not FCC friendly.
Hey, this is a true fact. With the win yesterday, the White Sox are now 40 wins away from matching last year's total. Don't forget that. Last year they went 41 and 120.
They're so bad.
Hey,
Corey, you look perplexed.
What is going on?
The Memphis Grizzlies just let go of their head coach. They're the 5 seed right now, and they just said, see you later. They've announced they parted ways with Taylor Jenkins.
Man, that is odd timing.
It just seems like, didn't this happen last year with the Bucks? They were like, hey, we're moving on from Adrian Griffin and we're moving forward with Doc Rivers. Or was that 2 years ago? Something like that. It just seems weird that you're the 5th seed and then you just say, see you later to, I'm sorry, that was a little shocking.
And there's 9 games left in the regular season? That is...
You're going to the playoffs with a whole new head coach? That doesn't make any sense to me. But then again,
that is
the NBA has not made
confusing.
much sense to me at all this year. So maybe they're trying to top the Mavericks. Maybe they're like, you know what? We'll show you right before the playoffs. We'll fire our head coach. That's weird, dude.
Man, that is, it's everywhere. That is...
Yeah, they're 44-29.
That is mind-boggling.
Interesting.
I wonder if that's something behind the scenes issues that they've had with some of the players.
We've seen stuff like that happen before. Things behind the scenes pay off that way.
Okay, wow. So maybe the Grizzlies need to ask for forgiveness?
Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
I'm not totally sure. Now, I take you to MLB TV. Now, multiple people texted this in already, but MLB TV crashed on opening day.
Oh.
And that became a trending topic on social media, obviously, for not the right reasons. I'm not saying that people are just going to be like, oh, I'm not going to watch baseball anymore. But, like, of all the days, this felt like the day that Twitter went down for the start of NFL free agency.
It felt like the Jake Paul fight.
Yes.
Where everybody was trying to watch Mike Tyson and not see his butt again. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, we can't even get this thing to float. So it's bad.
So the app has had a history of problems, but on opening day, that is going to lead to some agitated customers, I imagine.
Yeah. Well,
Whoops.
how much of that has to do, you think, with, who was it yesterday? T-Mobile, you said, was given away? So they were like not prepared for all the T-Mobile users?
Maybe T-Mobile had historic pickup on that offer, and they're like, we were not ready for all of this.
Our apologies.
877-881-1053. I don't know this to be the case from the 915. Nico consulted the Grizzlies on that move. I don't know
Likely.
that to be the case.
It's likely, though.
So maybe, maybe not.
It's weird.
All right. Do you think that the Olympics need to preemptively ask for forgiveness again? Or is this a very easily correctable problem? Corey, what year is it?
This year is 2025, the year of our Lord.
That's right. Whoa, very religious segment. The 2032 Olympic rowing venue. There is some concern that in Brisbane, Australia, that there are crocodiles in the Olympic rowing venue.
Crikey.
Fair enough. That's 7 years away.
You can get the crocodiles out of there by then.
You could,
Yeah,
or
drain it.
You could, oh man.
And refill it with good water.
It feels like you could just do it somewhere else.
Like a swimming pool?
No, I don't know. Like, surely they have another body of water that doesn't have crocodile.
In Australia?
Yeah.
Or Brisbane?
I don't know. I've never been to Australia. I mean, it is in Australia.
Yeah. All I know about Australia is kangaroos are on land, alligators and crocs are in the water.
Alligator bit my hand.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
You don't want Chubbs to lose his hand in the Olympics? So that's one of my favorite lines, Alec. I'm so happy you played that. I love that line so much.
That turn, because Adam Sandler's trying to be sympathetic to him. He's like, oh, because you were black? He was trying to be like sympathetic because of racism. And he goes, no. And that was a stunning turn of events. All right.
Thank you, Carl Weathers, for giving us that beautiful line.
Man, he's the
As
best.
you rest with
He's
Jesus.
awesome in that. Apollo Creed as himself, the cheapest human being that's ever been in Arrested Development. Amazing. But some have suggested that this could be the most watched rowing Olympic event of all time if you just let it ride.
Because just out of nowhere, bam, get hit by a croc.
All right, Alec, this is serious.
Think you're a hunk of chicken.
Olympic-based question. You are the overwhelming favorite going into the 2032 rowing Olympics. Now, I know there's multiple rowing events. Let's say you're favored by like a minus 2,000 to win 2 gold medals. But they have not completely solved the crocodile problem yet. Are you still participating in these Olympic Games?
Yeah, because I think that surgery and emergency surgery especially is only temporary. Gold medals are forever.
So you're assuming that you'll survive this crocodile encounter.
Oh, yeah. I'll just get the wooden, limbs, because I'm assuming if there's multiple, I'm probably losing multiple limbs. So, I'll just get the wooden replacements. I'll get the prosthetics and whatever endorsement money I get from that gold medal. Sure, it's going to pay for everything.
From the 910, I like this idea. Or you could make Mega Crocs and make it really interesting. The athletes can't take steroids or HGH, but nobody's saying that we can't juice up these Crocs and really get this thing going.
Look, I have learned enough from movies to tell me that we should not be doing two things.
Reading
genetically enhancing creatures or beings that are already living in this place and giving the robots too much freedom to think and become their own. It feels like that's inevitably our downfall.
I always go also with reading out loud things that I don't know. Like if I'm in Egypt and I see some stuff right there, don't read it out loud unless you read it to yourself. Here's the rule that me and my buddy have always said. I read it to myself. You read it to yourself, and then we decide that it's not going to harm humanity, and then we can read it out loud.
That's a great point. Can I add on to that? Addendum. If you find a book that looks unlike any book you've ever seen before, don't read the cover.
Turn it over to authorities.
Yeah, or open it up. And that's the same with Corey, to his point. If you needed a torch to get to where you're going, and you're reading things off the wall via that torch, that needs to be an internal thought.
Whatever's behind that wall right now probably is behind that wall for a reason.
Yeah. And you do not have the capability of fighting it off. You're no Brendan Fraser.
But the Tolos are better. They know that.
Okay.
They would never put us in harm's way.
Good.
Except for whenever we had the wheel. They were definitely wanting us in harm's way.
I thought we were going to bring that back. From the 214, I'm a pickleball pro. But I entered an amateur tournament in another state using an alias just for the prize money. Please forgive me.
It used to happen a lot with our cornhole tournament where people would show up out of like Florida. They'd private jet into this place.
They were coming in like the team from Dodgeball. And they all had their hands on each other's shoulders in matching suits. And you're like, oh, those guys didn't just show up for no reason. Man, that means this player must be really good. Because they're like, I had to change my name because my name would show up on that list and be like, hold on. I know who you are. I was going to make up a name and then I almost said Ross Fenstermaker. But then I was like, well, that is an actual
real person,
executive.
He runs
with
the Rangers.
The Texas Rangers. So that's not going to work. And so, I mean, you must be really good at pickleball. And it sounds like you won. I'm gonna assume
from the 817. So we shouldn't roll dice on this board game.
All right. Again, this is the same logic as the book. If it's a regular looking board game that you've seen before, and I get it, Jumanji's going to throw that whole thing for a loop. But if it looks different than any board game box you've ever seen before, stay away from it. Don't roll those dice. All right. You are going to be eaten by one of those toy hippos.
Hungry hippo. Just
KNC masterpiece.
All right.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the strongest and weakest position groups in this NFL draft. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got all the Rangers talk for you. David Murphy at 4, Eric Nadel at 5:20. Nation 2 to 6:30 here on The Fan.
Baseball fans, take us.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
order something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you got it. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Two adopted dogs, I can tell you, they truly have been a blessing. That's why so many of us here at The Fan are urging you to check out our fan ambassadors up for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt. You can change their and your life for the better. We would love to feature you on our social media with your new best friend. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this offensive line knows what to do. Howard, now they get to him. Abdul Carter.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
That's a dip right there.
It's a Friday dip for you.
The 817, shout out to my wife, Trish. She just got a nice promotion. I am one step closer to retirement. Miguel.
I
love it for
I
you,
do.
Miguel.
I like it. That is very smart. All right, I wanted to go through the strongest and weakest position groups in the NFL draft. But first, Corey, you've been asking me about this for weeks. You've
Every
been
day,
hounding
pretty much.
me about it. Yes, there will be kind of a sequel to the Chiefs Hallmark Christmas movie. However, this time it was announced by Damar Hamlin.
Which one?
It was
There's
called,
two.
There is?
Well, one was kind of about an idea of Travis and Taylor, and one was like really.
This was the one that was like Chiefs,
Okay, all right.
a Christmas love story.
It was silly, but it was fun.
This one will be called, really branching out, Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story.
A Bills love story.
Were the Buffalo Bills the next logical choice? Like, I get why they picked the Chiefs because of Taylor Swift. Are the Bills going to move the needle like that, or does it matter because it's about Christmas and romance?
Isn't it important who the leads are?
It's true.
And the leads are Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld.
No, they're not.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's who this should be about, right?
Oh, okay. Because if you told me they were going to star in the movie, I was like, well, then I'm definitely going to watch it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I get that. That's fair.
So that's interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
You said Holiday Touchdown?
Holiday Touchdown.
That was the name of the last one.
Oh, there you go.
Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story.
Okay.
And then Christmas in the Spotlight was the other one.
So here's going to be the formula.
Paid $2 for that because my wife made me.
The Chiefs one got huge ratings.
No, the Chiefs one actually was. It was cheesy. It was light. It was Hallmark. You know, it was It was a Christmas movie.
And so if this one does big ratings, you can bet this will, Alec, whether you like it or not.
How would the Cowboys version go?
They end up not getting together. Like in the Cowboys love story, this would be the one Hallmark movie where
they're living in the past,
where the big city lady doesn't go back to her hometown for the strapping country fella, and they don't get it together. Seriously,
the big city lady goes back to Arkansas, right? And then revisits, and then all of a sudden finds out that the guy back in Arkansas is really a member of a super rich billionaire family that owns a football team,
and she never gets a ring.
Dang it. Jeez. We just, you know what?
That's fair.
Until they win, they deserve it. And so do we probably as fans.
All right, let's talk about Abdul Carter. He is not going to work out at the Penn State Pro Day. He is still rehabbing from his shoulder injury. But once again, this feels so problematic that to take him in the top 11 feels foolish and like a waste of your draft pick. You should just let Abdul Carter slide down the board at 12. You can't trust him with that shoulder.
Yeah.
And let some other team deal with it.
And I've seen him in the color red and green. He only looks good in blue. So, and silver. Like,
it's a sexy pick.
Yeah. So I think he wouldn't even look good in your uniform, most teams. So just stick to that. Who are the teams that wear blue in front of the Cowboys this year in the draft? We don't even know.
Just the Cowboys.
Yeah. So let's just go with that one.
Actually, I'm sure that's not accurate. I'm not going to take the time to even think
Somebody
about it.
tweeted us and did say the Bills' love story is a movie about a guy who almost falls in love a bunch but never gets married.
Oh, that's sad.
Is the Bills.
By the way, Abdul Carter is meeting with the Giants today, if you wanted to know that. However, the other reason why I wanted to talk about Abdul Carter is edge defender is the number one strongest position in this draft per NFL.com and probably Broadus and Wolchuk. Second on the list, running back. Now, Corey, you didn't sound surprised at all that edge is number one.
Because I've been listening to Broadus and Wolchuk. Like, that's the smart thing to do if you're trying to be prepared for this draft this year. And I mean, Wolchuk's really, really bullish, and we'll have him today coming up here at 12:40, I do believe.
Maybe one.
He's pretty bullish on the cornerbacks in this draft too. He's okay with a second round cornerback. So like there are some areas that he thinks have some really good quality players.
So cornerback is seventh on the NFL.com list, along with interior offensive line. Quarterback is next to last, followed by safety.
This is a bad quarterback draft.
It is feeling like that.
And I know Cam has said I just established myself as the number one. That's fine, but everybody is looking at it like, can anybody else please take it? Like that's kind of where they all stand on it. And I know I've heard multiple times the Quinn Ewers would be a fine pick late round for the Cowboys. Like we'd be perfectly okay with that.
Late round, day 3 for sure.
I want to know where Jackson Dart really is right now, because that would be my preference in that world.
Would Cam Ward be the fourth quarterback in last year's draft?
Probably so. Yeah, probably because. And I mean that gives a lot of credence to how good last year's draft actually was, though. Caleb Williams didn't have a great year this year, or last year. This year he'll probably have a better year. But Jaden Daniels popped. We all kind of knew that this was a special class.
Now running back is second on this list, which is good because that's another position where the Cowboys have a need. But I want to take you to Ashton Genty, which I love this sense of confidence. What is the North Star that you're chasing in football? Fox Sports asked. Genty said, to be the best that's ever played the game. For me, that's what I've always wanted out of sports, to be the best wherever I am at. And he goes, I feel like there's no reason to play the game if you don't want to be the best, if you don't want to compete. But I think if there's a lot of things that come with that, being in the community, all of that, making others around you better. But I don't just play for them. I play to be the best.
Look, if he's there, scoop him up. I'm perfect. That is the way he talks. Very Emmitt Smith. Whenever I think of Emmitt Smith and like hey, here are my goals, and I'm going to go be all of these things, and he achieved them. So like that's what I feel whenever I hear him talk. And again, if he's there, I'm perfectly comfortable taking a player like that. And I hope the Cowboys aren't telling themselves like they did with Derrick Henry. Our offense isn't built for that. We're not built to even, he wouldn't even have a good season if we had him behind this offense. You know, I hope the Cowboys are looking at it going, no, he can make some special things happen.
I'm going to go from that to, let's stick.
Sorry, the top text just kind of.
With the Cowboys.
Hey, your wife, Christina, congratulations.
Good for her. Now, also congratulations to Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys. Didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday. They held a bowling event and raised $167,000, Pins for a Purpose. And the money goes to help out young people and Gold Star families. A Gold Star family is an immediate family member of a fallen service member who died while serving in a time of conflict. So feels like hopefully a cause that we can all get behind, and good for Micah for making that happen and raising a ton of money in the process. And for the people that were asking, yes, according to the full rules that the NFL sent out this week, the nose wipe celebration that CeeDee Lamb does is qualified as, quote, a violent gesture and would be a 15-yard penalty for people that have been asked.
I know, like I had said one day I was like, I feel like it's some sort of murder, gang-related something. And I got a lot of texts. They were like, no, it's this. And I was like, okay, I mean, I don't know. And then now that's what the NFL thinks. So they said can't do it anymore.
Thanks a lot, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
Nobody's
The Fan.
as upset about that as they are about the way you screw the Rangers. All right? So don't try this.
Yeah.
Man, you know what I'm really upset about right now is that somebody texted in that said big city. I need to look up the slang for that, and that was a mistake.
Oh.
Because I did.
On Google?
It was a mistake. I'm telling you, don't do it.
Big City Greens is a great cartoon.
Okay. Coming up next, we'll talk Stars and Flames, but also this time we will throw in some NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
The North.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into some NFL overreaction or reality in just a minute. But in the meantime, and we didn't get a chance to mention them yesterday after they had defeated the Oilers, but we need to talk about the Stars today. They beat the Flames last night, and if you go back to that Oilers game, I believe they were up 4-0 in that game.
Yeah.
Going into the third, and then Edmonton scored 3 goals, finish it out 4-3. I just wanted them to do well on their Canadian/West Coast trip. You've got your next 2 games against the Kraken, but 4-3 win over the Oilers, and then last night, DeSmith was outstanding as you beat the Flames 5-2. The defense, less outstanding, but DeSmith was outstanding. He got you those points yesterday, and the Dallas Stars have now won 4 games in a row. And if you take a look at it, we've continually been doing this. You've now played the same amount of games as Winnipeg. So you're at 72.
Lose a peg.
72. Lose a peg. That's right. I'm sorry. So you have 10 games left to go, and you're down by 4 points to lose a peg.
You're at 98 right now?
Correct. And you still play them one more time. If you can win that game in regulation, I really thought after they lost the last game to Winnipeg, you're in position to take C1. And by the way, side note to that, Colorado has played 1 game more than you, and they're down 5 points. So even though Colorado has been on fire, they have not gained any ground in this last little chunk of game.
Yeah, it seems like it's a winning streak for the Stars, winning streak for Colorado, and they're not getting anything there. This is one of those moments where...
And in the meanwhile, the Blues are on a tear for one of the wild card spots.
Yeah, and they can be sad all they want. You know,
You heard it. You can't unhear it.
This is... So part of me is like, what, about 9 games left is what you said? 10 games? You got about 10 games left here, and you're going to go into the longest portion of your season, the playoffs. Like that's, you're already there.
Sure.
Reward yourself. Go get a trophy. Go ahead and add another trophy to the season that you could add another trophy after that. Like go ahead and fight for the end of it. Don't just try and, hey, man, we're already there. Let's cruise to the end of the season, and then we'll turn it back on when playoffs go. I think Pete DeBoer is probably sitting there going, dude, guys, let's go reward ourselves with a trophy. I love when Brian Ray said that Jim Nill rewarded the players by adding Amico.
Yeah.
And the players should reward themselves and their coach. They should reward their coach with, you know what, we're going to fight down to the wire on this. And if it takes beating Lose a Peg on the way to it, we'll do it. We're going to do that too. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to win a trophy on the way to this thing. Let's try it.
So if you can win the division, I'm looking at it right now in the hopes of avoiding the best teams. So if you can take the division and be C1, you could play the worst wild card team. Well, right now, St. Louis, like I said, I know they're still behind. They're in a freaking tear. And so that worst wild card team could be the Wild.
Oh, you got to be the Capitals, too. Okay.
And so eventually, and so if you can get that matchup, you could have the on-fire St. Louis Blues having to probably play Vegas. You could have the on-fire Colorado Avalanche dispatch of Losapeg, or the other way around, and you could be sitting on the other side of that after you play Minnesota, who we talked about several times. You freaking own them, and Ottinger owns them to the core. So, man, you're still going to have to play phenomenally well in the last 10 games, but they got a shot at being number one.
I'm looking at the stretch here, Kevin, and the strength of schedule down this stretch here. Dallas still the third easiest schedule. Going. Washington, second easiest schedule. So they got that going for them. Losapeg, 12th hardest schedule.
Okay, so they're kind of
in the middle of the pack on things, and I'm trying to find Colorado's 17 hardest. So you still got some stuff going on. Any other team you're looking for here? Who else?
Well, since you mentioned Washington, I know you mentioned their strength of schedule. Ovechkin is on pace right now to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time goals record in the regular season finale.
Did you see last night? We did, because I watched it a little bit with you.
Just posting up on the power play.
Yeah, it was a power play, and he was like, I'm staying out here for 2 minutes. He was out there for, I think, a minute and 51 seconds, just basically standing on the ice. He wouldn't leave, and he was like, I'm getting a cheap goal here, guys. And then he did finally rope one. But I think that's the beautiful thing about Gretzky and everything he accomplished. He wasn't chasing anybody. He was just going.
Sure.
And so it's always interesting to watch somebody chase a record and try and do something like that, because they start to kind of fold with all the pressure on them. Guys like Gretzky are just out there hey, I've already broken a record. Let's just see how many more I can add to this thing.
Now, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In the meantime, are you guys ready for some mini NFL overreaction or reality? Let's do it.
Yes.
877-881-1053. I know we've talked about all of the reasons and debunked it. But overreaction or reality, you would have supported the nonsensical Dak to Cleveland trade.
Depending, yes. I mean, would I love to see Dak Prescott win a Super Bowl as the Dallas Cowboys quarterback? Absolutely. I also am probably being a little bit of a cold-hearted GM here.
Oh, no.
Whenever I say I got to know when to move on.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, unfortunately, signed a big-time contract. And now, granted, Broadus said yesterday, Dak's running around out at the Star right now and looks like he might be ready for OTAs. So with that hamstring situation, he's saying Dak looks pretty good, so I'll take that. But depending on what they're getting back and how much it ultimately would cost the Cowboys to make it happen, I don't know if it would be a fair deal.
It would be a truly heroic run at your salary cap with the dead cap.
Yeah, and so again, yes, I would have supported it if you're getting a haul, if you're getting a ransom back in return. I'm still kind of in the mind of supporting and hoping. We never got one with Tony. I would love to see Dak possibly get one. That would be nice.
Alec, overreaction to reality, you would have supported the absurd Dak Prescott to Cleveland trade rumors.
Overreaction, and it's a pretty simple reason to answer why. You're still going to pay for it. You're still going to pay for him. You're still going to pay for that salary cap hit that you just alluded to for years to come. If it was a Matt Stafford situation where there's no more guaranteed money left on his deal, and it's like, hey, we kind of have to make a decision. Are we going to give you the money? Are we going to send you to somewhere that will? Sure. I would have been A-okay with that, because then you reset your clock with a rookie contract. Hopefully, if the draft goes your way, then all the financial reasons to win are there. You get the Micah extension done, the dominoes fall, and then you've got yourself a nice little 5-year window to try to work something out. But that's just not the case.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Bengals gave out a lot of money, but they still suck on defense.
Yeah, that's the reality.
Because, The receivers were, and I know working with Hendrickson, but the receivers were not the issue. You're like, we just don't have enough offense. Your defense is effing terrible.
And they're hoping that in the draft they can kind of rebuild that thing and just keep going. But they're like, but offense, and maybe, dude, I'm starting to think a lot of teams are like, hey, balance it out in the draft. Maybe the formula is build one side of the ball in free agency and the other side of the ball in your draft. And whichever one is going to be the cheaper via draft, use that one, and then use maybe the more expensive one on the other side of the ball. So I'm starting to think more like that, and maybe that's where the Bengals are going. They're just like, we're just going to load up on defense in this draft.
Alex, do you want to annihilate the Bengals like Corey did by scoffing at them and being like, yeah, their defense does still suck?
Yeah, I think we're about to see the first ever in history 33rd ranked defense in the NFL. They're going to find a way to make it happen, even though it's not physically possible, but they'll find a way. They have nothing on that side of the ball right now. Absolutely nothing, and it's not crazy to say that. There's nothing to be desired defensively for them. But hey, I mean, whenever I would have the chance to do the night show with Reggie a lot, we would be watching Stars games as they happen. He says, hey, just score 7 goals every night and you're fine.
Damn right.
So if you score 54 points every game, if you're the Bengals, they'll probably be fine because they'll give up maybe 45.
God, that would be so much fun to watch. Overreaction or reality? Kirk Cousins going to a Chipotle in the Cleveland area means he is definitely going to be the Browns' next quarterback, because this is what social media has decided. He was in a Chipotle in the Cleveland area, and people are like, because he's going to be the Browns quarterback.
Well, he doesn't live in the Cleveland area, right?
Fair. Not as far as I know.
And they don't, I've been to Cleveland plenty of times. I just watched the It's Cleveland video, the hastily made Cleveland video with Avery for the first time. He was like, what is happening? This is hilarious. Chipotle, makes sense to me. Remember when Bill Belichick was at that Chick-fil-A in Atlanta, and everybody thought he was getting the job for the Falcons, and then he didn't?
Oh, I just assumed it was so he could hit on some of the new trainees.
So but yeah, that makes sense to me with Kirk Cousins.
By the way, Kirk Cousins didn't refute this, and he had some fun with it when somebody's like, oh my God, it's happening. And Kirk Cousins responded, salad with double chicken never fails me. So, like, I don't think it would have mattered if he would have been like, nope, just here for, like, my wife or whatever. But I like that he was like, you know what? That's fine. I won't dissuade anybody.
Dude, he would be the next in another line of those quarterbacks that just was a bad job by them.
He's there.
And Myles Garrett's like, hey, we want a young quarterback that can come in, be patient, understand what we're trying to build here and trying to accomplish. That would be two different things colliding with each other.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. All right, I know this question's a little difficult because it's your job. So try to factor that out. And this question is for all the people at home as well. Overreaction or reality, you don't really care or focus on the NFL draft until now. So you're less than 4 weeks away, a little bit less than a month. Starts on April 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan. I've made it very clear I don't care about mock drafts until right about now because I'm like, you're just saying things. You don't know. But overreaction or reality, you don't really care about the NFL draft until right about now.
No, not really. I mean, I'm trying to keep track of some things in college. I think watching college football helps you care about the NFL draft. As I'm watching, most of the time I'm watching and going, that dude might be really good for this team.
Sure.
But to be able to do it the way Broadus and Wolchuk do it, they have access we don't. They have access most people don't. And so that makes it more difficult to like really keep up with some of those things. But no, I think the NFL draft, you're constantly trying to figure out how your team is going to team build and how they're going to get better. And throughout the season, hell, last year, the Cowboys, about 4 games in, you were already starting to look towards the draft.
Yeah.
So like that, and you're not used to that.
Actually, that's funny. That might be proportionate to how terrible your team is.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Because you're not paying attention to the season as much as you are what's going to happen.
Yeah, if you're like, hey, I'll look at the draft after our AFC title game is over. Like, I get you on that. Alec?
It's an overreaction for me because, hey, in my group chat with all my buddies yesterday, as soon as the Rangers game goes final, I say, I hope the draft lottery treats us well this year.
So that's just like Corey.
No, seriously, though, like, I think it is kind of dependent on your team and what's going on that season. For me, like, the interest was always there, especially after Dak went down. It was like, oh, okay, let's see if we can get him some weapons or maybe a new guy up front to keep him on his feet and keep his hamstring intact. I don't know. So that helps. But like Corey said, when you start watching college football, I mean, heck, when I'm looking for highlights to come back with for some of these prospects, you hear some of them where right after they make a big play, potential top 10 pick in the NFL draft coming up in April right there. So it's hard not to think about some of the placements of these guys whenever they're making big plays.
One more quick one for you guys. NFL overreaction or reality. The Cleveland Browns should not take a quarterback at pick number 2. Now let's put aside the Kirk Cousins. Either way, like, that feels irrelevant.
Oh, because they'll run the quarterback.
Yeah.
That's
or
why they
because
shouldn't.
they could get a Hunter, Carter, whoever your preferred stud player is right there. Do you think that's an overreaction or reality?
I don't think it's overreaction simply because I really think they'll mess up the quarterback. That's that's really where my mind is look at the long history of one after another quarterbacks failing in Cleveland for whatever reason.
Alec?
I'm going to say overreaction. I think it's a good way to rejuvenate the fan base a little bit and at least get them reinvested. Kind of talked about it a couple weeks ago where it's like, okay, ownership is committing money to potential new stadium. They locked down the franchise cornerstone in Myles Garrett. What else can we do? How about an exciting young quarterback with a chance to win? Why not?
Okay, I like that. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. It is a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to send those in, 877-881-1053. We will also have AM on the FM. And coming up next, MLB Watchability Rankings. Who's number 1? And how much fun do you think the Rangers are going to be this season? Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Open state-of-the-art facility and check out the latest Hyundai models at unbeatable prices. Visit us today or explore our deals online at alliancehyundai.net.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And here's his 2-strike offering. Swinging a foul tip caught by Higashioka. Evaldi strikes out the side here in order in the 6th. He's got 9 strikeouts through 6 innings of work.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got AM on the FM coming up in about, let's say, 17 minutes. I also just saw something that I don't believe I knew before. On the ESPN page, all of the teams have a place they're from except for the A's. For the A's, it just says athletics.
Yeah, that's what they're going with this year.
That just makes me kind of sad.
Why? They don't have a home.
Oh.
Are you going to call them the Sacramento A's for 1 year?
Well, a home is an abstract concept. They don't have a house.
You know what, Kevin? That is valid.
Thank you.
I will accept that today.
Now.
That stupid joke from earlier today, though.
Oh, man.
I have some conversations with our boss after the show regarding that.
That's good. I'm glad I don't have to be involved in these conversations for once. All right. So MLB's watchability ratings, 877-881-1053. Now, again, this has nothing to do with like how good you think they're going to be, although I guess that might factor in a little bit, so maybe I shouldn't have said nothing. But how much fun do you think these teams are going to be to watch? Who's the most fun team in the league, and how high are the Rangers on that list?
I mean, I feel like the Dodgers are fun. Even though people are kind of like terrified of them and everything, it's still fun to know they have that much talent on one team. It's like whenever you're at home and you're trying to build on MLB The Show the best possible team you can, you're like, man, it's just a lineup that I love. So I feel like they are, but I'm really high on Elly De La Cruz, so I'm going with the Reds.
Okay. The the Reds make a lot of sense. I was going to say that the White Sox were last, but
after
that poly market bet that talked about the return of Jesus versus the odds of the White Sox winning the World Series, then that makes them slightly more interesting to me. Now I think the Miami Marlins are the least interesting team in all of baseball. All right. You said the Reds with Elly De La Cruz and the Dodgers. So tier 1 per Sports Illustrated has the Dodgers. Necessarily no, Alec, if that needs a lot of elaboration. I'm sure you could probably figure that one out.
Bleh.
And then there's the Atlanta Braves. So no team, they're probably right up there with the Rangers for the teams that had the most key injuries last year. They still won 89 games and made the postseason, and now Ronald Acuna is back in the lineup. That feels like a pretty dang entertaining team. Next, we go to the Phillies and the Mets. So the Phillies, Mets, Braves, and Dodgers fill out the top tier.
I'm watching, I believe this is yesterday's game, but Trey Turner just threw his bat off into the stands just a moment ago. So that's always fun.
Yeah, that's an excellent souvenir, assuming it doesn't hit you.
Yeah.
But another thing to notice.
There's Nate Lowe making plays for the Nationals.
Oh, well.
What a time.
Good luck, Nate Lowe. I liked
buddy.
you while you were here, and I think maybe you did not get the proper love that you deserve. But notice what you will in the top 4 here. Dodgers, Braves, Phillies, Mets, NL, 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 NL. So we move to tier 2. That is finally where you start to see some of the AL teams. And this is one where I'm going to disagree with, although I will admit I am very biased in these rankings. So you get the Yankees, that's fine. The Diamondbacks, if you think Corbin Carroll is awesome. And the Orioles. Okay, I get that. And then the Seattle Mariners are in tier 2, while the Texas Rangers are in tier 3. I think the Texas Rangers are more fun to watch for sure, although I will obviously admit my bias as well.
What's the most fun thing about this team, though?
I think it's the fact that they have 3 hitters in this lineup out of 9. They have 3 that have shown that they can take over Major League Baseball for a period of time. Because you've seen that with Seager, you've seen it with Adolis in the postseason specifically, and then you've seen it with Wyatt Langford in September last year. Now, I realize that's kind of cherry picking some spots, but what I'm telling you is a third of this lineup has shown I can take over this sport for a month.
Yeah, and I think that, I appreciate what you're saying right now. Based on how last season went and then yesterday's start, Kevin, you even said you needed them to start 20-0. You needed that. And then Corey Seager goes 0 for. Adolis Garcia goes 0 for. Wyatt Langford had a 1 for 3. Like today,
I want to remind everybody, more than 3-1 on your money if you think Corey Seager can hit a home run. Promo code Masterpiece and Underdog.
Today does not feel like they're going to be fun based on yesterday, but I agree with you. You're right. There are 3 players that can absolutely do that. And then we haven't even seen a fully realized Josh Young for a full healthy season. I'm very interested to know what he can do in a full season now with his maturity and his leadership as he's doing this.
Yeah,
and then pitching wise, DeGrom's exciting if he's on the hill.
Would you not make the argument that Jacob DeGrom is still in the mix, if not at the top of the list, for most exciting pitcher in baseball? Now, it could be exciting for a couple of different reasons, hopefully mostly because of the positive, but he's right up there on the list as well.
Evaldi is everything you want, right, in a starting pitcher. Every team wants an Evaldi to whether it's their ace or their 2 or 3. They want a guy like him, and to be a 3, you have an amazing pitching staff. But then the other excitement of Rocker and Leiter. So, Kevin, I think you have a lot of different arguments, and I think we're biased, yes. But I think there's also a lot of different arguments that there are a lot of exciting features on this team.
I will concede one big point for the Mariners if they're rolling into your town and it's going to be Logan Gilbert, Luis Castillo, and Bryce Miller. Boom, boom, boom.
Dang.
That is a pretty exciting way to take a look at it. All right, Alec, where do you think the Rangers rank just in terms of pure excitement to watch this year? And then, Corey, I'm going to circle back around to the Reds because they feel way too low on this list.
I'd say it's hard not to be biased, but I'd say inside the top 10 feels fair just because, like you said, there are names on this team that people will recognize. And there's still going to be that one person that's going to, get back into baseball and going to be like, what the heck? Marcus Semien isn't with the Blue Jays anymore? Like, what's going on there?
Oh, man, I missed a lot.
Exactly. Like, oh, Corey Seager left the Dodgers? Like, what the heck? Like, there's going to be those few people that are going to be like, I want to see what they're up to nowadays. Or Kevin Pillar still in the league? Yeah, what's he up to? He's starting? That's cool. So like there's names on this team, and I hope they're going to play a lot of winning baseball this year. So all things considered, Bruce Bochy is a household name by all regards. He's future Hall of Famer. I think that they would be inside the top 10 for my money. I wouldn't say inside the top 5, but maybe like 8, 9 is where I would put them.
See, and I think that makes sense to me, but you mentioned a team, Corey, and I think this team is criminally low on this list. So we talked about the Rangers. They're in tier 3, which is dubbed fun and frisky, along with the Boston Red Sox and Chicago Cubs. Then we keep moving. They're not in tier 4. They're in tier 5, along with the Royals and the Pirates.
Oh, that's actually really where they should be in my mind.
Okay, should be
with those teams.
With those teams.
Yeah.
But I think those teams are all too low.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because wouldn't you argue Bobby Witt Jr., Paul Skeens, and Ellie De La Cruz are 3 of the top 10 most exciting players in baseball? Like, they're pretty dang high up there.
Ellie De La Cruz is like taking in my mind.
He could be second.
In my mind, I'm like, I wish I'd have hopped in on all of his cards earlier. I feel like he's got that kind of potential to do just such a variety of things. Yesterday, he was he had 2 runs scored. He was really good yesterday too. But look at the team. Who's their catcher? Do you know who their catcher is? Jose Trevino. That's their catcher.
Really?
And
love him.
I know they got Hunter Green, and then you're kind of like, okay, who are all the rest of their pitchers? Like the team. I just don't think the team is well known enough to the national audience, and it is because it's the Reds. It's much like the Bengals, where everybody's like, oh yeah, they're there, and they got something going on, but we really don't know. Ellie De La Cruz is the focal point of it all, and then the rest of it comes into play where some of these guys are like, oh, they have exciting things that you can get excited about, but for the most part, unknown because teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers get all the national attention.
Sure.
And so teams like the Reds kind of get hey, they're on their way at some point.
And I'm going to tell you
at some point, they'll probably trade their best player to the Yankees or Dodgers.
This last year will have done nothing to change that because you got, especially for the way the World Series has been trending, tremendous ratings for Dodgers and Yankees. Both of those teams are filled with stars. And so I understand why they get plenty of the attention. And again, like I said, at the bottom of the list. It's the Marlins, the White Sox, as well as the Rockies and the Los Angeles Angels. Now, this is a player that we didn't bring up at all when we were talking about the excitement, but I want to focus in on tonight's Rangers game, if we can, for just a second, because Corey, you mentioned it earlier, and then we can even go ahead and look ahead to Monday if you want. What is y'all's anticipation level for Leiter tonight and Rocker on Monday? I realize it's still just one start, but I keep thinking about what Chris Young said to us yesterday, where I just kind of assumed that they were at least one of them was a placeholder until Corbin was ready because they needed a left-hander, or until Bradford was back and ready to go because they needed a lefty. And Chris Young's like, I get that, but they can pitch well enough to stay in this rotation.
For Leiter tonight, 5 2/3 innings, about 5.5 innings.
Don't say 5.5.
I feel like he's going to give up about 7 hits. I think he's going to have 5 strikeouts, 3 runs. And that would be an awesome day for me. Like, that really would be for him to be able to get through almost 6 innings. And I think he's going to give up hits. I think that's going to happen. And I think that every once in a while he's going to experience the challenge pitch or experience the miss of a pitch that a major leaguer is going to say, took it yard. But for him, I feel like that's a good outing. And I would like to see something in that range. I know we would love to see 7 hits get dropped down to like 2, but let's consider this his real rookie season here. And
it is his real rookie season.
For Rocker, I expect like 9 strikeouts. I'm sitting here feeling like this, and I feel like he's going to get hit too. I feel like you might have about 7 or 8 hits as well against him, and maybe you get about 4 to 5 innings out of him.
Okay, Alec, the same question for you, but I'm going to add one more question to go with it as well. I tell you that one of those 2 pitchers, not for injury purposes, is going to stay in the starting rotation all year, or the predominant amount of the year. Who is it going to be and why?
Oh, that's tough. Starting off with overall expectations, I'm not expecting too much early on from either of them. I'm hoping for a little bit more than I am out of Leiter than Rocker, because Rocker, I feel like, established himself a little bit more last year. Leiter, you saw it towards the end of spring training. The velo started ticking up. He was experimenting with the kick change and everything.
Yes.
That was a motivated man. That was a man that was saying, I'm a major league starter, and you are not putting me in that bullpen. I am a rotation guy. I will get big league hitters out, and I will do it consistently. So I think that will develop throughout the year. That being said, if one of them stays locked in to the major league club, I think this year it probably would be Rocker. And I want to say disappointed in that because of the rehab situation where he's going to be on an innings restriction all year.
Yeah.
So personally, I would want it to be Leiter, because you could say, hey, we really would love if you could get 7 today, because our leverage guys, quote unquote leverage after yesterday, those guys aren't available today. So if you could go 7, that would be great. You can ask that from Leiter because he's healthy right now. Rocker still coming back from the Tommy John and everything. So later in the season, you're going to have to be really, really careful with him. But I think it would be Rocker that would stick around.
Now, Corey, same second part of that question to you. If only one, for whatever reason, only one Rocker or Leiter are going to stay in the rotation all year, who do you think it's going to be and why?
Okay, I appreciate this question because it gave you my feeling on their first outing. Now for their second outing, Kevin.
Okay, I don't need every breakdown of the outing.
I thought you were just going to keep bouncing back to me. I'd give you a third outing.
Just the first outing and the entirety of the season.
One of them, I think Leiter's going to get every chance this month to be a starter. I think Rocker, depending on how he does, could slide out of it. But I do feel like the front office really likes Rocker and is like, look, no matter how much he has to learn, he has the arm and the ability to pitch. But I think maybe there's still this, like, he has a lot to gain as far as game knowledge, when to do certain things. But hanging around Eovaldi's the best way to learn that. Sitting next to Eovaldi, watching games and talking to him, not necessarily picking in his brain, but just hearing things is a great way to learn parts of this game. So I think that Leiter is going to get every opportunity in this first month, and if he does that well, he stays in this rotation. He's a good number 4 for you, number 4 or 5 in this rotation for you. As far as Rocker goes, just keep him up as long as you can to get as much experience around the big league guys like DeGrom and guys like Eovaldi, because he has the stuff to be great. He has the stuff to be elite. Rocker does.
Yeah.
It's just bringing it all together and growing quickly in the major leagues is the thing he has to do quick.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there quickly for The Athletic. They had 2 of their staff writers predict that Corey Seager would win American League MVP. 3 of their writers, including Keith Law, who I feel like we like and is respected very much, picked Rocker to win American League Rookie of the Year. And then in terms of winning the pennant, 10 of their staff writers picked the Texas Rangers. 11 picked the Texas Rangers to win the American League pennant. That was more than any other team in the American League.
Nice.
So again, I know these predictions don't change anything, but when you hear like a little bit of buzz for Seager as the MVP, we've talked a little bit about DeGrom, maybe Rocker for AL Rookie of the Year. But then you go back to who do people think could realistically win the American League? And you see again and again and again, the Rangers are on that list.
They got to pick somebody, right?
Yes.
Or it's because they are the true champion.
Okay. See, I like that better. Now you're playing along. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you're going to see a magic trick as I turn into Zach Wolchuk. But also now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. If you are watching on Twitch and YouTube, Kevin was right. He did magically turn into Zach Wolchuk. He is now here in the flesh. What's up, Bully Bully? How we doing today?
What up? How we doing? Happy Lighter Day.
Happy Lighter Day to one and all. To those who celebrate, please celebrate responsibly. It's not an ad. I don't need to say that. It's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the question of the day. Then I'm going to get to some of my favorite sights and sounds of opening day across the world of opening day yesterday. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but I went to my favorite website. That's a lie. It's probably not my favorite ever, but one of my most visited websites, the National Day Calendar.
Beautiful.
And I started looking at this weekend because I know Wooly Bully has to do a top 10 list as well during his show. So I was like, he's going to take something from today. Let me go to the weekend and see if there's anything interesting. National Pencil Day is Sunday. Okay. National Pencil Day. So that got me thinking. I've known some people that are really particular about their like writing utensils and stuff. Like, I have to use this kind of pen. I have to use this kind of pencil.
This is an elite, the Sharpie .7.
Those are great.
Ruben and I both agree this is an elite pen.
Those are awesome.
And now that I have used them, I will only look for them.
Okay.
So there you go.
There we go. This is a good segue into the question, which is going to be, what is something obscure that you don't mind investing in? 877-881-1053, because I'll lead things off here. I'm big on having the right kind of pen to write with whenever I am going pen to paper, but something that I really don't mind spending good money on, and I have a weird like collection of, backpacks. I don't mind getting a fancy backpack. I don't mind getting one that has like a licensed collaboration, so that automatically adds $50 to it because it's got a Star Wars logo on it or something. You know how that goes with Disney. So I don't mind that. I don't mind having nice backpacks and spending money on those that have all the crazy different storage options or have like the USB port on it so you can plug a battery pack into and charge your phone. Yeah.
A USB port?
On the backpack?
Yeah, like on the strap of the backpack, right on the shoulder. Some of them will have a USB, like a Type A port.
Dude.
And you can plug in a cable and you can get like a little battery pack that has it's got a little pocket for it. You put the battery pack in there, and then while you're walking, you can charge your phone without having to run a cable through one of the zippers or anything. It's just got a little port.
It's pretty genius.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So did they charge extra? Was that like a super expensive backpack?
It's a lot more common than it used to be. Like when I was in probably like middle school, maybe it was like, whoa, like that's a big money thing. Now you can get one on Amazon for like $35.
What's your favorite backpack brand? Because in high school for us, it was always JanSport. Like that was new though, like in middle school for me. Then I found OGIO. I don't know if y'all have seen the OGIO. The one that I carry around all the time has every pocket I need. It fits nice and snug on the back. It's my favorite one. It has a hole in it right now. And I went to go find, because I have the exact same one I had before, except for different colors. I went to go find it, and they've stopped making this version. So now I got to find a new form of it. But OGIO's good. I like the brand. But that OGIO is my favorite kind.
I was never really a brand shopper when it came to the backpack. I would just kind of go to Walmart or Target and just kind of pick one out.
You saw.
But Alec, you're right, because the last time I bought a backpack, I was thinking to myself, I don't need to spend a lot of money on this. But I've had it now for 3 years, and it's the smallest darn backpack in the world. I feel like I look like a Smurf when I'm wearing it. And I probably should up the game because you're traveling with it. Like anytime we go out of town to the Super Bowl or to training camp.
It's bag number 2.
Right. So I don't have a lot of room to fit stuff in there. I pretty much fit the laptop and that's it. So I think I should up my backpack game, Alec. I think this is actually something where I agree with you, and I should order something here.
You should. And it's honestly...
Maybe I should get the USB backpack.
You
know
should.
What?
Ignore the rest of the show and focus on
I'm just
going to
focus on Amazon right now.
Yeah, there's probably a list out there. And people do love lists.
People love them.
You might find a list of the greatest backpacks of 2025 so far. I don't know, but it just reminds me. I haven't bought one in a while, so I'm probably overdue. I've got... It's weird. I flatten them all out. And I've got my carry-on bag for the random times, the rare times that I do travel. I kind of compressed them all down and put them in that carry-on bag. So I've got a carry-on bag that probably has about 10, 15 backpacks inside of it. And they're all different themes, different colors, different shapes, sizes. I've got different backpacks for different occasions. I have gym bags. I have travel bags. I have bags that are good to take to the ballpark when I get to do a remote or something, something that if I don't have much to take with me, just a laptop, I've got a laptop bag. I'm just a weirdo like that. I've got to have different bags for different occasions.
Somebody just texted in and said the OGIO carry-on backpack is the one. Look it up. So I'm looking it up right now.
The OGIO. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did get a good text, and I agree with this one because I used to be cheap when it came to this, and then I realized how dumb I was being. With the 817 said good toilet paper.
Dude,
there's a big difference.
Got to have my Charmin double ply.
The soft, the strong. You need to make sure that you get the good TP because if you cheap out on this, next thing you know, you got a finger through the crack.
Yep.
And it's not good.
Yeah, and also it collects more. You know how they call Bounty the quicker, thicker picker-upper, or the thicker, quicker picker-upper?
Absorbent?
Yeah. Well, not that it absorbs, but it seems like the stuff that we have in this building just does not collect.
Very thin.
And you're like, I gotta keep going, And with the Charmin stuff, and I know people are eating lunch, but with the Charmin, it's just a couple of them and you're done. And the roll is gonna last forever most of the time.
It's a big roll.
Unless my kids are using it.
Oh.
And they're just like,
I can't imagine the amount of paper towel and toilet paper you go through.
So much.
It's crazy.
So much.
Man, I'm just having nightmares of the 2020s, 2021s when good toilet paper was few and far between. And now it's back to normal, and still sometimes I'm just amazed when I go to Target and I see a full shelf. I'm like, that used to be a thing of the past, that's it's still it melts my brain a little bit that we were fighting over that stuff. That was a time in history indeed. So keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Just minuscule stuff that you don't mind investing good money into.
For me, I got 4 things, if that's okay.
4. Ooh, the stamina on you.
And I might be taking this from Choppy a little bit, but candles.
Yes.
I like the candles smell good in the house. And I just learned recently that it's one of the top 4 cancer creators. But I just look it up. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this.
Why is everything good at cancer creator?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's amazing. But yeah, candles. And I found some good ones at the Tom Thumb in Plano. So I need to show you these brands. They're pretty good.
Potent scents.
Yes. Soap. Body wash. I tried this Dr. Squatch stuff for a while, the bar, and I was like, meh. But now I use native eucalyptus and mint. It's my favorite scent.
Native.
Yeah, I got a huge gallon of it for like $10. It was awesome.
That's a good deal.
Cologne. I don't wear a lot of it, but I found one I like, and I'm like, if you're going to do it and you're going to smell good, you might as well smell good. But the most important one, this comes from my grandpa, tools. If you're going to buy a tool, don't cheap out and get just some tool that you're like, oh, it's the cheaper one.
Yep.
Get the good one, because get the one that is going to last, because that's what matters the most. Those things can stick around for your entire life. My grandpa is passing tools down to me.
Yep.
And those were tools that his dad gave. My great-grandfather's tools are now in my possession. And so, like, when you're getting tools and those can last forever, and they can sell for a big money too. So yeah, tools, don't cheap out on it.
Yeah, it's always so cool looking through, like, even at the garage at the house, there's some toolboxes and stuff that look so old, and it's like, how can that be worth anything or still useful? And it's like, my dad's like, yeah, my grandpa passed it down to him, and the paint is all chipped, you can't read anything anymore, but he was like, you know, this material is going to last probably longer than any of, like, generations past you are going to exist. Like, it's going to exist that long. And yeah, and he's passing some of that stuff down to me. One of my best friends, Aaron, whenever I got my first car in high school, his dad gave me one of his knives that was passed down to him. He was like,
that is badass.
Yeah, he's like, keep this in your glove box. You never know when you're going to need it, you know? So he was like, whether it's for utility or safety, you don't know. And it's like a super old, just old, like, red folding knife, you know? It doesn't, like I said, the paint's scratched off. I can't tell you what brand it is, but I could tell, like, that was used a lot and it meant something to him. So it was cool that my buddy's dad gave that to me. So yeah, tools, that's a really strong one right there. I saw this from the 214. They said, Alec, I collect backpacks as well. I have over 50, and my favorite is my North Face Gucci collaboration.
Oh my gosh.
So you got money.
That's fancy as hell. I saw a text that came through sunglasses.
I used to
be a cheapie when it came to the sunglasses, and then I actually got a pair of Oakleys.
They feel different.
Like, and you see so much better. Like, the clarity on it. It's unbelievable. Like, there is a noticeable difference in the cheap.
Remember then Kevin was trying to steal Derek Hollins in Oxnard that year because Derek gave those Gucci ones?
Yeah. I saw him wearing them the other day,
like,
actually.
I forgot that I still had them on my face. They were so light.
He forgot.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Derek was like, hey, would you have my glasses yesterday? Somebody said razors.
Oh, razors!
Yes.
And when we go out of town, so I didn't know this until this trip to Arizona. You can carry disposable razors on. I didn't know that. So every year since COVID, I've been buying a razor when we get wherever we get, and I get like a cheap whatever razor, and it just rips the neck up.
And so you're bleeding. It's all torn.
I don't want that. So now that I know, I'm bringing my Gillette, 17 blade razor with me.
The best a man can get.
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah, in high school I cheaped out because I was working at a grocery store making like $7 an hour or whatever minimum wage was, and yeah, I would get the worst of the worst razors, and then I kind of realized, those things are actual death. They will eat you alive, and it's not worth the pain that comes after by saving, $10?
Yeah.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it whatsoever. All right. Some of my favorite sights and sounds from opening day across Major League Baseball yesterday. My favorite story might have been everybody poking fun at Tanner Bybee, because Tanner Bybee was scheduled to make his start for the Cleveland Guardians against the Royals on opening day, but got scratched due to an illness, reportedly food poisoning.
Oh.
But the reason they bring this up and the reason people are poking fun at him is because during an appearance on the Just Baseball show right before the 2024 season, Bybee said that he eats Chipotle every day he pitches.
Oh, no.
So a lot of people had some jokes about the Chipotle got to him.
Yeah.
And so somebody dug up that interview, and there was the report before opening day that he's sick and he's going to miss the game. And he even tweeted afterwards and said, hey, don't y'all talk down on Chipotle like that. This is not related. He's like, I'm still going to keep eating Chipotle before my starts. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be fine. But everyone was like, that burrito bowl did a number on him. Poor Tanner Bybee.
Remember whenever they were blowing out everybody's colon a while back?
The E. coli stuff,
yeah,
man.
Dude. Yeah. My wife was all eating there, and then she'd come home and be like, are you sure?
You all right?
Want to keep doing that?
Doing okay,
Because
honey?
Everybody else in the house is getting affected here.
You having tummy issues?
Yeah. And then probably the best thing that happened opening day, you guys had MJF on the show. yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, how
And-
pumped were you? Were you just like living in total FOMO back here?
Yes, and I was crying laughing. It was so funny, and we're going to hear some of that at 1:30 today, I'm sure.
Sweet.
But
Looking forward to it.
so since I couldn't be there, Ruben was a good friend, and he was like, hey, MJF, my buddy Alec, he's a wrestling fan, and he couldn't be here because he's back pushing all the buttons and doing all the good work. So he was like, do you have a message for him? Well, this is what MJF said.
Alec, your mother's a whore.
Yeah. His mother said.
That's even better. No, don't change it. Don't change it.
Yeah.
Don't change it. Don't change it.
So that was MJF's message to me.
That's even better.
Yeah, and he was like, keep it. He said, don't change that either. So,
no.
If y'all wondered if that was just a bit or anything, MJF, that's just MJF.
Is
That's
he still
just
doing
MJF.
the, like wearing a scarf all the time?
We wore scarves with him yesterday,
Nice.
just to be part of the bit.
You guys had a hell of a show yesterday. It
was awesome.
I did miss MJF. I think I missed like the last hour. But
it was
I
fun.
mean, Chris
It was a really
Young,
fun
it was
show.
just like constant boom, 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 guest after guest after guest. You guys crushed it along with Derek.
Thank you.
And I did like when he told Ian, you got to really like eat the mic.
Oh, yeah, you might hear that later today. Tease for Masterpiece of the Week.
I love it. I love it. That's great stuff, Alec. Really appreciate that. We got Woolchuck in with us right now here on the KNC Masterpiece, and now it's time for the C Block. Where are we going, Corey? Well, guys, guess what we're going to do? We're going to talk about a submarine that had 44 tourists on it. Where'd that thing go? And also, Deion Sanders breaking news next on The Fan.
The Rangers and Red Sox are back at it tonight at
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Like nobody else, right here on the Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, baby, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up here at 1:20, we'll dive into some draft talk with Woolchuck, and then we'll roll into Masterpiece of the Week, which Alec has promised me that it's going to be exceptional. And that's where the X was, Alec. I'm sorry. The exceptional part was the word I was trying to get out. So stick around for that coming up here at 1:20. But right now, we just saw the breaking news on Deion Sanders' Colorado contract. Have you seen the numbers on this yet, Woolchuck?
I have.
This is an extension for, it looks like 5 years.
Yeah.
At $54 million for Deion Sanders, going to make him the highest paid coach in the country. And this is amazing to me because the record doesn't make me think you need to be the highest paid coach. But I guess whenever they're looking at everything else that he brings, all the attention that he brings to the campus, they're like, it's totally worth it.
Well, the money, the revenue that they're adding for Boulder, 100%. And I saw Brian Howell, who reported this, that covers the Buffs. He's going to earn an average of $10.8 million during his 5-year contract. That's triple the average of the highest paid coach in Colorado history prior to his arrival. That was Carl Durrell at $3.6 million per year. That is unbelievable. So, hey, when we first heard the rumors of Deion to the Cowboys and maybe flirting with the NFL, a lot of people thought that this was a financial play to try and get more money from Colorado.
Yeah.
And Deion's talked about, hey, he had a conversation with Jerry, but no offers or anything were made. Well, congratulations. He's been able to parlay that into quite the payday. But they've got a 5-star quarterback recruit in Julian Lewis that's going to be battling with Caden Salter, who transferred in from Liberty, who's formerly at Cedar Hill. So, I mean, this is a program he took from, what was it, a win to 4 wins to 9 wins. People might not like Deion, but he has turned around that program, and he has won.
Yeah.
So we'll see without his son how they're able to do.
Did you watch Coach Prime at all? Did you watch the Amazon series? So I watched the first season and then part of the second season. And what he did at Jackson State was special. Like that was very interesting to watch. And he was like, look, I know my boy and I know Travis, and Travis Hunter had to go through an ankle injury before he could get out on the field. And he was ready to get out there and be everything and all that. But he was like, I know what these guys are. And you watch the coaching style, and it reminded you of how you would expect to be coached in football. Mm-hmm. Like that. Like I want to be coached. Like, I want somebody that's giving me great advice off the field, and somebody that's also pushing me harder and bringing in dudes that have done it that have done it at a high level. Hall of Famers. I know Warren Sapp's an interesting character. The dude knew how to play the position, and so if I want to learn from somebody, I want to learn from somebody like that. And then that's when talking to Nate when we go out to do the Cowboys hour. Nate's like, no, he's not playing coach. He's really coaching football, and that's the only reason I'd show up. He's like, if I was asked to go up there and do it, and he was just goofing around, I wouldn't do it. So seeing how they built that program, I was very fascinated, though, Zach, to see how they roll over from Shedeur and Travis, and how they say, okay, we're good at recruiting too. You know, rather than being like, hey, we got these players that we know what they are and we might be able to win, but how do we recruit and add to it? You just pointed out they got some juice to go along with it.
They do, and I'm excited to see how this next era, because he's had obviously Shedeur's entire time in college football, Travis Hunter as well. Yeah. So now, how do they do? And the Big 12's really there for the taking. I mean, they were competitive in year one. You had Arizona State, who ends up winning the conference year one after moving over from the Pac-12. So he's got the opportunity to really lay a foundation of a powerhouse there in the Big 12.
And somebody said, did you see the record before? Yeah, I did see the record before. I'm saying whenever you're the highest paid, I feel like you're Nick Saban. And you've
got national championships on the wall.
You got 11, 12 wins.
At least make a playoff appearance.
Yeah, maybe. But again, goes back to the university looks at it and says he brings so much extra stuff that's going to basically do what Johnny Manziel did to A&M and give them anything they need to build whatever they want down there. I am kind of curious though, because they didn't have a great offensive line by any means.
No, not at all.
Shedeur held onto the ball a little bit too long sometimes. Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers like in my mind, but he was also able to run around all over the place. But it does feel like offensive line in college football is kind of unique now compared to, we were coming out of offensive linemen that were just big and they were good at a lot of different things. And now it feels like because of the spread offense and because of the way things are, you're trying to figure out, does this guy or this guy fit into it? Is the offensive line play in college football better, worse than we remember? And I know you're kind of a few years into this right now. Where are you looking at? Do you feel like you're getting great offensive line play in bunches?
I think I'd probably have to say it's not as good as it once was. I think the pass protection, because you do have a lot, like the air raid, the spread is taken over. So you got a lot of guys that are now pass blocking 40-something times a game. I think that in certain schools that run more of a pro style, like Iowa, you're always going to be pumping out linemen that are kind of ready to rock. But like last year, we had an elite tackle draft. I mean, there was a reason, like Guyton was the 7th, 8th tackle that went in the first round, and he goes to the bottom of round one. This year, you don't quite have, like Will Campbell, arguably maybe he's the best left tackle. It could be Kelvin Banks, could be Josh Simmons from Ohio State. I don't know if those guys are even in the top 5 of last year's tackle group.
Okay. Off air one day, I remember you came in and you were uncertain about Will Campbell. Mm-hmm. And then the other day I heard you say, I don't think we've given him enough love.
Yeah.
What has changed your mind on him, or maybe the reason that you decided to give him more love?
So I hated his stance. Like, he lines up in a 2-point stance, and I don't see a guy that could really bend, because for me, I was like, is he a better guard if he needs to kick inside? I also think I've kind of fallen in love with the person.
Okay.
Listening to him talk. This dude is all about football. He's working incredibly intelligent.
Yeah.
If you walk in day one and you start at left tackle at LSU and you're playing the big dogs of the SEC, now there are times, like if you watch him against South Carolina and Kyle Kennard, who's a really good edge rusher that's probably going to go day 2 in this draft, gave him a lot of fits. So against speed, you do see some issues there. But he's overall just a clean player that is really good. And while, like I said, I don't think that I'd put him ahead of, say, the Joe Alts, the Fashanus from last year, the Fuaga, who ended up being really good with New Orleans.
I loved him.
He's a good player. Like, I think he's going to end up being a good 10-year starter in the NFL. Kind of like Eric Fisher, who went number 1 overall to Kansas City several years back. Like, did he ever meet that potential of being an all-pro? No, but he was a good tackle.
Yep.
Like, I think that's what you're looking at there with Will Campbell.
The other thing, too, I got so amped up as I was getting out of the car. I had to stay in the car to listen when Bryce was talking about Tyron Smith's play where he lets a guy come upfield and then just use that arm to batter him back. Like, it started making me go through, and he's like, if he can add this to his arsenal, then he's going to be. I just started getting really excited about it. So there is some still fun things, but maybe a guy like, that kind of lesson, that kind of thing to add to it. Not all these guys have the full artillery whenever they go into it. Saw this stat that I thought was interesting from opening day yesterday, because there was a lot of fun ones. Tyler O'Neill, 6 consecutive years with a home run to lead off opening day. But this is a weird bit of history for the San Francisco Giants. Yesterday they rolled out their 19th consecutive left fielder. They have tied the record set by the St. Louis Browns from 1937 to 1955. And next year, they would get to 20 if they do not start Helio Ramos in left field. So going back to 2007, when Barry Bonds was the left fielder, from there, Dave Roberts, Fred Lewis, Mark DeRosa, Pat Burrell, Aubrey Huff, Andres Torres, Mike Morse, Nori Aoki, Angel Pagan, Jarrett Parker, Hunter Pence, our friend Hunter Pence, Connor Joe, Alex Dickerson, Austin Slater, Jock Peterson, y'all's friend Jock Peterson.
We love Jock.
Blake Sable, Michael Conforto, and Helio Ramos. 19 straight years going, we don't know who the hell is going to go out there and play left field for us. Kind of like the Rangers with opening day pitchers for a long time until Evaldi came along.
Well, the Rangers, I think yesterday I saw the Nugget. This is 10 straight years they've had a different left fielder.
Oh, left fielder?
With Wyatt Langford starting.
Really?
Yeah, so hopefully Wyatt
started last year.
Yeah, hopefully Wyatt just holds this down now and it's okay, but they're trying to chase this record as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope that Wyatt can do it too. Y'all's relationship with Jock, I wish that people could understand or could see what I saw, because you guys were doing your interviews, and while y'all were talking to people, I watched Jock Peterson run from locker to locker to go, you guys, and by the way, it is on Instagram right now, the best of Zach and Eric's interviews at spring training, and it was awesome. I loved listening to it yesterday. But I got to watch the smile on his face. He was like, you just have to. And Luke Jackson was like, why? And he was like, you just have to. Then y'all talked to Luke Jackson for like an hour.
Dude, it was a long time.
That was the wildest thing to see.
I know, and it sucked watching him struggle yesterday. But it was weird because when we first got done with Jock Peterson's interview, I thought he might hate us. And then the next day we come in and he's like, welcoming, oh, hey, what's up, dudes? And then he's like, hey, you got to get Luke Jackson. And he's looking for Luke. And he brings Luke over, says, hey, you got to do this with these guys. And then Luke disappeared. And then finally we ended up getting him the last day. But you're right. Like, he was recruiting people in the clubhouse to do. And he is one of these guys, like I heard you talking about it earlier, where the Rangers need those personalities to kind of keep them loose. Like, Jake Berger's a great dude, but Jock Peterson is that guy. Like, if you watched on Instagram yesterday, he put out the morning routine video that's going viral. He is just kind of that goofball dude that's going to make sure, like, no matter if it's you're winning 10 in a row, you're losing 10 in a row, he's going to make sure the vibes are good inside that clubhouse.
Kevin texted me yesterday. He was like, Jock Peterson looks like a Power Ranger right now. And he had the lime green everything on. I was like, that's just his style, baby.
Jock.
That is the way he does it. And yes, from the 817, our season is washed. If we're not 162-0, then we're not winning.
Hope Kevin's happy.
161-1 in a World Series, I'll accept. All right, so let's get it started tonight with Lighter Day, and let's get that rolling. Should we be doing submarine tours for the public?
No, not at all. I'd be terrified to go on a submarine.
At least 6 people were killed on another 9 injured on another tourist submarine that sank off the Egypt's Red Sea. 6 were critically injured. 29 of the roughly 40 passengers on board were rescued, with those injured taken to local hospitals. The Russian embassy in Egypt said on Facebook that on board were Russian citizens as well, but claimed only 4 were killed. That being said, I am terrified I love water. I love water. You're
a beach bum.
I'll swim anywhere. I'm terrified of drowning.
Yeah.
But I'm not terrified of drowning because I feel like I'm a good swimmer. All right. Like, I might be that dude that one day just gets ripped off in a current and is gone because I was like, I'm brave. I can do it. I'm a strong swimmer. I'm going to go save somebody. But I'm terrified of being underwater. And there's a new movie coming out that Tim Collins told us about. Woody Harrelson's in it. It's called The Last Breath. And it's about the dudes that go down under the sea and do building and drilling and stuff like that under the ocean. I couldn't do it, man. Like, I'm claustrophobic to that point of,
no.
If I can't just swim to the top immediately, I'd be terrified. I'm never taking a submarine tour.
No, I tried to do the scuba diving thing once, and I went full on panic mode.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get the breathing down. Being just submerged under the water. I think I'm just a big wuss, but it freaked me out. Now I don't know what kind of submarine this was. Maybe what I'm talking about here isn't even a submarine. But I've done these when we went on our cruise a couple years ago to the Bahamas. You're submerged underwater and you're supposed to look around at the fish and stuff that are swimming around you. So I don't know if this is kind of like that. And I didn't even like that. One, I thought it was a waste of time. You couldn't really see much at all that was swimming around you. And two, it's just like claustrophobia. You're just in a confined little space. There's not a lot of room. The seats aren't comfortable. I'm not going in a damn submarine.
Yeah, this Sinbad Submarines is what it's called, and it's exactly kind of what you're describing. It looks like they go underneath. My son yesterday was talking about getting a job. He's 13, and I was like, go to the wreck and be a lifeguard for the summer.
Yeah.
Like that could be, go to the is it Joe Carter pool? Not Joe Carter. Is it Joe Carter?
Joe Pool Lake.
No. Something Carter pool out there in
Why am I forgetting this?
It
is Joe Carter.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Jack Carter.
Jack Carter.
I said, go be a lifeguard, Jack Carter. And he was like, nah. And he goes, I know what I want to do for a career. And I said, what's that? He goes, I want to be a scuba diver that collects golf balls at a golf course. And
is that a thing? Are those jobs?
He said he thinks you can make millions doing that, selling the golf balls back to the courses. And I was like, do you know how to scuba?
He might be.
And he was like, no. And
Are you for scuba, Ruben?
You got work to do. You got things to learn before you can do that. And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for Masterpiece of the Week, but we'll also do the fastest 6 minutes of draft coverage that you'll ever get. Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
11 or
dfwsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and coming up later today, Jack Leiter will be on the bump for the Texas Rangers. I do know there are still some tickets available for this weekend, so if you want to go ahead and go to Rangers.com and get your tickets, do it, man. It's awesome because we love the Rangers and we love Rangers baseball. Yesterday was one loss, y'all. Just one single loss.
It's over.
It's going to be okay. I went through that last night, guys. Mm-hmm. I went through it, woke up this morning, said fresh, clean slate, fresh start. We're back to it. Now let's win the series. All right, let's really focus things down. Michael Young told us yesterday he was usually happier to be on day 2 than he was day 1 because day 2 he could focus on baseball. That's what I expect out of the guys today, so we'll get after that. Now,
lock it in.
Now I want to ask Zach Wolchuk some questions about the draft because I love draft stuff too. I know you and Broadus get locked in, right around the time you've decided the Cowboys are eliminated. And y'all start focusing in on how to rebuild and make better this football team. That being said, there's a lot of other teams out there that are looking for some players. I am kind of curious on where you have Jackson Dart in this draft.
Oh, okay.
Because I liked him, but I also saw some moments where I was like, the hell are you doing throwing 4 interceptions while your team's trying to get to a college football playoff? So there were some really good moments from Dart. I don't know how I ended up watching as much Ole Miss football as I did last year, but I think he's risen too much for the Cowboys to do it. And I feel like they're planning to spend a later round pick on him on a quarterback position than they would like a second. Where do you feel Jackson Dart might land, and what are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to end up in the first round. Is kind of what it sounds like right now. Like he's the third quarterback, and I've watched 5 so far. So he's my quarterback 3 behind Shador.
Okay.
I mean, he definitely has the arm strength, and there are times where he will stand in there and pressure is in his face, and he will deliver an absolute rocket.
Yeah.
And there were times where the ball wasn't always even caught. Now, I love Trey Harris, who is one of his number 1 targets, but he is a guy you can see, I thought, go through his full field of progressions. Like, I do think he's a guy that you see him going through the field, but his offense was also made easier where he gets the ball out super quick. Like, Lane Kiffin did help him out quite a bit. Shador takes some wicked hits and is just getting back up, and I don't have a toughness question with him. So while I talk about Jackson Dart, he is willing to stay in there and take a hit. There are also some times where I don't know, I saw a little bit of, do I want to, when it comes to mobility, creating outside the pocket, he doesn't quite have that as well as, say, Cam Ward, Shador do, even like Jalen Milroe, and I get it. You don't know where it's going to go sometimes.
Better
when
than
Milroe
Ewers,
throws.
right?
Yes, much better.
Yeah.
And like Ewers will get happy feet. Like Jackson Dart is a much better pocket passer than what Quinn Ewers is. But his ability to create off structure and off platform, which we've seen in the NFL, you've really got to be able to do. I think there are some fair question marks there. And also, I don't know that he always sees like zone coverage. I think that's what you're talking about where he gets in trouble with the interceptions.
How do you feel about quarterback face paint? Because it always kind of makes me go, nah, whenever I see quarterback face paint.
I don't mind it.
You don't mind it?
I'm okay. Now, if it's Brock Hoffman style, where we're literally going like pretty much the full face. I think, but just a little bit of eye black here. I think we're okay with that.
I think he does the cross and really big stuff underneath one eye, and I'm always like,
You're gonna take him off the board?
I think it was Zach Wilson. When I first saw that I was like, no. And then I watch, Avery. All my kids are in high school. I'm seeing a lot of the high school kids. They're all doing it. So maybe it's just old man Corey starting to come out in me just a little bit. How much do pro days affect your feel on what guys are?
So if I was there, I'd probably have more of a, hey, it'll impact it. I don't get to go.
You're not there to socialize, though?
No, and I don't get the video. So, like, I'm waiting to hear back and get the reports, and we have, Nick Harris has been out there. He went to the A&M Pro Day, did a great job. Tommy Yarish, who's on the draft show with us, went out to Texas. So I'm pretty much, like, beholden on those individuals to give me back the feedback. And then you'll hear afterwards, hey, who was there in terms of coaches. I think that's what's really important. And talking with Brian about this, like which coaches are there. And then if the coaches end up doing some of the individual workouts, like I was told at LSU, some of the Cowboys staff put Mason Taylor, their tight end, through the workout. Like, that's interesting to me.
Okay, yeah.
Like, you used to see Dan Quinn go out on the road, and he's, like, working out specific defensive linemen, right? So are you going to, like, Shoddy's out there right now. You've got a lot of the other scouting department, Will McClay's, I think they're at Ole Miss today. But who are they working out individually? I think that's one where it gives you kind of maybe a better understanding of players they could be interested in. For me, I really can only rely on the tape and then kind of just trying to talk and make connections around the league to find out more about the players, like the character background of them, which does make a big difference.
Absolutely it does.
But unfortunately, not being able to have these interviews, not being able to go to the combine or to the pro days, I can't really gain a whole lot from that stuff.
Maybe combine will be on Slate at some point. Maybe it will be. I heard you the other day say you felt comfortable second-round cornerback.
Yeah.
And I started thinking to myself, I was like, I feel like this is almost the third year I've heard him say that. Because I remember a couple of years ago, we were sitting in Jared's hotel room as we were getting ready for spring training, and you were like, "No, man, there's plenty of cornerbacks." And it feels like the cornerback play is starting to become more prevalent in college. But you're that comfortable with this year again, and how deep is that? Because Kevin said that he had a list that said they were seventh at position wise, being as far as depth goes. But are they real deep, or is it first 2 rounds deep?
I think it's 3 rounds.
Okay.
And in fourth round, you might be able to find a guy that you kind of like, but I really do. The second round is kind of where I'm thinking you might end up being able to get like a Blue Star special, where you get a guy that's got injury issues that could fall to you. Now, Azare Thomas is a name to watch, the Florida State corner who's brothers with Wanye Thomas, who's already on the roster, and he's a big physical kid that can also set the edge in the run game. I do like Wanye Thomas's game a lot, but this is where I'd be fascinated if Siobhan Revell, the cornerback from East Carolina, who's coming off an ACL, he ran today. His 40 was anywhere from 4.45 to 4.5 that was clocked in from people in attendance. I saw Jordan Reed put that out there. But he might be the best corner in the draft for me if he wasn't coming off of a torn ACL. 6'2", 200. He's a long press corner that runs well. He's sticky in coverage. He's a true boundary physical player. Might get a little grabby at times. Like, I think Al Harris would have loved this dude if he was still here. I don't know how much the Cowboys would be into him. I think they do have a 30 visit scheduled. And then you got Benjamin Morrison, who's a corner out of Notre Dame that I think has first-round tape, but he's got a bad hip. And how can I take a corner that's got a bum hip? Is that something that's going to end up hurting him at the next level? And then Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss, I love, 6'1", 190. So in the second round, you've kind of got a sweet spot. But then in round 3, you've got guys like Quincy Riley, the cornerback from Louisville, 5'11", 194, fluid hips, good short area quickness, has good recovery speed, can attack the ball at the catch point. But I really love Jacob Parrish, who I think would be the perfect Jordan Lewis replacement. 5'10", 191. This dude is an absolute pit bull the way he plays the position. Started 24 games over his 38 games that he played over 3 seasons in Manhattan at K-State. And I'm a huge fan of this kid. The quick feet, he'll hit you. He's got great play recognition when it comes to the screen game. I love him. He's one of my favorite players in the draft, period. He just doesn't necessarily have the size. So Noel Williams is another corner out of Cal who led the league, led college football in interceptions. His hometown's actually Oxnard.
There we go.
So he'd love it if he was. So there's a lot of corners day 2. I'm cool with taking a corner there because I do have some questions, and I might totally be wrong. We might be wrong on Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. For whatever reason, we don't love him. I think that's kind of a consensus on the draft. So it's not like we don't like the player, but to take him at 12 feels a little bit rushed.
That's the name. I thought it was Will Campbell. It was Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, like the long, like last year was a rough year for him. He was banged up. It might have just been injuries. 2 years ago, he was awesome when they won the national championship. Maybe I'm overthinking it when it comes to Will Johnson, and he's going to end up just being an awesome player. The measurables are very similar to Patrick Surtain, but I thought the tape was way better for Surtain coming out of Alabama than Will Johnson.
Yeah, he looked amazing on tape coming out. That you'll get more of that on the G-Bag Nation from Zach Wolchuk, and the only 2 people from Oxnard who you just said, Anderson .Paak. Those are the only 2 famous people from Oxnard.
There we go, Noel Williams and Anderson .Paak.
Look at that. All right, coming up right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how are we today?
Well, we made it, Alec. We made it all the way.
We did make it
almost there.
Yeah, well, Kevin kind of crapped out.
What a quitter.
Yeah, that's not right,
And
man.
he just on his way out, he was just like, he didn't even thank Wolchuk.
Didn't even say anything.
So ungrateful. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and very oftentimes concerning things said on this very program. And we do have a tradition here that is not going to help out Kevin Hagelin. We pick on people who are not here
That's a fact.
to defend themselves. So,
which is why a couple weeks ago, Zach, I let you work 3 days on our show and made sure I was back so they didn't pick on me too much for Masterpiece of the Week.
That was a smart play.
Yeah, and then we picked on you first. So,
it's okay.
It's tradition. So,
I know I've said a lot of weird things.
Kevin said this, a defiant statement.
I don't need another baby mama.
That is true. Because he mentioned yesterday that he might have a third baby with another mom. And we were kind of panicked and freaked out about this. Kinda is
Zach Wilson,
or maybe somebody was texting that in. Maybe they were text. No, it wasn't. He wasn't hunting. It was like he likes to.
He was prospecting.
He likes first times. First time moms is what he's trying to make.
All right.
Yeah, my understanding. But
on his Bill Belichick.
His flight's at 2, so he's probably already on the plane right now. So we can make as many jokes as we want.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he's got the app.
Just
Go ahead and get him.
I love Jess.
Just razz him.
He's amazing.
Just razz him.
Let's see. Had a couple of crosstalk moments from your radio wife, Wolchuk.
Ooh, perfect.
Eric Chiafalo said this.
Okay.
He's the type of guy you can expect perfection from.
Yeah,
and
it's
if he's
true.
not giving it to you, you're kind of side-eyeing him.
Yeah. Do we have the Anthony Davis line from Kevin?
Yep, we're going to get to that. Trust me.
So that coupled with that is he's not giving it to you.
I've gotten the side eye from Eric plenty of times
because you're not giving it to him.
He expected the perfection. Maybe I was off that day.
Yeah, I understand.
It happens sometimes. You're not like totally feeling
Every
it.
single one of us.
Yeah, we've all been there.
You saw the Rangers yesterday.
Well, I feel like this is a good tie-in. This one is just I labeled these things really short. So I just put Corey-balls.
Where they have artifacts like Wyatt Langford's cycle helmet, one of Nolan Ryan's balls.
One of Nolan Ryan's balls.
The bad thing about that is I think there's a huge gap in audio, like where I was still trying to figure out what I was going to say next. And so it did just sound like that. But one of the balls from his no-hitter.
Mm-hmm.
It was they have that available. You can hold and touch a no-hitter baseball. And that's the way I should have said it. But I'm an idiot sometimes.
After you scramble, Derek goes, that's gross.
Yeah.
It's like we're going to the Lance Armstrong Museum. There's the ball.
Yeah, there's the one.
There
right
it is.
There.
That was the sacrificial lamb.
They had a home run bat from Pudge there. Sick. It was like I think he hit 2 or 3 home runs in a game with that bat. So there's some really cool stuff.
Speaking of Derek Holland, he had a moment of his own.
I also think as well, don't touch it.
Okay.
Don't touch it. Yeah, you guys were talking about the short pants. I wasn't sure what was happening there in that moment. Were you trying to help him?
He had on shorts under his shorts. So he had on. So he just came from training.
Okay.
So he had
like
on
the compression
tight
shorts on,
and he was just saying they were riding up on him. I was trying to move because we had.
You were trying to tug.
No, I was not. He had his laptop, which was not charging. He had an iPad, which he didn't know the password for. And then he had another iPad that we had for him, and I was trying to move that one, and he was like, don't touch it, because he didn't know what he was doing with all the other electronics.
So it wasn't actually like grabbing of the shorts.
It was not grabbing his shorts.
It was an electronic device.
I will tell you, though.
You have
that dude's
thought
in
about
fantastic shape.
Yeah.
He's doing, his training has done him well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if we're sticking on the wave of former Rangers.
That dude's got a fat ass.
He does have a dumpy.
That's with a PH.
Mm-hmm. Not dumpy. Dumpy.
I don't like what's happening. All right. Speaking of former Rangers, you guys had Ian Kinsler on yesterday, and he said this.
You got to get it in there, huh? All right.
That's when Derek told me he had to eat the mic. And Ian said, yeah, I really get it. Dude, I'll tell you this. Derek and Ian and Michael Young, those guys like to joke. Like they have jokes amongst each other that you can tell they had
You
a really
can tell
good
special relationship, unique vibes.
It's
yeah.
it is, and it's kind of awesome to watch and be like, hey, they're just like us too. Like they
One
goof
of the
around.
boys.
I know, they probably would do a show just like this. You know?
Yeah, and you know who likes to joke? Maxwell Jacob Friedman. He was on the show with you guys at 1 o'clock yesterday. If you missed it, I advise you go to the 105.3 The Fan podcast page and revisit that conversation because it was all over the place. And MJF said this.
I don't even want to get into you. I mean, my God, you're a big boy, huh?
Oh.
Yeah. I think that was Kevin's biggest fear, was that he would just start taking shots at our physical appearances.
Oh, no.
Yep. He didn't care, dude. Like, in break, he was like, so you married to that chick right there? What about that chick? What about her? We had to dump him 2 times, almost 3.
Yeah.
He did a Blake moment where he said a word and then was like, no, you can say it, and then said it again, and then said it again, and we were like, no, you cannot say that. But, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's a stressful deal. Next thing you know, you run out of the dump.
Yep.
Yeah.
No dump left.
Yeah, I was terrified, but entertained at the same time. And speaking about one of those words that he doubled down on and then realized he can't say, here's how he cleaned it up.
I touched the fat man's breast by accident.
Who was the fat man's breast?
Just the fat man.
All we needed to know.
Sorry, this is just...
There could have been any fat man there, and he was talking
that in
about
its
that.
own is actually pretty incredible. I touched the fat man's breast.
He's
I just touched it and walked off.
He's got it out for people that are not the same shape as him because he definitely pointed at a woman that he was trying to accuse of being Kevin's wife. He's like, what about that lady with the muffin top over there? I was like, jeez, man.
Him, Gavin, and Eric would have a ball together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. MJF also said this.
Best sandwich you ever been in, right?
Yes, sandwich I've ever been in.
That was the moment Kevin broke him.
He lost it.
He broke then, and somebody pointed out he broke whenever I said something about the Mets and what growing up being a Mets fan. But he never seen him break character before. But Kevin got him with the best sandwich you've ever been in.
That's amazing.
Let's see.
Well done, Hagee.
I love sandwiches.
Oh, me too. Great food.
Jersey Mike's.
Love when you cut them diagonally too.
Diagonal sandwiches are the best.
So
There's more
much better.
sandwich.
Corey, the moment you've been waiting for. It's not the last thing we have, though, but the moment you've been waiting for.
He's going to take it from some dude in the 3rd row.
Oh.
He wants to see Anthony Davis play right field. And he was saying,
sure.
Can you imagine Anthony Davis going up and
because
a
of how
home
big
run
he
ball
is.
and he reaches up and gets it?
Yeah.
That being said, the way he said it. One more time. Can I hear that?
Yeah, let's see here.
He's going to take it from some dude in the 3rd row.
And he could have been talking about anybody on this station. I felt like the way Kevin talks about people on this station.
On the 3rd row.
Yeah.
I just love how
Just taking it.
it's so extravagant. Everything he says is with such purpose.
Oh, yeah.
So it makes it that much worse when he says something stupid because then you can really use it against him. But I gotta point. This happened today.
Oh no!
James and I actually started tearing up laughing at this. It's so stupid.
You are going to be eaten by one of those toy hippos.
Wait for it.
Hungry hippo. Just
Can't see masterpiece.
That was always the sound I imagined.
Awesome. Hungry, because I thought the same thing. I would have said hungry hippos too, and then you get that noise from Kevin. That is gold.
That was Corey.
That was you. Okay, do it again for me.
Oh man, Hungry Hippos is a fun game until you lose all the marbles.
Yeah.
Hungry Hippos. Just
That's great.
That's good stuff there.
That's the dumbest thing ever. All right, it's time to vote.
Okay, all right. So time to vote. I'm going to go with what happened with the large man's chess piece. That's my vote.
You got to get it in there, huh?
Oh, that was the wrong one.
That was the
I can't see through the tears in my eyes.
Oh, yeah,
Hold on,
he is
that's
gonna
wrong.
Take it from some dude in the 3rd row.
There we go. Well, Chuck.
I think I got to go with hungry hippos.
Yes, and that's going to be my vote too. Here we go.
Well done.
You are going to be eaten by one of those toy hippos.
Hungry Hippos. Just I would be terrified if they were coming at
The
me like
inflection's
that.
so good.
Great stuff, Alec. Thank you very much for your work today, sir. And right now, it is time to talk and chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We've got a final.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Hey, it's Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece, and we have a busy household, but it wouldn't be the same without our adopted best friend, Landry. Go to 1053thefan.com/adopt and check out some of our fan ambassadors waiting to be adopted. We would love to feature you and your best friend on social media. We can make a difference, Tolos. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, getting ready to turn the reins over to the G-Bag Nation, and we are now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, in the middle of crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Terrific, Majors. How the heck are you?
It's been a great day.
Happy Friday.
It's been a very fun Friday, and I think the even more exciting part about it is Jack Leiter's on the bump tonight. I know that gets y'all out of here about 30 minutes early tonight. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right,
yeah, I think that's how that works. Yeah, 6:30.
Did y'all get a chance to listen to the pregame presentation yesterday?
Watched a lot of the pregame on television because I was still at home before I came in here, and then listened while kind of watching in studio.
Yeah.
So yeah, took it all in.
What'd you think about the new Rangers Sports Network and how it looked? I like the sports the score bug in the bottom and how they use that a little bit.
Amazing. I think they modernized the presentation. You know, I'm so proud of Jared that he's grown into this role. He's so much more than a pre and post game show host. You can see how amazing and talented he is in his Sandlot Children's Charity. Like his ability to organize and do huge things is without question. You know, but hey, I shoot from the hip here. I thought it was weird to hear the TV sounds over the radio.
Okay,
maybe I'll get used to that.
Gotcha.
Okay, but I've been looking for Spittle today. Wanted to run it by him here. Maybe we could get a feed without the TV sounds.
There were a couple of moments yesterday where Bassick was doing something in the pregame, and he was saying something, and you could tell there was a VO. Like you could tell there was TV because he'd say, "And you can see here." And I was like, no, I can't. I'm driving in my car right now.
I don't mind that, you know, because I'm kind of used to that. And I think it kind of works with this YouTube generation that has a YouTube video on in the background and people are talking about what they see with their visuals, but we're okay with that now.
Yeah.
You know, that used to be something you wouldn't want to do in radio. Don't draw attention to something that the audience can't see. I think those lines are being great, though, Majors.
Yeah, I got a point there.
I like what they're doing here.
And Broadus, I know you love to listen.
I listened to the whole game.
How did
I listened all the way through. I did not take into television at all.
I enjoyed on the pregame the announcements with Chuck Morgan.
I went up to I'm a first pitch guy.
Okay.
When Eric told me the weather conditions outside and all that and roof closed and we're playing baseball, that's when I turn it on.
Yeah, that was.
I'm weird, and I'm on pre and post game shows. I just cannot stand pre and post game shows.
I get that. I think it was when I was at North Texas at Hank Dickinson's class.
Listening to it, though.
And Brad Sham came in to talk. And that's when the moment that I realized how spoiled we are in DFW and sports radio, the play-by-play. Because Brad was just going on and on about his favorite broadcaster, Eric Nadel. And he was just like, you know, the way he describes the shirt underneath his jersey, the pinstripe down the leg, like he paints a complete picture for you.
The red glove.
Right, he was talking about the gloves. Exactly. And where the guy stands on the rubber.
Stands erect in his stance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Are you intentionally trying to?
No, he's trying to do a little spoof from yesterday's draft show where I said the player was erect. The way his stance is.
They do use it a lot, though, in baseball.
Good viral video.
Yeah. That just, there's some terms in sports, man, they cross over to whatever your mind wants to take you to.
Now, I know y'all were talking about things y'all are probably going to get into here on the G-Bag Nation in just a little bit, but I was kind of curious. I'm not going to get into your audio, Zach, but how many top flight receivers are there in this draft? First round, second round guys?
3.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, I have 3 first-round grades. If that's your asking.
Okay,
about.
All right, that's good. Yeah,
yeah. So with McMillan, I like Burden. People will tell you Burden's a terrible human being. I guess they'll say things that and then his coach had to come out and say, no, this guy works hard and does this and does that. So but if you watch the tape, Luther Burden makes a lot of plays.
It's weird. Like a knock on a receiver is he's a diva.
Yeah,
isn't that that comes with the territory of being a receiver?
Yeah.
So to me,
quarterbacks are a little off.
I've
got Burden at the top of the second round, but I do have McMillan, Igbuka, and Matthew Golden, and Travis Hunter. But I mean, I've got Hunter listed as both a corner and receiver. He's my number 2 receiver behind Ted.
I would be fascinated to ask if I could ask NFL scouts one question, and their final board: do they actually have Hunter as the best corner or best wide receiver? I wonder if he is on some people's board not the actual best one.
But because he's capable of doing both, he gets popped up a little higher. Shohei.
This guy, and I keep talking about this, and he's a tremendous corner. Don't get me wrong. He's 185 pounds, though. When you start to talk about wear and tear on a guy, and he plays both ways and stuff, but you worry about him if he's going to play both ways. Is he going to get smaller as the season goes along? And then does his desire to be, one or the other, like, the corner part, you're going to need him to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And if he gets lighter and lighter and is not willing to tackle, then, the coverage aspect of it is fine. Great. But, you need these guys to play at both the tackling part and the coverage part.
Conversation you won't find anywhere else in DFW radio. Where are we going today with the show?
It's a big Friday, Majors.
Nice.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic is going to join us at 3:20. Of course, we'll begin to roll out the Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Yes. Right out of the gates here at 2 o'clock. But Docterman's a bracketologist of sorts. He'll be talking tournament with you at 3:20. David Murphy at 4 o'clock talking Rangers. Kevin Harlan at 4:15 on the call last night.
Awesome.
For Tech's comeback.
He's always amazing, man. Always love Kevin Harlan. All right, we've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday, rolling and rocking with you. Until then, you've been Masterpiece. Go get Rangers. Hungry.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fans KNC Masterpiece.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. It's a terrific, humongous Sports Friday here with you. General at your service. There's Broadus, former NFL scout, Super Bowl champion. James Tritley's in for Lucius Alexander today. Wolchuk's in the house. Chief did a heck of a job this morning with the morning show with RJ and Bobby out there at the firehouse. I don't think your mic's on, Wolchuk. Maybe it's not potted up. I don't know if Carter Freeman's here. Yeah. His mic's not up.
On. His mic is on, though.
It's on, but it's on? I can't hear you.
I can't hear him either, though.
Is he on, Tritley? You tell me Wolchuk's on, but we can't hear him.
Oh, no.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, guys.
There he is.
Okay, good.
Gosh, almost our blessings was answered.
That's me.
If you want, I can leave, Brian. I don't mind. I just did an hour of KNC. I feel like my day's done.
Oh, good. You feel good about that, huh?
Hey, we did an hour of radio yesterday. I thought it was pretty good.
That is fun, isn't it? 1 hour, an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Makes you envious of some of those podcasters that work for like 30 minutes a day and call it a wrap.
I like your statement before the show. Just don't give me any idiots.
Yeah.
I love talking draft with Dawson. Dawson just will tell you what it is. Listen, I don't care what you guys say. Just don't give me any idiots. I think that's something we need to incorporate with scouting.
You know, I can take edgy guys.
Yeah.
I can take guys with a checkered past. I can take all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But don't give me the ones that are so dumb that they have no hope of figuring it out. You know, that's where I am.
I tell you what, I tell you, it's something we probably need to do more of.
Yeah.
Just walk in there and say, hey, don't give me any idiots.
Yeah, let's get this figured out.
Let's get it figured out and go.
You know, idiots will make losing way worse with how they react to it. We open with winners, though, not idiots here in the G-Bag Nation whenever we can. Tech was down 16 with 10 minutes to play. They were down 13 with 6 minutes to play, teetering on the edge. Bang, bang, though. The three-point shooting woke up in time. Arkansas went cold after they were on fire to start the game. Darian Williams turns out to be unstoppable. Deep three to tie it with 9 seconds to go. Game winner in OT off glass. Calipari was stunned.
Wreck him.
First time he's ever been up at least 6 at halftime and lost a tournament game. He was 35-0 up until that point. And Tech moves on to face a number 1 seeded Florida on Saturday. I think first time they've been this far since they were in the Final Four back in 19.
Amazing. Texas Tech, I mean, I'm pulling for them. Obviously married into a Texas Tech family, but they also have our former head coach at North Texas, Grant McCaslin, who's one of the best dudes you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
And the defense is carried over. Like, Grant McCaslin is a mastermind. I had a bunch of Hog fans, including Tim and Carthage. Pappy was texting me, busting my balls, like, woo, pig soup. I'm like, just wait. Just wait. Texas Tech was ice cold in that first half. They still don't even have one of their best players who's been out. I think it's with like a hernia or something. He was questionable to play yesterday. So hopefully he can go against Florida because they're going to need all hands on deck It's a strained oblique with him. So it's Chance McMillan, who is all Big 12 guard, second team. If he can go against Florida, they got a chance. If they don't, I think the Gators probably have too much for Tech. But what a comeback victory for them. Second biggest comeback in Sweet 16 history.
We'll get the absolute latest on this matchup with Kevin Harlan coming up at 4:15 on the call last night. He'll be on the call tomorrow against the Gators.
He's usually on the big calls.
Yeah.
Wonder how bummed he is that Luka got traded, because he loved Luka.
Yeah.
Anytime we talked with him, he was just gushing about Luka.
Maybe we can get a few minutes to talk with him about that. I'm not sure how much time he has.
We don't need to talk to him about that. It's okay.
You're right. It is okay.
I don't think people want to hear it.
You're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Lakers did lose last night.
They
though.
did.
Yeah.
And it was Luka's fault.
Yeah.
And LeBron's.
No. LeBron can do no wrong. It's all Luka's fault. That fat, lazy bum.
Of course, Cooper Flagg and Duke did win. They held off Arizona. Cooper Flagg with 30. Threw some nice lobs. He had two pretty nice lobs. So, yeah, I think my only other observation about Cooper Flagg is that he needs to throttle down on his double arm flex celebration along with the LFG. I mean, he double arm flexes and says LFG more than Jack Leiter blows on his hand. I swear, Brian. Maybe it's just a big game for him last night.
Watchdog in his celebration.
I need you to diversify a little bit. I'm fatigued by the double arm flex, Cooper. Okay. And then I do need to be. I need to be convinced that that he can be a high usage ball in his hand dominant star as well. I think he's a scorer.
Yeah.
And I don't mind that. You know, I think that's a good compliment if you have him along with a ball dominant guy like a Luka or a LeBron. But I think that's going to hold you back if you're not a floor general or an absolute behemoth 7-footer from being a truly dominant player in today's game. That's where I'm at with Cooper Flagg right now.
So you wouldn't take him number one?
I would take him number one. Yes, absolutely. And I'd be thrilled to have him.
Idiots.
Yeah. I think he'll be a top 15 player.
Well, I mean, he goes to Duke, right? You just assume naturally he's smart.
Lively's done a nice job with us. He's
but how about
extremely smart.
Cowherd threw it out earlier today. Best Duke player ever. You're looking at Kyrie Irving. You're looking at Jason
Christian
Tatum.
Laettner?
Well, I don't think Christian Laettner's up for this conversation.
Well, just as pure
Duke,
college player?
Best college player?
Like, is he talking about like best Duke player to go to the NBA?
Best Duke player in the NBA.
Oh, okay. I'm
Christian
sorry.
Laettner's not.
Grant Hill.
Yeah.
I think it's just three guys. You know, I don't know if Cooper Flagg's going to be that good, but can't wait to find out. Yeah, Tatum. Tatum, Irving, or Grant Hill. And I don't know how you decide between those three. I think those are three really, really great players. Maybe you'd go with Tatum because he's been the healthiest. Ole Miss, Michigan State coming up today at 6:09. Kentucky, Tennessee at 6:39. Auburn, Michigan 8:39, and Houston against Purdue at 9:09. Who would you guys prefer at this point wins the tournament? Tech.
Yeah,
you're a Tech family over there.
Ideally, I would pick Texas Tech. Yeah. Otherwise, Houston. I hate Houston, but I want to keep it in the state. So let's just go with the Texas schools. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind Duke winning for Hagee.
Yeah. I think everybody knows like somebody, or you either hate Duke, you love Duke, or you know somebody that likes them.
Yeah,
you know?
and I picked Duke in a bracket.
Did you?
Yeah.
To win it all?
Yeah.
Who'd you have them playing? Did you chalk that thing out? Because everybody that's chalking it's got a lot of points.
I did quite a bit of chalk, but I also had whoever Michigan was playing in the first round, like UC San Diego or whatever.
Oh, that everybody was telling us that was going to be
upset, and I had them ending up going pretty far, but I didn't put them in the final
four. Did you get influenced by people telling you that? Was it one of those things like, well, watch out, like basketball dudes were telling you all that?
And then it was also just like Michigan hate, because we did the BetMGM show,
sure,
and I picked Wisconsin to beat Michigan, and I just hate watching Michigan play basketball. I just think they're boring as hell. So I just didn't really like Michigan. But I think I went Duke and Tech in the championship game.
There you go. Good for you.
Nice job, old Chuck. Paige Becker's confirmed she's going to enter the draft. Okay, she is not going to play another year in college or go play in that 3-on-3 league and then declare next year. She's in, probably going to be a Dallas Wing. Very exciting as she's an incredible player. Patriots plan to release veteran starting linebacker Jawan Bentley on today. That's the top NFL story.
Stud, go sign him. 3-time
captain in the NFL. The only 3-time captain at Purdue in their history. So
Drew Brees wasn't, huh?
A+ leadership. He thrived in Belichick and Mayo's scheme of linebackers who want to stop the run and go downhill.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's a player that is out there. I think the Cowboys are fixed at linebacker, but that's one of the big football stories, along with Deion Sanders staying at Colorado. He's now at $10.8 million a year. So congrats to Prime Time.
He's worth more than that to the athletic department, just with the revenue that they generate by his NIL stuff. If you could say that about a coach, his ability to
create revenue.
Yeah, it brings in boosters. He's nationally known. He's on commercials. I mean, he does a great job of marketing himself. His resume at Jackson State was outstanding. It's turning things around at Colorado. It's amazing for a guy that he's done a really, really nice job. And a lot of people didn't think he was a very good coach.
I do need to apologize to Will Chambers, who's towing his balls off, driving around. He just sent me the middle finger emoji because his Kentucky Wildcats are also still alive.
Okay.
So for Will, hey, go Kentucky.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Do you hate Kentucky more than Duke? I'd like to know that right now.
I usually would hate Duke more than Kentucky because as a kid, I kind of, for whatever reason, got drawn to North Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't know if I liked the color scheme or whatever it was, but I like that 2005 North Carolina Tar Heel team that Jesse Holley was a part of. I rode them all the way to the tournament, winning it in my bracket. Rashad McCants and company. And I kind of always pulled for UNC.
Was that
Maybe
Raymond Felton?
Yes, it was. Big Raymond Felton.
Yeah, that was a fun team. Okay. I guess the other takeaway on the Deion story, though, you'd have to take a pay cut to coach the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Big time.
He absolutely would. Yeah, that's the thing that, he knew what he was doing. He parlayed this thing into more money for himself. Anytime, and I don't blame him. Look at all these coaches that got raises, 2 years ago. Florida State got raised. Guy won 12 games, and then they fall apart. Got a raise. Guy at Washington got the Alabama job. Got a raise. Guy from Arizona goes to Washington. He gets a raise. So
it was Jimmy Sexton was the agent for all
Jimmy
those guys.
Sexton
did a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. He was pulling the strings on all these deals, but. Yeah, you look at Nick Saban and what he did at Alabama there, Dawson. I mean, he was making like $10, $12 million a year, and Alabama football was generating $100 million a year in revenue. I mean, that's
probably worth more.
That's where Deion is. What he's done for Colorado is incredible.
Well, what the Dallas Stars have been doing for their fans has been incredible. Storming through Canada the last 2 nights, Calgary and Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Everything coming together with the good offense. And
Smith.
He was
brilliant. Good last night. They're playing him a lot more, aren't they, Wolchuk?
They are. They've been mixing him in quite a bit.
Are we getting ready for playoff hockey now? Is that what we're doing?
You're trying to save Otter a little bit, keep him fresh.
I think we are.
They're off the next 2 nights, and then they have back-to-backers against the Seattle Kraken on Saturday and Monday. The Kraken below 500 on the year, but they are slightly above 500 at home. So you can't overlook them if you want to track down, as Corey calls them, lose a peg, and
for them
and get the first place in the conference. It'd be nice.
I like that.
Be really nice.
Mavs win another, beat a good Magic team in Orlando.
Yeah,
snap their 3-game winning streak, and you played dang good defense. Jaden Hardy had 22 points, leading that big run to close the third. Hit back-to-back threes. I don't know if Anthony Davis is right. Couldn't quite find his shot, but he did have 15 and 7 in 29 minutes. And Clay and Max Christie had 12 each. Brandon Williams with 14. So
undefeated in games where Anthony Davis plays.
That's right, baby. 3-0 now.
Champion right there.
So now they're a half game ahead of the Suns, and I am back to watching. Okay, I'm back to watching. I'm intrigued.
You're back in.
No.
I'm watching 3 different sports right now.
No.
You got Rangers, you got Stars, you got Mavs. It's a very busy sports evening.
Go ahead and watch the Stars, and go ahead and watch the Rangers.
Selfishly,
I'm back.
I wouldn't mind talking a little playoff basketball.
Why not?
Wouldn't you?
I think when Lively comes back, they're going to play such damn good defense, Brian.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
What are we doing over there?
I can't leave and come back?
Yeah,
I can't come back?
No, you can't.
Why not?
You were adamant about that.
It's like the Jeffrey.
I was done.
I'm out on this team.
I didn't know Anthony Davis was going to come back, and they'd win 4 or 5.
No, you... Wait a minute now. You knew Anthony Davis was coming back.
I didn't think so.
No, Fred told us he wasn't coming back.
You knew that this team was going to keep trying to win. You knew that.
I mean, you told me that, but I thought there would be a smart person over there to overrule Dumont and Nico.
Wait, a smart person over there to overrule? That guy should have stepped up, or gal should have stepped up before they had that trade.
Yeah, I don't have to explain anything to you.
Smart person over there.
The schmuck's
I'm
over
watching.
there.
Okay,
Don't let anybody tell you how to fan.
I'm telling him how to fan.
You'll have me leaving the game in the 9th inning before Corey Seager hits the greatest home run in the history of the Rangers.
One of the all-time mistakes I've ever made in my life. I apologize to Wolchuk. If the Rangers get into the World Series this year, we're going, and I am not doing radio. I don't care. Okay, I'm not looking for a place. I was going to be there. We had it organized. We're going. If the Rangers, if they're in LA for the World Series start game 1, we're going to the game.
Make it happen.
Well, I'm sorry to bring it up, but I felt badgered. I did.
On what?
You know it's a sore spot.
On me watching the Mavs again.
Dawson.
You know, you were coming after me pretty good.
Dawson.
So I had to fight fire with fire.
Dawson.
Use something else.
Grizzlies record going the wrong way. They have fired Coach Taylor Jenkins. They are currently the 5 seed.
He's a pretty good coach,
Yeah,
isn't he?
why would you be firing your... Did he do something?
Something crazy must have happened.
Is there like a Ime Udoka situation here?
Did I see a clip where Desmond Bain, they had some altercations on the bench?
Something must have happened.
I think there were some altercations going on.
He's really well respected, like one of the best young coaches in the league.
Yeah.
And you're about to get into the postseason. Why are you firing your coach?
Well, Jack Leiter's taking the hill at 7:05 tonight against these Red Sox. Broke through against Luke Jackson last night. I'm dialing 1-800 bullpen already, Brian, for this baseball team. I think CY set a precedent here. We're not going to sit around and hope things are okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we addressed everything about this baseball team except the bullpen. Don't sit around and hope things are going to be okay. I got the solution, though. I'm not just bitching to be bitching here. I got a solution.
Oh, you?
Young guys are your bullpen when Gray and Bradford get healthy.
I like it.
Okay.
You got Santos, you got Teodo, you got Leiter, you got Rocker.
Teodo, you're going to bring him up, right? You're going to let him.
Yeah.
You're going to bring him up.
Oh, yeah.
What we need over there is, and Dawson, I know you every once in a while you let me talk about racing. Are you familiar with what's going on with Red Bull's Formula One team right now?
Oh,
No
dude,
idea.
It's a joke.
What happened?
They took their number 2 driver, and after 2 races said, "No, you're not our number 2 driver anymore." This kid, 2 races.
Wow.
They said, "We can't have you driving this car anymore. We're going to send you down to the junior team."
That bad.
So we
isn't
need,
even good. Who they're replacing? him
Yeah.
with.
So what you need is some Red Bull Formula One.
Yeah,
Front
knee-jerk
office.
overreactions.
You need the front office of that.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
That's who we need to take over
That's
is
what I'm
Red
saying.
Bull. They
Yeah.
make things happen.
It's like, listen, you've not
Very
scored
aggressive.
any points. Boom, you're out. We're not gonna stand around anymore and watch you wreck cars.
That's a team that probably would have traded Luka.
Red Bull? Yeah, you're probably right about that.
469 says, Brian, didn't you know that Gavin's a flip-flopper? He said himself. That's Zach in Frisco.
Love you, Zach.
And then another guy says, I'm weak for being back on the Mavs. I just like good basketball, and I'm curious to see if this Mavs team can be good without a real point guard. It's interesting to me. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30, and I don't care if they dealt Luka. I'm moving on. You don't have to move on, but I did. Okay. Big board report coming up next. Day 3 steals, pure gold in the late rounds for your Cowboys. That's coming up next, The Nation.
Stars fans, we have the top hockey podcast.
Welcome back. We have the G-Bag of the Day coming up in 7 minutes. NFL Draft Big Board Report here in just a second. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I have some day 3 guys that could make the Cowboys better. We start with the running back, Jaden Blue, who scored 2 touchdowns in their semifinal loss to Ohio State. I was already in on him. I was in on him that night, 5'9", 196. And I guess the issue with him, though, has been the fumbles.
Ball security and pass blocking are kind of a minus for him. And so he's going to have to kind of prove that he could do that to gain trust of the coaches.
And plus, you got Javonte Williams now to do that, at least for this year. That would be a surprise pick at this point. I think you have your pass-catching runner.
Yeah, but, man, his guy is a threat with the ball in his hands, though. I mean, he can turn the corner in a hurry. I mean, he does actually have some power at 5'9", 196 when you watch him run. He's just not a speed guy, but the really quick cuts, the agility, make guys miss, break arm tackles. It's the fumbling and the pass blocking that kind of kicks him down the board a little bit.
I feel like guys can work on pass pro once they get in the league. How about the ball security? Can guys fix something like that?
Yeah, if people know that you struggle with that, they're going, remember when Zeke initially always protected the ball and then he started fumbling and he started to see guys go after it?
Yeah.
You put on tape that you have a history of that. He's going to have to prove, and it might very well start for him in the preseason and see if people go after the ball on him.
Okay, wide receiver Kyle Williams is next up, Washington State guy who they note could find himself into day 2. And if the Cowboys don't have a 4, maybe this is not realistic, but he's a guy that I've been seeing quite a bit of chatter about.
Yeah, this guy, as I mentioned, he broke Des Bryant's Holiday Bowl record. If you watch the game with the Washington State and it was in Syracuse. It was pretty impressive how he did it. He is a vertical player. He's got super quickness about his game. He could separate down the field. He's got the kind of that vision that punt and kickoff return guys have because he's able to weave his way through defenders with the ball in his hand. Really impressive kid. He's not very interested as a run blocker, but he has these monster games where he catches these short passes and makes some really big, large chunk gains, or he could go down the field and they launch the ball and he'll go down and haul it down. So, yeah.
Explosive playmaker. And they use him on the move a ton at Wazoo. He transferred over from UNLV. I'd be surprised if he was there on day 3. I think he's going to be a day 2 pick.
He's 5'11", 190. Washington State.
Okay. Now, speaking of people under 6 foot, the third guy on the list is awesome. 5'10", 270, Willie Lampkin. Maybe we should call him Rudy Lampkin.
Mighty Might.
With measurables like that, can a 270-pound 5'10" guard play?
Yeah, it's happened one time, and I believe the player, and I need to look this up, Terry Long was drafted by the Steelers. And I think he went to East Carolina Mighty Pirates.
You brought him up yesterday on the draft. I meant to look him up.
Did I say right? I think it's Terry Long, and I think he was under 6 foot. This guy was is the Florida State champion wrestler. Has never been defeated. When you watch him play, Zach was telling me that he went to school. He started off at Coastal Carolina,
and then
transferred to Carolina, and is like a 6-year starter when you factor in the 2 schools. And
played a lot of football.
He's played guard. He's played some center. He's both sides, but he's under 6 foot tall and he's 275 pounds. But, man, he plays with some serious leverage.
He does.
When you watch him play.
And he's mean. I mean, he's got some nasty to his game.
Finish.
He's fast and violent, sticky blocker. Once he's on you, it is game over. I mean, for his size, he plays with a lot of power. So 5'11", 271 out of East Carolina was Terry Long.
Okay. I knew.
Crazy story on Terry Long, by the way. 90s, 91.
Yeah, Terry Long, did he have a murder thing?
No, he committed suicide by drinking antifreeze.
Okay.
He drank antifreeze?
Yeah.
Wasn't well.
Wanted to take himself out of the game.
Yep. Terry Long, though, it was just that's the only one I ever remember of that.
He was,
height.
and Wolchuk got it 5'11", 271. So I guess pretty possible, and I guess he was killing at the Senior Bowl.
He's fun, man.
He is. Like I said, when he gets selected, everybody's going to say, you know what, that's a damn good pick. He just does not have the measurables. But I swear, Dawson, you watch him on tape, he never's on the ground. He's like, you see him just kind of, when he's blocking, he's so into the guys he's got, and he's able to drive people out of the hole. Or when they're, when you're talking about stuff that Dallas is doing with the lead block and stuff, pin and pull, he is super athletic when it comes to scoops and reaches and second level blocks.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 90 seconds. We'll get you the best audio from the world of sports and whatnot and the internet. Coming up at 6 o'clock, I want to talk about the Mavs in this arena situation. CEO Rick Welch was on a telecast this week talking about how, we need to get this arena. We're on the clock. We need to get this arena done. And it made me think, what if they struggle to get support? Jerry Jones had to hire Parcells to get fan support. Tax votes need to be made. Can they get the votes, whether it's from representatives or from the voting public? Could this idea to get an arena with this group of Mavs executives be viable still?
Well,
and if so, would they be forced to sell the team, or could they relocate, Brian?
I would say if they had to go put the thing in Arlington, yes.
They'd get the votes there?
Yeah. If they had to put the thing in Frisco, yes. Those are can-do cities. Their people show up when it comes to, sure, we'll take on, it's like Frisco taking on businesses, and we'll take on the Cowboys. But their people step up. Like look at how many. The old ballpark was not that old. And what do? Built another ballpark. That ballpark was less than 25 years old, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay, but Nico and Dumont can't speak publicly right now. They're having to trot Welts out there.
I
see. Those are in normal sports situations.
Revenue makes strange bedfellows. I think if you tell somebody, hey, we're interested in putting our team or business here, there are some can-do cities. I think now we'll see what happens. The old mayor here, Laura Miller.
If they did it without the public's vote, like usually you need a public vote to raise the taxes for like entertainment tax.
Oh yeah,
right. I think you bring these things to a public vote, and people would say, no, I'm not approving anything for the Mavericks right now. That's my point, Brian.
Yeah,
and if the public refuses to build you an arena, what would the Adelson family's only response be? We got to sell the team or move the team.
I'm with you on the whole thing about moving the team. I know a year ago I made a rant.
Yeah, you have been talking about
that. I was thinking that, like,
and I didn't want to believe you about it.
But there is a possibility. But if you get a city, like I said, if they want to build it in downtown Dallas, I think that Mayor Johnson there. Mayor Johnson's the one that's challenged the Cowboys. Like, listen, you want to put another NFL team downtown to Dallas here?
Yeah.
We're in.
Well, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of business partners. A lot of reasons to love it here. Let's talk about it a little bit later on, because I do think it's fascinating,
I think
especially if the team keeps losing. How do you get public support if all your good players are hurt and you traded Luka? I just don't think it's that viable right now, at least not clearly for me. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Tritley has your G-Bag of the day.
You guys brought me back for another day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you did a fine job. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Job well done, Tritley.
And then I start off the show and decide, you know what, Zach, I don't want to hear you talk. I don't know why.
Misfired.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Gator.
How are we doing?
We're doing well. Doing well.
All right. We know what today is. It's the G-Bag of the Day, Monday through Friday, 2:30. We've had some phenomenal clips this week. And, of course, our champion, Mr. Jared Sandler.
Yeah.
We always, again, opening day yesterday, I wonder how many inches the fans ended up taking. But that was, we know how much the Rangers took. But
felt significant.
It felt significant.
Felt above average.
And here we go, our reigning champion, Mr. Jared Sandler, once again.
Boomstick burrito looks pretty impressive, though. I'd like to take that down. I think we're going to get a chance on Thursday, opening day, to take that down. So I don't know. I mean, how many inches do you think you could take of that, Chief?
Well, I mean, I did in 3 hours' time. I did the 2-foot boomstick burger. I guess it was a couple of years ago now. So if you give me a couple, 2 or 3 hours, I think I could put the whole thing down. But in one sitting, I feel good about the first 12 inches.
Who do you think can take down the most inches of the station?
I mean, I don't want to be braggadocious or whatever, but I think I'm leading the charge on that. I'm certainly the favorite.
That's a great line.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Walsh will be up there.
That's a 3.5 pound thing, right, Jared? Is that what we're looking at?
It is 3.5 pounds.
Yeah, I was told 3.5 pounds. How bizarre is that?
3.5
My
pound
goodness.
thing.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I would do that like a breakfast burrito. That would be really appealing to me. You give me 24 inches of bacon, sausage, egg, cheese, hash brown.
Yes.
Maybe throw a little salsa on there. I would take that.
Every bit of those inches.
He's so confident.
He is very
in
confident.
being the leader there. Well, you know what? I think this morning, our good old friend Bobby Belt put together. Oh, yes.
Yes.
It is the diss track, maybe of the year, maybe of the century. I'll let you guys decide what you think of Bobby Belt's latest diss track.
Peyton on the cheap, yo, free those spending cash figures, we need zero, hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo, failing all the way through cross. Hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, f him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay plotting. Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Sometimes you gotta stop down and show better. Certified board up, man. Take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro. Fine, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like Fish, Richie Gergo and them. Say, Pate, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman. Talks to him and they in love. Just know that you'll only fit in the tub. Tim tells me Choppy just can't handle when Sean's not around, and that's why Chi-Chi hanging with us at the firehouse. And Choppy never showers. What's that all about? Toxic masculinity, toxic from the waist down. Wah 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 wah. Bob them up. Wah 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 wah. They just kinda sus. Why y'all looking so sad? Can't you fight, man? Trying to clap back, but you only use your right hand. Hey. These boys is sus. 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 These boys is sus.
Quite a performance there from Bobby
Dude,
Belt.
he crushed it. And the delivery was sensational. Well done, Bobby.
It's so good. It's so, and you know what? People are going to be in Dallas now jamming to this. So
Oh,
Kendrick.
yeah.
Kendrick was last year.
Yeah.
We're gonna be rolling out.
These boys is sus. These boys is sus.
I mean, here's the thing. Medford sent that to me yesterday as a preview, and then we're like, well, Peyton goes sideways this morning. He's getting the full thing, and here we go. So just phenomenal stuff there. You guys are familiar with Mark DeRosa, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Former Ranger.
Well, this was a couple years back. He was on MLB Network's morning show, and just had a peculiar neighbor that he just couldn't keep his eyes off of.
I live when I'm here in this apartment where it's like just a big box and there's a pool in the middle. Yeah. And last night I'm out on my porch having a drink. I'm looking directly into someone's apartment and they are stark naked. Really? The guy is like doing something with coffee. I mean, literally stark naked. I was like,
lighter in the room than outside.
Wait, what was
dark
this?
outside. It cannot
He
be
was
light
like
in
making
your house.
coffee or something. Making coffee.
Do you hear me?
And he took a couple.
Couple what?
No tush at all pills. You know? Yeah. I mean, just an elongated back with a hatchet wound. No? Here we go.
Hey, man. You got to stop, bro.
Come on. Let's go. I swear, I was like, what am I looking at? That is amazing. Go inside before I promise.
Elongated back with a hatchet wound.
I mean,
right
that's
there.
one of the most detailed descriptions I didn't think I'd be getting, especially on a morning show. Get that going on. My goodness. Man.
Yeah, morning shows can go off the rails one way or another.
Well, we're
either family friendly or not. You know, got to make a choice.
Yeah, Sean and RJ is very much a victim of that. You got time for one more?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's go to this call, the Pacers, and we know that Quinn Buckner can give us a great call on the Pacers broadcast. This was when Tony Bradley, having to miss a three, missed just a bit wide of where it was headed.
Bradley, he's going to shoot a three.
It must have slipped out of his hand because it hit the backboard and went to the backside. I'm sorry, Tony. You can't miss it like that.
Now, remember last week in Minnesota, he hit a 3.
No, Chris, nice try. Nice try. Again, this is part of the family you enjoy. Look, where that ball goes. It goes behind.
Where did that ball go?
Behind the backboard. He's lined up, think he got one going in. Lo and behold.
Just getting
That's
clowned.
good. That is infectious. Thank you, James Tritley. Is it Quinn Buckner on the Pacers broadcast? Is it Mark DeRosa observing his neighbors a couple years back? Bobby Belt diss track or Jared Sandler with our Eric Chiafalo? Man, it's tough. I'll go with the champ, Tritley. How about you?
Give me Bobby Belt's diss track.
Well, Chuck?
These guys are sus.
Brian?
I'm going to let the fans decide this one.
Okay. You voting for the champ?
I'm voting for the champ.
Get onto @GBagNation's Twitter account. That's @GBagNation, and we'll create a little bit of an Insta poll at the break. You can vote on it and decide. You can break this tie. Then we'll get into what next, Wolchuk?
So, little biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some dubs lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. We got Dairy Queen Germany and an NBA stunner. That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
would love to feature you on our social media with your new best friend. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else priced to sell. You can visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you, Tritely, in for Lucius here. It is the G-Bag Nation on the Fan, and congrats to Bobby Belt, who won in a close vote-off on our Twitter page, at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Follow us there so you can participate in future G-Bag of the Day vote-off situations. Here's Wolchuk.
All righty, Eric did an excellent job this morning with Bobby and Sean, and shout out to everybody who went out to the Firehouse Tour, starting it off in Keller. Sounded like an absolute banger of a showcase, and everybody, I mean, the show was fantastic this morning.
Listened a lot this morning. It was fantastic.
They did an awesome job. So Eric usually holds down Biggest L, Biggest Dub Friday staple here that we've carried over from the nosebleed seats. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's along the way? It's time for this.
Now listen here, it's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
877-881-1053. 214 Biggest Dub for this week. Yesterday was my 4th-year wedding anniversary, and tomorrow is my son's birthday. Happy birthday, Ryan Bob. That's from our guy Woody. So happy birthday and congratulations.
Yeah.
I took a dub, but also maybe an L this week.
Okay.
The dub was Eliza, my daughter, started preschool.
Yeah.
So she crushed it. She was awesome. Did a great job for the 3 days. The L is we've now already been invited to a couple of birthday parties from some other kids in the class.
That's an L.
So one, that is an L. But one of them's also a boy. And apparently he's already been going home, and all he's been saying is Eliza's name and how much he loves Eliza.
Okay.
She's 13 months old.
Yep.
Get your dirty paws off my daughter. All right.
How old's this boy?
Almost 2, I suppose, because like everybody in this class is like 1 to 2 years old. So Eliza's one of the younger kids.
Yeah.
This one's about, so I think it's going to be a second birthday party. I'm already dealing with this. You kidding me?
You don't need to do that.
This is not. No. I don't think we're going to go to this.
No,
kid's birthday.
I think kid birthday parties, might seriously start at like 4, probably. At 3, they still really don't know what's going on. You don't need to stand around with a bunch of strangers and hand out gifts and stuff at 1, 2 years old. Let's just save this for like legit preschool.
And I appreciate the invitation if you're listening. I do know we have some Tolos that are at that preschool. Robert, the security guard.
First-time parents are often very excited about these things.
Yeah, it's just
take it from those that know.
But I'm also just worried about myself in that situation with that little kid.
Oh, are you?
Don't be looking at my daughter like that.
Well, okay, so Eliza's probably the new
You got a
girl.
long time.
She's a very cute little
It's
girl.
just a start.
Not to add to your problems, but Eliza's a cute little baby.
She is.
So all the teachers and stuff are coming in to see and making a big deal. Oh, we got a new one. It's Eliza.
Yeah.
So the 2-year-old boy, he's just doing what everybody else is doing.
Okay, good. Yeah, I hope you're right. You talked me off the ledge. I appreciate that because you've been there.
Yeah.
You got 2 little girls yourself.
It's not as bad as my L. Wolchuk, as that nuclear gas that I had on the final day of spring training was back this morning.
Oh, no.
It was so bad that I made her get up early out of bed to go get ready.
Because you knew what was about to happen.
It was terrible, and I lifted up the blankets to try to fan it out again, and she was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh jeez.
She went to the bathroom 45 minutes
not
early.
good.
She might have gone into the closet to go to sleep. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, just get me out of here. That's rough.
I've tracked it back to dairy. I think I might have become lactose intolerant at some point along the line.
Yeah, that'll happen to you. You have a little bit too much ice cream or milk. I've been there before. Back when I was just going straight from the tub there in my fat days.
Did the Angels take an L yesterday?
The Angels?
Yeah.
I think they're permanently taking an L.
Well, it was opening day and they've already used a position player for a pitcher.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely
Nicky
an L.
Lopez.
Yeah, that's definitely an L to start off.
Against the White Sox.
Not as bad as Leclerc. He gave it up.
Okay. The biggest L yesterday, though, might have been the Lakers. Did you guys see this finish? Okay, let's play cut 2 here, Tritely. Here was the Chicago Bulls. An epic finish against the Lakers here. They're down, 6 points with 12 seconds to go?
5.
5?
Yeah.
Here is what happened with Chicago hosting L.A. yesterday.
And then
Get it into Vucevic. Quick pass to Williams. Big shot for three. Good. 2-point game. 9.8 left. Oh, who's for Getty? The steal. Right for the lead. Yeah!
Big time plays. Big time plays. Kobe, wait. Sub-Zero. Bang, bang, bang.
Doncic took the final shot before that. Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Lays it in to take the lead. Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left. Getty for the win.
Go! My God! I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
What? Improbable!
Unbelievable!
Impossible!
Magic Getty. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
Good day, mate. As Josh Giddey hits the half-court buzzer beater after you had Austin Reeves get the layup to put the Lakers back up 3.1 seconds. Bulls get the inbound pass. Josh Giddey gets the 18-point night. And crazy fourth quarter comeback for the Bulls. So big dub for Chicago. Big L, though, for LeBron, Luka, J.J. Redick, and the Lakers.
Horrible defense by LeBron in the first three. Turnover on the second three. Shot got over him from Giddey. That was in LeBron's face from just beyond half court. So not the best LeBron moment. He only had 17 points. Maybe he's struggling to come back from the injury a little bit. But, they've lost 8 of 12, old Chuck. I freaking love it.
They have. So it's the Luka effect, man. You can't win with that guy. 817, biggest L, I lost my job. Biggest dub, I paid off my truck at lunch before I got canned. So there you go. At least you own the car. All right, that is a big dub.
Isn't it crazy that it's been like 20 games since they traded Luka? It still feels like yesterday.
It still feels so fresh. Yeah. I'm just never going to get over it. 817, biggest dub I had yesterday was I got a $900 tip from one of our biggest clients, and I went and paid for 3 officers' meals that I didn't know.
There you go.
Amazing.
Pass it on.
Yeah.
And got to see the Rangers play yesterday from the 817. Shout out to you. 903 having a granddaughter today. Big dub. Congratulations. That's amazing. 817 just got the afternoon delight with the significant other. Yeah. So congratulations to you. Somebody's cashing
We're better
in.
than a cigarette.
This is a big dub. Shout out to Derek Queen of Maryland. Now, they are out of the tournament now. They lost last night. But they had the epic moment in the second round of the tournament where you had the buzzer beater with 3.6 seconds left, and Queen says, "Give me the mother bleeping ball," and they went 72-71. So now he's got himself some fresh NIL deals. Not only does he have an NIL deal courtesy of TurboTax for whatever reason, but Dairy Queen has opted to capitalize on the absolute no-brainer partnership here with Derek Queen. Derek Queen and Dairy Queen, let's do this. So now they're partnering on some advertisements, including some of their new blizzards, which are going to have turtle variety. What is the turtle?
That's their mascot.
I know for the Terps, but like when it comes to
it's like chocolate
ice
and
cream.
mint.
Oh.
Or chocolate.
I think it's chocolate and mint.
Is that what it is? The mixture there? Like you have the turtle flavored blizzard?
Yeah.
I think so. It's a good partnership.
Aren't the turtles, though, isn't that something to do with caramel and peanuts?
Is it caramel and peanuts?
I was wondering because like a millionaire, I thought turtles were something to do with caramel and peanuts.
Okay, you're right here. We got pecans, caramel, and a rich chocolate shell.
I should be cooking and not
put
doing
into a
this
shape
job
that
anymore.
resembles
Should
a turtle.
be.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
I don't know what I was thinking there with the mints.
No, it's okay. Because I had no idea. I was just going to ride with you and think that was right. Big dub for Germany. They've now got an NFL kicker. Okay, the country of Germany is partying right now. They've got the Lederhosen out, and they are absolutely slamming brewskis as we have a new German-born kicker. Lenny Krieg has been signed by the Atlanta Falcons. They're the first team to host Krieg. He chose to sign with them. So congratulations to Germany as we have expansion.
Don't they have Woo there too?
They've got a lot of Woo and a lot of
United Nations of kickers.
Lots
Failed
going
soccer
on.
player.
He probably does have some soccer background to him, yeah.
I think we're going to get a lot of these now that Aubrey's showing the way.
He was part of the European Football League, so he's hopefully ends up making it. You know, they do have Young Wei Koo.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's going to beat out Young Wei Koo, but final biggest dub, Sidney Crosby, past Wayne Gretzky, NHL record, 20th career point per game season.
Dang.
So congratulations to him, averaging a point per game this year. He missed 2 games, so he can only play 80, but he's already got 80 points on the season.
Where's
so 20
Ovechkin
straight
on
years.
that streak
Getting
now?
that. Ovechkin's getting really close to breaking the goals
Because
record.
evidently Gretzky's going to start traveling wherever they go.
Yeah, he's getting.
going.
I think he's 5 away.
He's getting. Yeah, he's
something like
sniffing
that.
it.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. Biggest dub here in the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL news of the day coming up next. Where are we going with that?
All right, we've got some latest draft rumorooskies. What the heck is going on with Aaron Rodgers and more of your latest free agent news. But before we get to that, I do want to talk Prize Picks with you. Okay, Prize Picks, if you've been
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Fast Lane, baby. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get you home. We'll talk some sports here. Tournament talk coming up in 20 minutes. Scott Doctorman of The Athletic is going to join us and talk tourney with you. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, shout out to Micah Parsons. He had that bowling event last week, the community programs at Pins for a Purpose. It ended up raising $167,000, and that's going to the foundation initiative impacting families, youth, and Gold Star families. A Gold Star family is the immediate family members of a fallen service member who died while serving in a time of conflict. So congratulations to Micah for putting on that event, and that's awesome. $167K. That's going to benefit a great, great cause. Latest NFL draft rumor-ooskies. According to Cowturd, now you can take this with a grain of salt, said he talked to an NFL exec last night. Very well connected.
So did I.
This is a keep your head on a swivel. Aaron
is this
Rodgers.
like Cleveland guy? Oh.
I'm told the Steelers really like Jalen Milroe. 21st pick, first round. So if Aaron signs with Pittsburgh, it's going to become Kirk Cousins. They're taking a quarterback if the 21st pick Milroe is not taken. Pittsburgh is leaning now and taking him. I also saw somebody else who is working in the Pittsburgh market today say that they are eyeing Jackson Dart. Either way, whichever the quarterback ends up being, whether it's Dart, whether it's Milroe, and we'll see. I don't know if Dart's going to be there at 21. Steelers might need to call up to 12 and say, hey, we need to go get our guy. Although they don't have a second-round pick anymore, Brian, so we might have to get creative with how we're going to make that trade work.
Sure.
But Steelers in the market for a quarterback, and I would not be surprised if at 21, unless they move up, if it ends up being Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe there.
I'll tell you what, the fact that Pittsburgh was in town. They went to Tuscaloosa for that workout, right?
They did, and they also
took him out to dinner.
Took out Will Howard to dinner, too, the Ohio State quarterback.
Yeah.
So they're doing their homework on these QBs.
They're doing their homework, and I kind of feel like, though, that if you're Milroe, Howard, those guys are kind of in that same grouping there. I would be really surprised. I'd be surprised if Milroe went in the first round.
I would be, too.
But if you're going to, Dawson and I we were all talking about this the other day. If you're going to take a flyer on a guy, on a quarterback, that's the one to take. You could have Shuck and all these other guys. Fine, take them. You know, you're those guys they got some good trade. That Milroe, if you could kind of figure some things out with him
as a passer, because he is a weapon with his legs.
He is a super athlete. The way he plays.
Unbelievable. Now, he brought up Aaron Rodgers there. Rodgers had an interesting note from Adam Schefter here. This was Shefty talking about the future of A-Rod for next year.
I think, Chewy, that first of all, they both need each other right now, frankly. And that's if Aaron wants to play, which I'm not convinced yet that he does. Until I hear him say, I want to play, then I can tell you people are asking that question about whether he wants to play. Like, it's come up. People have said to me, hey, are you sure he wants to play? No, I'm not sure. I'm hearing he might not want to play, which, by the way, again, I don't want to speak for him because I don't want to get called out, but, you know, we're speculating, but it shouldn't be that hard. Like, either you want to play for the Steelers or you don't, right? Like, what are we waiting for? I don't see too many free agents who go visit a team for 6 hours, think about something, and what's the question? What's the issue? They want you. You don't want them? Clearly, you have questions. I don't know if that's playing for that team, living in that city, playing football, and what there's something that's holding you back because they want him.
That's courtesy of ESPN Milwaukee. This guy's such a pain in the ass. I mean,
you figuring that out now?
If you're one of the, I mean, I've never liked him. First off, he was the boogeyman with what he did by ripping our hearts out as Cowboy fans and stomping on it over and over again multiple times. But, dude, just retire. Just go away. We need to stop. And honestly, this will be the last time until Rodgers makes a decision that I'm going to bring him up during NFL News of the Day. I'm over him. Screw you, Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not sure about that.
The hell over. If Eric wants to bring him up for finest, go for it. I'm done with him.
Do you think he's intentionally trying to make this as Favre-like as possible in some weird sense of humor thing?
He just loves the attention.
Doing a weird bit.
And I guess
it's just attention.
Too, right? He loves the attention. He absolutely loves the attention, and he knows we'll continually give him the attention because, because of what he did, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Not what he's done the last couple of years, but we'll continue to give him attention because he's a polarizing guy. And we kind of like the train wreck a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's a train wreck is what he is.
So Charles Davis, CD.
He's out at Fox. Or not Fox, at
CBS.
He lost
he got
his
it. J.J. Watt took his gig.
Yeah.
He might just bump down. But Charles Davis is he's a survivor, man. He was on Fox and then moved to CBS,
nice guy.
NFL Network, and he's good at what he does.
Super nice guy.
So he's still an NFL media analyst as well with NFL Network. Schrags is leaving. We saw that. Peter Schrager's leaving Fox, NFL Network. Rumor is he's going to go to ESPN.
I saw they were in talks.
Probably get a nice payday there for Peter Schrager. But here was Charles Davis's new mock draft. He does have the quarterbacks going 1-2. He's got Ward at 1 to Tennessee, Shador at 2 to Cleveland. Which still, until they actually take Abdul Carter or someone else, I do think quarterbacks are going to go 1-2. I could be very wrong, but I'm going to stick with that for now. That means Abdul Carter, who's not working out, by the way, is going to go 3 to the Giants here. Giants also do have a visit scheduled with Abdul Carter, but he will not be working out at the Penn State Pro Days. He's still rehabbing that shoulder that he injured during the college football playoff.
Foot and shoulder, huh?
He's got the foot and the shoulder. You thinking Bustola there?
No.
Just banged up guy?
No, he's kind of a banged up guy.
Travis Hunter goes 4 to the Patriots. Membu, 5 to the Jags, the tackle from Mizzou.
He started off
crazy.
He started off at 25, and now he's 5.
Top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Genty is off the board. He goes 6 to the Raiders. So we go down to pick 12 for the Cowboys, and he does have Teteroa McMillan.
Available?
The wide receiver
or did he pick him?
Out of Arizona. He goes to the Cowboys. They're at 12.
Good deal.
Which I'd be a big fan of. Now, here is some audio that, shout out to Landry Locker, our friend in Houston. Sent this to me. He was like, dude, have you seen this? It's like, no, I haven't. So I guess there's a YouTube channel that did a day in the life of Teteroa McMillan. It's called Offseason, episode 1. And there's one part of this, Teteroa McMillan's just, he's hanging out with one of the guys that does the show, and they're just eating and talking with each other. And this comes up about watching football. Does this impact what you think about Ted McMillan? Gavin, I think I know your response here.
I don't watch football. You know what? You don't watch football? At all? At all. Is it hard to watch film then if you don't like watching football? Yeah. For real? That's crazy. I don't like watching film either. I don't ever need to watch it by myself because we go over as a receiver group.
Doesn't like watching football. It does make watching the tape individually a little bit more difficult, but he watches the tape as a receivers group. They go over it together. Now, this isn't the first player that we've heard about this. Like Steve Avila, this came up a couple of years ago from TCU. Trayvon Diggs,
Parsons?
I've heard, might be one of these guys. Micah Parsons. Yeah, like
Micah Parsons hates classroom football.
Yeah. Now, I think he loves football. Micah loves watching football.
I absolutely, I totally
But you're
agree.
right. I don't know that he likes to do the tape portion of it.
He does not. I mean, he bounces from meeting room to meeting room, and the other guys have to kind of shoo him off in a nice way.
Yeah.
Like, Micah, go back to your room. Kind of a thing.
Amari Cooper has this same mentality. Doesn't really love watching football. I don't know if he's a big tape guy either. But I do know some people, I mean, it's noteworthy. This is the first negative thing that I've heard from Ted McMillan. Otherwise, he is clean on and off the field. But doesn't love football.
If that's the worst thing about you.
Doesn't like watching it. Doesn't like watching. Loves playing it maybe, but not necessarily watching it.
Yeah, I think it's going to limit an athlete's development if you're not watching it, both from an amateur and youth perspective. Like, how do you get inspired? How do you see what you could be mimicking? There's ways around that, I guess. But congrats to him. Despite not watching anybody play football, apparently he's got incredible game, great creativity to his craft. But that wouldn't stop me from taking him. Obviously you want to have great leaders, and he's not going to be a great football leader for you. Doesn't love the game. Like that. So I think that could go against him slightly, but I mean, he's such a damn talented guy.
He's so good. And like Brian, you brought up a good point there, because I think we do hear that. We run with it and we're like, okay, so he doesn't love the game of football.
Mm-hmm.
Like, could you not like watching football, but you love playing the game?
Absolutely.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. I don't know that like we can take it as he doesn't love football, because we already got some texts in like, I don't want a guy who doesn't love the game. I don't know that means he doesn't love the game.
You would love the fact if him and CeeDee Lamb were on the field together at the same time. You'd absolutely love that.
I'm not going to. I didn't love to hear that, but it's not something that I'm going to change my opinion on him.
Like watching it.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with.
But that's another way you can learn it.
It's
a sign of your passion about the sport.
Let's be honest. Let's all be honest about this. We ain't sitting down and watching every Thursday night game, are we?
No,
we're not.
Not start to finish.
We're not. We're not. And there's some games on Sundays and Saturdays that, if we got something else to do because we work the hours we do, we're not going to watch all the games. Does it mean we hate the game?
No,
it doesn't. Now, we learn things. We go back. We could study it. He's talking about film room stuff.
Yeah.
Be honest with you. There's times where I hate watching football, and I do it every single day. And there's times I get tired of it, but you have to, there's people that just, they could disconnect from it, and maybe he's one of these guys. I mean, we give Micah Parsons a lot of credit. I admire Micah Parsons for something, that he's able to walk away and go have a life.
Mm-hmm.
I lost two marriages basically because of football. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't have that ability to walk away, or you don't have to love the game to play it. It's a hard game if you don't, but
might help though. No. I think he has fallen out of the top 10, Brian, hasn't he?
Oh, well, it's not because of that. It's because people are scared of his speed or lack of. They don't think he's a fast guy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody tell me that he doesn't like football.
No, this is the first thing, like the first possible any type of, and I don't even know if this is a negative for teams, but the first thing that otherwise he's supposed to be like characters through the roof, great dude, locker room guys, excellent, and the tape is undeniable. Like, to me, I do think he's the best guy. But yeah, I'd love to hear that my dude's a film junkie and that does love to watch it. But I was interested in your input on this, Brian, because obviously you've made a living doing this.
Yeah, there's been some guys that absolutely love the game and watch film and do all that and are terrible players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could probably, when at the break, I could probably in my mind sit down and name 5 guys that all they did was watch tape, care about the game, and were terrible players.
So like a front office would hear that and they're not going to overreact about that.
No,
not an issue.
I'm wondering about a guy making a transition from college to the NFL that's not fast though. Like, you're going to have to be more aware.
Then ask that question. Then ask. Yeah. That's the question you ask. If you're scared of his speed, that's a legitimate question.
But it's scared of that, along with you're not going to watch so much film that you give yourself an edge. You're not going to know what the defense is doing.
He plays at such a level. His route running,
he'll be effective.
Is so precise.
Yeah,
that is God-given talent right there.
Yes, but the guys that take the God-given talent and outwork everybody can take it to a higher level. This guy's ceiling is not what a football lover ceiling or a film junkie's ceiling would be. A grinder ceiling. He's basically telling you, I don't want to put in all the work. I don't put in the work. Guess what? Nobody likes to go do all this extra work.
No.
That's what makes the greats great.
He's just saying he doesn't like to watch football. That's all he's saying.
But he also said he does not watch film unless he's doing it with the team. He said that.
But that's his response. I mean, they all do. They all watch film. But I'm not going to fault a guy for not watching football games on a weekly basis. I'm not.
Don't we celebrate the guys that watch extra film by themselves because of the edge that it gives them? So he doesn't have that. Okay, he can be a 9 out of 10. He won't be a 10 out of 10. Mm-hmm. I'm using pick 12.
You would use him? You'd still take him at 12?
I'm saying it's a factor in my conversation because I'm picking at 12. Yeah.
Like, let's say you had him and Golden neck and neck, or Igbuka. I mean, I don't know. Like, Igbuka is that dude. Igbuka is that guy that is like first one in, last one out of the facility.
Sure.
And
he's not as good. And he's not as good as McMillan.
But no, he's not as good. No, he's not as good as McMillan. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he makes catches that nobody else can make in this draft.
Yeah.
With his catch radius, 100%. Last thing here, Hunter Renfroe. We brought him up as well. I think did we comp Xavier Restrepo to him a little bit, similar games. Hunter Renfroe, former Clemson receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So he retired. Now all of a sudden he wants to come back. So he's already visited with 2 teams, the Panthers being one of them. He's 29 years old. He sat out football last year. Raiders reunion could also be in the works. So he's been talking with the Raiders, former 5th-round pick of them, possibly could go back, also Carolina. And then Devin White, one of the most just bizarre stories in career arcs I've ever seen. I mean, they win the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. Devin White looks like he's the best young linebacker in the league. Former LSU Tiger. Mm-hmm. He's an absolute stud. Then he kind of quits on Tampa Bay. Last year he goes to Philadelphia. Philly decides we don't want you even before the season starts. They get rid of him. So now he's signing a 1-year deal to go and play with the Raiders. So he reunites with Tom Brady, whom he won a Super Bowl with, who's the minority owner there. He's going to play under defensive coordinator Patrick Graham, new head coach Pete Carroll. So congratulations to Devin White. I guess we'll see how that works out. But my gosh, I thought he was going to be one of the greats. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden it's like you're kind of bouncing around just begging for a job.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on The Fan. We're going to talk hoops with Scott Docterman of The Athletic next in the nation.
All right, let's talk Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJAN. Go ahead and give Trajan Wealth a call today. Bet on the game, not your retirement. Set up a free consultation with Trajan Wealth. That's 469-579-3500. Again, the number to call, 469-579-3500.
Cola-Tea products? Yeah, to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to talk some tournament. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Scott Docterman of The Athletic joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan Talking Tournament. Good afternoon, Scott. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great on this Friday afternoon. Hope you guys are doing well yourselves.
We are. Yeah, I mean, that Tech comeback last night was pretty amazing. Lakers losing with a half-court shot. So we're pretty basketball excited here in the Metroplex on a Friday afternoon. And Scott, Paige Beckers coming to the league. Is she going to transform the Wings or what?
I think she will. I think she'll be a great selection if the Wings are the ones who end up deciding to go with her at number one. I had the pleasure, I guess it is, I live in Iowa, to cover Caitlin Clark the last few years and saw Paige Beckers up close last year in the Final Four. So she'll do great things. I don't think she'll have the Caitlin Clark impact, but nobody else does either.
All right. Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Well, Scott, what was it like covering with Clark? What was it like with how was it? Was it a circus atmosphere? What was that like?
Yeah, I would compare it a lot of cases to maybe what Michael Jordan would have been like in the 90s in Chicago.
Sure.
Every single arena was sold out in the Big Ten, at home, the entire season. And in fact, there were places in the Big Ten like Northwestern where you might get 500, 600, 700 people there to a women's game. And instead you're paying those same prices, $500, $600, $700 just to get in the door. And then throughout the Big Ten, you saw a surge, I think an average of 10,000 more seats sold at these road games. And you'd see, close to 1,000, usually younger people, girls and boys, that would crowd like the tunnel areas wherever she was just to try to get an autograph, a handshake. It was a phenomenon that I've never seen before in any kind of sport. And I covered the NFL for 6 years, so she's one of a kind. And as we see in her impact in year 2 of the WNBA, all these teams are moving their games to the bigger, more NBA arenas just to accommodate what should be incredible turnout.
So have the Iowa fans become Indiana Fever fans?
Yes, absolutely. That and they were the Las Vegas Aces as well because of Kate Martin, but now she's with Golden State. But yeah, you go to a lot of the sporting goods stores. Indiana Fever. They're having in fact, it's funny. They're scrimmaging or playing an exhibition against the Brazilian team in May in Iowa City. The tickets sold out in 15 minutes. It was incredible, and I think the resale value right now is $600 a ticket.
So, Scott, I do want to talk college basketball with you, but we are big draft nerds on this show. And one of our favorite running backs is Caleb Johnson, who played with your Iowa Hawkeyes there, who you're covering. Can you share with us any insight on Caleb Johnson as he's getting ready for this NFL draft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's kind of funny. If you remember David Johnson when he played with the Cardinals, that's the kind of running back you're going to get. He's physical. He's really a long strider, has really good feet and power, but also some elusiveness. That's not necessarily his forte, but he had, I think, 21 runs of 20-plus yards this year because once he gets past that second level, it's really hard to catch him, even though he is a bigger back. He's 6'1", 6'2", probably 225, 230, and it really kind of grew into that role. He always had the natural ability, but this year he was able to kind of run behind his pads. He was able to make himself get small when he needed to, but really was very powerful. So I think if second round, if Jerry wants to make that pick, I think that would be a terrific one for the Cowboys, unless they want to go with Ashton Jeanty in the first round, and he might be just a little better than Caleb.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic here on The Fan. So you think round 2 for Caleb's good?
Yeah, I think so. If you could get him in, what would it be, somewhere around the early 40s, the Dallas picks in the second round, I think he'd be a really good pick. Yeah, absolutely.
So being there in Big Ten country, we've got several Big Ten teams in action tonight in the Sweet 16. Ole Miss will be starting off with Michigan State. That'll be our first game nationally televised on CBS, but also Michigan and Auburn, Purdue and Houston. What do you think about the Big Ten's chances to maybe get all three in the Elite Eight?
I would say I would favor one of those three, and that would be Michigan State against Ole Miss, and that's got kind of an interesting battle of styles. Ole Miss is one of the best teams in the country when it comes to turnover margin, and Michigan State's not great there, but Michigan State's second in the country in rebounding margin, and Ole Miss is terrible there. So I think Michigan State probably has the edge in that area. They've got they're really balanced. They don't necessarily have a lot of great scorers, but they've got a tremendous coach, and I think that they're first in the country in field goal defense. I think they can probably get past Ole Miss. But Michigan playing Auburn, this is not one that I would probably go with the Big Ten. I think Auburn's just too deep. I mean, when you have Janai Broome, he's just if it's either him or Cooper Kupp or Cooper Flag. I'm sorry. Now you got me in football mode. Cooper Flag is two of the best players in the country. So pick one and you're not wrong. And I think Auburn's too deep, got too much scoring. Michigan's, they've got some players, but this was an incredible year for them because they were in last place by 4 games last year in the Big Ten. Now, a team that's really been underrated is not that far from you is Houston. And number one in scoring defense efficiency, I think Purdue plays right into their hands. They've got 2 great players, and the rest of them are a bunch of players. And so I think with Braden Smith and Trey Kaufman-Renn are terrific, but I think Houston puts the clamps on them, and I think this one could be a 15-point outcome probably for the Cougars.
Yeah, Scott, you're talking about these Big Ten teams, and I was just curious before we get you out of here is your thought about how the expansion of the Big Ten and the future of the Big Ten with the expansion.
Yeah, I think on the basketball end, it's gonna be solid. Yeah, it's been 25 years since the Big Ten won a national championship, and really it's just going to be a matter of could any of those teams, whether it's UCLA or Indiana now with a new coach or Michigan State or whoever, can get a guard or two who can really make things happen or get the best player in the country, and that's something the Big Ten hasn't had over that period. In football, it's clearly an upgrade. What we saw with Oregon. Ohio State played at a high level. This year coming up, you've got Penn State. I think Michigan will bounce back with a new quarterback and Bryce Underwood, the number 1 recruiter of the country. I think the Big Ten is much more solid right now in football. You're waiting for USC to come around, but other than that, and Washington to return to what it was a couple years ago. So, but basketball, you're always judged by can you get to the Final Four and can you win a championship, and I'm not so sure that it helps them in that regard, other than it just makes it a deeper conference than it usually is.
Scott Docterman, Athletic, talking tournament with us. Thank you so much, Scott. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thanks so much for having me.
Salute. There he goes. And a must follow. I think especially if you're interested in Big Ten sport. Very versatile college sports reporter there, Brian. And I need to recognize that about him. Yeah, sure Calvin Watkins reporting Micah and his agent expected to ask for a $200 million contract here in the morning news today. That's easy right there. No problem. $40 million a year, 5 years, bump it up a little bit to get him a little bit more than Jamar Chase, I believe, at 40.25. That's the top. Go ahead and make Micah number 1. Should be no problem for the Cowboys. I mean, they're paying Dak like $5 or $6 million more than any other quarterback. Sure. Should be a no problem. But I just wonder what's holding up this deal, Brian. And I just maybe they just don't want to work that hard. That's one theory. That we're going to offer you a team-friendly deal early. If you don't like it, we'll give you a player-friendly deal at the deadline. That appears to be what they do. They cave. But could they all – I had this thought driving in. Could they be engagement farming? Like what we're doing right now, what ESPN, what NFL Network does. You know how much that is worth? Just getting all those segments in, it's millions and millions of dollars of marketing.
Absolutely.
So, hey, we pay our players more, but you know what happens? NFL Network and ESPN give us about $200 million worth of advertising over these stories.
Yeah, it's funny that you would just think of that because
I know.
I say this in respect. You're the one that always told me this. I never wanted to believe you when you said, Broadus, it's about the marketing there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, Dawson, it's about the winning. The winning.
Yeah.
They want to win. They want to win. Come on, man. You never sat in that chair. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised you just came up with that thought because
I'm disappointed in myself. I'm a little slow these days.
But you can't discount the number of eyeballs that are on these programs. And it's every morning and podcasts. And it's, even when there's no intention of talking about it, they're talking about it.
They don't suck this bad at negotiating, Wolchuk. It makes no sense. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I do think a lot of these I've wondered as well. Do they wait to the final hour because it's going to generate the conversation and it allows them to stay in the news cycle? I know we got a lot of Tolos that text that in. Yeah. Like they'll wait on Micah like they've waited on Dak. They waited on CD. I mean, it was the NFL season opener. Opening day in the NFL. And what was the big story? The Cowboys announced their deal with Dak Prescott.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, you can't put it past them that they do love the conversation. And I do think that it's silly because even if they got ahead of some of these things, they'll find another way to talk about the Cowboys. So I don't think that you have to have these deals. Honestly, you're doing yourself a disservice by not getting ahead of it. But there's got to be some truth to that.
I am excited about where this draft is headed, though. Either a defensive lineman, an offensive lineman, or a wide receiver, or a corner, maybe outside shot for a corner. Like something exciting is going to happen at 12.
Keep going.
There's more spots?
Just keep going.
More positions?
Yeah, more positions to be. Yeah, this is a huge draft for them. I'm not saying anything you guys already don't know, but they have to find a way to hit this, and they also have to find a way to hit in college free agency afterwards and spend some money and go get some guys that were on their draft board that they think can play. They still got a lot of holes to fill. But I tell you what, I give them credit for the way that they used trades, and then they went and signed free agents. If they would have just sat there and done nothing, this team would have been completely doomed. It's still not out of the woods, but at least they gave themselves a chance to draft, and that's what they needed.
David Murphy coming up at 4 o'clock here in the nation. Former Ranger great, World Series participant, joins us at 4 o'clock. Ranger broadcaster David Murphy. Krusty's Corner coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking that?
Yeah, I've got some day 2, day 3 guys that Wolchuk and I are going to go through just to kind of give you an idea who they are. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We've got a Final Four. How'd the Rangers do in their weekend series?
Of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on social media. We can make a difference, Tolos. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Tritley. In for Lucius, you have James Tritley here producing, keeping the Gators down best he can. Did forget to turn on Wolchuk's mic in the opening segment, but since then it's been smooth.
I think it was a brilliant move on his part, though, to be honest with you there.
Send him a message.
Yeah, just kind of like, get your game together.
We're already on 10-2 before that, so, need to hear more of you.
Yeah, we do. More
trying to cross over all the shows if I can.
Yeah, I think maybe Zach's very own version of the KMC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon, I think is what I heard him talking about earlier.
I think he would be up
Got
for
big
that.
plans for that.
Yeah, we're going to raise money for the adopted pets out there.
But baseball season is back, Rangers fans. Pregame coming up at 6:30. David Murphy's going to join us here in just 15 minutes at 4 o'clock. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well. Zach.
My mic's not working.
I'm down to about my last 20 guys.
Yeah, you've been on a gauntlet, dude. I'm proud of you.
I'm
going to be getting this thing right up to draft day.
Are you?
But I'm going to get there.
You going to get there?
Oh, I'll get there.
All right. I look forward to that. I need your help, though.
I got you.
Pro Football Focus has put out some guys that maybe some people aren't talking enough about.
Okay.
And I think these are guys you've all seen. So I'm hopefully not asking anybody you haven't seen. But I just wanted to go through a couple of guys that maybe some Cowboy fans, or maybe you're a fan of, just listen to us because we do talk about the draft and stuff like that. Maybe you're listening, you want to learn a little bit about some of these players because we'll talk about them. But I want to start off with your thoughts on R.J. Harvey from Central Florida. And is R.J. Harvey a guy that you would consider for the Dallas Cowboys if, in fact, that you do not get one at 12, you do not get one at 44, would you consider him at 76? And tell me about him, what you think about him as a player.
I absolutely would. I love him. I mean, R.J. Harvey, and when you talk about the next wave of backs that are outside kind of the consensus top 5, if you will, he's probably my favorite one. In fact, I think I do have him as my RB6 overall. He's a fifth-year senior. He spent his redshirt season at Virginia. Then he transferred over to UCF. He actually was a starting quarterback in high school, and he is a creative runner, incredible quickness,
he makes
finishing
people miss.
ability. He really, really does.
Yeah.
Now he's small. He's 5'8", 205, but he runs with some power to his game.
Right.
I do see very Bucky Irving-like, and you saw what Bucky Irving was able to do last year for Tampa Bay. He's a guy that if the hole's opened up, it's a chunk play. He's going to absolutely take it to the house, but he's also a guy that has to create for himself at times. Naturally wins with leverage, contact balance, and awareness. Physical at the point of attack, and run through tacklers, can get tough yards in between the tackles when he needs to. He does have the speed to bounce to the outside. I think sometimes he's his own worst enemy because he'll get caught going a little too much east and west, trying to reverse field and make a play where there's nothing there, and he'll end up getting tackled for a loss. But overall, you don't see a lot of negative plays with him. I absolutely love him.
Yeah, I love him too because I think if you have an offensive line that's good but not great, I think this guy with his ability to make people miss and his ability to, once he gets into the second level, he can finish runs. So keep an eye on this guy. For a short guy, by the way, vertical jump of a 38 and a broad jump of 10.7.
The explosiveness is there.
That's some power in that lower body. Okay, wide receiver. Where would you have a Jalen Noel from Iowa State? So a lot of people think that he's just kind of a slot player.
Yeah.
How do you see him? And is he a guy that you would consider? Is he another one of those guys? Maybe not at 44, but would you consider him at 76 if you didn't have a guy there?
That's right where I've got him, in that third round range. He's also tiny, 5'10", 194. He was co-captain past 2 seasons there at Iowa State, also co-special teams player of the year in the Big 12. He was a Reese's Senior Bowl guy, one of the most productive receivers in school history. Just had 80 catches, under 1,200 yards, 8 touchdowns. And he's a guy that wasn't a huge recruit coming out of Missouri. tough, competitive, quick. He plays bigger than his 5'10" frame is listed. He can go up and make some tough catches. Smooth route runner, good body control along the sideline, footwork, strong hands. He attacks the ball in the air, which is what I love. I think some of these receivers in this class you'll see a lot. They'll let it come into his body. Jalen Noel will pluck it right out of the air. Very quarterback-friendly receiver. Gets in and out of his breaks quickly. Impressive burst and acceleration after the catch. Doesn't break a ton of tackles now when it comes to yak. He's more of a run-away-from-you type of guy. And I did notice a couple of drops from him. And they might be concentration drops, but I do like the player. I wonder, though, with that size, can he win consistently on the outside?
Well, if you look back at the metrics, 13 of his 25 contested targets were catches. So for a shorter guy, he does play well. And again, another metric you need to know about this guy, 46 of his 80 receptions wwent for first downs this year.
Yeah, that's
so this guy is
move the chains player.
He absolutely is. Okay, a lot of people have talked about tight end here, but everybody seems to think that Warren from Penn State is going to is getting mocked here. I don't think they would do that. But I really, really do like Mason Taylor from LSU. Dude. And do you have to take Mason Taylor at 44 like you did Schoonmaker, or do you feel like you'd have to wait on him?
I think you'd have to take him at 44. I've got.
Yeah, would you take a tight end for the Cowboys at 44?
Yeah, I would, and I've argued this, and I don't know. I've seen, I put out a tweet today. What's your dream scenario at 12? What's your nightmare scenario? And there are a lot of Cowboy fans that have said their nightmare scenario is at tight end, like Tyler Warren at 12. I don't understand that, because I think if you're able to get another tight end.
So you're moving on from Ferguson kind of mentally?
It's not really moving on from him. I like the idea of 12 personnel and playing both, but you also are going to have to make a decision coming up on Ferguson's contract. I think this is the last year of his deal. I think he's about to be a free agent. Do you have the room to pay for him? Mason Taylor, I mean, the bloodlines are there. His dad is Jason Taylor, former Hall of Fame player. Uncle Zach Thomas, former Hall of Fame player. And I know you don't want to gush over him, but I'll do it for you. Most productive tight end in LSU history. Yeah. With 129 catches, 1,200 yards, 6 touchdowns this year. He caught at least one pass in 28 straight games. He's the model of consistency. I put this dude as a smooth operator in my notes. He can line up all over the formation, can play out of the slot, adjust to the ball well. He can track and see the ball in the air, smooth release off the line. He's a consistent route runner. He's got timing for the delayed routes when they go off on screens. They need a big play. They're looking at Mason Taylor on third down. He's slippery after the catch. He's not a burner, but he moves well. He's just an all-around good player. You could see maybe he could improve as a blocker. I think he could be a better Mark Andrews type player at the next level. I absolutely love Mason Taylor, and he's a name that should be talked about much more.
So there's no way that you could get him at 76.
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to last. I mean, I don't know how the rest of the league feels about him. I think you'd have to target him in the second round.
Okay, what about East Carolina cornerback Shavon Ravel? Yeah.
Yeah, so Ravel could be the best corner in the draft for me if it weren't for that injury.
He had an ACL during practice in week 3.
Yeah, it was a bummer.
Yeah.
Now, he did just run his 40 today. And
was he the 4.5 range?
4.45 to 4.5 is what I saw Jordan Reed put out there.
Okay.
But he's a guy, man, two-way star in high school, played both corner and receiver, and you see a little bit of that from him. Like, he understands routes. He understands what a receiver's trying to do. He's got a rare ability to attack the ball in the air, does a good job reading the wide receiver's eyes and hands when the ball's about to be there, and then he's able to attack the football. Long press corner, runs well, he's sticky in coverage. He's a true outside player. Yeah. I don't think he's got the quickness to move inside and play some slot. I think he's a little bit stiff to do that. I think he needs to stay outside and play the boundary, but he's got good recovery speed. He does not shy away from contact. He's a very willing tackler. That would be a Blue Star special at 44, because that's a first-round talent that you'd be getting in the second round due to injury.
Okay, him or Morrison from Notre Dame, which would you rather have if you had to take an injured player that's got first-round talent?
I would take Ravel.
Okay.
Because the hip, I know you can come back from the ACL.
Yeah.
Are the hips going to continue to be an issue for Benjamin Morrison?
Okay. Cowboys, we've heard about the Cowboys talking about their 30 visit stuff. And the Andrew Makuba. Okay. And we had this discussion on the draft show the other day about Makuba. Is safety really something that Dallas should be looking at with Makuba?
I mean, I think you could improve on all the safeties that you have on the roster. Like, which one of your safeties is a difference maker right now? I don't know.
This kid's a difference maker.
And he is. And there's a couple that you can get. He's my safety 2 in the class. He's a transfer from Clemson. And he actually made history. First Clemson freshman to start a season opener since 1973. Kid who was born in Zimbabwe, immigrated to America at 9 years old. I mean, he's a physically imposing presence. This is a guy where you better know where he is because he'll come up and hit you. His ability to run the alley in the run game, super, super impressive. But he can do everything you need him to do in coverage. Single high, he can come up and cover the slot a little bit for you. Just does a little bit of everything. He is one of the better all-around athletes at the safety position, and the size is there to cover tight ends as well at the next level.
Yeah.
I thought he was really impressive watching them in the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State.
Right.
He had times where he had to match up with Jeremiah Smith one-on-one.
Right.
And he held his own.
I think people are looking for that Brian Branch guy from Detroit that could play as safety, but also maybe cover in the slot.
Yeah.
And that could do a lot of multiple
He's got
things.
that.
This guy has it. But you have to take this kid at 44, though, don't you?
I agree.
Yeah,
I think so.
All right, the last one we're going to do here real quickly is Carson Swessinger, the linebacker from UCLA.
Okay.
You see him more at 76 than you do at 44, right?
I would like him.
Or a little bit later. I mean, you don't have the 4, but where would you like him at one of those spots? Would you like him at 76, or is that too rich?
No, it's not at all. It's not rich at all. I actually have him at the bottom of the second round.
Okay.
So I think he's the second best linebacker in the draft behind Jahad Campbell, and that's only because I have Jalen Walker as an edge player and not a linebacker. But this dude was a first-team All-American Butkus Award finalist, played in 38 games, 10 starts, though. So he really broke out this year. Across 4 seasons at UCLA. Super productive, though. 163 tackles, 11 for loss, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions. True run-and-hit linebacker, but he's instinctive as hell. Really strong against the run, effective blitzer. He's at his best when he's just going downhill. Attack, see, read, react the football. Short area quickness and closing speed, has sideline-to-sideline ability, fluid hips. This guy's best football is ahead of him.
I think so, too. And the fact that he played the season at about 228 pounds. At the combine, he was 242. So the fact that he's putting on weight, I think this guy could play as a will linebacker.
Agreed.
And be a starter and be a guy that could come in here for the Cowboys and be a starter at the position. His ability to play downhill, as you mentioned, he's a really good tackler. The fact he's put on weight, he had 153 tackles for the season, and he rarely missed one. His miss rate was like 7%. When it came to that. So this guy could chase, he could tackle, he could cover, high football IQ. Cowboys are looking for linebackers in this draft. I wouldn't be surprised if this kid gets a consideration from the Cowboys.
I'd love it
when we get and it very well. You're right. It might have to be. I don't know if they do it at 44, but gosh, if he was there at 76, I would surely think about pulling the trigger.
You just might have to reach on him because of how thin this linebacker group is.
I agree. Thank you, Dawson.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We have David Murphy, former Rangers outfielder, on board with you next here on The Fan.
Inside info about the Cowboys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Rangers pregame coming up in 2.5 hours. Looking forward to that. Sansa's going to join you coming up at 4:40. Let's chat with David Murphy, a Rangers legend. Incredible run with the team from 2007 to 2013. 2 World Series. Had a knack for hitting bombs and punishing pitchers who tried to throw inside on him too much. It's the great David Murphy here with you on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. You know, would have liked to be 1-0 right now, but it's one of 162, as they say. What'd you think of the boys there on opening day?
You know, they had some good at bats. They battled. It was a tough one in the end. You know, especially I think it's easy to pick it apart, right? When you got 2 great back end guys in Kirby Yates and Robertson who leave, and and I think the fan base would love to see those guys replaced, or obviously it looks like Robertson's going to retire. Kirby Yates is a Dodger. So, it can be frustrating. It's easy to second guess from the very beginning, but like, we all know baseball's 162. You can't make any rash decisions. There's enough talent on this roster. Once they get rolling, I think we all have a pretty good feeling that it's going to be a pretty strong year.
Hey, Murph, as a player, is it a relief to have opening day over?
I guess so. I think more than anything, and it's really, we talk so frequently that baseball's routine oriented, right?
Sure.
So these guys are used to, take a guy like Marcus Semien. Everybody talks about how he's like the first guy at the ballpark every day in spring training. So we're talking about a guy that's probably waking up at 5-something. He's getting to the ballpark super early, and this is in the West Coast time zone. They got a few night games toward the end of spring training, and then the season starts, and you got this burst of adrenaline. You've been dealing with warmer weather. You're back indoors, and then you're going to go to Cincinnati next week and play in the 40-degree weather. So your body is reacclimating to all these different things. So on one hand, yes, you're excited to have opening day over with, but I think it's still going to be another week or two, not just for the Rangers, but for all these major league teams to really find routine in the regular season.
We got Leiter on the bump tonight, Murph. What are your expectations for Leiter, but also his former Vandy teammate Kamar Rocker, who ended up making the starting rotation, really due to a couple of injuries, but we're excited to see the youngsters.
Sometimes it's a blessing in disguise, right? It wasn't planned on, but maybe it can thrust these guys into, what Rangers fans, what coaches and front office members have been expecting of them from the time that we drafted them. The high ceiling is there for both of them. I didn't get to see Leiter in any of the games that I did in spring training, but I saw Rocker the other day in the final exhibition game. His fastball command was a little bit spotty, but he was landing his breaking ball, and then the fastball command got better throughout the course of it. So we're talking about upper 90 feet with both of them. And I don't know, obviously true promise. So I think it's going to be awesome to see how they react to being on the opening day roster for the first time. And, I'm pretty optimistic with what they're going to be able to do.
Catching up with one of my all-time favorite Rangers, David Murphy, here in the G-Bag Nation. So our buddy Jared Sandler put out matchup to watch for tonight. Adolis Garcia is 4 for 7 with 2 homers in his career against Tanner Houck. So for a hitter, if hey, coming into tonight, I've had success against this guy, how much more confident does that make you, or is the history kind of thrown out the window?
No, absolutely. You feel great stepping in a box against the guy that you've had success against. Houck tries to throw from the extreme third base side, and he loves his breaking ball. And we all know with the type of swing that Adolis has that he takes advantage of breaking balls that are located in the middle of the zone. So is Houck going to adjust off of that? We'll see. But you better believe that Adolis has that advantage, and you better believe that Houck knows that Adolis has that advantage.
Hey, Murph, I just want to ask you this about, again, as the former player situation, which is a bigger struggle to start the season, though, your hitting or your defense?
I think that is a different question each year.
Okay.
And I guess from a defensive standpoint, there's some variables that go into that. As a hitter, some years you feel locked in, 2 weeks into spring training.
Mm-hmm.
And you're ready for the season to start right now, and there's a little bit of pressure. You're thinking, all right, I got to make sure I stay locked in for another few weeks before, at-bats count. And then there's a guy like I was in town in Surprise in mid-March when the guy still had 2 weeks left, and I was talking to Josh Smith, and I said, are you ready to get out of here? And he's like, well, not really. I'm working on a few swing things.
Mm-hmm.
And the extra few weeks give a hitter like that the opportunity to make the adjustments that he needs. Defensively, I think the main difference, especially, I guess I'm speaking from an outfielder standpoint since I was an outfielder, is you kind of have to reacclimate yourself to the third deck again and reading the ball that may get caught up in the fans in the background on higher fly balls. But other than that, I don't know. I guess that may be a better question for an infielder because they have a lot more things to take care of than, as an outfielder, I'm supposed to go run and catch the ball. If it's a hit, I throw it to the first guy I see. It's pretty simple out there.
It's David Murphy here with you on The Fan now. You probably saw Josh Young got everybody a bunch of gifts. It was interesting to see like a non-veteran throwing around dough like that for his guys, but he wants to foster sort of a selfless type of culture there in the clubhouse. Were you a gift guy? Did anybody ever drop a great gift on you going into opening day or anything like that?
Well, I guess the one gift that I got, the tradition in baseball is if somebody comes on the team and takes your number, then, the unwritten rule says that you give them a gift. And so we traded for Pudge. We traded back for Pudge in 2009, and he was only with us for a month or two. And at the time, my first number with the Rangers was 28. And then Kevin Mensch actually took that from me the next year, which wasn't a big deal because I only had 2 months of major league time. So I was happy to give it up. And then I started wearing number 7. So I had it about almost 2 years when Pudge got traded back. And I gladly gave that up for him. And he bought me like this souped up, nice laptop.
There you go.
So that was
worth
nice.
it.
I'll take that, and that's a good memory.
Murph, what were your thoughts on Evan Carter? And he didn't make the big league club. He's going to get everyday time there at Round Rock. But former outfielder, or he is a current outfielder. You're a former outfielder. Both 6'3", both bat lefty. Did you see anything that you could give him advice, like from your game? You do kind of have similar body types, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess if we're comparing, I think he's a better defender than I was. He's faster. He's going to steal more bases than I did. When you breeze through the minor leagues and you get to the big leagues at such a young age, and then you make your presence felt the way that he did in a major league lineup that wins a World Series, like huge expectations are going to be put on you. So I think I would encourage him more on the mental side. Because he's still young, and we have every reason to believe that he's still going to have a super successful major league career. I would also encourage him to, and I don't know, I haven't talked to Evan a ton previously, but I wouldn't let him be bothered by all of the public talk of his performance against left-handed pitching. Because it's such a small sample size, I think he needs to go focus on doing damage against righties. And then his at-bats, the quality of his at-bats against lefties, they're naturally going to come around. So when you've had an injury-filled season like he did last year, I think it's important that he just gets reps under his belt. And I think it's not going to take him too long to be the Evan Carter that we all know and love, and that played such a big impact for this team a few years ago. So baseball is so mental. I would imagine that he is frustrated, that he could be down. I'm not going to speculate there, but these types of things that happen to you early in your career, they only make you mentally stronger. So with everybody that's on the inside, the way that they talk about his personality, his character, this is only going to improve that, so that when he gets back up to the big leagues, he's going to be full go.
You can have a pretty nice career just tearing up right-handed pitching out there, can't you? Playing decent outfield?
Absolutely. And the expectations are obviously more for him. He's a guy that could get 550, 600 at-bats. But let's be honest, like, baseball's hard as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard from a platoon standpoint. You don't see a ton of lefties that can dominate left-handed pitching. Like, if he's a guy that, with his speed especially, if he can hit 250 and he can have a 750 OPS against lefties, like, that's going to be a really big asset for this lineup.
David, how many games are you doing on TV this year? When are we going to see you?
I'm doing 44. Basic's going to do the majority of the first few weeks. I have the Angels series I guess, that starts 2 weeks from Monday. So I'm excited to get out there. Obviously, Peterson, Berger, Higashioka, all the new faces, and then just the new bull. There's so much to be excited about this year.
Well, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this team. We look forward to catching up with you again soon.
Always enjoy it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Salute. There he goes, the great David Murphy here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Baylor guy. Everybody that was tuned in to the
great insight
Rangers World Series there in 2010 and 2011, and he was that guy, that really good outfielder that could play most days. Maybe wasn't the best against left-handed pitching, get him 400 or 500 at bats a year, and he'd be hitting 290 or 300 with 15 to 20 home runs. Just an absolute critical piece of the lineup, and maybe Evan Carter can have a career like that.
Yep,
that'd be incredible if you could write that into existence right now. But tonight, the story for your Texas Rangers is about Jack Leiter and how he can do here as he tries to build significantly on where he was last year, which did not go well. I think his ERA was over 9, but in spring training, what we just saw, he was a different guy, and his ERA was under 2.5. He struck out a guy per inning that he pitched. He increased his velocity on his fastball from 95 to 97, and in some situations, he was even throwing triple digits on the gun.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for Jack Leiter tonight, Wolchuk.
Added the sinker, reworked the changeup as well. So I think really limiting the walks, that's going to be the big key here tonight for Jack.
All righty, it's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have another evening of college basketball as well to be entertained by. That should be a whole heck of a lot of fun, as I don't know if it can get much better than last night, coming back from 16 down with 10 minutes to go and 13 down with 6 minutes to go for this Texas Tech Red Raider group. Farthest they've gone now since 2019 when
Final Four.
Chris Beard was there.
Yeah.
They went to the Final Four that year.
Yep.
But they have done a really nice job there with McCaslin of building maybe not a basketball powerhouse, but a very respectable basketball program. And now they find themselves in the Elite Eight against Florida on Saturday. And the man that will be on that call, who was on the call last night for their furious comeback win against Arkansas, it's the great Kevin Harlan with you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Enjoying just getting ready for our game tomorrow with Florida and the Red Raiders. And they played a valiant game last night. Coming back, that's a pretty big hole. And historically, coming back from a 16-point deficit at that level of the tournament was eye-opening. But now maybe they've recaptured some momentum, and who knows what they'll do against the number 1 seed in the tournament, Florida. One of the 4 number 1 seeds. They're going to be tough, but I think mentally and emotionally, maybe even more importantly, emotionally, I think they're going to be ready to go and letting it rip.
Yeah, it's exciting. Did you think it was over with 10 minutes to go, or did you think they had a shot to pull this off?
Well, I said during one of the commercials to our guys, I said the body language of Arkansas was so confident and thought, if they can take that confidence into their game against Florida in the Elite Eight, that's going to really pay off because Florida is playing at such a high level. And then as it turns out, you had this furious comeback, and you could just see, it's so funny with teams, especially kids this age, when they're playing and they're feeling good about the way they're executing, and just their body language tells so much. And then when it begins to go south a little bit and they get sideways, their body language just changes. They don't run as hard. They don't leap as high. They don't have, kind of the bravado that a lead in a big game against a good opponent will give you. And you could see it changing in a very short amount of time. And you don't see it much at the pro level, but you see it at the college level, and we certainly saw it last night. Arkansas, was kind of exceeding a lot of expectations anyway to make it this far. And Calipari in Sweet 16 games in his career had been 12-3, and they came out and they executed almost exactly how they had to. And all of a sudden it turned with about 10 minutes. They began the run and they were chipping away, and it was one of those things where it got out of hand and they could not recapture what they had. And Texas Tech, they smelled blood, they attacked, and they got them.
Kevin, what do you think about this coaching matchup we now have? You brought up Coach Cal. We got Todd Golden from Florida and then Grant McCaslin, who I've got a soft spot for. I went to UNT, so got to see what he did turning around that program before Texas Tech. But these are two of the best young coaches in college basketball. This should be a fascinating matchup.
Well, I like Coach McCaslin for a variety of reasons. I think he really interacts, and I think Todd Golden does too. I think they are really connected to players. You know, we're in an age of college basketball now where you're really kind of like on an 8-month rental. You get these kids in August. They've come from all parts of the globe. You try to bring them together, tie them into one, make sure they hold onto the rope and don't let go. And as you go through the regular season, if you're in a good conference, you've got a lot of ups and downs. That's why you see a lot of 10-8 records, a lot of, 11-7. You see kind of those records there where they're almost winning as much as they're losing. And yet it toughens them up for this time of the year. You hope that by this time of the year, you've become a team in a very short amount of time. Resumes are different. Experience is different. But I think as a coach, you're furiously trying to get everybody on the same page. And you're still, I think, in a lot of ways, learning what these kids can do. Last week we were in Milwaukee, and we're talking with coaches from Illinois and North Carolina and Kentucky and Ole Miss, and we're talking about trying to, rebuild, bring in 12 kids, and 7 or 8 of them are going to see major minutes. And they've all come from different systems and maybe 2 to 3 different schools, and you're trying to get everybody on the same page, and it's just very hard to do the let alone all the NIL and re-recruiting your own kids and working with the portal, and forget all that. Just when you finally get your roster and you're taking a look at these kids and figuring out where they're from, what they've done, what kind of system they've played in, how they fit now with other players, and trying to, work through the month of November and December and January, getting ready for conference play. And then you said, okay, now I think we know what we've got, but sometimes you really don't, and you're learning. And most of the coaches last week in Milwaukee and a couple here in San Francisco have said we're still kind of tinkering with stuff, and so it's a season-long process that is ever evolving, and all these teams look so different, almost from week to week, and sometimes game to game, because you find different combinations that might work. But it's tough on these coaches, and the ones that are this far, my hat's off to them, man. They are navigating a very turbulent time.
Yeah, Kevin, and you're so easy to talk to. I could see coaches walking up to you and kind of spilling their guts to you about stuff. And do you sense frustration by guys that, like, man, I just want to coach. I don't want to deal with all this other BS that's going on for this game.
Well, it's never been more complicated, I would say that. And you've got, things that are going on outside of the game with the government and the NCAA, and they're trying to find some stability here and find some kind of an even playing surface. But right now, for instance, people are saying, look at all these major Power 4 conference schools that have made it to the Sweet 16, and we're going to have name brands across the board. And usually we've got a mid-major in there, a smaller school, not from a power conference. The problem is all those kids from those mid-major schools are all going in the portal once they get pretty good at a school in the Missouri Valley or the A-10 or whatever, and they all go to these big schools. Like the starting center for Kentucky was 4 years at Belmont, and that coach there is brilliant. And he played 4 years in the Missouri Valley Conference at Belmont and Nashville, and now he's a starting center for Kentucky. And those are the kind of players that these mid-major schools are losing, and so you don't have them now. You don't have the potency of what once was, a guy that recruited and kept maybe a marginal high school kid, a 2 or 3 star high school kid developed in the system. Now they all take off once they get good enough, and it's their prerogative, and I don't – there's nothing wrong with it. The problem is that, there's going to be a casualty whenever there's a move, there's a counter move, and the move here is all these kids play at this upper level of basketball, and the bad side of it is, or the unfortunate side is, all these mid-major schools are losing all their great kids. Yeah. They're leaving Evansville, and they're going and they're going to Illinois, and so it's tough, and a lot of it is predicated on how much they got in their NIL, and we had a coach, and like I said, we've been in Milwaukee, so we've talked to a lot of major conference schools here, and their coaches. And one guy was saying, I'm on a Zoom this morning talking to kids in the portal. And we knew going into this conversation with my staff all on Zoom with his representatives wherever they were, and we knew that this kid was probably going to be like a 7th, 6th kid, might be able to start a little bit, but he was a good player that fit our style. But they're talking to him, and they got his representatives there on the other side, and the mom and dad and the uncle and everybody else that's a part of in these kids' heads, and they're sitting there talking. And finally they get down to what it really matters, the money. And so this coach says, well, that's our story. What do you think? And he goes, well, Coach, I want to start at 1.5. And the coach said he hit the button on Zoom that knocks off the camera that makes it blank. And he looked at his, and then he hit mute. And he said, did he say 1.5? Did I hear that right? I mean, like maybe he's a $100,000 kid and he wanted $1.5 million to go to that school, and they turned it back on and said, listen, hey, thanks. That right now doesn't work in our budget. If you find no takers and if you lower your price, let's resume this conversation. And then they move on to the next kid.
Sure.
And they got somebody else teed up, and they're going to talk to him. And then you got to re-recruit your own kids. You get these kids, and if they're not happy with the minutes and the shots and where they are, where they fit in the scheme of things, now you got to re-recruit them and say, hey, this was kind of one of those years where next year I'm going to go in the portal, Coach. Sorry. And so they're gone. And you got the guys that are putting money in the collective and the NIL that have spent $450,000 on this kid, and now he's going to leave after 1 year, and he wasn't even that good when he was with you. So, like, it's a lot. There are a lot of layers to this, and there's no clear answer right now. It's gonna be a 5-year process minimum, I think, to get this thing settled out, but it does give a different feel. All that being said, these games are a lot of fun, and here's what we are seeing. We're seeing, a lot of kids that are staying in school beyond when they graduate. They are getting a chance to go from a mid-major to a major. So you're seeing mature kids who want to be coached, who know maybe it's their last go-around, they're in their 5th or their 6th year of college. The COVID kids are that string is just about over. And so now they're playing smart. They're mature. They can handle what's going on. And so there's a bright side to it. But, man, it's a story, and it's not going away, and it's what all these coaches are dealing with.
It's Kevin Harlan with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Just absolutely dropping knowledge on that. I think you framed it better than anybody I'd heard so far. But you're known for your great calls, Kevin, and I just thought maybe we could listen to last night's decisive moment with you, and then you tell us how you did. Here we go.
And now it's Darian Williams. And this is who you want. Knox will pick him up. Williams corkscrews up, off, and down! It's a 2-point lead. Final seconds. Wagner with it. Driving on Hawkins. Firing off. Texas Tech has won. The Red Raiders have won.
Yeah.
In the second largest comeback ever in the Sweet 16.
I know that was poetry to Red Raiders fans. Kevin, how'd you do?
Well, it's only the second time I've heard it, but I will tell you, here was my problem with it, is that when Wagner was coming down for Arkansas, between our vantage point and where he was taking, I couldn't tell if it was a 2 or a 3. He backed up, and he almost got into 3-point, but I couldn't see because I was blocked out. And so the worst thing I could have done, he goes, this is for the lead and maybe the game, or, I couldn't tell if it was for a tie or for a lead. So I just had to say he fired it because I couldn't see where his feet were. And because I had an official and I had like 3 or 4 players in front. So that was the only thing I didn't like about the call. I like to make sure that I check some boxes, who's defending, the situation and all that other stuff. So I'll have to go back and watch it and really look at it. But my recollection is, and what the one replay that I have seen was he backed up and he was but I couldn't tell if he was above the arc or beneath the arc. And the worst thing I could have done is said, this is for the tie or this is for the lead, when it was wrong either way because I couldn't see his feet. Wow. So I just said he fired. Anyway, that's my early critique, but I'll go back and break it down.
That's fascinating to go inside the mind of a call like that. Yeah. How can you recognize stuff like that and still make the call so smooth, Kevin? Terrific job as always. We look forward to the call tomorrow night against Florida.
Thank you, guys. Always fun to be on. I sure appreciate your time.
Oh, the best. There he goes. Kevin Harlan with you here in the G-Bag Nation, voice of NBA and NFL and college football and college basketball, and he's our favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Sands coming up here towards the end of the hour. We are running late, but we'll get the top 10 in, Wolchuk. What's the subject matter?
All right, we'll be quick with this. Best foods on a stick on National Something on a Stick Day. What's your favorite food on a stick? That's next.
Fellowship.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels' go-to car and truck wreck attorneys. in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Jared Sandler's coming up here in a few minutes. It's time for Zach with an H to do his top 10. Here he is, the Woolly Bully.
One of the more random national days on the calendar, National Something on a Stick Day. So I've got the top 10 foods on a stick. What's your favorite food on a stick? 877-881-1053-469 said elote on a stick. Which
I don't know how you do that.
I guess it's corn on the cob and put a skewer through there.
Okay.
I guess that's
the
how that
cob's
would
a
work.
stick.
And then the 817 said your mom, which is relatively rude. She's a very, very sweet lady. 817.
Vulgar, unnecessary.
Jeez, man.
Honorable mentions, we got the sausage on a stick. Mm-hmm. My grandfather used to love that at the old Texas Stadium.
Sausage.
And then chocolate-covered bananas on a stick is an honorable mention as well.
You know what? The bananas dipped in chocolate with you put walnuts and stuff on it. Yeah.
And you kind of like freeze them a little bit so they're hard. That's some good stuff right there.
Hard.
It's hard. Number 10 is cake pops.
Yes, delicious.
Cake
Amazing.
pops are fantastic.
Target has some good ones.
Yeah, I've had them, and you're right. You're not wrong about that. That's good.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Number 9 is cheese.
It's all about that. Was that called confection icing, or what is that called?
Confection sugar. It's like a powdered sugar. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think I said the wrong thing.
Oh.
It's the fancy icing that goes on top of stuff.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Is it? It's not confection. Is it confection? It is confection.
Confection.
Sugar.
Confection is definitely a word.
Yeah.
The
I
food
think
stuff.
that's like a powdered sugar, I thought.
Well, the cake pops are delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
My
Somebody
bad.
will text us. 877-881-1053. The fondant. Yeah, the fondant.
Fondant is what you make when you make a cake. Like
Okay.
the fond, like
Yeah.
on a wedding cake.
My bad. We'll
Nope.
check.
Back to you.
Chocolate-covered bacon on a stick was actually really good at the fair from the 214. That sounds awesome. Jalapeno cheddar corn dog from a convenience store from the 682. Candy bacon getting love. The Dilly bar getting love from the
Dilly
214.
bar is the Dilly bar is a legend.
Dilly bar is incredible.
A legend.
Did not think of that one. That was one of the original DQ items.
Yeah. I was thinking about, like you said, like chocolate popsicle on a stick, the Dilly bar.
The Dilly bar.
Fudgesicle, yeah.
9 is the cheese stick.
On a stick?
Cheese on a stick.
It's
I
its
guess
own
like
stick?
skewers. You can get. You could do that probably when you go to what's like the melting pot.
Yeah.
Stab some cheese on there.
What did
and
I
do some
see the other
dips.
day? Somebody was taking beef and wrapping it around cheese on a stick.
Ooh.
So you had like a steak on a stick, but with a cheese type filling. That sounds
awesome.
like a Philly cheesesteak kind of
Hell
a
yeah.
situation. Yeah.
8 are marshmallows, roasted marshmallows.
Oh yeah.
7 is
I always
caramel
mess
apples.
those up.
I was never a big caramel apple person.
Too hard on the teeth.
No, I'm not. I'm
it's
out
hard
on
on
that
the
one.
teeth. That's not good.
6 is cotton candy. Kids love it.
Ugh.
5 is a fruit skewer.
Oh, that's
Fruit on the stick. I mean, I guess if you have like a nice chocolate fountain,
yeah,
you could do some fun
Is that
things.
Golden
with
Corral?
Yeah, Golden Corral does that.
Mm-hmm.
4 is your meat skewer.
Yeah, there you
like
go.
chicken or beef or shrimp even. You could put on the stick.
Yeah.
Shrimp skewer's nice. Don't overdo them.
Don't overdo them.
Shrimp and steak together are always a pretty good combination with some onion.
So 3 is the kebabs.
There you go.
So that's where we're kind of doing it all, right? Vegetables and the meats.
Yeah.
That's some good stuff right there.
Or you could go straight meats.
You could go straight meats. All the meats. Number 2 is the corn dog. Best food on a stick. Number 2, the corn dog.
Yeah, I really like corn dogs are in its heyday right now. They haven't always been great. Sometimes they've been just a throwaway of the worst possible ingredients. Here's a corn dog, kid.
Hey.
Horrible ingredients. Now they're amazing.
But you got to get the breading right on that thing.
Yes, that's what I'm talking
Big
about.
time.
Breading and the
dog got to be a decent dog.
Got to be a decent dog. If that thing's falling apart and all, no.
These Korean corn dogs have changed the game. Have you seen these?
No.
They're doing all kinds of crazy stuff with filling in the outside.
What?
Things they're coated and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, look up the Korean corn dogs.
I will.
You had me at
In
Korea.
your food ventures. Yeah, they're doing all, and I think the crust is usually pretty damn strong on those as well.
Yeah, don't have a bad crust.
But number 1,
Oh, next level.
most popular food on a stick is indeed the popsicle.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
People love their popsicles, especially on a hot summer day here in Texas.
Man, I go back to those and I forget how good they were as kids.
Yeah.
The 2-stick, the single stick. I mean, there's all sorts of greatness to be had in a bag of popsicles. I would like to include as an honorable mention the Sugar Daddy. You know, you got the Sugar Babies, you got the Sugar Daddy. That's maybe the best candy on
The
a stick.
Sugar Daddy, okay.
Yeah. You ever had Sugar Daddy?
No, never had a Sugar Daddy.
It's like a giant
Sugar
sugar
Babies
baby
I've
on a
had.
stick. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's great. I think chicken wings count. Okay, the bones
Okay.
are
Yeah, the
sticks.
bones could be a stick.
They're natural sticks,
Okay.
if you will. And as long as we're doing that, ribs. Yeah, that beef rib,
Oh,
that little piece of
Okay.
How about
you
barbecue.
you can kind of wave it around a little bit.
I think it counts.
Yeah.
How about that at Pecan Lodge the other day? That beef rib,
It's fantastic.
My
Huge.
Gosh, that thing was it cooked perfectly too.
We're going to catch up with
They
Jared
crush it.
Sandler, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host, tells you what you need to know as the Rangers try to get their first win of the season tonight, pregame 6:30, and we're back with Sands here in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing with...
Uber Eats has low-V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit us today or explore our deals online at alliancehyundai.net.
Kevin Hageland here, and as a family with 2 adopted dogs, I can tell you they truly have been a blessing. That's why so many of us here at The Fan are urging you to check out our fan ambassadors up for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt. You can change their and your life for the better. We would love to feature you on our social media with your new best friend. That's 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. You can visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, James Tritley, in for Lucius Alexander.
Jimmy Tritley.
This afternoon, as we're going all the way till 6:30. Rangers pregame taking off then. They got 4 with the Red Sox this weekend. Okay, Jared Sandler set to join us now and talk more about that here on your home of the Rangers. And good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon, guys. I'm great. Hoping the Rangers can get win number 1 tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that as well. But, if they don't, no worries. It's 162. Well, I'm sure we'll get them later. But are you fired up for Jack Leiter tonight?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes. Like I told you guys yesterday, I think this was a really good lineup. And Jack, like Evaldi yesterday, not necessarily a guy who's great at holding runners. And, the Red Sox will run. And so, that's going to be a test for him for sure. But, I'm just curious to see how it looks. And, obviously one start is just one start, and he's going to have a much longer leash than that. But, does the kick change show its face tonight, and how effective is that pitch? Is that just a spring training mirage, or is that something that can be effective in the regular season? And, when he gets to 2 strikes on a hitter, well, first of all, can he work from ahead? And then when he does, is he able to, when he's not throwing a pitch in the strike zone intentionally, is he at least able to throw competitively enough to where the hitter has a decision to make? And, it just seemed like last year, times when he'd get in trouble, he wasn't throwing strike one. And when he was still having these 6-7 pitch at bats because he was throwing so many non-competitive pitches. And so I'm just curious to see how it looks. And then, one of the other things is, what did he learn about last night? Because Nathan Evaldi seemed to really lean on his curveball last night. And is that something that is a guide for Jack Leiter? Now, not every curveball is the same, and not everyone's got the same stuff. And so it doesn't mean if he doesn't use it, then, well, what's he doing? But, I do wonder, young pitcher taking note of Nathan Evaldi, the success he had with the curveball, is that a part of Jack Leiter's game plan tonight?
How's the rest of that Red Sox rotation they got to battle through here over the next 3?
Yeah, Tanner Houck. So first of all, the Red Sox have 3 guys who would otherwise be in their rotation who are currently hurt. One of those guys being Lucas Giolito, Brian Bayo, who's a young pitcher who has great stuff, and then Cutter Crawford being the other. So, just a reminder, everyone deals with this with their starting rotation. Tanner Houck is starting tonight. He was an all-star last year, but had a much better first half than second half. And, so that he had a really bad spring training. And so I think people in Boston are wondering, well, was the first half just kind of, what we're going to get? Or is it more of the second half? And the fact that he didn't have a good spring training, which, again, can mean absolutely nothing. But in Boston, they're a little concerned. I think he's not a bad matchup for the Rangers, though, because he's not a big north-south guy. He's not an overpowering fastball guy. He's, sinker, gets a lot of ground balls, actually with a split finger. He's a guy who I think, the Rangers could fare well against. Adolis Garcia, specifically with him, he's had a great track record against Houck, a couple homers, 7 at-bats against him. So hopefully this is a game that we can see Adolis get going, and maybe Adolis is a good bet at the first home run of the year for the Rangers.
Jared, this might be a terrible question, but would the Red Sox have like a book on Jack Leiter? Would that be something that they would scout him through the spring? I know they play their spring training baseball in Florida, but how do they, in these early season matchups, does it just go out there and try and kind of navigate that without much of a book on these guys?
Yeah, it's a great question, and here's the thing. And 20 years ago, the answer would probably be no. They don't have a whole lot. Now when a guy comes up and makes his major league debut, you don't have nearly as much data on him as you do a guy who's been around for 10 years, but there's still a whole lot more data on that guy than there ever used to be.
Sure.
With Jack Leiter, I think the question, the question's a great one. Yeah, they do have data on Jack, and yes, I think they do consider some of the spring training stuff, but not so much, the way he uses his pitches, more, where his pitches are, and hey, fastball sitting at this, and hey, he's added a kick change, and teams are aware of some of those storylines. They obviously have last year's stuff, but the thing with Jack Leiter, the thought is he's young and he's still evolving, and so what you saw from Jack last year might not look a whole lot like what it's going to be this year, whether it's pitch usage, the way he deploys his pitches, or just the effectiveness. Like they might say, hey, this guy really struggles to throw his fastball for a strike. And that was true last year. Maybe it's not true anymore, right? So it is a little tougher, I think, with a younger pitcher. It's not that the data's not there. It's that it's tougher, I think, to understand what to make of that data.
So I'm hammering the more on all Adolis Garcia tonight on Prize Picks. Jared, why is that a
Prize Picks like it?
Yep. Why is that smart?
Well, I think in large part what I just said about his track record against Tanner Houck, 4 for 7, a couple homers. It's obviously not a tremendous sample size, but you also look at what Tanner Houck does and what Adolis Garcia struggles with, and that it lines up well. Adolis struggles with guys who can really push the velocity on the fastball and elevate it. Tanner Houck is not that guy. Tanner Houck's a guy who. Yeah, I mean, listen, everyone, it seems like, can throw mid-90s these days, but he's more, like I said, sinker splitter, and then he's got a really good sweeper that he likes to use both to righties and lefties. And so, that's the type of stuff that Adolis does well with. I don't know if you guys remember, when the Rangers faced Zach Eflin in the playoffs in 2023 against Tampa. Zach Eflin's more of an east-west pitcher. Adolis Garcia, really tends to match up better with guys who work more east-west than north-south, and that's Tanner Houck's game.
Is it an overreaction to say that this team goes as far as Adolis Garcia takes them this year?
Well, I would say it's an overreaction just because you look at how one player just can't affect a team, in theory, that much, right? I mean, when the Angels had Shohei Ohtani, as good as he was, as unbelievable as he was, they couldn't make the playoffs. The Braves won the World Series without Ronald Acuna Jr. for most of the year, right? So, in theory, I think that's an overreaction, especially when you consider the depth of this lineup. They should be able to withstand that. With that said, Zach, I do think there's things that are unquantifiable sometimes, and it just seems like Adolis is the type of guy who can, the lows can be low, but those super high highs, they don't just exist for a game, right? They exist for a couple weeks, and he helps you bank like 10 wins over a couple week stretch sometimes, because he just gets going. And the thing that I think stands out to me about Adolis, which maybe doesn't get enough attention, the big moment, we don't use the word clutch enough, I think, with Adolis. The big moment seems to only elevate his play, or if you don't believe that guys can get better in those moments, he certainly seems to minimize the way a big moment can diminish his play. And I think there's something to be said about guys who can get it done in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings against some of the best, toughest pitchers in the game.
Hey, Jared, in the last minute or so, Corey Seager with the calf, I assume he's in the lineup tonight as a shortstop. He's never going to make excuses. Is this something that's bothering him, and he's just going to continue to play through it?
Yeah, I think so for now, and hopefully this I know will go away. But he was healthy enough to play short yesterday, but they wanted to give him another day of rest from the field so that Jock Peterson could DH today, and they didn't need a DH Corey. But yeah, this guy, 6'4" shortstop, he plays through a lot that people don't realize, and I think this is just another example of that. But hopefully it's not something that will linger throughout the season. I think the belief is that it's not going to be that type of an injury, but, I guess we'll wait and see.
Jared, if this bullpen fails again this weekend, I'm going to have you address my explosive bullpen take on Monday. How's that sound?
Let's do it. Hey, I'm all about it.
Let's go.
Happy to do it.
Have a great weekend, man. Go Rangers.
All right, fellas. Go Rangers. See you guys later.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Pregame coming up at 6:30 tonight, game 2 of 4 against the Bo Sox. Football's finest coming up Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Romo's favorite celebration, social media roast, and Hallmark doubling down. That's next.
It's afternoons with the Jeep.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maybes.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We made it to Friday once again. So congrats to you on that one. Let's have an amazing weekend. We'll do another edition of GD Live coming up for LA Live at 5:40, but that not until we're done with what you drinking and what you thinking. We'll start here in 20 minutes. So if you're cracking them right now, go ahead and give James Tritley a phone call. He'll screen you up. We'll be ready to rock and roll. Let's sit back and enjoy an edition of football's finest, though. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, some coaching extensions as the news that just came in about 10 minutes ago. Ravens are signing longtime head coach John Harbaugh to a 3-year contract extension. Before the extension, he was heading into the final year of his deal.
So 18 years he's been with them?
Yep, he sure has. So owner Steve Bisciotti has long said that he doesn't want a lame duck head coach. Nope. This goes ahead and stops that from happening. So and I did see there's some frustrations with Raven fans.
Yep.
It's like it's the same thing with Tomlin in Pittsburgh. Sure. If you're not actually getting to the ultimate goal, but they're winners, man.
A lot of playoff winning going on.
Absolutely. I think
I'm right about that. Yeah.
A lot of winning. No, you're right.
You usually are.
He needs to, by the way, he needs to thank Mike Lombardi for bringing him in the league. Mike hired him. Mike
in Philly?
Yeah, Mike.
He started as a special teams coach, right?
Special teams coach. Mike was like, Mike knew the Harbaughs. He knew, but he was like, man, this brother. Mike was talking about, guys. Everybody knows talk about Jim coaching this, that, and the other, and he goes, no, this brother they got, I think even better. I think he's going to be a better head coach and
more buttoned up too.
Yeah, and Jim. Mike's like, I'm going to bring him into the league, and he was just like a coach at Indiana, and it was going to go on and just do that, and. Wow. Mike said, nah, we're going to name you a special teams coach, and away he went. But
I remember in 2007 when the Ravens hired him.
Yeah.
It was like, they're hiring the special teams coach.
Oh, no, this guy can coach.
There was the Jason Garrett rumors that he was going to go get the head coaching job there, and then they ended up going with Harbaugh.
Garrett interviewed for Atlanta and the
Baltimore.
Ravens.
Yep.
God, jeez.
I know. How different could history have been? Yeah. Speaking of which, Deion Sanders also got a new pay raise. He's going to make $200,000 a week with his new contract. Goes down to $20 a minute. $900,000 per month. They have the full breakdown here, but congratulations to Prime as he is more than tripling the salary of the next highest paid Colorado Buffalo head coach, who was making $3.8 million. He's now making over $10 million a year. So,
cha-ching.
There you go, Prime. Get it. And then finally, I saw
tackling more bills.
He sure is. I saw ESPN is going to be releasing a 6-part documentary on the 2024 Chiefs, giving an inside look at their season and players' lives on and off the field, essentially like an in-season Hard Knocks. The series is produced by the same people that did The Last Dance. Do we have interest in this? I mean, they did end up losing in the Super Bowl, but a 6-part documentary on the Chiefs this year, were you asking for this? Do you think that this is going to go over well?
I'll take it. I'm not asking for it, but I think the more Chiefs content, the merrier.
Give me all the Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Wonder how much Travis Kelce we get in there.
I wish teams would do more, and it's not going to happen anymore after what happened with the Giants.
I know, I loved
last
it,
year.
Though.
We're not going to see any more front office stuff.
It was my favorite version of Hard Knocks.
We're not.
The off-season stuff.
People are going to go. We are not going to subject ourselves to that
again.
crap.
Never again.
And but hey, but you honestly saw everyday life of an NFL team when it came to the front office that way.
So Tony Romo was with Bryson DeChambeau on the Break 50 series.
Oh, they're playing golf.
They're playing golf out there. And we know Romo's a good golfer.
Yeah.
But Bryson is talking with Romo, and they ask about, what's the greatest celebration in the NFL for you?
Okay, what's your best, celebration you've ever had? In a moment, a game time situation. What's your favorite celebration that you remember?
NFL or golf?
NFL.
We were against the Lions in 2014 in the playoffs, and I remember walking out to the field with 7-8 minutes to go. And I could remember when I was a kid in 2007 against the Giants, and the feelings were so different. You knew now that you know the game at that point. Mm-hmm. But we're going against the number one defense in the league, which is never what you want to do, or who to go against in the playoff game. I just remember thinking, man, I wish I knew what I know now back then. Because in 07 we had a great team and we lost to the Giants. And that one, we went out there and we went down and I threw a touchdown to Terrence Williams in the back of the end zone late in the game. And I just remember, because I threw it and I'm down on the ground and I'm just right there and I'm just
hitting the ground.
And I'm just sitting there and it's just you thinking about your whole career, your life, everything, and family, everyone who's been a part of it. It was just a cool moment, just excited and stuff. So
that's awesome. That's really cool.
Got tackled from behind, right?
Yeah.
He climbed in the pocket.
He fired to the back of the end zone with Terrence Williams. Comeback victory. Obviously, there was the controversy with Anthony Hitchens, pass interference, and they picked back up. I mean, you go back in that entire series of playoffs, like each round, you had the controversy. It was Anthony Hitchens, then it was the Dez catch, and then you had the onside kick thing with Green Bay and Seattle in the next round. But yeah, that 2014 version of Tony Romo really had it all together. I mean, it certainly helped him that he finally had a running game to take the pressure off.
Yeah.
But I mean, he talked about it there where like he understood and he knew the game. Like mentally, you could tell that he was just locked in.
That might have been the loudest I've ever heard AT&T Stadium for a Cowboy game.
Yeah.
When that score and then the defensive series and stuff. I mean, it was crazy.
And then
how loud
DeMarcus Lawrence twice had to get this. Like I was sitting up top in the like 400 section, and we had some Lion fans around us.
Oh gosh, God,
that was amazing. Yeah, it really was. It was an incredible moment, and then everyone's chanting, "We want Green Bay," leaving AT&T, and almost had him. I mean, I'll never forget Romo talking about the Dez throw. I mean, for both of their careers. Like that was the moment. Like that he says it would have been the greatest throw of my career, and for Dez, it was the play of his career.
I still to this day can't believe he threw it. I mean,
me neither.
I could close my eyes, and I saw Cole Beasley dragging, and I thought he's going to hit Cole, and Cole's going to run and get the first down, and I'm like, God, Cole's open. Oh God! And then you see the ball, you see the ball flight. And I'm looking down at Dez, and he's got Sam Shields like tied up. Like Sam Shields can't stay with him. And they're banging each other down the field. And I'm like, damn. And that ball, when Dez went, God, I'm like, that was one of the greatest catches that I'd ever seen in that of a magnitude of a game. But I still can't believe he threw that ball.
Yeah, I can't either.
Ballsy.
Didn't he have Beasley wide open?
Oh, yeah,
for first down.
Drag. Yeah, that could say Beasley
it was like 4th and 3 or something like that.
I mean, he literally with the game on the line, he throws it up, and Dez, to his credit, man, he put Sam Shields where he couldn't get him. I mean, Sam was just and like he just kept pushing him down, and he went up, and it was what a great play though. My gosh, what a great play!
I love the Romo story. I liked him as a player. You know, I have nothing against Romo, but I do agree with the narrative that he would try to make too big of a play. And a lot of times it was interceptions. That one was a great throw.
Yeah.
But what the hell? There's 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Take the save.
Why are we trying to go up 4 points right now or whatever? What did that put him up? 3 points?
Yeah.
Why?
No, because you're right. There still would have been a lot of time left.
Everybody's saying it wouldn't have mattered because they really. And Aaron Rodgers was hurt with the calf injury.
He was gimping around.
He was gimping around. It was bad. The biggest play of that game.
They go on a 4-minute drive right there, don't they?
They did.
Absolutely. Yeah, the thing with they killed the clock out. The biggest play of that game was the DeMarco Murray fumble.
Sure was.
Yeah.
That was
the touchdown.
That was the one that was killer in the game.
Julius Peppers, man.
Yeah, just reaching in, punches the ball out of his hands.
That hole, I've never seen a hole bigger.
Oh gosh.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
And the thing about it was, like you said, if Dallas wins that game early in the season, they had killed Seattle.
They went there and kicked
Seattle
their ass.
did not have an answer
stopping
Dallas's running game.
No, it's that season's definitely the one you look back and think like what could have been there, and certainly for Romo because afterwards it was the back hurt him the next year. Dak takes over.
It was a very flawed defense.
Very flawed. They lived off of turnovers. They were
couldn't
very
get the ball back.
Yeah, 100%.
Could not get the ball back.
I mean, they had Jeremy Mincey was one of their best edge rushers.
Yeah,
you know that was a patchwork type of D that was just trying to. Yeah, force some turnovers, keep you in it, bend, don't break. That was all about ball control, keep your defense off the field. Kirk Cousins has started a lot of rumors as he was caught in Cleveland at a Chipotle locally. Now everyone in Cleveland is running with this story that they're about to trade for Kirk Cousins. Cleveland, yeah. I don't think that this is true by any means.
Did they trade for Pickett?
I think he was just there. They did, but I mean, it's Kenny Pickett. You know, do you really want to give the keys to your team to Kenny Pickett? I mean, as a backup, hell yeah, let's do this. But at a Cleveland area Chipotle, I think he was just in the area maybe for an appearance or for charity work, and it's coincidence. But he did play for Kevin Stefanski in Minnesota.
Sure did.
There is a connection there. We're still waiting to find out what exactly Myles Garrett was grinning about when he decided to sign that contract and said it was all about the quarterback. It's really all about the Benjamins there, Myles. We know the truth. It wasn't about the damn quarterback. Speaking of quarterbacks, though, I'm just going to stick with it, because I said it. Now I got to stand on it, and if it doesn't happen, then I'll eat the crow.
It's like that guy in Cleveland, the broadcaster.
Yeah, well, that
you
guy
heard it here first.
That guy's
Remember
gone. I don't know where that guy even is since then. He's gone into hiding ever since this thing went viral. We haven't heard from him.
He's a legend.
Bruce Drennan. But we got a little crawfishing going on here, boys. We touched on this yesterday during our abbreviated show. Here was Dion, who actually joined Skip Bayless's show, which I was a little bit shocked by. But,
Skip has a show?
Yeah, Skip Bayless is a podcast that he does. Everyone's got a podcast. It's also on YouTube. So here's Prime with Skip, and he's talking about Shedeur.
You know me, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. So I called that team because I tracked it down. I knew who it was. And I called the head coach, and we had a candid conversation. Because
you really good. Good for you.
We were really cool. And he said, Prime, that never happened. He said, matter of fact, it was a great interview. We all walked out of there saying, dang, this kid got it. I said, yeah, but this guy on your staff lied and said it did. So you need to check him. And he did. Shedeur he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams. So I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
Well, I mean, this is a big pivot from just a few months ago when it was like, yeah, we're not going to go play in certain areas.
Mm-hmm.
We were thinking maybe this would be like a Manning deal where depending on the team that wanted to draft Shedeur, behind closed doors, Dion had said that he would have a conversation and no, we're not going to go to this team. Now it's kind of like with the uncertainty of where he's going to land. Hey, whoever wants him, as long as it's a team that needs a quarterback, go ahead. We're happy, man. We're thrilled.
I give him credit for understanding that Ward is a better quarterback right now. That if you watch, he's come to realize, and probably with Dion, he's probably called enough teams to say, hey, listen, where you got, well, listen, Dion, no offense, but got Ward at 1, your son at 2, or, if you're honest, you're honest, but I think you're at the realization where you just realize that there's a better quarterback out there than your son, and he should be happy wherever he goes, instead of saying, oh, well, I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that. Just, go and enjoy the experience and do the best you can.
Well, you did have the Titans GM who was just at the workout for Cam Ward, and following the workout, the team website interviews him, and he says, quote, I would say everything's still on the table. From the beginning, I said I wanted to go through the whole process, and I felt like our priority was to build the offensive line first, and we added Dan Moore and Kevin Zeitler. Now we're going through the process here with the college quarterbacks, but I'd say everything is still on the table. So he says this right after the workout with Cam Ward in Miami. I'm not buying it. I still think the Titans are taking Cam Ward. Yes, they signed a veteran quarterback here recently. I think it was Tim Boyle went ahead and signed there. Who cares?
They don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah. It's Tim Boyle. That's not going to stop them from drafting one. I do believe Cam Ward's going to the Titans at 1, but I could also see them shopping the pick.
Yes, you could trade down, and ideally, I would want the offensive line before the quarterback because I don't want to throw the quarterback out there to get beat up, and we're not ready to win, right? If you get a great quarterback with a bad offensive line, he'll put you in the playoffs, and now you're picking 15th or 20th instead of top 5, right? So we're picking offensive linemen until we get that, then we're taking the quarterback, but trading back seems awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants, do you want Cam Ward bad enough? You want to come up from 3-1 and get him? I mean, if you're the Jets,
the way they've set up their quarterback room, it doesn't appear that's going to be the case.
It doesn't appear that way, but it's a lot of guys that are kind of on a 1-year deal.
No, I totally understand what you're saying there,
but it is definitely a kind of more of a win now move.
This GM is trying to save his job. He doesn't have time for your quarterback.
Well, let me ask you this: so let's say it ends up being like a Michael Penix situation, where they do get Cam Ward or Shedeur. And so they start Russell Wilson, whatever it is, and then it doesn't end up going well. So at the end of the year, you put in Shedeur or Cam Ward, and they look good. So it seems like you've got a future. Do you save your job that way?
Well, then you're an idiot. You should have played him. You should have found a way to tell the
Play him
the
earlier.
coach.
Save the money on the other quarterbacks.
Yeah, why am I okay? It's the same thing that Arthur Blank's asking. Why'd you make me sign this quarterback if you intently wanted to play this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think
even if it's for
ultimately
cheap deals.
Ultimately, if nobody wants to trade up though, and you're the Titans, you got to just take Cam Ward and say, hey, it
Move
didn't
on.
go in the ideal chronology of what we wanted, but we're definitely not turning down an opportunity to get a quarterback like this. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, at 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Next on The Fan.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and asking customers what the it means in Huffines has it. Today, we've got Joe Reno.
For me, the it was everything, from point of sales to the service department and everything in between.
Find your next vehicle at Genesis of Plano. Get low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees on the luxurious new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs. Stop by Genesis of Plano today or visit genesisofplano.com.
Dawson here. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels immediately. They can make sure you don't settle for less. Here we go. It's quitting time. Crack them if you got them at 877-881-1053. You can text into the show as well what you're drinking and what you're thinking. And if you're super funny, we'll read it. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts. That is your Expressway sponsor. Salute to the On Time Experts. And LA Live, GD Live is coming up here in about 20 minutes or so after we get through your phone calls. Looks like we got some legends on hold already, but a couple of phone lines are open. And let me start. I'm going to tell you, I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Pepsi. The concession company we use here at 75 and Fitzhugh, a little slow on the uptake. I think you could say not necessarily playing with a full deck, not the sharpest knife in the drawer. You have the number one consumer in the world of Diet Cokes here in your building. And we're in a run of 3 weeks in a row now with none. None. And
we don't do inventory on this stuff. I mean, like you see that the Diet Cokes are all gone.
Yeah.
But you insist on putting Diet Pepsis in the.
Well, they probably think all the Diet Pepsis are selling as well because I'm now buying all of those. They probably think they got a hot item in this Diet Pepsi over here.
I don't know how you could do inventory and like, damn, we're selling a lot of Diet Cokes, and maybe we should keep more of them out here.
Yeah. That's
supply and demand kind of thing.
That is actually not what is top of mind for me right now.
Okay.
What I am thinking is
you want it to rain right now is what you want it to do.
Wouldn't mind a little bit of rain. Got a game in Austin this weekend. 2:00 tomorrow down there. Looking forward to playing Lone Star. But wouldn't mind a reschedule. You know,
the worst.
No, it'll be all right. Looking forward to getting down to Austin tomorrow. Brian, how about you?
I was in Austin last week. It was a little warm. Watching LSU Tigers get beat up by the Texas Longhorns in baseball. Currently not drinking anything. I want to ask you guys a question real quick if I can.
Yeah.
I'm going to Tim McMahon's book launch party tomorrow.
Nice.
Got invited to go to that.
Hell yeah.
Okay. But on the invitation, they're saying taking Uber is recommended or encouraged.
Okay.
Is that we don't have parking, or you're going to get hammered here at McMahon's party?
I would say both.
Yeah, probably both, but definitely a lack of parking, I would assume.
Okay. It's at a house.
Sounds lovely.
Oh, well, then that's probably going to be a tough deal.
Heavy pour, heavy-handed. They don't want people driving home hammered.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Getting into wrecks.
And knowing Tim, it's going to be a lot of cocktailing going on.
I think so.
So I didn't know with the Uber or Lyft recommended.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a sign of like, okay, you're going to get drunk, or there's just no parking? And
you
guys
we're gonna have Mardi Gras, Brian, but also
no, I'm not.
You're not going to be able to park.
No, I'm not going to be Mardi Gras, Brian.
I would think as a host, I'm not that worried about the parking situation. I'm more worried about, having blood on my hands.
People driving home.
Yeah. And he wants people to know they're going to have a really good time when they get there.
Yeah. That's
Real
right.
good.
Okay.
Don't be looking at your watch and counting your drinks and, oh man, I want to be
I gotta
at a point
go.
of weight. I'm all. No, he wants you to rage.
Okay.
Have a great time. Sounds like you're going to have a great party this weekend. Wolchuk.
I've been sipping on some high-quality H2O. I'm wondering, we do still have some lines open here. So if you have been like, I've wanted to get into what you're drinking, what you're thinking, and I haven't been able to, now would be your chance, 877-881-1053. Also, when it comes to Jack Leiter tonight, third time through the order. That's been the hiccup for him. That's been the area. So how does he do? Hopefully the first two times he's able to do a good job. But that third time through, what does Boach do? Does he end up going to the pen? Does he put him back out there? And if he does, keep an eye on that third time through the order for Jack Leiter tonight. That'll be telling.
Looking forward to that, and looking forward to going to the Pimp Cup where James Tritley can tell us what he's drinking and thinking as he's screening up these phone calls.
Very much like Wolchuk over there, some high-quality H2O. Had the strawberry apricot Red Bull to start the show today. Phenomenal. If you haven't had it, I would give yourself a try. Sugar or sugar-free. You get the same flavor. You feel a little bit healthier with that sugar-free, but who cares? We're all dying anyway. Might as well make it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
Amen
Tritley,
to that.
remember that.
Amen to that.
Got to enjoy every day.
Yeah.
And sugar will go a long way towards that, your enjoyment. Not all people drink, says the 972, but everyone has to drive and park, so the message is about parking.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I think I might have been off there. That makes more sense to me. 469, drinking water, thinking Nico is a part of the Rangers because they made a stupid move in removing the World Series banner.
That is a weird choice.
I liked that banner.
I did too. It looked cool. I guess that was always going to be the case, but
let's get a replacement.
Yeah.
Let's get an even fancier and maybe more, I don't know.
I was thinking
compact replacement.
Compact. I was thinking one that was like the size of a tarp they put on the field, like just takes up the whole outfield.
I wouldn't mind that.
Like, remind everybody at one time we won this thing a couple years ago.
Yep, that was us.
Permanent outfield art.
Yeah, just a huge banner. It might be the size of a tarp that you put on the field to prevent the rain.
At 877-881-1053. Drinking the champagne of beers. That'd be your Miller High Life.
Miller High Life. That's a great fishing beer, by the way.
I'm thinking I'm so glad the General is in Texas. What? I'm getting some love here. I remember when he was on Evenings with Chris Arnold. Yeah, that was 2010 through 2013, late 2010 through 2013. Then we went middays, and then we joined Broadus here in Afternoon Drive in 2020?
2020.
That was right.
Right around the pandemic.
Right when COVID kicked off. That week in spring training.
The week of COVID, yeah.
Was Brian's first week. Let's go to line one here. We're going to get through as many phone calls as possible, and it's Polo in Garland. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Guys, I put my son to sleep. He's right next to me. I can't be too loud, but I'm eating some fried chicken that I cooked up. I cooked some fried biscuits. A lot of people in Texas don't eat fried biscuits this part of Texas, but fried biscuits are out the chain. Now, what I'm thinking is South Carolina's in a tangle with Maryland on this game right now. I don't know if y'all watching it.
We are.
I'm going for Maryland because I can't stand South Carolina. Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you a question, Gavin. You know you my homeboy. Okay, right at the freeway for y'all on Mockingbird on the same side of the freeway. SMU just hired a dude. Damon Evans. I don't know too much about this dude, but let me ask you a question, Gavin.
Yeah. He's from Maryland.
Okay, yeah, he's from Maryland. I just said that.
I didn't hear you because you're quiet today because your kid's next to you.
Come on, bros. I'm talking to Gavin. Now, Gavin, if you were in charge of SMU athletics with all the pure football players, basketball players, soccer players, all across Dallas-Fort Worth, where would you start recruiting at? And how would you build an SMU? Because that last athletic director, he did okay for 30 years. I'm trying to see what this other dude can do. I'm glad they hired a brother. Gotta go. Bye.
There he goes. That's Polo in Garland. Yeah, I think you'd have to get down there in that 67 range, wouldn't you? And DeSoto and Cedar Hill and Duncanville, that's where you got to start.
Right?
That's where they're starting quarterbacks from.
Yeah. Okay, fried biscuits, by the way, we would do those as a kid, but we'd call them donuts. We'd put butter and powdered sugar on them.
Okay.
You know, you
Like a dessert.
just take the biscuits out of the tin and then you drop them in the fryer. They come out amazing. Fresh donuts, basically. Line two, Dope Sick Dave, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, what you thinking?
How we doing, fellas? Just the water right now. We'll get into something else later. All my calls, every time I've spoken about the Mavs over the past 2 months or so since Luka was traded, I was pretty optimistic about our chances. Obviously, AD hasn't really played. As long as he stays healthy, I like our chances, even with no Kyrie. We beat the Thunder twice, both without Luka. It's not like Kyrie put the team on his back and put up 30, 40, or 50. Dinwiddie was the leading scorer in one of those games. And obviously, we're missing some bigs, but I think the current team as it is, you see, even signing Kai Jones, right? We had a guy that was taller than 6'7". Not having a center really hurts. Yeah. And I think if we have Gafford, it looks like we're probably going to play OKC if we make the playoffs, which I think we will. If you have AD in there and Gafford at the same time, you can stretch the floor with one of their bigs. Let's say AD is playing the 5 at some point. So you stretch Chet out to the outside. You got Gafford and AD in there. You can have AD guarding Jalen Williams and Gafford on Chet. I like our chances. We've kind of been a kryptonite to the Thunder since last season, and I don't know, guys. I'm feeling good. Y'all have a good weekend.
Appreciate the call, Dope Sick Dave.
I like
don't
the optimism.
Terribly disagree with you. You got to get Lively and Gafford back, and if you do that, you got to get PJ Washington healthy.
Yeah, you
got
do.
3 sprained ankles in 2 months.
When Kai Jones is hurt now too.
Man, we don't need him. Just get Lively and Gafford back.
Got to get the 3 sprained ankle guy back.
Yeah. This is unbelievable with this sprained ankle, dude. Get this guy a brace.
Oh, it's annoying.
Get this guy one of those lace-up braces. This training staff, bro.
Jeez.
Line 3 is Magic Mike in Hazlitt. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking and what you thinking?
Boys, it's ready for the weekend, so we've got to do a little liquid death green guillotine because you got to hydrate to dehydrate.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Grand scheme of things, I'm going to be honest. I think the Mavericks might as well consider it part of the preseason right now and getting their mojo together. They don't even exist for me right now.
Wow.
I'm so excited about our Rangers coming back, and I'm a little Bochy magic in that second year after. I'm just saying that's got me geared up in these Stars. So Anyway, y'all have a great weekend, and giddy up.
Salute. There he goes.
The voice.
Magic Mike.
The voice of God.
Yeah.
Phenomenal pipes.
Yeah.
I mean, those pipes are the equivalent of a male dancer.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the name Magic Mike, calling to the main stage. Liquid Death Green Guillotine. I mean, the way he says things, it just sounds poetic.
It does. Absolutely does.
Mavs don't even exist to him right now. It might as well be the preseason.
You jump back on, though. You're okay. I mean, with you
I'm
jumping
watching.
back on, they'll be fine.
I'm definitely watching it. And
Here comes the run.
Can't rule it out. I can't rule out a run.
Here comes the run.
I told you they can score. They just need to play defense. Last night they played defense.
I'm with you, man.
Big Jim's on line 4.
Here's some pipes, too.
Yep. Jimmy, talk to us. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, I'm sipping now on some whiskey, of course, a little Basil Hayden's, and enjoyed the show this week, fellas. You got me all depressed here in the last segment talking about Romo and the year we should have won the Super Bowl and all that. But hey, I had something to tell you, fellas. So my old gal, she got me we went over to Austin and went to have y'all ever been to an IKEA before?
Yes.
Yeah, one time I hated it.
Well, I was all disappointed and like, what in the hell am I going to do? And then I got a little restaurant in there. Boy, you know what Big Jim did?
He's got some Swedish meatballs.
And I ate 3 big old pieces. No, I can't eat the meatball. I ate 3 big old pieces of salmon.
Oh, really?
As fat and happy as I've ever been. That's the best. And they sell that stuff.
Yeah.
My doctor told me I need to get off the red meat and eat more fish. I'll go back to IKEA anytime. I just sit there and drink me something and eat that fish. It was a really good time. So if gals trying to drag you to IKEA, just go eat. It's so much fun. And I saw people eating them meatballs. They looked pretty good, but I couldn't eat one. Listen, I tell you what, I'm excited about our Rangers. I hate we didn't do great when we came out, but look, I think it's going to be a good year. I'm a big fan of Bochy. I just love hearing him talk. He's talking about the guy with the best voice. Bruce Bochy's got the best voice in the city. Maybe next to Gavin. Yeah. Gavin's got a good voice, of course.
Fourth or
but anyway,
fifth.
guys, thanks for the joy this week. Y'all have a good one, and I'll talk at you next week.
There he goes, Big Jim.
What if they're cooking at IKEA? They're cooking that salmon on those planks.
Maybe
wooden planks.
I don't know. I think salmon's the most overrated thing, but I'm glad Big Jim enjoyed it. It's very healthy
Big Jim,
too.
He's like you. Though. He'd like a steak, but his doctors are telling him, Big Jim, you got to slow down and
he's going to pivot to the fish,
not eat the tomahawk chop every night.
Him, man.
2007, by the way, average defense that year by the numbers did have, I think, the 4th best offense, 26 points per game.
Yeah.
But I like what Jim said about eating while everybody else in the family is shopping.
Yeah.
I recently hit that point in my life too, where I'm like, sure, I'll go. I'm not following you around holding stuff. I'm definitely not standing up for 30, 45 minutes on end, just shuffling around, looking at the different things. Ooh, look at this, look at that. Hours on end. You can forget that.
Look at here, look at there.
Yeah, give me some salmon and some red wine or something. Sounds much better.
You would, as much as you hate salmon, you would go eat salmon to avoid shopping.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to line 5. Greg, what you drinking and what you thinking?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Terrific.
Good, Greg.
You?
Great.
I'm hanging in there. I just started out with
Oh,
a little...
dang it.
Yeah, we got you there. Go
You're all
ahead.
right. You just can't say that word,
You can't
Greg.
say that
Go
word.
ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got to clean it up. Sorry.
No,
I just had starting with a little vodka, and I used to do the vodka tonics, but then these hard seltzers came out.
Yeah.
And so now I do a vodka with a hard seltzer.
Okay.
So I get a little bit of double whammy on that.
There you go.
That.
Yeah.
And kind of roll with that.
Kind of a chemistry guy.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you guys quite a bit. I'm a fishing guide from Montana.
Oh, cool.
And I had to, unfortunately, like last year, my mother passed away in California, and I came here to Texas to take care of my uncle, and he's suffering dementia.
Oh.
So the last year or so, it's been kind of a hard ride for me. And I want to thank you guys a lot because my great-grandfather, obviously he's gone, but I had him till I was 21. And he always used to tell me that I needed to learn something every day and make sure I laugh 3 times a day. And having you guys on, Fred and Blake at night, I got to give you guys a lot of credit that you always crack me up every day.
Nice.
And sometimes I shoot you guys some texts here and there just to screw with you a little bit, but just playing, guys, just playing. I'm a 56-year-old young boy, and like to have a good time. But I just wanted to thank the fan and everybody with the G-Bag Nation, and I forget the boys that are on in the morning what they call their show, but.
Sean RJ. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Thank you, Greg. Have a great night.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Salute to
you
you.
guys have a good one, and go Michigan State.
Cheers.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
You
feel
gotta go
bad about
Sparty.
saying the S word. Fred did the same thing last night.
He tried to
20-year
act
broadcast
like,
vet.
He tried to act like he didn't, and he did.
It's like, how did he not know?
But
He just said S.
my man's a fishing guide out of Montana.
Yeah.
You imagine how many streams he stood in, how just every day, just how beautiful that is.
Yeah.
God's country.
Gosh.
It's like, majestic beauty.
Jeez.
Zach and Carrollton, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Zach?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm driving, but when I get home, the missus is going to have a gin and tonic ready for me.
There you go.
Nice.
Winning.
I wanted to talk. I know I listen to you guys a lot. I know Wolchuk and Broadus are big on the draft, and
Yeah.
I'm actually a transplant from Nashville, and I really want the Titans actually to take Abdul Carter and then get one of the free agent QBs, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. But I think Cam Ward, he might be pretty good if we take him. I just
He'll
hope
be
we
fine.
don't, Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's the second coming of McNair, but, we had maybe not. But, we had Jake Locker, Mariota, Will Levis, Mayo Boy. It's been hard being a Titans fan. But before I let y'all go, I just wanted to say the Titans ownership, Amy Adams Strunk, is the female version of your very own Jerry Jones. If you guys follow, the Titans aren't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still mad that we got rid of Vrabel. It was,
there you go.
Oopsie. Thank you, Zach. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man.
Enjoy that gin and tonic.
Her dad, Bud Adams, was kind of an oil guy. I think it was oil and gas, but kind of a out there guy, just always kind of bitching about things.
Bitching to be bitching.
Bitching to be bitching. But, hopefully, the Titans, I wouldn't worry about that Ward guy.
I think Ward's going to be really good.
I think Ward's going to be fine for you. I really do.
How about 903 drinking a spiked steel reserve in the driveway, not shutting off the truck? Listen to the G-Bag Nation. Broadus is my hero.
Oh, thank you.
yeah.
Salute to you.
What's he drinking?
A spiked steel reserve? Is that a steel reserve with a shot of vodka in it as well? Are we spiking drinks that we buy at the store with
next level
with liquor?
I'll tell you.
Salute to
text
you.
in if you would and tell us what that's all about.
Chris and Alan, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Chris?
Hey, guys. Right now I'm about 12 shots into a bottle of Casa Azul. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, buddy.
Make that 13.
Make that 13.
There you go.
There we
Nice.
go. Yeah.
A Still Reserve Spike is actually a malt beverage Still Reserve mixed with like blue raspberry or something like that. Not too bad taste-wise.
I see him.
Oh, all right. Another chemist. I love this.
When I'm thinking about the Rangers and the taking down of the banner, 2023 they want to prove wasn't a fluke. 2024 they were injured, kind of fluky for 2023. This is the year the Rangers are going to go back. They're going to win the World Series. Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup.
All right.
Mavs are going to continue to suck because Nico's still the GM.
Okay.
Nailed it.
And until Jerry decides to get rid of the team, go Commanders.
Wow, Chris, that was strong. Unexpected.
He saved it all to the very end.
Woo! Snuck that Go Commanders in there. I'm not sure how I feel about that one, but I like what he said, and maybe the Rangers feel like constant reminders that we were the World Series champs wasn't the best thing for our spirit, for our hunger last year. Let's take that down.
I ain't getting rid of my shirts.
Focus on the next one. Let's put something up that they can't see when they're in the batter's
shirts.
box. No, I'm not getting rid of my shirts or my
Oh,
hats.
heck no.
Tim in Cedar Creek, you're in the
My
G-Bag
picture
Nation.
with
What
that
you drinking?
trophy.
What you thinking, Timbo?
Hey, Gavin. I am heading down to Cedar Creek drinking a Dr. Pepper, all 23 flavors, baby. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
Terrific. What you thinking?
So I'm thinking I want y'all's opinion on this, and I don't know if it's a straight answer or a discussion. I want to talk massive contracts. So the Cowboys got Dak, and when I define massive, let's say in the top 3 to 4 of your positions. So we got Dak, we got Trayvon, we got CD. I don't know if Osa falls in there, and then you maybe got Micah. What is a threshold, you think, when you've got so many massive contracts, you're diluting the rest of your roster and your Super Bowl chances go down? Is it like 3? Is it 4? Is there not a number? I want to get y'all's thoughts on that.
Yeah, Tim, I appreciate that's a great question. I love talking about these type of team building things. I think for a long time that number was valid, but now I think the trend is just to keep going until your team is good enough.
Yeah.
But, I think for all intents and purposes, the limit is like 14 or 15. I think that's what the Eagles got to this year.
They got to, they were, I think they were at 12.
12?
What they were.
12 double-digit million contracts.
But they were all very reasonable contracts.
Yeah, they did a good job of spreading the money out.
Diggs isn't the highest one, and neither is Osa. The ones that are high for you are the Dak ones and the CD ones, and Mike is going to be high. So you're at 3. But the Eagles were right there at 12 or 13 with their contracts. Just, we were marveling at how they were able to kind of keep their cap numbers low but have so many double-digit guys.
You got to be able to pay a wide receiver, a tackle, a corner, and an edge at least. Yeah. Very legitimate money. If you're not willing to do that, then I don't think you're going to have much of a shot at this. We'll get to GD Live here in just a moment. Let's grab one more phone call. It's Tyson in Plano. What you drinking and what you thinking?
Oh, right now, nothing. About to go. Just picked up some good bratwurst from the local meat market.
There you go.
So we're running out. Yeah. And then we're about to pick up some Miller Lite, so it's going to be one for me, one for them. Broadus.
Sir.
Haven't heard any updates on how the crawfish are going to be this year.
Yeah. I talked to my guy over at Rex's Seafood, Bo Bellamy, and he says the prices are going to come down. We're kind of right around $5.50, $5.25 a pound right now. We should be getting the prices should be getting down. I got into a batch a couple of weeks ago. The size wasn't where it needed to be. So I would give this thing about another couple of weeks, and then maybe you'll get a better price and maybe the size. And again, my guys over there at Rex's Seafood over on Northwest Highway, if you go in there and you can place the order to go, they got 36-pound sacks, and you can pick them up on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings when you're ready for them.
Sounds good. And what does a guy have to do to get invited to one of these infamous broadest crawfish boils?
Yeah, there's always a problem with that, because if I invite you and you get sick, you could sue the company. So we have to protect against that.
Sad but true. Thank you, Tyson in Plano. Have a great weekend, and thanks to everybody for participating in What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Walton Waco drinking a Stella, getting ready for my farmer's insurance.
Stella, there you go.
He says he's getting ready for his insurance award banquet where he gets Producer of the Year.
Yeah, congrats.
And says, get the bleep out of here with that Go Commanders crap from Chris. Thank you, 254. Time to go into the Pimp Cup and kick off a Friday night edition of GD Live.
All right, you squares.
I'll fire up this funk.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My dad's a Vietnam vet. Some of them are cool. Some of them don't want to talk about Vietnam. My dad does. Some vets are like, I don't want to talk about it. And my dad's like, what do you want to know? Here's what I wanted to know when I was a kid. It's terrible to ask a stranger this, but it's my own father. I'd seen a lot of movies, so I'm like, you're in the war. Did you kill anybody? The first time I asked him that, he goes, no, I didn't. I'm like, all right, okay. A few years later, I asked him again, did you ever kill anybody? He goes, it wasn't like that. I was a lieutenant. I was in charge of people. It just didn't work like that. I said, okay. And then a few years later, I asked him again. I go, did you ever kill anybody? And he goes, I threw grenades in the bunkers. I go, were there people in there? He goes, there were. Yeah.
There were.
Just little pieces by the time I got in there. And then last year, I go, did you ever kill anybody? And he goes, there's no better feeling than killing the enemy. Whoa.
Whoa.
No doubt. Welcome in on this Freaky Friday edition of the G-Bag Nation's GD Live here. LA still on vacation. He'll return in about 10 days. Send that man some love on social. Let him know he is missed. It's time for a weekend warning, Brian. We want to remind you to not crash out. Do not get arrested.
Don't do it.
And if you do, establish dominance quickly.
Exactly, yeah.
As we do in every edition of LA Live here on 105.3 The Fan, we replay the G-Bag of the day.